Chapter 1. The Past Like Smoke, Rebirth in the Primordial Chaos. A wild wind swept through, lifting countless fallen leaves into the air, scattering them across the ground like flowers cast by celestial maidens once. The mountains were adorned with vibrant greenery, every flower, every tree, every blade of grass. Every stone now they had withered and faded into oblivion in the western sky. A dim yellow sun sank heavily, its waning light piercing through the forest, rendering the dancing leaves even more desolate. At the foot of the mountains lay a crystal-clear stream, known as Qing Shui, its waters gently rippling as they meandered into the distance. By the riverbank stood a young man, seemingly 20 years old. Clad in a Zhongshan suit, his long hair was continually tugged by the wind, occasionally revealing a pair of ink-like eyes beneath the tousled strands. If one were to observe closely, they would notice that within those inky depths sparkled glimmers of brilliance, punctuated by moments of defiance, stubbornness, and an air of indifference. He appeared to be inextricably intertwined with his surroundings, his tall frame seemingly forlorn. His name was Yifeng. 18 years prior, he had been discovered by the village's elderly teacher, who, after losing his wife in middle age, had never remarried and had no children. Thus, he named the boy Yifeng. The teacher, named Jieyin, became a grandfather figure to him due to their age difference. At the age of 10, Yifeng once asked Jieyin, "Grandfather, where are my parents?" Jieyin turned slightly, his voice carrying the weight of experience as he replied, "Fenger, your parents have gone to the big city to earn money." When Yifeng was 15, he sought out Jieyin again, asking, "Grandfather, why haven't my parents returned yet?" With a bittersweet smile, Jieyin said, "Fenger, don't worry, they'll be back soon." It wasn't until 2 years ago, while gathering firewood, that a burly neighbor, Wang Zuda, found him and exclaimed, "Yifeng, your grandfather, your grandfather." Yifeng felt as though his heart had been pierced, and he raced home in a panic. Upon finding his grandfather lying on the bed, gravely ill, Yifeng felt dizzy, nearly collapsing as he approached and knelt beside the bed, stifling his tears as he called out, "Grandfather." Jieyin, as if awakening from a deep slumber, gazed kindly at Yifeng. After a long pause, as if steeling himself, he inhaled and said, "Fenger, haven't you always wanted to know about your parents? Today, I will tell you. 18 years ago, I went to the city to collect books for students, and on my way home, I found you just a few months old, crying by the roadside in the wind. I couldn't bear to leave you there, so I brought you home. I didn't know your surname, so I gave you mine. Don't hold it against your biological parents. Perhaps they had their own struggles." With these words, Jieyin seemed to expend all his strength, his eyes dimming as they slowly closed. Yifeng, unable to contain himself, bowed his head, trembling. It felt as though a century had passed, or perhaps just a moment, before Yifeng lifted his gaze to meet Yiyanqin's with unexpected strength. Jieyin grasped Yifeng's hand, trembling as he said, "Fenger, regardless of how you feel, I will always be your grandfather, and you will always be my beloved grandson. Take good care of your sister in the next life. We shall be grandfather and grandson once more." With that, he closed his eyes and departed from this world. Yifeng could no longer hold back his tears, crying out, "Grandfather, please don't leave. Open your eyes and see me. I promise I will never misbehave again, nor will I ever steal your chalk again." As he wept, he lost consciousness. When he awoke, it was already midday the following day, and the villagers had helped arrange Yiyanqin's funeral. Although the village was poor, everyone worked together to give the old man a dignified send-off. Since waking, Yifeng had knelt at his grandfather's grave, not having eaten or drunk for 3 days. Before his death, Jieyin entrusted Yifeng to his neighbor, Wang Zuda, a well-known honest man in the village. Whenever the village children saw him, they would cheerfully call out, "Wang Pengzi, Wang Pengzi." He would merely smile in response. Yifeng had often found himself in fights with the village children over this. Wang Zuda had taken great care of Yifeng's family, and in Yifeng's heart, he had long regarded Wang Zuda as family. Eventually, Wang Zuda married Su Tzulian from a neighboring village, a gentle and kind woman, and their couple lived happily together. As memories floated through his mind like smoke, Yifeng stood by the banks of Qing Shui, reminiscing about the past. Unbeknownst to him, a single crystalline tear fell into the stream, drawing the attention of a group of fish which lingered curiously until they realized there was nothing to be found and scattered away. The moon hung high in the sky, and stars adorned the night, heralding the arrival of darkness from afar. Lights flickered, and the faint sounds of Yifeng. Yifeng jolted him from his reverie. Looking up, he realized how late it had become. He hurriedly splashed water on his face at the riverbank, tidied his clothes, and, noticing the twinkling lights, knew it was his uncle Wang Zuda calling him home for dinner. As he walked back with Wang Zuda, listening to him chatter about daily life, Yifeng felt a warmth spreading through his heart. Upon reaching his doorstep, before he could enter, a sweet, childish voice rang out, "Brother, Daddy, you're back. Mommy has made lots of delicious food." The little girl rushed towards Yifeng, her arms outstretched, and exclaimed, "Brother, hug me. I want a hug." Yifeng bent down and scooped her up, affectionately tapping her nose. "Ching, have you been naughty?" With an innocent expression, the little girl replied, "Brother, don't tap my nose. If adults do that, their noses will grow big and turn into a cow demon. I don't want to become a cow demon." "Chinger, you're so big now you shouldn't need to be carried. Come down and eat, or you'll tire your brother out." A beautiful woman in her 30s, holding a bowl of soup, gently placed it on the table and turned to the little girl with a warm smile. She was Su Tzulian, renowned for her beauty across several nearby villages. It was unclear whether Wang Zud's good fortune stemmed from ancestral merit or if his honesty had brought him luck. But marrying Su Tzulian had certainly stirred envy among many. Young men. Wang Zuda, however, wore a constant grin, his face radiating a sense of satisfaction. The little girl, patting her stomach, seemed truly hungry, and she turned to Yifeng, saying, "Brother, I'm so hungry. Let's go eat together." Yifeng nodded and placed her on a chair. Meanwhile, Wang Zuda and Su Tzulian exchanged knowing smiles, a warm atmosphere enveloping them as they sat around the table, savoring their familial bonds. Having shared so much, it was time to introduce the little girl. 4 years ago, when the chalk needed for classes ran out, and as Yifeng had grown older, Yi and Tian had sent him to the city to buy more chalk, hoping it would broaden his horizons on the way home. Yifeng stumbled upon an abandoned infant in that moment. He hadn't thought much, only the urge to help filled his mind. Help her. A child without a mother or father is so pitiful to us, unknowingly. He repeated the actions of his grandfather years before when he brought the baby home and told Yi and Tian. The old man fell silent for a while before walking over, picking up the little girl, and saying, "Fate, oh fate, you were once that child, and she is today's child. Heaven has not treated me poorly." Yifeng, puzzled, asked, "Grandfather, what do you mean by once that child, today's child?" Yi and Tian, realizing he had misspoken, stammered, "Nothing." Yifeng, with eager anticipation, said, "Grandfather, please give her a name." After contemplating, Yi and Tian replied, "Well, since we live by the clear waters of Qing Shui, let's name her Yi Qing. Yi Qing. Yi Qing, that name sounds beautiful. Oh, I have a little sister now." Yifeng exclaimed joyfully. After Yi Yunshin's passing, the siblings moved into the Wang household, bringing warmth and liveliness to the family. The Wang family had never had a son or daughter, and they treated the siblings as their own children. Yifeng recognized this kindness, silently cherishing their generosity. After the meal, Yifeng found himself alone beneath an apple tree in the yard. Gazing at the bountiful fruit hanging from its branches, his thoughts drifted far away. An apple tree bears fruit in abundance, but also sheds its leaves. Yet continues to blossom with the brilliance of life. Yifeng yearned to venture out and forge his own path. He understood that everyone has their own journey. The people of Qing Shui village have their own ways of life, content to remain in their small mountain village for a lifetime. As the mountains and waters have become part of their very souls, Yifeng shared this sentiment. Yet he longed to embark on a journey to carve out a career, to repay the kindness of his grandfather and all those who held a place in his heart unbeknownst to him. Wang Zuda had come to stand beside him, gazing at the apple tree in contemplation. "Fenger, are you thinking of the world beyond the village?" He sighed. Yifeng remained silent, his gaze fixed on the apple tree. "Fenger, whatever decision you make, your uncle and aunt will support you with that." Wang Zuda returned home. Night had fallen, and a gentle breeze carried the fragrant scent of apples far away in the twinkling starlit sky. One star suddenly brightened, while the figure beneath the apple tree had vanished. The tidy room lay empty, save for a few scattered words on paper. The door ajar, through which a vague silhouette seemed to walk away into the night. Yifeng did not look back had he done so. He would have seen three figures at the entrance. Yiqing, with a curious expression, asked, "Daddy, Mommy, where did brother go?" "It's so late." Wang Zuda and Su Zulian exchanged a glance, and in that moment, they both saw the tears glistening in each other's eyes, choking back emotion. They said, "Qing, a dear brother is off to accomplish great deeds. When you grow up, you will understand." Beneath a sky draped in a fine mist of rain, Yifeng trudged forward, his steps uneven. The muddy terrain, the mountain path, was inherently treacherous, and the evening rain only exacerbated the difficulty. A thunderous roar echoed, as if the heavens conspired against Yifeng. Following the clap of thunder, a torrential downpour ensued, and what vexed Yifeng the most was the obscured path ahead. Since the passing of his grandfather, Yuntian, Yifeng had grown increasingly indifferent faced with the current predicament. He stubbornly resolved, "If the heavens deny me passage, then I shall forge ahead regardless." He bent low, seemingly crawling as he inched forward, unwittingly drawing nearer to the edge of a precipice. Through the veil of mist, his vision blurred, leaving Yifeng entirely unaware of his proximity to the cliff's edge. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed on. A chilling scream pierced the air. Yifeng had plummeted from the precipice, his final thought echoing, "Grandfather, Fenger is sorry for not taking care of my sister." And then darkness enveloped him. The passage of countless years saw an unnamed void harboring a swirling azure orb, around which torrents of mysterious yellow energy relentlessly tugged. Whenever the azure orb teetered on the brink of collapse, it would emanate layers of violet gas, fortifying its resilience against peril. This azure orb was, in fact, the very essence of Yifeng, who had fallen from the cliff that fateful day. It is said that just as Yifeng neared the ground, a bolt of purple lightning struck the cliff, cleaving a rift in space directly beneath him. By sheer misfortune, he fell into this rift, and before he could utter a cry of pain, his corporeal form was torn asunder by the chaotic currents of space, leaving his soul adrift, unaware of its destination. After tens of thousands of years, Yifeng found himself adrift in a realm of chaos, where tendrils of violet gas danced around him, coiling and intertwining without repulsion. Thus, Yifeng's essence was continually purified and solidified by the violet gas. Time flowed inexorably onward, and as countless years slipped by, the violet gas gradually diminished, only to be supplanted by the emergence of mysterious yellow energy. This energy perceived Yifeng as an adversary, relentlessly seeking to tear him apart. Fortunately, the enhancements bestowed by the violet gas aided Yifeng, allowing him to endure as time continued its slow march, and his form grew ever more substantial. Chapter 2. The transformation of chaos into true form. The birth of Pangu and the shift of celestial order. In this manner, Yifeng drifted through the chaos, where time held no meaning. One day, he distinctly sensed the chaotic currents swirling towards the center of the void. As if drawn by an unseen force, Yifeng too was pulled towards this epicenter. A century later, he finally arrived at the source of the chaotic energy. "What is this?" Yifeng gasped in astonishment. Before him lay an immense lotus flower, its size unfathomable, towering for thousands of zhang. Its hue of vivid azure. At the heart of this magnificent blossom rested a colossal golden egg, which absorbed the chaotic energy around it. Yifeng was left utterly speechless. The azure lotus, the gigantic egg. This was a tale Yifeng had often heard from his grandfather. Long, long ago, the world was a formless chaos, devoid of anything. After an indeterminate span of time, a blue lotus emerged from the chaos, at its center nurturing a golden egg, which housed our great ancestor Pangu. The world we inhabit was cleaved asunder by the mighty axe of the great Pangu. As these memories flooded his mind, Yifeng found himself in a state of bewilderment. Had he truly returned to the era before Pangu's creation of the heavens? Even someone as resolute as Yifeng could not help but ponder this profound mystery. Only when a flash of azure light swept by did Yifeng's attention return. Above the blue lotus appeared a long azure sword, emanating a potent aura of chaos. The sword's blade shimmered with two ancient characters, chaos. Everything that sought to approach it disintegrated into nothingness. With a soft sound, the chaos sword found its way into Yifeng's grasp. akin to a fledgling returning to its nest. Yifeng sensed the sword's exhilaration. In that moment, it felt as though the sword had become part of his very being. The treasured artifact recognized its master, and Yifeng had struck gold. Before he could fully recover from his joy, a tremor jolted him, causing him to sway unsteadily. A more intense azure light shot skyward, and Yifeng steadied his mind to examine closely. That a tome-like object exuded an overwhelming pressure, subduing the entire chaotic space. Suddenly, the tome seemed to awaken to something and darted towards Yifeng. He had no time to resist as the object entered his primordial spirit. This was known as the Genesis Heavenly Tome, a manual for cultivation born alongside the Blue Lotus, a supreme treasure of chaos. The tome was divided into 12 volumes. Mastering the 12th volume would enable one to attain the status of a cosmic sage, capable of creating worlds with a mere gesture. In a single day, Yifeng had acquired remarkable treasures, leaving him oblivious to his surroundings. It was not until a burst of golden light struck his eyes that he regained his senses. Turning, he beheld the golden giant egg, which had grown slightly larger. This moment, Yifeng accepted his fate. He had fully traversed realms. Since I am here, I shall make my peace with it, he mused, considering the possibility of returning one day. That he understood that to enhance his strength was imperative for survival in the future world. Thus, Yifeng sat beside the golden egg and commenced his cultivation journey. The cultivation hierarchy in this narrative is as follows: Earth Immortal, Human Immortal, Celestial Immortal, Great Luo Celestial Immortal, Golden Immortal, Tai Golden Immortal, Great Luo Golden Immortal, Quasi-Saint, Saint, Heavenly Tao Saint, Great Tao Saint, Cosmic Saint. At Yifeng, reborn during the primordial chaos, had already reached the saintly realm due to the transformation by the primordial purple qi and the mysterious yellow qi. However, he had previously lacked a cultivation method, which had hindered his escape from shackles and attainment of his true form. Now that he had the method, his progress was rapid. As the saying goes, everything is in place, the east wind has arrived. His cultivation and magical power were soaring, and Yifeng oscillated between clarity and deep immersion in his practice. While the golden giant egg continued to grow in the timeless chaos, Yifeng eventually paused his training, having reached the pinnacle of the late quasi-saint stage. For some unknown reason, he found himself unable to progress further. Yifeng resolved to lift his spirits and rise into the air, observing that the golden giant egg had expanded to an astonishing height of billions of zhong. That he marveled at the sight. No wonder the great Pangu could carve the heavens. This body was indeed a colossal behemoth. Suddenly, the chaotic aura was violently drawn in by the golden egg, resulting in a thunderous explosion that reverberated through the cosmos. A massive crack split the egg, emanating waves of golden light, which forced Yifeng to close his eyes despite his current cultivation level. A soul-stirring roar echoed, nearly shattering his eardrums, prompting him to quickly muster his energy to resist. Is there life beyond myself in this world? Exclaimed a colossal man, brimming with muscle, his hair disheveled, and his eyes sparkling with astonishment. His voice resonated. An invisible sound wave sent the chaotic currents swirling chaotically, causing Yifeng to spit blood in response to the shock. With his stubborn nature ignited, he unleashed the power of the Genesis Heavenly Tome to counteract it. Observing this, the giant quickly moderated his aura, shrinking to Yifeng's size and approaching him. With a single finger, he directed a drop of his blood into Yifeng's body, then waved his hand, accelerating the chaotic energy into Yifeng. With the giant's blood aiding him, Yifeng finally seized the opportunity to reassemble his true form, achieving the chaos body. Due to the transformation from the primordial purple qi and the mysterious yellow qi, although Yifeng's body could not rival Pangu's, it was nonetheless extraordinarily formidable, resistant to ordinary blades and swords. Setting aside his earlier discontent, Yifeng approached the giant with reverence, saying, "I pay my respects to the great Pangu." The giant, astonished, replied, "How do you know my name?" Yifeng, momentarily taken aback, recalled that ancient people favored classical language. After a brief hesitation, he spoke, "The secrets of heaven must not be revealed," adopting an air of inscrutability. Pangu chuckled knowingly. "No matter. If you possess your own burdens, it is I who have been impolite," Yifeng hastily protested, "I dare not," and introduced himself. "My name is Yifeng." Upon hearing this, Pangu's face lit up with joy. "Ah, so you are the esteemed Yifeng. Though I have been born within this giant egg, wholly devoted to my cultivation, I have sensed the emergence of beings outside, yet I did not know it was you." Yifeng nodded in acknowledgement. He was not trying to put on airs. After all, this was the great Pangu. However, after falling through the rift in the void and experiencing so much, he had grown indifferent. Despite his somewhat reclusive nature, Pangu's simplicity and sincerity gradually brought a smile to Yifeng's face that on an unknown night, Yifeng and Pangu swore brotherhood, with Pangu reluctantly assuming the role of elder brother. Yifeng, having received Pangu's assistance, was able to reconstruct his true form. Though he had not yet directly stepped into the realm of saints, his power had nonetheless increased significantly, just a step away from that exalted state. In his youth, many stories were recounted to Yifeng by Yi and Tian, and he was aware that soon Pangu would suffer the tribulation of opening the heavens. Thus, he tirelessly strove to cultivate. Hoping to aid Pangu, in turn, generously shared with Yifeng all the cultivation methods accompanying his birth, which brought Yifeng closer to the saintly realm. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not breach that barrier. The azure giant lotus that nurtured Pangu was gifted to Yifeng, who understood it to be the chaos treasure, the Genesis blue lotus, primarily for defense and impervious to other treasures. One day, Pangu ceased his cultivation and gazed at Yifeng, a long sigh resonating as if it pierced through Yifeng's very soul. The Yifeng opened his eyes to meet Pangu's gaze and asked, "Brother, what troubles you?" Pangu sighed again. "Little brother, we have shared countless eons together, yet I cannot fathom why your cultivation remains stagnant. I fear that if you continue this way, you may eventually go mad and return to chaos." After what seemed like an eternity of contemplation, Pangu added, "What does it mean to grasp something, and what does it mean to let it go?" Yifeng was startled, his circulating qi disrupted, as if 1,000 needles pricked his body, sweat beading on his brow. Pangu, noticing his distress, waved a hand, dispersing a glimmer of golden light that enveloped Yifeng. Calming his trembling form and steadying his breath, Pangu's voice echoed in Yifeng's mind. "Little brother, if you cannot release the past, how can you hope to be reborn? You must take heed." Though Yifeng had gained a brotherly bond with Pangu in this life, the multitude of ties from his previous existence weighed heavily on him. How could he simply let go? Thus, his cultivation had remained stagnant, even with Pangu's divine assistance, until recently when Pangu noticed Yifeng's inclination towards madness and felt compelled to awaken him. He did not wish to lose this brother. Though Yifeng appeared cold, Pangu understood that his concern was genuine, a heartfelt brotherhood cherished amidst the desolate chaos. As Yifeng absorbed Pangu's words, his expressions fluctuated: joy, anger, melancholy, and contemplation. Indeed, although he had never met his biological parents in his past life, he cherished the memories of his caring grandfather, sister, Uncle Wang, and Aunt Xudai in this life. With the great Pangu as his elder brother, he felt gratitude from the heavens. Moreover, with the prospect of ascending in power, returning to his past was not beyond reach. Upon realizing this, Yifeng's heart lightened, and he felt rejuvenated, radiating a spectrum of colors, as if reborn from the flames. His skin glimmered like crystal, and his waist-length hair flowed behind him, his star-like eyes deepening in brilliance. The surrounding chaos seemed to grow heavier under his presence, yet his expression remained cool and detached. Suppressing his aura, he smiled and respectfully addressed Pangu. "Thank you, elder brother, for your support." Pangu feigned anger, replying, "Little brother, what are you saying? As your elder brother, it is only right that I assist you. Do not mention it again." Before he could finish, he stepped closer to Yifeng and said, "Congratulations, little brother, for attaining the saintly position." Yifeng was elated. With his newfound power, he had gained a measure of self-defense. Their countless years together had attuned them to each other's expressions and smiles. With Yifeng's cultivation reaching the saintly realm, he no longer rushed to train, for he realized that advancement in power did not solely rely on effort, but rather on comprehension. Perhaps a journey into the world would uncover new opportunities. After all, the chaos had yet to be shattered, and chances abounded. If one were willing to invest effort, Their endeavors would not be in vain. Yifeng suggested to Pangu, "Brother, how about we explore the chaotic lands together to broaden our horizons?" Pangu, with his lofty cultivation, understood Yifeng's intentions. He laughed heartily. "Let us go and see who can gather more treasures." With that, he broke into laughter. Yifeng joined in, sneaking away towards the chaotic lands while Pangu called out, "You trickster!" Harnessing his magical powers, he pursued Yifeng, their laughter echoing throughout the chaotic expanse. From his studies and tales recounted by his grandfather, Yifeng learned that before the chaos was unraveled, the primordial land concealed a myriad of wondrous treasures, brimming with boundless power, untainted by causality, and immune to karmic entanglements, truly invaluable for preserving life. Since that time, he had harbored deep admiration for such marvels. And now his heart brimmed with excitement. Chapter 3. The quest for treasures in chaos and the excavation of spiritual roots in this primordial state before the chaos was disrupted and the wilderness came into being. All artifacts were innate treasures. Neither Yifeng nor Pangu employed any mystical arts in their search. It all depended on fate. Nevertheless, they uncovered numerous treasures, including the Qian Kuan Ding, Chaos Pearl, and the 4 great spirit lamps of heaven and earth, the 8 scenic palace lamp, the jade void glass lamp, the treasure lotus lamp, and the green light duality lamp, among others. All were collected by Yifeng. Although Pangu claimed to compete with Yifeng, upon encountering spiritual fruits, he indulged in feasting. His focus shifting away from treasure hunting. In his own words, these artifacts were too ostentatious compared to the axe in his hands, which could surely bring death to any who provoked him. Yifeng made no objections, gathering all the Qian Kuan rings found during their treasure hunt, for he had no fear of being burdened by artifacts. No one knew the extent of his collection, and even if they did, they could not seize them. Regarding the Qian Kuan ring, it contains innate defensive formations and boundless space, with its size determined by the holder's strength. In Yifeng's possession, it approached billions of miles in expanse. After several 100,000 years, Yifeng and Pangu traversed the eastern edge of chaos before spending several more centuries exploring the other 3 corners of the chaotic realm. They amassed countless treasures, as well as numerous innate spiritual roots and fruits. Yifeng reflected on the legendary trees of life cultivated by Zhunti, the ancestor of Earth Immortals, and the peaches of immortality tended by the Queen Mother of the West. Both renowned creations of later generations, yet compared to his current spiritual roots and treasures, they seemed extravagantly lavish. As the two adventured through the wilderness, they consumed an abundance of innate spiritual roots and fruits, leaving behind a scene of devastation, as if the wilderness had been plundered, pockmarked, and ravaged. Throughout these countless years of exploration, Yifeng utilized his creation scripture alongside Pangu's creation jade butterfly to develop a technique for lightness and a method for refining the primordial spirit. The lightness technique allows one to traverse vast distances based on their cultivation level. For Yifeng, a single step could cover millions of miles. The primordial spirit technique, known as the Chaos Golden Body, could refine the primordial spirit, significantly enhancing combat strength. However, it is an offensive technique that inflicts considerable self-harm. The Yifeng would employ it only in dire situations. To exercise caution, Yifeng also integrated the opening heaven technique from the creation jade butterfly with the creation scripture to establish a comprehensive method for cosmic creation. Divided into 12 levels corresponding to the 12 volumes of the creation scripture. Once perfected, this method would be capable of astonishing the heavens and moving the spirits. Pangu, seemingly born solely for the act of creation, exhibited no aptitude for any other techniques. One day, as Pangu and Yifeng journeyed forward, Pangu suddenly halted, casting a grave glance across the chaotic realm. With an air of profound seriousness, he addressed Yifeng. The Tao has 50 stages, and the heavens yield 49. One must evade one of these. Here in this vast chaotic world, only the two of us enjoy the bounties of heaven and earth. Today, I feel a weighty responsibility, for I must forge a new realm to restore the heavenly order, a future prosperity that you, dear brother, shall not witness. Yifeng trembled, speechless, understanding that what was destined must come to pass. Pangu let out a long sigh and continued. Though I have proven my path through strength, I am still the most formidable among sages. However, under the heavenly law, I am powerless to alter fate. Yet, should my sacrifice benefit countless beings in the future, it would be a worthy exchange. Why Yifeng turned to face Pangu, his lips quivering as he implored, "Brother, is there truly no other way?" After years of companionship, he could not bear to part with this seemingly simple-minded elder brother. Pangu laughed heartily, patting Yifeng's shoulder. "Do not be disheartened. My younger brother, a man of honor, must know when to act, and when to refrain. To accomplish something grand is not in vain for this fleeting life. And perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope, if to comfort Yifeng further." Pangu added, "Even should I meet with misfortune, if your cultivation surpasses the bounds of the Tao, you might yet resurrect me." Yifeng nodded resolutely, unaware of the tears shimmering in Pangu's eyes. Surpassing the heavenly law and the Tao was no simple feat. Pangu, too, remained oblivious to the unwavering determination reflected in Yifeng's gaze. This steadfastness and tenacity would later propel Yifeng to create one marvel after another, achieving what once seemed impossible. Thus, the two returned to the place where Pangu was conceived. With a wave of his hand, Pangu summoned a grand hall, exuding an air of antiquity and solemnity, its aura resonating with authority. Upon entering, they found two meditation cushions. Pangu seated himself on one, while Yifeng promptly took the other. Once all was in order, Pangu addressed Yifeng, "Brother, I shall enter a retreat for 10,000 years. After this time, chaos shall cease, and the wilderness shall flourish." With that, he closed his eyes to meditate. Yifeng could not help but call out, "Brother," but Pangu had already entered a deep trance. Feeling utterly powerless, Yifeng realized that even a sage was but a child before the vastness of the heavenly law. Sighing, he too entered a state of cultivation in the realm of chaos, where time held no meaning. 10,000 years swiftly passed. Upon awakening, Yifeng found that his cultivation had not significantly improved, though his magical powers had indeed increased. As he opened his eyes, he discovered that Pangu was no longer in the hall. Exiting, he spotted Pangu standing in the void, wielding the opening heaven divine axe, the creation jade butterfly resting atop his head, his muscles bulging with power. Upon noticing Yifeng, he slightly tempered his aura and smiled warmly. "Brother, with my cultivation, I cannot foresee your path ahead, nor can I predict its vastness. Yet, one must remain vigilant. With my strength, I too am susceptible to the machinations of the heavenly law. Once I commence the act of creation, the heavens shall bestow the merits of this endeavor upon you, so you may gather them with the Qian Kuan Ding for any unforeseen circumstances. This will put my heart at ease." With tears brimming in his eyes, Yifeng replied, "Brother, you consider all for me, yet I am powerless to assist you. That I feel shame." Pangu chuckled, "Do not dwell on it. Dear brother, I understand your character. You may remain within the hall and observe as I create the heavens. It shall also benefit your cultivation." With a wave of his hand, Yifeng was drawn back into the hall, while Pangu swiftly set up an innate divine formation outside, the Chaos Destruction Divine Formation, which Yifeng later referred to as Pangu's Grand Formation. With a final smile to Yifeng, Pangu ascended into the void at the center of chaos. Boundless magical energy converged around him, each bone in his body crackling with power. The opening heaven divine axe radiated golden light and an aura of slaughter, igniting the chaos, the void sizzling as it was scorched. With a thunderous roar, Pangu swung the axe through the chaos, tearing apart the fabric of space, only for it to close once more in a short span of time. Thus, Pangu tirelessly wielded the opening heaven divine axe. After 100,000 and 8,000 years, Pangu cleaved the chaotic space to create an infinitely vast realm. The pure essence rose, while the turbid essence sank. Countless elements of wind, water, earth, and fire were torn asunder, yet the space began to close again. Pangu glanced at Yifeng and declared, "Brother, henceforth the vast wilderness shall be entrusted to your care. As for those connected to me, assist them fairly without bias. If they pose a threat to you, do not hesitate to strike." With his eyes ablaze, Yifeng affirmed, "Brother, I will watch over it." Pangu nodded in satisfaction, unleashing a mighty roar as his body grew to an immense size. Supporting the heavens with his arms and standing upon the earth, From that moment forth, the heavens rose a foot higher each day, and the earth thickened by the same measure, while Pangu himself grew taller. Countless years passed, the heavens soared to great heights, the earth grew thicker, and the two would no longer converge. Pangu cast a resolute glance at Yifeng, who was already in tears, silently calling, "Brother, take care. I shall strive to elevate my cultivation and bring you back to life." If hearing Yifeng's heartfelt plea, Pangu smiled warmly, unleashing another deafening roar. The opening heaven divine axe flew from his grasp, transforming into three entities: the Chaos Bell, the Taiji diagram, and the Pangu banner. The Taiji diagram emitted a golden light, stabilizing the chaotic forces tearing at the wilderness, while the Pangu banner released a green essence. Dissipating the still violent chaotic currents, the Chaos Bell rang out, radiating a yellow glow that calmed the wilderness, gradually bringing stability to the heavens and earth. The three treasures vanished into the land, while the Chaos Bell soared towards the sun. Yet, Pangu ultimately fell. From his body emerged three primordial spirits, disappearing into the wilderness, as well as 12 drops of essence blood, vanishing from sight. These two entities would later manifest as the three pure ones and the 12 ancestors of sorcery. Pangu's left, I transformed into the sun. His right, I became the moon. His breath turned to clouds, and his voice resonated as thunder in the sky. His hair and beard transformed into a myriad of stars. His body morphed into mountains and rivers. His blood flowed as rivers. His veins became roads. His muscles turned into fertile fields. His teeth became precious stones. His bones transformed into jewels. His marrow became the spiritual veins of the wilderness. His body hair became the flora of the earth, and his sweat fell as rain. Thus, the wilderness was fully formed. The Tao has 50 stages, with 49 yielded to the heavens. The remaining 50 of chaos transformed into the purple energy of the primordial void. 36 paths of primordial purple energy coalesced into one vessel, the creation ding, to maintain the balance of heavenly law. 4 paths of primordial purple energy merged into the wilderness to stabilize the land. While 10 remained, one path, having evaded, left 9 to vanish from sight. Coincidentally, the one path that evaded entered Yifeng's body, marking him as an extraordinary anomaly beneath the heavenly LAWAS, it is said. Beneath the heavens lies a slender thread of hope. Miracles are forever elusive to others, unless Yifeng is willing to lend a hand. Aware that the situation was beyond redemption and that the overarching fate had been determined, Pangu had already suffered his injuries. Yifeng composed himself and approached the grand hall erected by Pangu. With a wave of his hand, a plaque inscribed with Pangu Hall manifested upon its door. Just as Yifeng intended to claim Pangu Hall, a brilliant array of colors descended from the sky. Splitting into 4.3 parts coalesced into a towering structure, a magnificent pagoda of the primordial universe, vanishing into the vastness of antiquity. The remaining portion, shrouded in mystery, found refuge within the nascent spirit that had surged forth as Pangu fell. Another third was absorbed into Yifeng's Qianquan cauldron, and one part entered Pangu Hall itself. A flash of radiant hues transformed Pangu Hall, enhancing its ancient charm. It was revealed that Pangu had perfected the heavens, and in recognition of his monumental effort, the Celestial Order bestowed upon him a cascade of multicolored merit, benefiting all sentient beings. Yifeng, as Pangu's brother, was entitled to a third, while the hall itself, a creation of Pangu, granted him an additional portion. Initially, Pangu's creation of the jade butterfly had suffered damage, losing half of its form, the remaining piece concealed within the primordial earth, awaiting a fated individual. Just as Yifeng was about to claim Pangu Hall, a thunderous roar erupted from the heavens. Unbeknownst to him, gathering a vast expanse of crimson calamity, clouds above his head, swirling violently, ominously. Unbeknownst to Yifeng, the Celestial Order had been perfected following Pangu's efforts, and the Great Tao, with its 50 manifestations and 49 transformations, had absorbed the very essence of that which had eluded him. It could be said that anything was possible for Yifeng. Yet the Celestial Order would not permit such anomalies. They must be eradicated at their inception. However, Yifeng was oblivious to the greater implications, believing only that the Celestial Order had been perfected. and that his saintly power had drawn forth the impending tribulation. Summoning the chaotic sword, he struck at the crimson clouds, cleaving them in two, yet they swiftly reformed, seemingly enraged. The crimson clouds transformed into violet, crackling with lightning and rumbling thunder, enveloping Yi Feng in an overwhelming pressure that left him gasping for breath. In haste, he summoned the Genesis Blue Lotus, which provided some respite. Regardless, the violet thunder could not be delayed. Crashing down in a colossal bolt towards Yi Feng, with a deft maneuver of the chaotic sword, he diverted the violet lightning to either side, causing the primordial earth to tremble. The violet clouds seemed momentarily stunned. The celestial order had just been perfected, and it was not inclined to destruction. Soon, the thunder diminished in size, seemingly fearful, reducing to a mere 100 feet in thickness that Yi Feng offered no resistance, allowing the calamity to strike his body. After enduring 81 bolts of heavenly thunder, the clouds reluctantly dissipated that Yi Feng retracted the Genesis Blue Lotus and the chaotic sword. Chapter 4. The gods emerge in the primordial realm. The three races engage in a world-shattering war after Pangu's creation of the heavens. The world was divided into 4 great continents: the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, the Western Happy Bull Continent, the Northern Gathering Lu Continent, and the Southern Zhan Continent. The Eastern Victory Divine Continent, rich in spiritual energy, was a treasure trove of countless heavenly riches and mystical lands, regarded as a prime location by the myriad divine beings. It is said that where there are treasures, there also dwell many renowned deities of the primordial realm. The Northern Gathering Lu Continent, however, was fraught with toxic miasmas and treacherous terrain, teeming with venomous creatures. Thus, it was shunned by those who practiced nefarious arts. The Southern Zhan Continent, while lacking the splendor of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, was still filled with abundant spiritual energy, home to various celestial birds and auspicious beasts. The Western Happy Bull Continent was barren and impoverished, inhabited by uncultured folk, often referred to as savages. Thus, the 4 continents evolved gradually, giving rise to many powerful individuals. Among them were the 3 pure ones, born from Pangu's primordial spirit, the 12 ancestral witches derived from Pangu's essence, and deities such as Nuwa and Zhunti, the patriarch of the underworld, and the Grand Master of the North, alongside celestial beings like the Eastern Emperor Tai and Emperor Jun, who were nurtured by the sun. These divine beings basked in the blessings of the primordial realm, attaining celestial cultivation from their very birth. Beyond these exalted figures, the primordial earth also witnessed the emergence of 3 great races: the Phoenix Clan, the Jieyin Clan, and the Dragon Clan. The Phoenix Clan, sovereigns of the skies, dominated the vast expanse above with formidable power, predominantly comprised of females. Residing in the Buzhou Mountain, formed from Pangu's spine, the Phoenix Clan enjoyed profound fortunes. The Jieyin Clan, masters of the land, occupied the verdant hills of the Southern Zhan Continent, which were shaped from one of Pangu's ribs. Though lacking the blessings of Buzhou Mountain, they thrived for eons. The Dragon Clan, rulers of the waters, commanded the oceans, with 1/3 of the primordial earth as land and the remaining 2/3 as vast seas and rivers. Thus, the Dragon Clan was a formidable race capable of rivaling both the Phoenix and Jieyin clans. Yet, as the saying goes, greed knows no bounds. Despite the dragons having seized immense fortunes from the sea, their eyes wandered greedily over the countless treasures of the primordial land, leading to friction among the 3 clans. In the depths of Buzhou Mountain, a flash of azure light revealed a young man clad in black, his gaze cold and indifferent. Standing at a height of approximately 1.75 meters, his long black hair flowed behind him as he surveyed Buzhou Mountain with a complex expression. This young man was Yi Feng, who, following Pangu's creation of the heavens, had traversed the primordial realm alone. Gaining clarity on many matters, he recognized this world as one governed by the survival of the fittest, where lacking sufficient strength could lead to one's obliteration. Naturally, some foolish individuals attempted to rob Yi Feng, but he unhesitatingly turned them to ashes. Having witnessed countless separations and reunions, Yi Feng had come to accept the transient nature of fate. After years of wandering, He understood that Buzhou Mountain was formed from Pangu's spine and was later destroyed by the northern witch and demon races, since he had come to this world. He would not allow such events to transpire. Thus, he found himself at Buzhou Mountain. With a sweep of his divine sense, Yifeng discerned that the majority of Buzhou Mountain was currently occupied by the Phoenix clan. He had no desire for interference. As long as the Phoenix clan did not harm Buzhou Mountain, he would remain indifferent. The depths of Buzhou Mountain were untouched even by the Phoenix clan, due to the fiercely raging Nine Heavens divine thunderstorm that lay within. The intensity of this storm was such that even a saint would need to tread carefully, for a single misstep could result in the loss of millennia of cultivation. The boundless fierce wind specifically targeted one's primordial spirit, posing a danger to all below the saintly realm. That Yifeng, however, was unafraid. As a saint with formidable treasures, he had encountered even more powerful chaotic heavenly thunders, rendering the mere Nine Heavens divine thunderstorm insignificant in his eyes. Upon traversing past the tempestuous Nine Heavens divine thunderstorm, he arrived at a vast lake spanning several hundred miles, its waters crystal clear, revealing the lotus roots below, while fish and shrimp frolicked amidst various primordial creatures. Upon seeing Yifeng, they merely cast curious glances before dispersing. In the center of the lake lay an island several dozen miles wide, adorned with peculiar stones and soaring celestial cranes. A true paradise. Stepping onto the island, Yifeng waved his hand, and a palace materialized, the very Pangu Hall itself. With another gesture, a formidable array emerged upon the island, and with a single finger he restored the array to its original state, causing the startled creatures to scatter rapidly. This array was originally the Chaos Annihilation Array, set by Pangu before the Pangu Hall, which Yifeng had later transformed into the Pangu Great Array. The two meditation cushions crafted by Pangu and Yifeng, one for the way of heaven and the other for tranquility, were also placed within the hall. Both were innate treasures, serving to calm the mind and enhance concentration during meditation. After completing these tasks, Yifeng seated himself upon the tranquil cushion to contemplate his great path. He believed that by cultivating alone, he would be free from disturbances, yet troubles would inevitably seek him out. Meanwhile, the Phoenix, Jieyin, and Dragon races, each vying for territory, had seen their skirmishes escalate in a full-blown war after several hundred years of minor conflicts. Blood flowed freely, and both sides prepared for battle. The leader of the Dragon clan, Long Batian, was the progenitor of dragons, the first golden dragon of the primordial realm, revered as the ancestor dragon. He had 9 offspring: Yinglong, Qinglong, Huanglong, Heilong, Bailong, Honglong, Qilong, Malong, and Huolong. Each of these 9 sons possessed distinct temperaments and varying levels of cultivation, yet all were formidable beings. Yinglong had reached the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, while Qinglong was at the mid-stage of the same. The other 7 princes were at the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. In addition to the 9 dragon princes, there were also 4 esteemed elders of the dragon clan, known as Long Yi, Long Air, Long San, and Long Sea, each possessing mid-level great Luo Golden Immortal powers, alongside 24 protectors, all at the Tai Golden Immortal level, not to mention countless shrimp and crab soldiers. Their might was undeniable, and among the primordial realm, the Dragon clan was deemed second to none, with no one daring to claim the top position. Even the later-known Hongjun Daozu was in seclusion, unaware of the unfolding tumult. Meanwhile, the ancestor dragon's cultivation surpassed that of the mid-level quasi-saint. The Phoenix clan, led by Feng Yunxia, was at the early stage of quasi-saint level, with 4 great guardians under her command: Huafeng, Shifeng, Huafeng, and Kai Feng, all at the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, alongside countless other members of the Phoenix clan. The Jieyin clan, with their king at the early stage of quasi-saint level, had 3 sons: Mo Jieyin, Hu Jieyin, and Shui Jieyin. Mo Jieyin had attained the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, while Hu Jieyin and Shui Jieyin were at the mid-stage. Beneath them were 12 guardians, each possessing the cultivation of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, and the Jieyin clan boasted millions of members. It is well known that the battles between the 3 clans were fought by their most exceptional warriors. If the leader were to fall first, the battle would be rendered futile. Moreover, Beneath the Guardians were mere cannon fodder, whose presence would not make a significant difference. Initially, the three clans sought the assistance of numerous great deities from the Primordial era, and many of these deities joined the fray. However, as they witnessed the devastation wrought upon the primordial land, with limbs and remnants scattered, these deities gradually withdrew from the conflict, leaving only a few sycophants behind. Consequently, the three clans abandoned any thoughts of further appeals for aid. During this time, the Wu and Lich clans hid away to cultivate their powers, occasionally venturing out to explore, yet they lacked the ambition to dominate the world. Who could foresee that in the future, one stomp of their feet would shake the three realms? The war among the three clans had reached a point where it was unavoidable. The Phoenix clan had united with the Jieyin clan to confront the Dragon clan. There was no alternative. A single clan would be effortlessly obliterated by the dragons. After years of waiting, the three clans could no longer delay, and on an unknown night, their leaders resolved to have a decisive battle 10 years hence on the shores of the East Sea. The Dragon clan eagerly anticipated this day, as it aligned perfectly with their desires to end the intervening decade. The three clans enforced a restriction against provoking hostilities, resulting in an eerie tranquility across the primordial land. However, the people of the three clans understood that this stillness would soon give way to a cataclysmic war. This moment, Yifeng was immersed in the comprehension of the great Tao within the Pangu Hall, fully aware of the happenings across the primordial realm. As long as the sky did not collapse, he remained indifferent. The great deities of the primordial era continued their cultivation or leisurely pursuits. Adopting an air of detachment regarding the impending war among the three clans, as for Hongjun, he was entirely unconcerned, laboring diligently to achieve sanctity, knowing that until he reached that status, he had little authority to govern. 10 years later, on the shores of the East Sea, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, thunder roared, and torrential rain poured down, as if heaven itself anticipated the impending battle or sensed the brutality of the conflict to come. Amidst the tumultuous waves of the East Sea stood nearly 20 million soldiers of the Aquatic clan, comprising shrimp soldiers, crab generals, fish warriors, and dragon leaders, equipped with wolf-toothed clubs, long spears, and even severed skulls. In summary, their morale was soaring, and the Dragon clan was poised for battle, their spirits overshadowing those of the other two clans. In contrast, while the Phoenix and Jieyin clans also exhibited high morale and a considerable number of troops, they remained somewhat weaker than the Dragon clan. The Phoenix clan, apart from those who had transformed into humanoid forms, was predominantly composed of their true forms, resplendent in vibrant colors, adding a brilliant spectacle to the battlefield. The Jieyin clan mirrored this, their numbers infused with an overwhelming aura of battle. To the forefront, Long Batian of the Dragon clan emerged from the ranks, a tall figure with a chiseled face, adorned with a golden crown and clad in a flowing golden robe. His presence radiated an imperial air, causing the morale of the two clans to wane under his oppressive aura, observing their diminished spirits. Long Batian disdainfully proclaimed, "Phoenix and Jieyin, should you choose to submit to my Dragon clan, there shall be a place for you in this world that if you refuse, you are well aware of the consequences." With that, he regarded the two clans with the condescension of a ruler addressing subordinates. Before Feng Yunxia, the Jieyin king, could respond, the members of their clans erupted in furious shouts, each face etched with indignation. In the primordial realm, strength commanded respect. Even the smallest of creatures valued their dignity above their very names. Who would wish to survive under such humiliation? Long Batian's words only served to stoke the flames of their anger. Silence, a thunderous voice cut through the air as a muscular giant appeared before them. The Jieyin king glared at Long Batian, taking a moment to steady his breath before speaking. Long Batian, do not speak so sweetly. Given your character, would you truly spare us, even if we surrendered? And besides, would we ever consider surrendering? There are only standing Jieyin who die, not kneeling ones. The Jieyin clan erupted in fervor, their spirits ignited. A striking woman with elegant features and flowing hair declared, "Consider our three clans, birthed since the dawn of Pangu, basking in the great fortune of the primordial era. While the Phoenix clan may lack the ambition to conquer the heavens, we are nonetheless a dominant force, enjoying our prosperity for eons. Yet your dragon clan harbors grand ambitions, seeking to dominate the world and hoard the primordial fortune for yourselves. Though I know not what the future holds, I am certain that the dragon clan will meet with failure. The speaker was Feng Yunxia, the matriarch of the Phoenix clan. Feng Yunxia, spare us your ramblings. The victor claims the crown, the defeated become the outcasts. What folly to speak of fortune. It is mere drivel. Once I eradicate your clans, let's see who dares to utter a word against me. Long Batian roared. Feng Yunxia could only shake her head in dismay. She, being of a kind disposition, had governed the Phoenix clan with order and vitality, never anticipating that she would be unable to escape the clutches of war. At this juncture, Long Batian, growing impatient, issued one final ultimatum. This is your last chance. Will you submit or not? The members of the two clans disregarded his words, provoking Long Batian to fume in rage. If you seek death, then let it be so. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, kill them all. Thus began a cataclysmic war among the ancient three clans, a spectacle that sent tremors through the primordial realm, causing scattered cultivators to hide away to avoid the ensuing chaos. Chapter 5. The tragedy of the three-clan war. Yi Feng's ascension to divinity was a matter of fate. The Jieyin King and Feng Yunxia both signaled to their respective clans. The two clan leaders charged towards Long Batian, resulting in a gruesome scene of carnage and dismemberment on the battlefield. Feng Yunxia and the Jieyin King faced Long Batian, who wielded a massive golden staff, adorned with golden rings on either end. The very staff that would later be known as the Rui Jingu Bang, famously wielded by Sun Wukong. This staff was a primordial treasure, the prized possession of the East Sea, and now in Long Batian's formidable grasp. He wielded it with ease, creating a tempest of destruction. Feng Yunxia and the Jieyin King could only defend against his onslaught. In contrast, Feng Yunxia brandished 3 radiant golden feathers, dashing to and fro. While behind her, 5-color divine light flickered. These 3 feathers and the divine light were unique abilities of the royal lineage of the Phoenix clan, with the feathers being of primordial grade and the divine light capable of manifesting treasures and even affecting beings. Though it could not surpass opponents of greater strength. The Jieyin King wielded a large blade, emanating a violet glow, unleashing waves of lethal energy. This blade, known as the Purple Dragon Blade, was forged from the purple dragon crystal of Qingqiu Mountain, specializing in offense and categorized as a postnatal treasure. The Yinglong faced the water and fire Jieyin. The azure dragon battled the ink Jieyin, while the remaining yellow, black, white, and red dragons confronted the Hua, Shi, and Kai phoenixes. The Dragon Clan's warriors wielded long spears forged from millennial-old cold ice, each a postnatal treasure, creating an atmosphere thick with murderous intent. The Jieyin clan was uniformly equipped with blade-shaped artifacts, while the Phoenix clan employed a mix of ribbons and long swords, each contributing to the rising tide of battle. The remaining 4 elders of the Dragon clan joined the fray, with 4 Deluo golden immortals entering the battle. While the warriors of the two clans fought valiantly, akin to meat on a chopping block, the battle raged on, obscuring the sky and dimming the sun and moon. Time became irrelevant as the 3 clans suffered staggering casualties. Their numbers halved in the chaos, a tremendous explosion echoed, shattering the landscape within a radius of dozens of miles. This devastation was the result of a Jieyin clan member, driven by grief over a fallen comrade, choosing to self-destruct in a final act of vengeance against a dragon warrior, leading to their own obliteration and the scattering of their soul. With one act of desperation, others followed suit, and a series of explosions ensued, raining blood across the battlefield, marking the end of the 3 clans. The 3 clan leaders were momentarily stunned by the cacophony of explosions, and when they turned their gaze back to the battlefield, only a few 100,000 dragon warriors remained, while the Phoenix and Jieyin clans were reduced to mere tens of thousands. Upon closer inspection, the Dragon clan had lost their black, white, red, green, ink, and flower dragons, with only 2 of the 4 elders surviving. The Phoenix clan was left with only the Kai Feng and the Jieyin clan with the ink Jieyin, witnessing the staggering losses of their kin. The 3 leaders were engulfed in profound sorrow. Nothing is more heartbreaking than the loss of loved ones, particularly when one helplessly observes their departure. Feng Yunxia gazed upon the remaining 20,000 clan members. Her eyes misty with tears, and with a wave of her hand, she drew all her people into a mustard seed space, a dimension created by powerful beings, capable of housing living creatures, the size of which depends on the user's power. The Jieyin king, realizing the urgency of the situation, quickly followed suit, recognizing that failure to act could result in his clan's annihilation. Feng Yunxia communicated with the Jieyin king. We are not cowards seeking to cling to life. Yet if we continue to fight, our clans may face extinction. Let us seek refuge in Mount Buzhou to preserve our lineage. The Jieyin king, with no other recourse, feared that returning to Qingqiu Mountain would lead to their demise at the hands of the Dragon Clan. The disparity in power could not be compensated for by numbers. Both he and Feng Yunxia were at the early stages of quasi-sainthood, only a hair's breadth away from Long Batian. Yet it was precisely this narrow margin that left them perpetually on the defensive. After exchanging their resolve, the two turned and fled towards Mount Buzhou. Long Batian, witnessing their retreat, was unwilling to forego the opportunity to eradicate both clans, despite the immense cost. With a thunderous roar, he commanded, "Pursue them! If I do not slay them, my heart shall never know peace." Upon finishing his words, he hastily pursued, and the remaining clansmen along with the crown prince and the elders immediately followed suit, leaving only Yinglong, who hesitated briefly before also joining the chase. The great conflict among the three clans turned the entire Eastern Sea crimson, with severed limbs and dismembered bodies floating in the waters, which were devoured by fish and shrimp that had yet to awaken their sentience. It is a lamentable fate for the three clans, the three great overlords of the primordial era, who, after their demise, were reduced to mere sustenance for these aquatic creatures. Truly a tragic tale. It is precisely due to the consumption of these corpses that many aquatic beings gradually evolved into the sharks and crocodiles we recognize today. Unbeknownst to the three clans, the fierce battle unleashed calamities upon the seas, causing volcanic eruptions that ravaged the primordial land, leaving it in a state of despair, filled with the cries of the suffering. The three clans, entrenched in their game, remained oblivious to their fate. The so-called balance of heaven's way dictates that all things, upon reaching their zenith, must eventually decline. The clans, ignorant of the celestial timing, enjoyed a millennia of fortune in the primordial realm while foolishly attempting to defy the heavens. In order to uphold its dominion, heaven naturally employed various means to diminish the fortune of the three clans. Where there is the strength of the Dragon Clan, there must also arise the opposing Phoenix and Jieyin clans. Even in their absence, one might wonder what new race the heavens would conjure to counterbalance the Dragon Clan. Meanwhile, Feng Yunxia and the Jieyin sovereign fled to Mount Buzhou, closely pursued by Long Batian. As Feng Yunxia and the Jieyin sovereign flew with their clansmen, their speed, though formidable, was diminished compared to before, and Long Batian's cultivation surpassed theirs. Regardless of their attempts to hasten, he drew ever closer. Long Batian, in a state of anxious urgency, realized that the two were nearing Mount Buzhou, and the ensuing events would be quite troublesome. Why, you ask? It was because, unbeknownst to them, Mount Buzhou had become enshrouded in a mysterious grand formation that disoriented all who entered, obscuring their sense of direction amidst a sea of stars. The Phoenix clan was equally unaware of the formation's origins, and though it posed no threat to them, they remained oblivious to the fact that Yi Feng had set up the Pangu Grand Formation within Mount Buzhou after entering it long ago. The might of the Pangu Grand Formation was such that it could shatter the heavens. As the essence of Pangu resonated within the formation, it gradually formed a protective barrier around Mount Buzhou, reflecting the power of the Pangu Grand Formation. This barrier served as the last lifeline for the Phoenix clan. Before the Jieyin sovereign could react upon entering, a bolt of divine lightning struck him, leaving him singed and charred, his hair standing on end, resembling a black hedgehog. Alarmed, Feng Yunxia urged him to follow closely, warning him against straying from the path, for the origins of the formation remained unknown and its power immense. A single misstep would lead to irrevocable regret. Only the Phoenix clan could traverse it freely, yet caution was still advised. Long Batian, filled with regret, realized he had been a moment too late, allowing the two to enter. However, bolstered by his formidable strength, he believed he could break through the grand formation. When the three princes and their clansmen arrived, Long Batian cleared his throat and called out, "Feng Yunxia, Jieyin sovereign, do not hide like turtles within. Come out and engage in battle for 300 rounds. Know this, even with this great formation shielding you, it cannot protect you forever. Surrender and meet your demise to avoid the destruction of the formation and your own annihilation." He laughed heartily at that moment. Feng Yunxia and the Jieyin sovereign stood before the grand hall of the Phoenix clan, their clansmen arranged securely. Feng Yunxia's heart raced. The formation appeared formidable, yet she was uncertain if it could withstand Long Batian's might. The Jieyin sovereign, known for his fiery temper, could not tolerate such provocation. Hearing Long Batian's taunts, he roared, "By my dragon's egg, I shall go out and confront him." He strode forward. Feng Yunxia quickly flew forth to obstruct him, saying, "Brother Jieyin, do not act impulsively. Do not throw your life away needlessly. Without you, what will become of the Jieyin clan?" Startled by her words, the Jieyin sovereign broke into a cold sweat, gratefully acknowledging, "Thank you, Sister Phoenix, for your wise counsel. I have indeed acted rashly." He scratched his head sheepishly, his soot-blackened appearance only accentuating his two wide eyes. Feng Yunxia couldn't help but smile, the tension in the air dissipating somewhat. At that moment, Long Batian seemed to lose his patience. With a tremendous roar, he brandished his Rui Jingu Bang, unleashing all his power against the grand formation. The very mountain of Buzhou trembled as the protective barrier buckled under his strike, then rebounded, causing Long Batian to stagger back 3 steps, his hands throbbing with pain. Indeed formidable, he muttered to himself, "My strike could not breach it." Yet this only fueled his pride, channeling a 12th layer of power. He swung down again, tearing through the very fabric of space itself. Had Feng Yunxia and the Jieyin sovereign witnessed this, they would have been astounded, knowing that Long Batian's might could have easily annihilated them. As the strike approached the grand formation, a flash of azure light coursed through the staff, sending Long Batian and his weapon hurtling hundreds of miles away. Struggling to rise, he could not suppress a mouthful of blood. Enraged, he found himself further wounded, his condition deteriorating. Unbeknownst to him, a young man clad in black appeared before Mount Buzhou, his icy aura permeating the surroundings. Though the void was invisible, it felt as though it had been consumed by nothingness. And this figure was none other than Yi Feng. After millions of years of cultivation, Yi Feng's temperament had transformed significantly. He had become much more jovial, occasionally roasting celestial birds for sustenance. He was aware of the 3 clans' conflict along the Eastern Sea and the return of the Phoenix clan to Mount Buzhou. Yet he chose to remain uninvolved, as long as his own interests in Mount Buzhou were not jeopardized. However, it was a grave miscalculation for Long Batian to breach the grand formation, when the disturbance from Long Batian's assault reverberated through Mount Buzhou. Yi Feng, while roasting a celestial bird, nearly dropped it in surprise. This incited his wrath, and misfortune awaited those responsible. Long Batian was supported by several princes to the foot of Mount Buzhou, still glaring at Yi Feng with fury. Yet upon meeting Yi Feng's cold gaze, he instinctively lowered his head, realizing he was in the presence of a master. Ying Long, demonstrating his sense of propriety, approached Yi Feng with a bow, saying, "Might I inquire if the immortal resides within Mount Buzhou? We are truly at fault for disrupting your peace during our battle, and we seek your forgiveness." Yi Feng scoffed, causing Ying Long to stumble back a step, nearly losing his balance. Had it not been for Yi Feng's restraint, he would have been reduced to ashes. With a wave of his hand, the grand formation before Mount Buzhou vanished, revealing the Phoenix and Jieyin clans, who stood bewildered. Before either clan could respond, Yi Feng spoke. "You 3 clans, since Pangu opened the heavens, have enjoyed the vast fortune of the primordial realm, experiencing great prosperity. Yet you have failed to strive for progress, foolishly attempting to defy fate, leading to the devastation of the primordial land, with rivers running red with blood. Are you aware of your crimes?" Upon finishing his declaration, Yi Feng unleashed his aura, causing all members of the 3 clans to kneel in submission, with Long Batian once again spewing blood. Teetering on the brink of collapse, Yi Feng continued, "The transgressions you have wrought can only be atoned for by yourselves. Otherwise, even if I were to spare you today, you would ultimately escape the cycle of heavenly retribution." This is not merely a battle, but an annihilation, a complete eradication. The three clans were taken aback. Feng Yunxia quickly clasped her hands and inquired, "Might I ask if the immortal has any remedies?" She gazed at Yi Feng with hopeful eyes. Yi Feng regarded her for a long moment, causing her face to flush with heat before she finally spoke. "There are two paths to take. The first allows you to depart now, though I cannot guarantee your continued existence." In her haste, she added, "What about the second?" She lowered her head, feeling embarrassed. Yi Feng sighed. "The second path involves atoning for the grave error you have committed. Only then may you turn your peril into safety." The Jieyin sovereign could not contain himself and asked, "What does safety entail?" His eyes widened in anticipation as he looked at Yi Feng. Yi Feng cast a casual glance at him and replied, "Opportunities will present themselves in due time." With that, he tossed a fruit to Ying Long, saying, "Have your father consume this. It will ensure his safety." Ying Long accepted the fruit gratefully and hurriedly placed it in Long Batian's mouth. The moment it was consumed, vitality surged through Long Batian, who swiftly regained his footing, appearing revitalized, as if he had made a breakthrough in his cultivation. He dared not display arrogance and respectfully bowed to Yi Feng, saying, "Long Batian thanks the immortal." Yet Yi Feng did not even glance in his direction. After a brief silence, Yi Feng spoke again. "Have you made your decision?" In truth, the members of the three clans now understood the balance of heaven's way and the cycle of karma, filled with regret, particularly Long Batian, who had instigated the conflict. Thus, he took the lead and proclaimed, "Immortal, we have reached a decision. We are willing to fight for a sliver of hope for our clans." Yi Feng sighed heavily. "Your battle has caused a volcano in the southern region to erupt, leading to untold casualties and transforming a dormant volcano into an active one. Feng Yunxia, you are to go to the southern region's dormant volcano to suppress the underground fire. This is the Nine Heavens Phoenix Feather Garment, a treasure of innate origin that will aid you in restraining the earth's flames." He then conjured a set of garments and handed them to Feng Yunxia. Next, he addressed the Jieyin sovereign. "In the far north lies the eye of the extreme phoenix. The winds within its depths are frigid and can harm one's spirit. I shall form a wind formation with you to guard it." He placed a finger on the Jieyin sovereign's forehead, imparting the formation to him. Then he produced an object, offering it to the Jieyin sovereign. "This is the wind stabilizing pearl, a treasure of innate origin that can stabilize the winds and serve as a means of defense." Lastly, he turned to Long Batian. "Beneath the eye of the sea in the eastern sea lies the eye of extreme earth water, from which flows frigid water that can obliterate one's spirit and body upon contact. You are to guard it." He presented an object to Long Batian, saying, "This is the water stabilizing pearl, a treasure of innate origin that can stabilize all waters and serve as a means of defense." As the three individuals received the three treasures, they expressed their heartfelt gratitude and bowed in appreciation. Yi Feng then remarked, "In a million years, there will undoubtedly come a day when you shall rise to prominence." The trio once again offered their thanks, and with a wave of Yi Feng's hand, they vanished from sight. Casting a glance at the remaining members of the three clans, Yi Feng sighed, and then disappeared as well. Thus, the Dragon Clan returned to the depths of the ocean, the Jieyin clan ascended to Qingqiu Mountain, and the Phoenix clan remained at Buzhou Mountain. The Primordial land was on the cusp of entering the era of saints. Chapter 6. Hongjun becomes a saint and expounds the great Tao the deities gathered in the palace of Zixiao. Upon returning to Buzhou Mountain, Yi Feng was acutely aware that a great war between the witches and the demons was imminent, and that Buzhou Mountain itself would be caught in the fray. After much contemplation, Yi Feng resolved to relocate, not out of fear of trouble, but rather to avoid disturbance. He casually informed the Phoenix clan, and they all agreed to accompany him. Consequently, Yi Feng transported the entire mountain, unwilling to see the backbone of Pangu shattered. Buzhou Mountain, being the center of heaven and earth, served as the pillar of creation. Yi Feng could only employ the treasures he had gathered during the primordial chaos, specifically the Nine Heavens soil, to forge a new Buzhou Mountain in its stead. The Nine Heavens soil, being a primordial divine earth, was naturally rich in spiritual energy, though it lacked the essence of Pangu and the air of majesty. Otherwise, it remained unchanged. Our protagonist, Yi Feng, was indeed a remarkable figure beneath the Tao. while others shunned the desolate North Julu continent. He found it appealing. This land was sparsely populated and had a harsh environment. Yet for Yi Feng, who possessed the strength of a saint, it was of little concern. Thus, he harnessed his power to relocate the entire Buzhou Mountain to the very center of North Julu, renaming it Pangu Mountain. Subsequently, he established the Pangu Great Formation, which extended for countless miles. Within the confines of this formation, the desolate terrain transformed into a paradise replete with divine treasures and auspicious creatures. The Pangu Great Formation also absorbed the spiritual energy from miles around, causing the aura surrounding Pangu Mountain to nearly liquefy. Yi Feng continued to reside within the Pangu Hall, while the Phoenix clan made their home at Pangu Mountain. Initially, many reckless beings attempted to wreak havoc there, but under the iron-fisted methods of Yi Feng, they gradually ceased their provocations. The entire North Julu continent's celestial beings and demons soon learned of the arrival of a great demon god, which would certainly infuriate Yi Feng. For he was being mistaken for a demon god. That at first, everyone was on edge, fearing trouble from Yi Feng, but as the years passed without him emerging from the mountain, the various celestial beings and demons gradually relaxed their vigilance. Thus, countless years passed. The devastation wrought by the Great War of the Three Clans began to heal, gradually revealing a vibrant vitality. The remnants of the three clans retreated into their own abodes to recuperate, losing any ambitions of dominating the world. However, the vast primordial land was unfathomably expansive, teeming with countless beings. Although the War of the Three Clans had concluded after tens of thousands of years of development, some discontented individuals emerged, progressively forming two major factions, one from the Demon Clan and the other from the Witch Clan. Both factions were composed of beings with formidable magical powers, albeit with differing methods. The Demon Clan specialized in the cultivation of the primordial spirit. Though they lacked physical cultivation techniques, their innate physiques were remarkably strong. Among them, the most powerful were the two sovereigns, Donghuang Tai and Dijun, along with the demon master Kuanpeng, all possessing quasi-saint strength. Beneath them were the 10 demon saints, Feilian, Jimeng, Ingzhao, Jiuying, Shangyang, Bei's, Gumu, Zidian, Wuling, and Tunshin, each with formidable prowess, residing within the newly forged Buzhou Mountain crafted from the Nine Heaven soil. Donghuang Tai, born from the Sun Star, cradled the primordial treasure, the Chaos Bell, upon his birth, a transformation of the divine axe that opened the heavens, upon ascending as the emperor of the Demon Clan. He named himself Donghuang, and the Chaos Bell was renamed the Donghuang Bell. Dijun, born alongside Tai from the Sun Star, held the primordial spiritual treasures, he too and Luo Shu, which could evolve into a primordial formation capable of ensnaring others. Kuanpeng, a transformation of a fish from the northern abyss, was named Kuan, whose massive size was incalculable. When transformed into a bird, he was named Peng, whose wings spanned immeasurable distances, soaring like clouds that he wielded a divine staff of greenwood. The Witch Clan, consisting of 12 ancestral witches, was born from the 12 drops of Pangu's essence, each possessing peak strength at the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The Witch Clan specialized in physical cultivation rather than the primordial spirit. Their physical prowess unmatched across the primordial land. They claimed to be the true successors of Pangu, allowing no room for others in their eyes. Among them were numerous great witches, with the likes of Jiufeng, Xing Tian, Hua Fu, and Ho Yi taking the lead, residing in the ancestral hall of the southern Jiangbu continent. The 12 ancestral witches included Dijiang, Ru Shou, Gong Gong, Zhu Rong, Zhu Jieyin, Chongliang, Shibai Shi, Tian Wu, Yao Zi Xianming, and Ho Tuesday Dijiang. Possessing 6 legs and 4 wings, he was remarkably swift, with a single flap of his wings covering 12,800 miles, being the ancestor of space. Zhu Meng, a bird with a human face, riding 2 dragons, was the ancestor of wood in the east. Gong Gong, a human body with a python's head covered in black scales, standing atop 2 black dragons and entwined with a giant black python, was the ancestor of water. Zhu Rong, a beast with a human face, standing on 2 red dragons, was entirely red, entwined with a red giant python, and was the ancestor of fire. Zhu Jieyin, a human face with a snake body, neither eating nor sleeping, was the ancestor of time. Chang Liang, a tiger-headed human body, standing on four legs with long arms, was the ancestor of thunder. Shibai Shi, a human face with a beast body, with two ears pierced by green snakes, was the ancestor of weather. Tian Wu, a human face with 8 heads, 8 legs, and 8 tails with yellow-green skin, was the ancestor of wind. Yao Zi, a dragon-headed human body, standing on black clouds, was the ancestor of lightning. Xian Ming, a human face with a wind body, resembling bamboo shoots after the rain, was the ancestor of rain. Ho Tu, a gifted singer and dancer, with a human face and a body of earth, was the ancestor of the land. The two clans regarded each other with disdain, often clashing, yet the leaders of both factions seldom appeared on the battlefield. One day, from beyond the 33 heavens, a sudden burst of 7-colored brilliance erupted, accompanied by celestial melodies. Within this radiant light, dragons and phoenixes seemed to dance, and a fragrant aroma wafted across the primordial land, causing many uncultivated demons to transform as a result. Truly, the saint had manifested in the world, bestowing creation upon the 3 realms. Far away in North Julu, Yi Feng, holding the Chaos Pearl in his left hand to evolve the world, the Chaos Pearl. A primordial treasure could indeed manifest a realm, sense something amiss. Opening his eyes, he calculated with his fingers and realized that Hongjun had attained sainthood. He understood that the next event would be Hongjun's teachings, and the assembly of saints was something to anticipate. With a faint smile, he remarked, "So Hongjun has become a saint. The forthcoming events in the primordial land shall be splendid." After a while, a wave of pressure descended from the 33 heavens, enveloping the entire primordial land. Though not including Pangu Mountain in North Julu, all living beings felt the might of the saint and knelt in reverence, calling out, "We kneel to welcome the Tao Ancestor. May the Tao Ancestor be at peace." Then, a voice resonated throughout the primordial land. "High above the 9 clouds, I sit on a mat of Tao, beyond the mysteries of heaven and earth. I shall preside as the revered teacher." Pangu birthed the Taiji. The 2 instruments and 4 symbols follow. Point 1 Tao transmits to 3 friends. The 2 teachings elucidate and divide. The Shinmen leads all, and I am transformed into Hongjun. I, Hongjun, have comprehended the transformation of the jade butterfly and attained enlightenment that I wish to expound upon the great Tao of creation in the palace of Zixiao, beyond the heavens. All those with fate may come to listen. With that, he fell silent. In an instant, the primordial land was abuzz as numerous deities rushed towards the palace of Zixiao. Yet, how many knew of the formidable chaotic currents beyond the 33 heavens, capable of claiming the lives of the few who dared approach? Yi Feng concealed his cultivation, revealing only his quasi-saint level, fearing that even Hongjun might not see through it. After completing these preparations, he stepped into the void, arriving at the 33 heavens. Before him stood an ancient palace, towering in the void, inscribed with the characters Palace of Zixiao. Yet from these 3 characters, Yi Feng discerned a profound sense of desolation. A young attendant had long appeared to guide Yi Feng into the palace. The attendant, a boy clad in dark robes, bore a shy expression, while Yi Feng mused that this was the future ruler of the 3 realms. The Jade Emperor, a true case of not judging a book by its cover. Upon entering the palace of Zixiao, Yi Feng was surprised to find nothing within except for a few mats. At this moment, on the high platform in the hall, sat an elderly man with a head full of white hair and a kindly visage. One would suspect that this was the great Hongjun, the ancestor. Hongjun opened his calm eyes to gaze at Yi Feng, who returned the stare. After a moment, Hongjun frowned and said, Strange, I cannot see through your cultivation, though you appear to be at the quasi-saint level. I find your essence uncleared at why Yi Feng silently acknowledged Hongjun's prowess. Indeed, he was the foremost figure since the creation of heaven and earth. With a smile, Yi Feng humbly replied, I dare not presume. Master, there is no need for concern. I merely stumbled upon an opportunity. Since I have come to the palace of Zixiao to listen to the teachings, I shall consider myself a disciple, as the saying goes, in the company of 3. There must be my teacher. Is there not something to learn from everyone? He concluded with a beaming smile directed at Hongjun. Hongjun slowly relaxed his furrowed brow and remarked, Your words bear some truth. Yet, Yi Feng interjected, Master, if you truly value this matter, then let us refer to each other as teacher and disciple in public and as friends in private. How does that sound? Seeing no other option, Hongjun acquiesced. Very well. Let it be as you say. Before Hongjun were 7 mats, and Yifeng, unceremoniously, took a seat on the 7th mat. He was aware that these mats had been prepared for the saints. He did not wish to be greedy and only claimed the last seat. Hongjun merely smiled slightly and closed his eyes in silence. Before long, 3 individuals, each with distinct appearances, entered the palace of Zixiao. The one at the forefront had a head of white hair, neither smiling nor frowning, a typical embodiment of the Tao, destined to become the future Taishang Laojun. The second was a middle-aged man adorned in gold and silver, wearing a golden crown, possessing an extraordinary demeanor, with flashes of wisdom in his eyes. He was destined to become the future leader of the Chan teaching, Yuan Shi Tianzuan. The last individual was a person with thick eyebrows and large eyes, possessing a square face. Upon seeing him, Yifeng inwardly remarked that it was no wonder he would suffer misfortunes in the future. He had the quintessential face of someone destined to be deceived. Someone who, despite his appearance, was not adept at scheming, even if he were to become the future leader of the Tongteng. As the 3 entered the Zixiao Palace, they immediately took their seats on the first 3 meditation cushions. Laozi and Yuan Shi nodded to Yifeng, acknowledging their previous acquaintance. Tong Tian, however, greeted them with a respectful gesture, saying, "Greetings, fellow Taoist. I am Tong Tian of the 3 Pure Ones. May I ask how you wish to be addressed?" Yifeng smiled, appreciating Tong Tian's openness, and replied, "I am Yifeng. Honored to meet you, fellow Taoist." After exchanging pleasantries, they each settled onto their cushions in silence. Soon, a man and a woman entered the grand hall. They were Nuwa and Fushi. Following closely behind them was a middle-aged man with a head full of red hair, none other than the great god Hongyun. The other figure, donned in a blue Taoist robe with entirely white hair, radiated a kind and wise demeanor, reminiscent of Hongjun. He was none other than Xinyuanzi, the ancestor of the Earth Immortals. Hongyun was transformed from the first red cloud that emerged after the chaos was shattered and the primordial world began to take shape. And his cultivation was indeed remarkable. He carried a red gourd, which would later become the renowned Juzhou Hongyun Sampo gourd. But for now, it served merely as a vessel for wine. Yifeng could only shake his head in disbelief at how such a primordial treasure was being squandered by Hongyun. Xinyuanzi, on the other hand, held a great book in his arms. The Earth Book, one of the 3 great tomes of the universe, also a primordial treasure, primarily for defense. Xinyuanzi was indeed a formidable figure, having already stepped into the quasi-saint realm. After these 2, a burly figure, exuding a chilling aura, entered. Noticing the remaining cushions were insufficient, he bypassed Xinyuanzi and Hongyun, taking a seat on the 6th cushion beside Yifeng. Xinyuanzi, resigned, had no choice but to share the 5th cushion with Hongyun, following Nuwa and Fushi. This individual was Kunpeng, a master of the demon race. Gradually, the various deities began to arrive, with only those unable to enter remaining outside the palace. Within the inner sanctum, the demon race was represented by Tai and Dijuan, while the witch clan included Hutu and Xianming. Alongside figures like the ancestor of the Blood Sea, Mingyid at this moment, Tai and Dijuan exchanged glances with Kunpeng, silently urging him to vacate his seat. However, Kunpeng merely lowered his head, feigning ignorance, infuriating both Tai and Dijuan. Meanwhile, Yifeng's attention was captivated by Nuwa, the mother of humanity, whom he respected deeply for her role in mending the heavens. One could scarcely find a descendant of Huaxia who was unaware of Nuwa. She embodied kindness and righteousness. Nuwa, a young woman in the bloom of youth, with a graceful waist and delicate neck, displayed a radiant smile and skin so tender it seemed to glisten with moisture. Yet, Yifeng harbored no inappropriate thoughts about her. His admiration was purely one of respect and appreciation, as if sensing his gaze. Nuwa turned her head and met Yifeng's starry yet pure eyes. Momentarily taken aback, she quickly regained her composure, offering Yifeng a slight nod before turning away. Yifeng was astonished to have captured Nuwa's attention. Beside Nuwa stood a middle-aged man with broad brows and a square face. Though his cultivation was not particularly high, he emanated an aura of profound mystery that commanded respect. This was none other than the future emperor of humanity. Fushi of the demon race, wielding the Fushi Qin, a primordial treasure. Just as Yifeng was about to close his eyes in contemplation, a voice of lament pierced the air from outside. Two figures clad in dark garments squeezed into the Zixiao palace. The first bore a face full of cunning, yet had kind eyes, creating an odd juxtaposition of expressions. The second, frail and emaciated, appeared to be in a state of despair, as if a gust of wind could sweep him away. He was a middle-aged man. These two were none other than the duo from Shihanyouzhou, Jieyin and Zhunti. Zhunti, with tears streaming down his face, tugged at Jieyi's sleeve, exclaiming, "Brother, how we have dwelled in the impoverished Shihanyouzhou. Countless billions of miles away from here. We have devoted ourselves to the pursuit of the Tao, and to finally arrive at Zixiao Palace to listen to the great Tao is our heart's desire for millennia. Yet we find ourselves without even a seat. Truly, the heavenly laws show no mercy, and the saints hold no compassion." Upon hearing this, Jane's body trembled, appearing even more gaunt. Zenyuanzi quickly rose to offer support, but Zhunti, noticing this, promptly seated himself on Zenyuanzi's cushion, thanking the nearby Hongyun. "Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your kindness." Hongyun, left with no choice, had to rise as Hongyun passed by Kunpeng. Zhunti inadvertently nudged him, causing Hongyun to stumble towards Kunpeng. Kunpeng, noticing this, swiftly dodged, resulting in an empty seat. Upon seeing this, Jieyin immediately took the opportunity to sit down, not forgetting to thank Kunpeng. "Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your kindness." This infuriated Kunpeng, whose veins throbbed in anger as he shot a resentful glance at Hongyun. Chapter 7. Who amongst them understands the Tao of Hongjun? Nuwa visits Pangu Mountain. With Zhunti's disruption, the atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar. At this moment, Hongjun, seated upon the high platform, spoke. "All who have come to Zixiao Palace are those destined to be here. I should have 7 disciples under my tutelage." After a pause, he gazed silently at the assembly of deities. After a while, Hongjun continued, "Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian are manifestations of the primordial spirit of the great Pangu, and are thus destined to be my disciples. Laozi, as the leader of the 3 pure ones, shall be my foremost disciple, followed by Yuanshi, and lastly Tongtian." The 3 pure ones beamed with excitement. They were unconcerned with who ranked higher or lower. For the only thing that mattered was the opportunity to become Hongjun's disciples. They rose and respectfully addressed Hongjun. "We pay our respects to our master." At this moment, Zhunti knelt before Hongjun, pleading, "I beseech you, master, to have compassion and accept my brother as your disciple." With tears streaming down his face, he bowed deeply. Hongjun regarded Zhunti and Jieyin with a sigh, then replied, "Very well, I shall grant you both the titles of my 4th and 5th disciples." Zhunti and Jieyin hurriedly rose, bowing to Hongjun. "We pay our respects to our master." They then turned to the 3 pure ones, exchanging bows of mutual respect. Hongjun then addressed Nuwa, saying, "Nuwa, who will one day bring forth the creation of the primordial land, may be my 6th disciple." Nuwa, filled with joy, stood and greeted Hongjun. Nuwa pays her respects to master. She then exchanged bows with the 3 pure ones, Jieyin and Zhunti. Afterward, Nuwa respectfully implored Hongjun, "I hope for your compassion in accepting my brother as a disciple." In pursuit of the great Tao, she gazed at Hongjun with hopeful anticipation. At this moment, Fushi also rose, respectfully extending his hands. "I hope for your compassion, master." Hongjun looked at Fushi and replied, "You, however, lack the fortune for such a connection. Simply remain here in Zixiao Palace to listen to the Tao." After saying this, he turned away, leaving Fushi with no choice but to take his seat once more. Hongjun then turned his attention to the final cushion occupied by Yifeng. It seemed Yifeng caught a glimpse of Hongjun smiling at him, and then Hongjun announced, "Yifeng, you may be my named disciple, positioned at the very end." After these words, he cast a meaningful glance at Yifeng and closed his eyes. Falling silent, Yifeng was taken aback, feeling a mix of frustration and indignation. To be recognized as a named disciple, yet placed at the bottom of the hierarchy, would surely make him appear lesser in the eyes of others. However, despite his thoughts, he refrained from voicing any objections. Seeing that Hongjun had fallen silent, the remaining deities grew anxious. Kunpeng, being impulsive, stepped forward, hands clasped, and implored Hongjun, "I hope for your compassion, Master." As soon as one deity spoke up, the others surged forward, expressing their pleas. Hongjun opened his eyes and surveyed the crowd, stating, "You all lack the fateful connection with me as your master. You may simply remain in Zhixiao Palace to listen to the Tao." The deities, still eager, attempted to plead further, but a wave of pressure emanated from Hongjun, silencing them and forcing them to retreat. After a quarter of an hour, Hongjun opened his tranquil eyes and declared, "The discourse begins now. I shall speak for 3,000 years, after which I will no longer expound for another 3,000 years. He then commenced his teachings. In the chaos, there exists a singular entity, the primordial blue lotus, within which the great Pangu was nurtured. When Pangu split the heavens, the primordial world unfolded in grand spectacle that I embraced the treasure of chaos, giving birth to the jade butterfly. From the moment I emerged into the world, I was aware of this entity, whose name I did not know, hence I called it the Tao." Thus, Hongjun continued his teachings, and the skies were filled with the sounds of dragons and phoenixes. Golden lotuses blossoming throughout. Those touched by the golden lotuses experienced a surge in their cultivation. After 2,000 years, Hongjun ceased his teachings, while the deities remained in their meditative states, undisturbed. Hongjun glanced at Yifeng, who was also observing him, and offered a faint smile, to which Yifeng returned the gesture. When the deities finally awoke, Hongjun addressed them, 2,000 years have passed since I began my teachings. You should depart swiftly and return in 1,000 years to Zhixiao Palace." The deities bowed respectfully before exiting the palace. As Nuwa departed, she cast a glance at Yifeng, who remained seated, before slowly exiting the Zhixiao Palace. Once the deities had all left, Hongjun descended from the high platform and approached Yifeng. Yifeng rose to meet him, and after exchanging greetings, Hongjun spoke first. "May I inquire, Yifeng, what insights do you hold regarding my Tao?" After posing the question, he regarded Yifeng with calm intensity. Without hesitation, Yifeng replied, "What is affection, and what is detachment?" Affection can be seen as detachment, and detachment as affection. The heavenly laws are indifferent, which leads to Pangu's sacrifice. Yet, Pangu's sacrifice gave rise to countless beings. The heavenly laws also shaped this primordial land. Pangu possessed affection for the sake of this land. He willingly suffered, without any regret. Yet, was Pangu not also indifferent towards himself? Having expressed these thoughts in one breath, Yifeng seemed to exhale in relief. It was perhaps the most he had spoken since his rebirth. Hongjun sighed and turned to Yifeng. "Your understanding of the Tao is indeed profound." Hongjun feels a sense of shame. As the progenitor of the Tao, I find myself unworthy to. Yifeng quickly responded with a gesture of respect. "There is no need for such humility. Fellow Taoist, each of us has our own Tao and mission. Why concern ourselves with titles that are mere illusions? As long as we act without guilt and remain true to ourselves, that is sufficient." Hongjun, finding solace in Yifeng's words, replied, "Indeed, it was I who overthought." After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "I wonder what your thoughts are on the future conflict between the witch and demon tribes." With that, he gazed into the void, his expression laden with a sense of profound history. The Yifeng pondered for a long moment before speaking. The grand trend remains unchanged, yet the minor paths may vary. Upon finishing his words, Yifeng extended his hand and inquired, "Do you still recall our agreement, fellow Taoist?" Hongjun paused momentarily before responding with a smile. "Indeed, that would place a burden upon you." "My friend." Yifeng replied, "It matters not. In the presence of others, we are master and disciple, yet in private, we are merely friends." With that, he respectfully added, "The hour grows late. I shall take my leave to return to the Zhixiao Palace in a millennium." Hongjun also bowed respectfully and said, "Safe travels, my friend." With that, Yifeng exited the Zhixiao Palace. As he stepped outside, Yifeng caught sight of a woman of unparalleled beauty standing at the edge of the 33 heavens. The gentle breeze lifted her flowing tresses, revealing a delicate visage. It was the goddess Nuwa. Yifeng, having been merely a village boy in his previous life, had little understanding of romantic affections. He simply found Nuwa enchanting and held deep respect for her. Unbeknownst to him, in this life, he had become her junior disciple. Yi Feng, my friend, Nuwa called softly. Yi Feng turned in surprise to face her, and she continued, "Might I inquire where you are headed? I have little to occupy me and would be delighted to accompany you, if you would allow." She gazed at him with eager anticipation. Taken aback by Nuwa's waiting for him, Yi Feng replied, "There is no need for such formality. We are both disciples of Hong Jun, so you may simply refer to me as your junior." Hearing this, Nuwa's face brightened. "Then may I ask where my junior cultivates?" A blush crept across her cheeks, though Yi Feng failed to notice. He respectfully answered, "In the North Julu continent." Nuwa, intrigued, continued, "The North Julu continent. I have heard my brother mention that it is a place lacking in spiritual energy, rife with venomous creatures. How curious that you reside there." Yi Feng chuckled softly. "Sometimes, that which we see with our own eyes is not the entirety of the truth." Yet, unbeknownst to Nuwa, the North Julu continent had indeed been as she described prior to Yi Feng's arrival. However, since his coming, he had transformed it through the Pangu great array and his myriad methods, a task that was but a mere exertion for him. Nuwa seemed to wish to discern something from Yi Feng's expression, but found nothing. With a sigh of resignation, she said, "Then lead the way, Junior. I shall accompany you to see the North Julu continent." Yi Feng made no objection and turned to walk, with Nuwa following closely behind. In truth, Nuwa was not one to easily take a liking to strangers. Her curiosity toward Yi Feng stemmed from the clarity and respect she saw in his gaze. Unlike her other peers, who were either indifferent or cunning, Yi Feng was an unfamiliar figure to her, prompting her intrigue. Neither employed their divine powers to fly, choosing instead to stroll leisurely and appreciate the scenery. Upon reaching the North Julu continent, Nuwa frowned at the pervasive toxic mist and smoke, glancing at Yi Feng, who showed no reaction and stepped confidently into the haze. Nuwa thought to herself, "What a stingy person." She followed suit, though she was naturally unharmed by the toxic atmosphere. Still, she held a deep love for cleanliness and beauty. Thus she conjured a colorful protective barrier as she advanced. After a quarter of an hour, they arrived at the edge of Pangu Mountain, where Nuwa was taken aback. "Is this not the Buzhou Mountain?" she asked. Yi Feng nodded. Indeed. Before them lay a verdant landscape, teeming with spirit beasts and immortal birds, with the melodious cries of phoenixes ringing out. The sight of Buzhou Mountain evoked a sense of reverence and a palpable vitality. Nuwa, puzzled, remarked, "But Buzhou Mountain is located in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. How did it come to be here in the North Julu Continent?" Yi Feng, having no desire to conceal the truth, recounted the events to Nuwa. Upon hearing, she clasped her hands in gratitude and said, "Your virtue is great, Junior. The three clans, oblivious to the celestial timing, have squandered their fortune for countless eons, a truly lamentable fate. Were it not for your assistance, they would have faced annihilation." Her expression was grave, as if mourning the plight of others. Yi Feng, observing Nuwa's demeanor, thought to himself, "Truly worthy of being the goddess Nuwa. Even when others face misfortune, she feels their sorrow." He turned once more to face Buzhou Mountain, his thoughts complex as he contemplated for a while. With a wave of his hand, a greenish aura soared to the peak of Pangu Mountain, and a flash of azure light revealed three powerful characters emanating a mighty aura. Pangu Mountain. Unbeknownst to Yi Feng, these three characters would later become revered across the vast lands of Hongwang and in future generations of Huaxia. Nuwa, wishing to inquire further, opened her mouth but hesitated upon seeing Yi Feng's expression, suppressing her questions. Upon entering the Pangu Palace, Yi Feng pointed to the ground, and a meditation mat appeared, upon which he seated himself. Nuwa approached the newly manifested mat and took her place, while the heavenly mat remained untouched throughout. The two sat in meditation, originally intending to discuss their understanding of the Tao, yet Yi Feng entered a deep trance as soon as he settled on the mat. Nuwa, left with no choice, resumed her own cultivation. With time to spare, she wandered the expanse of Pangu Mountain, and after 500 years of cultivation, she returned to the Nuwa Palace, while Yi Feng remained undisturbed. Waiting for the final teachings from Hong Jieyin and Yifeng's cultivation advanced further, yet breaking through to the sage realm proved exceedingly difficult. Even Hong Jun, who was not of the heavenly Tao, struggled to attain such a breakthrough. Yifeng was in no rush, still embodying the image of manipulating the Chaos Pearl with his left hand to evolve new worlds, and holding the creation heavenly book with his right. Chapter 8. Linger seeks a master and receives a divine sword in later times. The demon saint was also deceived on a particular day. Yifeng sat quietly within the Pangu palace when a greenish aura suddenly entered. With a sweep of his consciousness, he grasped the situation at hand, that he collected the green aura and stepped into the void. In an instant, he arrived before a vast mountain devoid of stones or trees, where red smoke swirled and waves of heat assaulted him, while in the distance, molten lava flowed relentlessly. Yifeng sensed the location with certainty and flew towards it. It turned out that while Yifeng had been immersed in his cultivation, the incoming green aura was a message talisman he had bestowed upon the leader of the 3 clans years prior, left in case of any life-threatening matters. Today, he had received a message from Feng Yunxia. In the blink of an eye, Yifeng found himself within a cave, which, though barren of flora, was slightly cooler than the surrounding areas. Inside, Feng Yunxia awaited anxiously, and upon seeing Yifeng, she was startled and hurriedly approached to pay her respects. Feng Yunxia greets the immortal. She said Yifeng nodded in acknowledgement and remarked, I observe that no significant events have transpired at this southern immortal volcano. May I inquire why you summoned me? Feng Yunxia hesitated before responding. Immortal, shortly after arriving at this southern immortal volcano, I gave birth to a daughter named Feng Linger. I never intended to trouble you, but this volcano poses no threat to me. However, Linger is still young and cannot withstand the volcanic flames. I kindly ask that you take her back to Pangu Mountain for the care of the Phoenix clan. She gazed at him with hopeful eyes. At this moment, a little girl clad in green, her hair tied in 2 high pigtails, timidly approached Feng Yunxia's side, casting shy glances at Yifeng. Feng Yunxia quickly took the girl by the hand and urged, Linger, come and greet the immortal. The little girl hid behind her mother, reluctant to step forward. Seeing this, Feng Yunxia, fearing Yifeng's displeasure, scolded gently, Linger, why do you not quickly bow to the immortal? With tearful eyes. Feng Linger looked up, feeling wrong. Yifeng smiled and said, there is no need for such formality. She is but a child. He then turned to Feng Yunxia and added, now that the matter is settled, I shall take her away. He picked up Feng Linger and headed outside, but she struggled, crying out, Mommy, I don't want to leave you. Her tears soaked Yifeng's shoulder. Feng Yunxia, also teary-eyed, waved goodbye to her daughter, saying, once you return to Pangu Mountain, be sure to listen well to the immortal and your older siblings. Yifeng did not return immediately to Pangu Mountain, for Feng Linger reminded him of his beloved younger sister. Yiqing, though they were not the same person, this similarity made Feng Linger a source of great potential, destined for a remarkable future. A year later, Yifeng brought Feng Linger back to Pangu Mountain. By then, she had overcome the sorrow of parting and was no longer timid around Yifeng. At times, she would run up to him, seeking affection. One day, as they walked through Pangu Mountain, Yifeng crouched down and asked, Linger, do you wish to take me as your master? Here in the vast Honghuang, no one shall dare to bully you. Feng Linger looked up at him with her sparkling eyes and exclaimed, Yes, master. Why did you only decide to accept me now? Did you not know that when you came to fetch me from my mother, I was so scared? You didn't even smile. Yifeng couldn't help but chuckle. His reticence was simply his nature, yet the little girl had cleverly turned it into an excuse. Linger, being a clever child, understood the respect Feng Yunxia held for Yifeng, and thus she quickly knelt down, bowed 3 times, and sweetly called out, Master. Then, with a feigned innocence, she stretched out her hands and said, Master, I heard that one must offer a gift upon becoming a disciple. Yifeng playfully pinched Feng Linger's little nose and replied, You little rascal, who told you that one must bring a gift to become a disciple? He then affectionately gazed at her. After a while, Yifeng inquired, Linger, what kind of gift do you desire? Feng Linger tilted her little head in contemplation and replied, Master, I wish for a treasured sword. Every day, I see numerous individuals soaring through the skies upon their swords. How wonderful it would be if I could possess one as well, allowing me to venture wherever I pleased. That Yifeng could only smile wryly at the girl's innocence. She was unaware that for many, flying was not merely a pastime, but a means of survival in times of peril. Nodding, Yifeng said to Feng Linga, "Let us first enter Pangu Mountain, and I shall find a sword for you." Feng Linga beamed with excitement as she looked up at Yifeng and exclaimed, "Master, you mustn't deceive me. I desire nothing else. I await your sword eagerly." With that, she was led by Yifeng into Pangu Mountain. Upon entering, Yifeng summoned the last surviving phoenix from the three clans' great battle and informed her of Feng Linga's situation. Urging her to take good care of the girl, he then declared, "From now on, Feng Linga may come and go freely within the Pangu Hall." After speaking, he vanished from sight. Following this, Feng Linga accompanied the phoenix into the realm of her clan, thus introducing a mischievous little girl who would frequently stir up trouble, bringing an abundance of laughter and vitality to Pangu Mountain. Meanwhile, after Yifeng's departure, he found himself amidst the ninth heaven's divine thunder and the boundless raging winds of Pangu Mountain. He was reminded of his arrival at Pangu Mountain years prior when he encountered a shimmering bamboo of many colors. At that time, the bamboo was still too young for harvesting, so he left it be. However, upon Feng Linga's mention of a sword, he recalled the presence of a primordial divine bamboo. This bamboo was none other than the first divine bamboo of the chaotic earth, the five-colored glazed bamboo. Known for its unparalleled hardness and vibrant green, Yifeng nodded to himself, thinking, if I were to forge a sword from this divine bamboo for Linga, it would surely be remarkable. Returning to the Pangu Hall with the divine bamboo, Yifeng summoned the Qian Kuan Ding and cast the five-colored glazed bamboo into it. He then retrieved a seven-colored crystal from his Qian Kuan ring and added it to the cauldron. This crystal was a remnant from the primordial chaos, discovered by Pangu and Yifeng, its properties capable of enhancing the quality of artifacts. That Yifeng skillfully controlled the heat of the Qian Kuan Ding while continuously embedding various formations into the bamboo sword. After 3 days, a burst of seven-colored radiance erupted from within the cauldron, revealing a small, elegant flying sword, entirely green and adorned with a swirl of colors. The sword bore the ancient characters Feng Ling Shun Jian inscribed upon its blade. This was a sword crafted especially for Feng Linga, named after her. Yifeng held the sword in his hand. Its icy touch sent a chill through him, but his profound cultivation kept him unharmed. He then exited the Pangu Hall, using his divine sense to locate Feng Linga. It turned out that she was currently bullying a little cow. The small blue cow, aware of the girl's identity as a recent little demoness of Pangu Mountain, knew she was the treasured darling of the Phoenix clan and a disciple of the formidable Yifeng. With tenfold courage, it dared not defy her and could only endure her whims. Left utterly exhausted, at the moment Yifeng arrived, Feng Linga was commanding the little cow, saying, "Good cow, turn around for me, and I shall reward you with a treat." The little cow could only comply, tears of frustration welling in its eyes. Observing this, Yifeng spoke up, "Linga, enough of this nonsense. Do you not realize that every blade of grass and every tree possesses its own spirit? It is not your superiority that allows you to command them. They yield to you." Upon hearing Yifeng's admonishment, Feng Linga obediently ran to his side, tugging at his sleeve with her tiny hand. "Master, I understand my mistake now, that I was simply too bored and sought to play with someone. But they always try to avoid me." The little blue cow sighed in relief at Yifeng's arrival, prostrating itself respectfully before him. Noticing the little blue cow, Yifeng was momentarily taken aback. Was this not the future bull demon king? Although small, the little blue cow exuded an air of majesty and authority. To Yifeng mused to himself, who would have thought that the future renowned bull demon king would now be at the mercy of a little girl. After observing the scene, Yifeng addressed the little blue cow, "You may leave now." The little cow, as if granted a reprieve, quickly turned and fled. Just as it was about to disappear, Yifeng called out, "Wait!" Startled, the little blue cow froze in place, trembling as it turned its head to look back at Yifeng, fear evident in its eyes. Amused by its reaction, Yifeng added, "There is no need to be so frightened. I mean you no harm. Here, take this as compensation for Linga's antics." He tossed a five-colored fruit to the little cow, which promptly devoured it and dashed away, unaware that the fruit possessed remarkable properties that could restore one's cultivation, as had once happened with Long Batian, who had also consumed one in his time. Turning back to Feng Linger, Yifeng noticed her head hung low, aware she had erred, though he felt reluctant to reprimand her. He knew it was necessary to guide her away from such behavior. Thus, he gently asked, "Linger, do you understand what you did wrong?" With her eyes glistening with tears, Feng Linger struggled to respond. This was the first time Yifeng had scolded her in such a manner, leaving her at a loss for words. Seeing that his message had hit home, Yifeng ceased his chastisement, crouched down, and embraced Feng Linger, speaking tenderly. "Linger, it is not my intention to scold thee. I know that all things possess their own spirits. Should the strong bully the weak? How would you feel if you were to be treated in such a manner?" In Yifeng's arms, Feng Linger timidly replied, "Master, I promise I will never bully them again." Yifeng nodded, asking, "Do you know why I sought you out?" Suddenly, a realization struck Feng Linger, and she exclaimed, "Master, are you giving me a sword?" Her face lit up with anticipation as she gazed at Yifeng. With a slight nod, Yifeng summoned the Feng Ling Shun Jieyin into his hand, saying, "This sword is a post-heaven treasure, a formidable offensive artifact. For now, your cultivation is insufficient, so I have sealed part of its power. However, flying with it will be a trivial matter. Once your cultivation reaches a certain level, you'll be able to unlock its full potential." He then handed the sword to Feng Linger, who held it with great affection and admiration. Chapter 9. Kong Xian the Great Peng encircled, and the plans of the two saints, Jieyin and Zhunti, in the previous chapter. Yifeng forged the Feng Ling Shun Jian for his disciple Feng Ling. Meanwhile, within the 1,000 Buddha Hall of the Western Hinyo continent, two middle-aged men sat, in contrasting expressions. One bore a face of sorrow, while the other wore a benevolent yet cunning smile. These two were none other than Jieyin and Zhunti. Zhunti, calculating with his fingers, looked at Jieyin with excitement and said, "Brother, this is indeed our opportunity, a foundation for the great matters to come." Jieyin, rarely showing a smile, replied, "Then let us, as brothers, embark on this journey together." Zhunti affirmed, and the two emerged from the 1,000 Buddha Hall, rising upon a golden cloud toward the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. At the foot of Mount Buzhou, 5 individuals stood opposed to one another, divided into 2 factions. One faction consisted of a young man in white and a man in black. The former was handsome and proud, while the latter, though less striking, also carried an air of arrogance. These two were Kong Xian and his great Peng, transformed from Feng Yunxia, the Phoenix clan. Feng Yunxia had only wished for her clan to live peacefully and had never aspired for dominance over the world. Both brothers, possessing lofty ambitions, were unwilling to remain beneath Feng Yunxia and had ventured out into the world. Unbeknownst to them, as they sought enlightenment, their cultivation had indeed progressed. However, they fortuitously found themselves in a secluded state during the 3 clans' great battle. And by the time they emerged, countless eons had passed. Being of the Phoenix clan, they hurried toward Mount Buzhou, only to find it occupied by the demon tribe. Upon sighting each other, a disagreement escalated into conflict. Both Kong Xian and his great Peng were now at the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Yet they faced numerous demon soldiers outside the mountain gate, who were no match for them. Consequently, a small demon soldier rushed to the Demon Emperor's Hall to report to Dong Huang Tai, Yi, and Di Jun, who were engaged in a discussion with the Demon Master Kunpeng. Upon hearing the report, the 3 emerged to grasp the situation. Realizing the circumstances, they entertained thoughts of recruiting the newcomers. Exchanging glances, Di Jun spoke first. "Fellow Taoists, may I inquire why you are causing trouble on my Mount Buzhou? As if my demon tribe lacks defenders?" He fixed his piercing gaze upon the two, who, despite their increased strength, found themselves no match for Di Jun's quasi-saintly power, yet they stood their ground without retreating. Di Jun nodded approvingly, and then Dong Huang Tai chimed in, "Fellow Taoists, the ancient 3 clans once boasted immense power. However, it is regrettable that you find yourselves here now. Mount Buzhou belongs to my demon tribe. I hope you understand the gravity of this matter." After exchanging a knowing glance with the Demon Master Kunpeng, he immediately stepped forward and said, "Esteemed friends, the powerful beings of the Phoenix clan are currently untraceable. However, your ambitions are commendable, and we, the demon tribe, can provide you with a convenient passage. Should our demon tribe come to govern the world in the future, you two could once again showcase the grandeur of the Phoenix clan." With that, he gazed at the two with a cunning smile. Kong Xian and Da Peng found themselves overwhelmed by the barrage of words from the three, and upon regaining their composure, they realized that the demon tribe intended to retain the two brothers for their service. Both were proud and unyielding. When the Phoenix clan, led by Feng Yunxia, once dominated during the Age of Chaos, they had not retained them, let alone the current demon tribe. Kong Xian clasped his hands and said, "It was indeed my brother and I who acted thoughtlessly earlier. However, circumstances have changed, and we have inadvertently lost our composure. We hope the three of you will not take offense." Aware that the other party consisted of quasi-saints, he decided to abandon his lofty demeanor. Yet the intention to depart lingered, as it became clear that the three wished to detain them. Jun interjected, "There is no need for such formality, my friend. As the saying goes, no harm, no foul. Let us not dwell on trivial skirmishes. However, I wonder if you have given due consideration to the matter we just discussed." He smiled warmly at the two that moment. Da Peng, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. "My brother and I are accustomed to our freedom and dislike constraints. That we appreciate your goodwill. But this matter has come to an end for us. We must seek out the Phoenix clan and take our leave." With that, he pulled Kong Xian and prepared to depart. Kunping interjected, "Esteemed friends, if you leave without sharing a cup of tea at my Mount Buzhou, it would tarnish the reputation of our vast demon tribe. Consider it a favor to us, the two demon emperors." His face wore that same sly grin. Kong Xian replied, "We cannot impose on your hospitality. My brother and I have urgent matters to attend to, so we must take our leave." He turned to walk away. That moment, Dong Huangtai declared, "Do you think you can simply come and go as you please in our demon tribe? Is it truly that easy?" With that, he stepped forward, positioning himself before Kong Xian and his brother. Clutching the Eastern Emperor's bell, he glared fiercely at the two, while Kunpeng brandished the Qingmu divine staff. Poised for action, and Di Jun held the He Tu and Luo Shu. They did not require such grand displays, but it was to prevent the two from fleeing. Utilizing their magical artifacts, Di Jun summoned the power of the He Tu and Luo Shu. A flash of golden light enveloped the two, immobilizing them. Kong Xian and Da Peng, possessing the cultivation of the Luo Jin Xian, were no match for the three. Even one of them was sufficient to thwart their escape. As Kong Xian and Da Peng struggled fiercely, their innate pride forbidding them from yielding, a sudden flash of golden light appeared from the west point, one of them saying, "The great awakening golden immortal is timeless. The Western wonderful Dharma ancestor Bodhi, neither born nor extinguished, the cycle of 3-3, all chi and all spirit, boundless compassion, emptiness and silence naturally change, true nature follows its course." Another chimed in, "The cycle of birth and death is arduous. Escaping cause and effect is rare." The two Western ancestors possess wondrous methods. Ferrying all beings to the land of bliss. One held a branch of the Bodhi tree, a primordial spiritual treasure, akin to the five-color divine light behind Kong Xian. And it was none other than the seven treasures Miao tree. The other wielded a long staff, the empowering divine staff, also a primordial treasure. These two were none other than the figures of Zhunti and Jieyin, preparing to journey to the Eastern Victory divine continent to save souls. With Kong Xian being the destined individual, they had calculated. Seeing the three from the demon tribe, Kunpeng immediately discerned their intentions and spoke first. "Esteemed brothers, what brings you here?" His words were a blatant falsehood. Dong Huangtai, he cast a disdainful glance and turned away, while Jieyin and Zhunti seemed unfazed, stating, "3 junior brothers, today I had a feeling. And upon calculating, it appears there is one here destined to have a master-disciple bond with us. Thus, we have come together." He looked at Kong Xian with a benevolent expression. At this point, Di Jun interjected, "What master-disciple bond? These two have intruded upon our demon territory. We came to bring them back to atone for their actions. I advise you two brothers against rash decisions, lest you harm the bond of our sect." Zhunti responded, "My brother has come today solely for the sake of Kong Xian. We hope the 3 junior brothers will grant us this favor, and in due time, we shall not forget this great kindness." The three from the demon tribe, of course, would not acquiesce, as it was apparent to even the blind that Kong Xian's future achievements would surpass those of Dapeng. How could they let such a prize slip from their grasp? Dong Huangtai could not contain his rage, bellowing, Zhunti, Jieyin, you old scoundrels, do not overstep your bounds. Do you not see your own worth? Depart at once, and do not disturb our mood. This provoked Zhunti, a determined individual who would not cease until he achieved his goal, and one who harbored jealousy. He erupted with fury. Tai Yi, I am extending a good-natured warning in the spirit of camaraderie. Yet you. He then summoned the 7 treasures Miao Tree, aiming to capture the ensnared Kong Xian and Dapeng. However, Dijun, caught off guard, allowed Zhunti to misalign the He Tu and Luo Shu, leading to a chance for Kong Xian and Dapeng to make their escape. Seizing the opportunity, they fled towards the direction of Beiju Lu continent. Being members of the Phoenix clan, both possessed the cultivation of the Luo Jinxian, and thus their speed was remarkable, covering vast distances in the blink of an eye. Dijun, incensed, shouted, Zhunti, you are no longer worthy of being called a son, daring to intrude upon my Mount Buzhou. If you do not leave today, it will tarnish the reputation of my demon tribe. With that, he launched an attack towards Zhunti. Dong Huangtai was also furious. He had never held a favorable opinion of these two and was further enraged by their interference. He lifted the Eastern Emperor's Bell, aiming it at Jieyin. The Eastern Emperor's Bell was a primordial treasure. If it were to ensnare Jieyin, even he would find himself in dire straits. Jieyin swiftly dodged, narrowly avoiding the attack, yet the bell's aura grazed him painfully. Meanwhile, Kuanpeng, a cunning strategist, noticed Kong Xian and Dapeng attempting to flee and chased after them, although he was not as swift as the phoenix. His quasi-saint cultivation granted him incredible speed, and he was on the verge of catching up to Kong Xian and Dapeng. Yet, aware that their pursuer was a formidable foe, Kong Xian and Dapeng, proud as they were, recognized the need to preserve their lives. They resolved to bide their time for revenge, and with that, they desperately channeled their remaining power, fleeing towards the perilous North Beiju continent. Where dangerous beasts lurked that moment, Zhunti and Jieyin engaged in a fierce battle with Dong Huangtai and Dijun, noted Kong Xian and Dapeng's escape, and considered pursuing them. However, Tai and Dijun were not easily dismissed, and their confrontation remained a stalemate. Jieyin, though agile enough to evade the Eastern Emperor's Bell, found himself in a precarious situation, seeing Kuanpeng chasing after Kong Xian and Dapeng. Zhunti recognized the potential for Kuanpeng to capture the two, a task not beyond his abilities. He then conveyed to Jieyin, Brother, it seems today as affairs are complicated. Perhaps we should retreat and focus on capturing Dapeng instead. We can always seek out Kong Xian later. Jieyin, seeing the situation unfold, nodded in agreement. Zhunti then addressed the demon brothers. Brothers, if we continue this battle, we do not know when it will end. Let us two brothers retreat and capture Dapeng. We kindly ask you to open the convenient passage. Rest assured, we shall remember this favor. He added that if Kong Xian remained uncaptured for too long, unforeseen changes might arise. After this, they withdrew from the fray. Dijun recognized the rationale in this suggestion, especially as he found himself entangled in the conflict. He glanced at Dong Huangtai. So be it. Let be as you say. Dong Huangtai coldly snorted in response. Jieyin stated, Very well, let us pursue Kong Xian and Dapeng together. With that, he and Zhunti led the charge, closely followed by the two from the demon tribe, wary of any potential tricks from Jieyin and Zhunti. As the setting sun cast its last rays, a gentle breeze swept over Mount Buzhou, revitalizing the mountain's aura, as if the waning sun were merely a passerby in the realm of Mount Buzhou. Chapter 10. Yifeng demonstrates his power. Kong Xian and Dapeng returned previously. Kong Xian and Dapeng fled towards the North Beiju continent, with Kuanpeng in hot pursuit, while Dong Huangtai, Dijun, Jieyin, and Zhunti resumed their chase. Inside the North Beiju continent, Kong Xian and Dapeng dashed about like two disoriented flies, utterly bereft of the grace of the phoenix. They dared not linger, as Kuanpeng pursued them like a vengeful deity. A slight misstep would lead to their capture. With their magical power nearly expended, they pushed themselves to the limit, striving to escape. Unbeknownst to them, they were fleeing towards Pangu Mountain. Yifeng was in the main hall, imparting the great Tao to Feng Ling. Though still young and not fully comprehending, she made an effort to listen attentively. Since being reprimanded by Yifeng last time, she had learned to behave more cautiously and refrain from causing mischief. As Yifeng was delivering his teachings, he suddenly furrowed his brow and then relaxed. Noticing Yifeng had paused, Feng Linger timidly inquired, "Master, what is the matter?" Yifeng replied nonchalantly, "Some unwelcome guests have arrived at the mountain gate. Come, Linger, let Master take you to deal with them." With that, he took Feng Linger and swiftly moved to the front of Pangu Mountain. Originally, Yifeng's disposition was such that he preferred to remain uninvolved in this matter. However, when others ran amok at his Pangu Mountain, he could no longer turn a blind eye. In a state of panic, Kong Xian, the great Peng, noticed figures clad in black ahead, and, overwhelmed by emotions he could not comprehend, he flew towards them with reckless abandon. It was none other than Yifeng who had emerged. Upon seeing Yifeng, Kong Xian felt an inexplicable sense of hope, as if Yifeng alone could rescue him, and thus he bowed, pleading, "I beseech you, esteemed immortal, to save my brother and me. Your great kindness shall be eternally remembered." When Yifeng did not respond, Kong Xian knelt and implored, "Please, immortal, grant us your aid from this day forth. My brother and I will serve as your steeds without a hint of complaint. Such is the nature of humanity. What one desires is often withheld, while that which one wishes to avoid is delivered unbidden." The 3 from the demon clan and the 2 from the west were united in their intention to recruit Kong Xian and his brother, yet they adamantly refused, even preferring death to surrender. Yet here, before Yifeng, they did not hesitate to be OW. Yifeng replied nonchalantly, "You may rise. We shall discuss this matter shortly." At that moment, Kunpeng arrived. Noticing that the 2 had not fled, he exclaimed, "Run, why are you 2 still here? Once I capture you, you shall see what awaits." He laughed loudly, but a cold scoff from Yifeng disrupted Kunpeng's mirth, causing his blood to surge. Startled, Kunpeng turned to the figure in black, and, realizing it was his senior brother Yifeng, he hurriedly bowed, "Greetings, senior brother Yifeng. What brings you here?" With a broad smile, he regarded Yifeng, fully aware that Yifeng was the 7th disciple of Hongjun, and thus he dared not offend him. Yifeng responded indifferently, "Wild dogs have appeared before the mountain gate. I have come to chase them away." Even Kunpeng, despite his lack of wisdom, understood that this remark was directed at him. He was not a virtuous being himself, and upon hearing this, he became enraged. "I respect you as my senior brother because we both listened to the Tao at Zhixiao Palace, but do not think I fear you." With an insidious smile, he glared at Yifeng, yet Yifeng chose not to engage, waiting for others to arrive so they could address the issue collectively. Before long, Dongwang Tai and Dijuan, along with Jieyin and Zhunti, arrived in succession. Upon seeing Yifeng, they were momentarily taken aback, but it was Zhunti who broke the silence, saying, "Junior brother, greetings. What brings you to this place?" Following suit, Donghuang Tai and Dijuan also exchanged greetings with Yifeng. Yifeng stated, "I reside upon this mountain." He gestured towards Pangu Mountain, and the others were momentarily stunned, particularly the 3 from the demon clan. Donghuang Tai was the first to speak. "How can this be?" "We have returned to Buzhou Mountain." Dijuan, remaining calm, inquired, "Senior brother Yifeng, may I ask what has transpired regarding Buzhou Mountain?" "I kindly seek your enlightenment." Yifeng replied coolly, "The matters of the primordial land are beyond your comprehension. What is so astonishing about 2 identical Buzhou mountains? Moreover, this is not even called Buzhou Mountain," as he pointed towards the summit of Pangu Mountain. The others followed his gesture and were met with the sight of the 3 characters Pangu Mountain. Zhunti remarked, "I did not expect my junior brother to dwell in such a celestial mountain. You are indeed fortunate, unlike us who reside in the western frontier." He looked at Yifeng with a face full of envy. Yifeng paid no heed to the crowd, turning to Kong Xian and his companion, stating, "All members of the Phoenix clan are within this mountain. That I am already aware of your situation. You may enter and seek them out." Without waiting for their response, he waved his hand, and the 2 entered Pangu Mountain. "Wait, hold on." Several voices called out in succession. Yifeng disregarded their thoughts and ushered Kong Xian and his companion inside. Dongwang Tai, Furious, declared Yifeng, "We traveled great distances solely for Kong Xian and his brother. Yet you have disrupted our plans. If you do not provide an explanation today, this matter will not end here." He glared at Yifeng. Dijun added, "Yifeng, know your limits. Do not sacrifice your life for two unrelated individuals." Zhunti and Jieyin chimed in. "Junior brother, this time you have gone too far. Please hand over the two, and we shall not trouble you further." They feigned compassion at why Yifeng ignored the deities, lowering his head to speak to Fengling. "Do you hear those wild dogs making a ruckus? Your master will help you chase them away." Innocently, Fenglinger replied, "Master, where are the wild dogs? I do not see any." She looked around curiously. Meanwhile, the deities were seething with rage. Dongwang Tai could no longer contain himself, shouting, "Yifeng, you are arrogant and reckless. Let us see how you can handle us alone." Dijun scoffed, "You will inevitably be taught a lesson." Zhunti added, "Junior brother, why must you wade into such murky waters?" He maintained a facade of benevolence. Jieyin lamented, "You ought not to act this way. Junior brother, even for the sake of our elder, you must face consequences that." Why Yifeng coldly retorted, "There is no point in idle chatter. Let us resolve this through action." He then sent Fenglinger to the summit of Pangu Mountain. Without summoning the chaotic treasures, he retrieved the Zhunti, a primordial spiritual treasure he had found alongside Pangu. This treasure primarily served as an offensive tool and could establish a grand formation. Summoning calamity thunder akin to that within Pangu Mountain, with devastating power, Yifeng knew that with his cultivation and the treasures at hand, he could swiftly eliminate several of them. However, he also understood that such an act would be excessive, as he merely wished to teach them a lesson. Yifeng wielded the Zhunti, drawing it through the air, ensnaring the others within its rules. Each of them summoned their treasures for protection, including Dongwang Tai, who cautiously wielded the Dongwang Bell for defense. Within the confines of the formation, calamity thunder continuously manifested, leaving the group battered and bruised even with their divine powers. As the demon clan's ruler, Dongwang Tai could not endure such humiliation. He activated the Dongwang Bell and struck it against the formation, causing it to tremble. Yifeng, noticing this, infused a green energy into the great array, further stabilizing the rules. Among the group, Zhunti, Jieyin, and Kunpeng found themselves in the most precarious position. The three used offensive treasures, yet the calamity thunder proved overwhelmingly powerful, forcing them to dodge desperately. Dongwang Tai and Dijun, protected by the Dongwang Bell and the river map and Luo Shu, managed to evade with less distress, but their situation was hardly better. Perceiving the opportune moment to withdraw, Yifeng dismantled the grand formation and stowed away the Zhunti, coldly observing the group. They felt the world spin before their eyes, suddenly finding themselves at the foot of Pangu Mountain, fully aware that the formation had been lifted. Dongwang Tai, enraged, shouted, "Yifeng, do not be a coward. If you have the ability, let us engage in a real fight instead of hiding behind a grand formation." He glared at Yifeng, who feigned indifference. Dijun cautioned, "Tai, do not act impulsively." He understood that since Yifeng could utilize such a grand formation, his cultivation must be formidable. He also recognized that Yifeng had shown restraint. Otherwise, they might not have emerged unscathed. Being pragmatic, he was aware that a vast demon clan awaited management, signaling to Kunpeng and Tai, prompting the three to retreat in a dejected manner. Yifeng paid them no mind, allowing them to depart. He then turned to Jieyin and Zhunti, who no longer bore their previous expressions of benevolence, now filled with anger and embarrassment. Zhunti shot Yifeng a glance and snorted coldly, which Yifeng disregarded. Jieyin stepped forward, recognizing that Yifeng sought his acknowledgement, and stated, "Junior brother, your actions have jeopardized our future opportunities. We shall need to settle this matter later." He pulled Zhunti along as they returned to the western Hinyouzhou, albeit with their faces stained with humiliation, yet they did not forget to emit a flash of golden light, proving that even in defeat, they maintained their dignity. Once the deities departed in succession, Yifeng returned to the summit of Pangu Mountain, where he greeted Fenglinger. He inquired, "Linger, did you see your master chasing the wild dogs?" Fenglinger, still puzzled, replied, "Master, I have yet to see any puppies. How is it that you have returned to fetch me?" Yifeng smiled, and took her to the Pangu Palace. Meanwhile, Kong Xian and the great Peng entered Pangu Mountain and returned to the current dwelling place of the Phoenix clan. They beheld the once mighty Phoenix clan, now reduced to fewer than 1,000,000, and grief washed over their faces. However, time had passed, and regret was futile. The Phoenix clan did not ostracize Kong Xian and his companion. Although they were proud, they were not inherently malevolent. Upon joining the Phoenix clan, they were appointed as guardians and elders, sharing a kinship with the Kai Feng. The return of Kong Xian and the great Peng significantly bolstered the strength of the Phoenix clan. Yet challenging the Dragon clan remained an impossibility. Moreover, the Phoenix clan could not pursue vengeance at this time, as Feng Yunxia had chosen to suppress the southern Immortal Fire Mountain to seek a sliver of opportunity for her clan under the Heavenly Tao. Even if given 100 bold choices, they would not dare to jeopardize the fate of the Phoenix clan. Feng Linger grew day by day, her cultivation steadily increasing, that Yi Feng possessed methods to rapidly enhance her abilities. Yet he refrained from doing so, knowing that such actions would only hinder her progress in the path of cultivation in the future. Time passed slowly. Chapter 11. Zixiao Palace kicks away the underworld river. Hongmeng Purple Qi establishes the sacred position. A millennium had passed since the last lecture by Hong Jun on this day. The voice of Hong Jun resonated across the vast expanse of the primordial land once more. A millennium has elapsed. Those fated may return to Zixiao Palace to listen to the teachings. Upon concluding his discourse, silence enveloped the vast expanse of the primordial realm as deities from all corners hastened towards the celestial abode of the Purple Cloud Palace. Their treasures soaring through the sky. Yi Feng, adjusting his demeanor, took Feng Linger by the hand and made his way to the Purple Cloud Palace. Feng Linger was truly fortunate, for not only did she have Yi Feng as a constant companion to impart wisdom, but she also accompanied him to the palace. Marking her as a pioneer among the denizens of the primordial world, Yi Feng did not invoke his powers. Instead, he leisurely journeyed to the celestial realm alongside Feng Lin. As they progressed, they encountered the ancestral figure of the Earth Immortals, Jieyin and the benevolent Hong Yun. Upon seeing the two kindly old men, Feng Linger joyfully called out to them as Grandpa, which brought warmth to the hearts of Jieyin and Hong Yun. In response, Jieyin presented his renowned spiritual fruit, the life fruit, to Feng Linger. Although Hong Yun had no gifts to offer, he promised to seek out treasures for her in the future, much to her delight. Yet, Yi Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment at Feng Linger's request for treasures from others, promptly informing her that these two were her master's uncles. After the three exchanged pleasantries, they continued their journey to the Purple Cloud Palace. Unbeknownst to Hong Yun, he had unwittingly bound himself to a promise to Feng Linger, which would later serve to save him from calamity. Upon arriving at the Purple Cloud Palace, they found nearly all the deities present. Nuwa, upon spotting Yi Feng, smiled warmly at him, and then, noticing Feng Linger, approached Yi Feng and inquired, "Junior brother, is this your disciple? How adorable!" Yi Feng nodded in acknowledgement, while Feng Linger exclaimed, "Sister, you are so beautiful. When I grow up, can I be as pretty as you?" She gazed earnestly at Nuwa, who felt a blush rise to her cheeks and replied, "Linger is already beautiful. When you grow up, you shall undoubtedly be even more stunning than your sister." With that, she shyly glanced at Yi Feng at that moment. A figure rushed into the Purple Cloud Palace. Mingi, the ancestor of the underworld river, who, disregarding the assembled deities, plopped down onto Yi Feng's mat, casting a disdainful look at Yi Feng. It was evident that Mingi had long coveted Yi Feng's seat, but had lacked the opportunity to assert himself until now. Mingi, having emerged from the blood sea of the underworld, which was formed from Pangu's navel, was steeped in filth. He had concocted countless creations from the blood sea, proclaiming that as long as the blood sea existed, so too would he, born with the Yuan Tu and the two abyssal swords. Both innate treasures, Mingi's cultivation was at the late stage of quasi-sainthood, rendering him seemingly invincible. Nuwa immediately interjected, "Mingi, what is the meaning of this? This seat belongs to junior brother Yi Feng. Do you not fear retribution for your actions?" Her face flushed with anger, adding a different allure to her demeanor. Mingi chuckled maliciously. "Nuwa, are you defending this brat because you have taken a liking to him? He hasn't even spoken yet." and you are already so eager." His laughter only deepened Nuwa's embarrassment, but her fury swiftly returned. "At this juncture," Feng Linger piped up, "You big bully, move aside from my master's seat, or I shall not go easy on you." With that, she clenched her tiny fist, a sight both fierce and endearing. Mingy, taken aback by the little girl's audacity, scowled. "Little girl, I, Mingy, have a penchant for human flesh. With your delicate appearance, I suspect your meat would be delectable." He licked his lips, sending Feng Linger scurrying behind. Yi phoned for safety. Jieyin and Hongyun, about to intervene, were deterred by a menacing glare from Mingy. Meanwhile, the other deities observed with varying degrees of amusement or indifference. Even Tan Tian had intended to interject, but was restrained by Yuan Shi. The members of the demon clan, Hu Feng and others, sensed that Mingy's misfortune was imminent, but Yi Feng, however, remained silent. Approaching Mingy, he delivered a swift kick. Catching Mingy off guard to his shock, Mingy found himself unable to resist the force and was sent flying out of the purple cloud palace. As he tumbled away, he spat blood, clearly injured, and fled back to the blood sea of the underworld, bearing a grudge against Yi Feng. The other deities, witnessing Yi Feng's decisive action, were astounded by his formidable strength, while the three pure ones furrowed their brows in concern. That moment, Hongjun appeared on the high platform, maintaining an expression of serene detachment, as if the recent commotion had never occurred. The deities speculated on why Hongjun tolerated Yi Feng's behavior. Hongjun then proclaimed, "A millennium has passed. I shall once again impart the great Tao. This time, I shall bestow upon you the remaining 2,000 years of teachings." With that, he commenced his lecture. Yi Feng, cradling Feng Linger, seated her in the seventh position to listen. Though Feng Linger did not comprehend the teachings of the kindly old man on the platform, she was astute enough to diligently note everything, laying a solid foundation for her future. As Hongjun continued, a millennium swiftly passed. He paused to observe the deities and noted that the three pure ones had gained insights, as had the likes of Zhunti and Jin, while Nuwa also gleaned understanding, albeit to varying depths among the others. Once the deities had concluded their reflections, Hongjun stated, "In the forthcoming millennium, you shall pursue the path to sainthood at your own pace. How much you grasp will depend on your fortune." With that, he began expounding on the path to becoming a saint, causing many deities to sway in drowsiness, including those destined for sainthood, while the rest struggled to focus. Yi Feng, however, felt a deeper resonance, for he understood that Hongjun's teachings were his own and that he must pursue his unique path. As another year slipped by, Hongjun concluded his teachings, observing that the deities had either attained their insights or remained unworthy of them, that he awakened them, stating, "I have imparted the great Tao for 3,000 years. I shall not teach again. You must continue to propagate my teachings and refrain from committing heinous acts." The deities bowed in gratitude, promising to remember his words. Hongjun continued, "The great Tao encompasses 50, while the heavenly cycle encompasses 49. The heavenly Tao was diminished by one aspect, and soon I shall merge with the Tao to restore that which was lost." He then added, "Since my emergence into the world, I alone have received 9 strands of primordial purple qi. I used one for my own enlightenment, and the remaining 8 I bestow upon you as opportunities for future sainthood." He glanced at the 3 pure ones, stating that they were the manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit and would surely attain sainthood in the future. With that, he released 3 strands of primordial purple qi, which vanished into their bodies as they rose to express their gratitude. Hongjun then addressed Zhunti and Jin, acknowledging their lack of innate virtues, but recognizing their immense willpower and wisdom, assuring them they too would attain sainthood. He sent 2 strands of primordial purple qi into their bodies, prompting them to express their thanks with fervor. When he turned to Nuwa, he remarked, "Nuwa, as one of the few female deities of the primordial realm, you shall also have the opportunity to attain sainthood." He released another strand of primordial purple qi, which disappeared into her body, prompting her to rise and express her gratitude. In no time, 6 of the 8 strands of primordial purple qi had been dispensed, causing a stir among the deities. The demon clan's Tai quickly knelt and implored, "We beseech you, teacher, to have compassion for our demon clan, a great lineage of the primordial realm. deserving of Pangu's fortune. We have already received treasures from the Sun Star and the Mount Buzhou formed from Pangu's backbone. We ask for your mercy. With that, Emperor Jun, Kunpeng, and the other demons knelt in supplication. Observing this, the other deities followed suit, pleading for mercy. Hongjun cast a glance at Yifeng, who remained unmoved, and replied, "Primordial purple qi is finite, while the desire for the Tao is boundless. Rise, your fate shall reveal themselves in due time." He then smiled at Feng Linge, nestled in Yifeng's arms, saying, "Yifeng, you too shall have the opportunity to attain sainthood." With that, a strand of primordial purple qi flew into Yifeng's body. He graciously accepted it, recognizing Hongjuan's intentions, and bowed in gratitude. As the deities looked on with eager anticipation, Hongjun, indifferent to their gazes, casually sent the final strand of primordial purple qi into Hongyun's body. Startled awake by a cold snort, Hongyun was oblivious to the significance of what had just transpired. Meanwhile, Kunpeng's jealousy flared at the sight of Hongyun receiving primordial purple qi, harboring resentment for losing his seat to him. The other deities eyed Hongyun with suspicion, but he, now aware of his fortune, cared little for their opinions, grinning widely. Unbeknownst to him, the seeds of future calamity had been sown at this juncture. Laozi inquired, "May I ask, teacher, if there is a method to attain sainthood?" Hongjun responded, "The great Tao is vast, with many paths to enlightenment, which can be categorized into 3 types. The first is to follow Pangu's example and attain Tao through strength, which is the foremost method. The second is to utilize innate treasures to sever the 3 corpses, which is of secondary importance. And the third is to attain sainthood through merit, which is the least significant approach." The 3 pure ones rose, expressing their gratitude. Hutu then asked, "May I inquire, teacher, as our which clan lacks primordial spirits, can we still attain Tao?" Hongjun sighed, glancing at Yifeng before replying, "You which clan shall have their opportunities in due time." With that, he fell silent. Nuwa, though hesitant to speak, mustered the courage to voice her doubts. "May I ask, teacher, what is the method for disciples to attain sainthood?" Hongjun cast a meaningful glance at Yifeng and smiled knowingly, saying, "In due time, opportunities will present themselves. However, one must not force what is not meant to be." Meanwhile, Qingtue remained silent, seated beside him. The two were quite pleased, as they contemplated that Yifeng had yet to attain sainthood. Thus, the matter of surrounding the gods of Pangu Mountain could only rely on that enigmatic formation. As long as they were cautious not to fall prey to that formation again, their safety would not be greatly compromised. Of course, this sentiment was shared not only by the duo from the west, but also among the demon clan. Yet Kunpeng wore a face of skepticism. Thus, the assembly of the saints reached a consensus, each retreating to their respective realms, ready to descend to the mortal world. Chapter 12. The accumulation of primordial purple qi and the beginning of Linger's plea for help as the saints positioned themselves for their descent. Hongyun, having received the final strand of primordial purple qi, reveled in his fortune. However, he was promptly whisked away by Zhenyuanzi. Kunpeng could hardly bear to witness Hongyun's acquisition of the primordial purple qi. Harboring a lingering resentment, believing that Hongyun had usurped his rightful place, the Eastern Emperor Tai and Dijuan, born of the solar star, felt themselves superior, dismissing the other gods and questioning Hongyun's worthiness to possess the primordial purple qi. They schemed to seize it for themselves, following closely behind Zhenyuanzi and Hongyun, awaiting the opportunity to strike at that moment. Yifeng and Feng Linge were engaged in light-hearted conversation before the Zixiao Palace. Nyang, affectionately pulling Feng Linge closer, said, "Linge, come here. I have a treasure for you." As she spoke, a shimmering golden silk appeared in her hand, an innate spiritual treasure she had discovered while traversing the vast wilderness. Specifically designed for offensive capabilities, Yifeng felt a twinge of embarrassment. While Nyang presented an innate treasure, he had only crafted a postnatal treasure for his own disciple. Nonetheless, with Feng Linge's current cultivation level, holding the innate treasure would be of little use. Feng Linge turned to Yifeng, silently inquiring whether she could accept it. Yifeng, feeling helpless, nodded in acquiescence, fearing Nyang's displeasure if he declined. Ecstatic, Feng Linger accepted the silk, sweetly thanking Nyang Yang, eliciting a gentle laugh from her. Nyang Yang had not yet taken on any disciples, and seeing such a delightful disciple of Yifeng's made her feel a sense of kinship. Prompting her generous gift of an innate treasure, Yifeng clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, senior sister, for this precious gift. My little disciple hardly deserves such a treasure." Nyang Yang replied, "Brother, we are all disciples of Master Hongjun. Why so distant? Have I offended you in some way that you keep me at arm's length?" Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gazed at Yifeng. Alarmed, Yifeng hastened to clarify. "Senior sister, please do not misunderstand. It is I who has been impolite. I assure you I shall not behave this way in the future." Nyang Yang smiled gently, saying, "Brother, there is no need for such formality. We are of the same school. There is no need for distance." Then, as if struck by a thought, she continued, "Brother, when you have leisure, do bring Linger to my palace for a visit. And why, Brother Fuxi is so absorbed in his cultivation that he has no one to converse with." Although Fuxi and Nyang Yang were siblings, they led separate lives. Nyang Yang resided in her palace, while Fuxi secluded himself in the heavenly fire cloud cave. Rarely did they cross paths, and being a woman, Nyang Yang, destined to become a revered saint, still possessed the innate desire for companionship. Thus, upon encountering Yifeng with his disciple Linger, she felt an immediate affinity. Yifeng replied, "Indeed, I shall make it a point to visit you. Senior sister, I hope you will not mind my intrusion." After this, he took Feng Linger by the hand, saying, "Sister, the day is growing late. I must take Linger home now, and will visit again another day." Nyang Yang responded, "Yes, do come again." With a smile, she watched as they departed towards the northern Jilu continent. Yes, they flew. Feng Linger exclaimed, "Master, Nyang Yang is such a wonderful person. She gave me a precious gift right upon meeting." "Master, do you think Nyang Yang is beautiful?" Yifeng was taken aback. It seemed Linger was easily swayed by a single treasure, even praising Nyang Yang after leaving. With a serious demeanor, Yifeng admonished, "Linger, you must not accept gifts from others so readily in the future, understand?" "Master, why not? If Nyang Yang offers me something, why shouldn't I accept it?" Linger tilted her head, pondering, but Yifeng gently pinched her little nose, saying, "Just remember, unless I give my consent, you must refuse any gifts from others." Linger touched her nose, filled with curiosity, and slowly nodded. As Yifeng and Feng Linger enjoyed their leisurely journey, they suddenly noticed a radiant glow in the distance. Feng Linger said, "Master, it seems there's a fight up ahead. Shall we go take a look?" She looked at Yifeng with eager anticipation. Yifeng, already aware of the unfolding events, recalled hearing from his grandfather about how Hongyun had been besieged by the ancestor of the Nether River in Kunping, leading to his demise after obtaining the final strand of primordial purple Q. Yifeng did not wish to be involved with the Nether River schemes, but now found himself entangled with the Eastern Emperor Tai and Jieyin as well. He could only wonder what Hongjun intended by bestowing the last strand of primordial purple Qi to Hongyun, and realized he would need to inquire further about this from Hongjun. It turned out that Zhenyuanzi was aware that Hongyun's acquisition of the primordial purple Qi would inevitably attract deadly foes. Hongjun had informed the other disciples that 7 would become saints. Yet he had not disclosed to the gods that Hongyun was among them. As a result, even those with modest strength began to harbor thoughts of coveting the treasure. However, Hongyun, being a primordial deity and closely associated with Zhenyuanzi, possessed considerable strength, deterring most potential aggressors. Yet exceptions existed, as with Kunpeng, who bore a deep grudge against Hongyun for having destroyed his seat and coveted the primordial purple Qi. Thus, he conspired with the Eastern Emperor Tai and Jieyin to kill Hongyun and seize the treasure. As Zhenyuanzi and Hongyun hastened along, suddenly, a scroll and a book flew towards them from behind, blocking their path. Zhenyuanzi panicked, knowing that the 3 demons would not cease their pursuit until they achieved their goal. However, Hongyun appeared unfazed, believing that since this was a gift from Hongjun, none would dare to act against him. He was mistaken, as events soon unfolded contrary to his expectations. In an instant, the 3 figures materialized, Kunpeng, Eastern Emperor Tai, and as they drew near, Kunpeng could not contain himself, exclaiming, "Hongyun, "You scoundrel! Not only have you destroyed my seat in the Zhixiao Palace, but you have also obtained the opportunity for sainthood with the primordial purple chi. What merit do you have to deserve such a status? Surrender the primordial purple chi today, and we may spare your life. Resist, and do not blame us for our ruthlessness." He raised his green wooden staff, releasing a surge of azure light. Eastern Emperor Tai added, "Zhenyuanzi, I respect you as one of the most formidable deities of this wilderness. As long as you step aside, we will not trouble you." Jieyin chimed in, "Hongyun, if you hand over the primordial purple chi, we shall allow you to leave unharmed." "I, Jieyin, speak with sincerity," Zhenyuanzi, resolute, declared. "Since I, Zhenyuanzi, have known Hongyun since his birth, how could I abandon him in his hour of need? Even if I cannot defeat you, I will stand by my friend to the bitter end." With that, he produced one of his 3 scriptures, the Earth Scripture, enveloping both himself and Hongyun within its protective boundaries. He conjured a branch from the fruit tree that represented his essence, a magical artifact forged from the primordial essence. Hongyun, lacking any formidable treasures, had yet to refine his Hongyun gourd and used it merely for holding wine. Thus found himself shrinking back within Zhenyuanzi's Earth Scripture formation, akin to a turtle retreating into its shell. Nevertheless, being a deity of considerable prowess, he understood the gravity of the situation and concentrated all his magical energy into fortifying the Earth Scripture. Jieyin unleashed his power to manipulate the river map. Attempting to confine Zhenyuanzi and Hongyun within the Earth Scripture, he exchanged glances with Eastern Emperor Tai and Kunpeng, and they moved in unison towards Zhenyuanzi and Hongyun within the formation. Kunpeng raised his green wooden staff and struck the Earth Scripture, but the formation emitted a brilliant azure light, dissipating Kunpeng's attack without effect. Seeing this, Eastern Emperor Tai threw the Eastern Emperor Bell, which rang out, unleashing a wave of yellow light that struck the Earth Scripture. The formation shuddered violently, causing Zhenyuanzi to spit out a mouthful of blood, while Hongyun felt his vitality surge within him, forcing him to suppress the urge to bleed. Being a primordial treasure, a single strike caused both Zhenyuanzi and Hongyun to suffer injuries. Eastern Emperor Tai, sensing their vulnerability, bellowed once more, and the resounding chime of the bell reverberated across the wilderness, sending an even denser layer of yellow light toward the Earth Scripture. Zhenyuanzi and Hongyun hurriedly summoned their remaining strength to resist, but with a resounding crash, both unleashed a torrent of blood. Their spirits flagging, the Earth Scripture trembled as it neared the brink of collapse. Zhenyuanzi, steadying himself, whispered to Hongyun, "Brother Hongyun, I shall create a gap in the Earth Scripture for you to escape through. The 3 of them will be left to me. You must find a hidden place to cultivate in seclusion and avenge me in the future." Hongyun said, "Jin, do not act in such haste. These 3 from the demon clan seek me, and it is of no concern to you. If anyone should leave, let it be me. Capturing these demons will not cause you any trouble." With tears streaming down his face, he reflected on their long-standing friendship since the dawn of time, lamenting that their possession of something precious had drawn them into a deadly conflict. Zhenyuanzi responded, "My brother and I shall confront them together. If misfortune befalls us, we shall become ghostly brothers." His expression was resolute, seeing that he could not dissuade Zhenyuanzi. Hongyun ceased his attempts and channeled all his magical energy into the Earth Book formation. At this moment, Dongwang Tai and Kunpeng exchanged glances and simultaneously raised their magical artifact to strike at the Earth Book formation. It was at this juncture that Yi Feng and Linger witnessed a dazzling display of light filling the sky. Upon recognizing the old man with the fiery red hair, Linger exclaimed, "Those 2 old gentlemen are being besieged by wicked beings. Master, please save them." She looked at Yi Feng with hopeful eyes. Yi Feng, unsure of Hongjuan's motives, hesitated to intervene, but responded to Linger's plea, saying, "Linger, they must face this tribulation, and in saving them, we may only postpone their future calamities." He then turned his gaze toward the fierce battle involving Hina and the 5 others. The earth-shattering conflict drew the attention of many mighty deities across the primordial realm. While some watched with a sense of amusement, others considered intervening but refrained due to their own limitations. Meanwhile, the combined assault of Dongwang Tai and Kunpeng proved too powerful for the Earth Book formation, which shattered instantly. Xinyuanzi and Hongyun were struck back, spitting blood, and only came to a stop hundreds of miles away. Their strength depleted like tea that moment. Feng Linger burst into tears, kneeling beside Yi Feng, pleading, "Master, please save the two old gentlemen. I beg you." Her face was streaked with tears, resembling a rain-laden pear blossom. Yi Feng sighed at her earnestness and replied, "Linger, your heart is kind. Very well, I shall rescue them." He then pulled Feng Linger to Xinyuanzi and Hongyun, producing 2 5-elements fruits and instructing Linger, "Feed these to them." He then turned to face the 3 demons. Kunping spoke, "Yi Feng, are you planning to act as you did last time? It seems we have no grievances with you." Dongwang Tai added, "Last time, you used formations to humiliate us. Today, let us settle this with genuine combat, and see if you can prevail." With a disdainful snort, he turned away. Jieyin interjected, "Brother, we have no enmity with your sect. Allow us to deal with these two, and we shall treat you with respect in the future." Yi Feng replied coolly, "These two share a bond with my little disciple. It is not their time to suffer such adversity. Should you demons persist in your obstinacy, I shall have no choice but to intervene." With that, he disregarded the 3 demons entirely. Chapter 13. The Golden Giant Python blocks the path. Kunlun receives disciples from the 3 clear ones. Dongwang Tai could no longer contain his anger, but Jieyin quickly restrained him and signaled to Kunping. Kunping leaned in to whisper to Dongwang Tai, and upon hearing something, he calmed down, though still emitted a reluctant snort. Jieyin approached Yi Feng and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, "In consideration of my brother today, we shall spare these two." After bidding farewell, the 3 departed. The mighty deities observing the scene found no further interest and retreated to their own pursuits. Meanwhile, Xinyuanzi and Hongyun gradually regained consciousness after Feng Linger fed them the innate 5 elements fruits. Their injuries healed significantly, and upon seeing Yi Feng, they clasped their hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Master Brother, for your rescue. Xinyuanzi and Hongyun are at a loss for how to repay you." Yi Feng replied nonchalantly, "It was destined to be that I could not refuse Linger's earnest request. Your lives are a gift from her." With that, he turned his gaze away from Xinyuanzi and Hongyun. Both were momentarily taken aback. Though they were mighty deities, they felt compelled to express their gratitude, saying, "Xinyuanzi gives thanks to young friend Linger." Hongyun also stepped forward, clasping his hands. "Thank you, young friend Linger." The innocent words of the young girl stirred emotions within them. Both Xinyuanzi and Hongyun, known for their goodwill, had neglected their own cultivation and the forging of protective artifacts, leading to today's calamity. They resolved to diligently craft protective treasures upon their return to safeguard against future threats from the demon clan and other malevolent beings. Thus, they bid farewell and returned to Wuzhuang Temple. Yi Feng and Feng Linger gradually made their way toward Beiju Luzhou, but were halted at its edge by a colossal golden python, measuring several thousand feet in length, blocking their path. Its massive eyes, like grinding wheels, scrutinized Yi Feng and Linger before it spoke. "You two, surrender your magical artifacts, and I shall let you pass. Otherwise..." A cold snort swept through the air like a tempest. Startled, Feng Linger, being but a child, quickly hid behind Yi Feng, while Yi Feng remained unfazed, observing the golden python with indifference. The python, feeling scrutinized, grew agitated and demanded, "What are you staring at? Have you never seen such a magnificent and beautiful python?" It raised its head even higher and boasted. This provoked a giggle from Feng Linger, who, emboldened, stepped out from behind Yi Feng and said, "How shameless to praise oneself. Who would say they are beautiful?" She playfully pinched her own cheek, causing the golden python to roll in anger, exclaiming, "You little girl, if you keep this up, I shall eat you and leave only your bones. Are you afraid?" Feng Linger retorted, "I fear not, you great beast. My master could crush you with a mere finger. Cease your grandstanding." With that, she dashed back to Yi Feng's side, gripping his arm. The golden python then turned its attention to Yi Feng, its irritation growing as it noted Yi Feng's persistent indifference. This was a profound insult to the golden python, and it seethed with anger, saying, "You, Taoist, quickly hand over your treasures. Your esteemed golden python has no time to waste." It pressed its massive head down as if to threaten Yifeng at that moment. Yifeng contemplated the golden python's imminent transformation. Once it achieved its true form, it would attain the realm of the great Luo golden immortal, capable of transmuting from snake to dragon. But he thought of Linger, who adored small creatures, and considered making this golden python her steed to prevent her from wreaking havoc upon the beings of Pangu Mountain. He asked Linger, "Would you like this little snake as your mount?" Linger was momentarily stunned, but then joyfully exclaimed, "Master, that would be wonderful, but I want it to be smaller first." Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at the python. Upon hearing this, the golden python roared in fury, shaking the ground for miles around, and the other creatures that had been observing quickly scattered. The python declared, "You little brat, setting your sights on your grandpa, the golden python? I shall tear you apart." It spewed forth a foul, green liquid that reeked horrifically. Before the putrid liquid could reach him, Yifeng waved his hand, dissipating it into nothingness. Then, with a swift motion, he seized the python as if it were a mere chick, effortlessly subduing it. The python thrashed in vain, shrinking until it reached a mere 2 meters in length, its golden scales still gleaming. "You, wretched creature, ought not to obstruct my path. Today, you shall become my disciple's steed, and in the future, you shall reap the rewards of your servitude," he declared. The now diminutive golden python continued to struggle, but Yifeng gently tapped its head, and it ceased its resistance, subsequently being taken back to Pangu Mountain. Meanwhile, after Hong Jun concluded his teachings on Kunlun Mountain, he announced that the 3 of them would be receiving disciples. He proclaimed that all who sought the way would be welcomed, regardless of their origins. The 3 clear ones communicated this to the primordial realm, igniting a buzz of excitement as countless divine beings flocked to Kunlun Mountain to seek guidance. Laozi disguised himself among the throngs of eager disciples, and, after 3 years, accepted Xuandu as a disciple, who would later become the esteemed Xuandu master, and he ceased to accept further students. Meanwhile, the Primordial Supreme received over a dozen disciples, including the 12 Golden Immortals, who would each become renowned figures in their own right. Teaching across the vast expanse of the primordial world, all 12 individuals possess the cultivation of great Luo golden immortals and are highly esteemed by the primordial supreme being. Meanwhile, Tong Tian has taken countless disciples, disregarding their origins, making his sect the largest in number, replete with formidable talents such as his eldest disciple, the treasure Taoist, the celestial beings from Sanxian Island, Yin Xiao, Xiong Xiao, and Bi Xiao, as well as Zhao Gongming from Mount Luofu, the dragon-headed immortal, the golden light immortal, the spiritual tooth immortal, the cloudy immortal, the golden spirit holy mother, the turtle spirit holy mother, the unhindered holy mother, the golden hoop immortal, the PL immortal, and the long-eared enlightened light immortal, all of whom are exceptionally powerful figures that at this moment. Kunlun Mountain is thronged with the mightiest forces of the primordial realm. However, despite being brothers, the 3 pure ones adhere to differing doctrines, lousy advocates for non-action, naturally following the course of heaven, while Tong Tian espouses inclusivity in his teachings, each firmly holding onto their own beliefs that on one particular day, as Tong Tian observed the cultivation of his disciples atop Kunlun Mountain, an irate figure from the primordial realm arrived. Tong Tian remarked, "Junior brother, your disciples are indeed rare talents, yet their actions have sullied all of Kunlun Mountain, undertaking acts that defy heaven. In the future, it may lead to dire consequences." Before he could finish, Tong Tian interjected, "Elder brother, what do you mean by that? Does your sect not have its own rare talents? You overthink it. Cultivating the Tao is a matter of the heart, and outward appearances cannot deceive us." As the two engaged in a heated argument, their disciples overheard and soon joined the fray, nearly coming to blows at that moment. Laozi appeared, casting a glance over the crowd, and said, "Why must you two quarrel over trivial matters? Such discord will only invite ridicule from outsiders." After a moment's thought, he continued, "As we 3 are all responsible for taking in disciples, it seems Kunlun Mountain may not suffice for us. Perhaps we should seek another location to prevent further contention among the 3 pure ones." As the leader of the 3 pure ones, Laozi's words carried weight, and both the Primordial and Tong Tian consented to his proposal. Laozi then declared, "I have only one disciple, Xuandu, who shall leave Kunlun Mountain to establish a palace in the 33 heavens. Solely for my sect, as for you too. Decide amongst yourselves who will stay and who will go. With that, he took Xuandu and departed Kunlun Mountain, heading towards the 33 heavens. Seeing Laozi leave, Tong Tian snorted and said, I shall seek a mountain gate in the eastern sea for my disciples, no longer bound to Kunlun Mountain. That's satisfactory, elder brother. With that, he led his disciples to the eastern sea, establishing the Bo Palace on an island, which would later serve as the stronghold of the Jie sect. The Primordial, not wishing to offend either brother, chose to remain in Kunlun Mountain and establish the Yushu Palace as the base for the Chan sect. Thus, the three pure ones divided their disciples, and the rift between them began, marking the onset of their future intrigues against one another. Chapter 14. The seven-color divine dragon's dilemma in the vast primordial realm. Countless years passed in the blink of an eye. The three pure ones established their own temples to disseminate their teachings. Yifeng continued his humble existence, with the only extraordinary occurrence being the occasional flight of a seven-colored divine dragon from Pangu Mountain, accompanied by a tall maiden clad in green. This maiden, unadorned with makeup, possessed elegantly arched brows and a delicate nose. Her green garment clung to her curvaceous form, captivating all who beheld her. This enchanting figure was none other than Yifeng's disciple, Fenglinger, who had grown to a height of 1.7 meters, her long hair cascading down, each smile and frown captivating hearts. I could see this moment. Fenglinger, her face flushed with anger, exclaimed, You little golden one, stop right there. Just wait until I catch you. Despite her growth, she retained her penchant for running about, frequently treating the seven-colored divine dragon, transformed from the golden giant python that Yifeng had once captured. As her pet, she would tie its two horns with the silken ribbon gifted by Nuwa, riding upon its back as if on horseback. This infuriated the divine dragon, a being of noble lineage, who had reported her antics to Yifeng countless times, only to receive the response, Linger is still young. You should indulge her. This left the divine dragon feeling quite vexed. However, having tasted the sweetness of life under Yifeng, it was reluctant to leave, enduring the playful torment of Fenglinger. Every now and then, Yifeng would bestow a 5 elements fruit upon it. This was the greatest hope of the divine dragon. When it first arrived at Pangu Mountain, Yifeng had used the 5 elements fruit to shed its python form and evolve into the 7-colored divine dragon, occasionally granting it another fruit to enhance its cultivation to the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal, surpassing Fenglinger by a whole realm. Thus, she would chase after it for half a day each time, affectionately nicknaming it Little Gold, a name the dragon despised. Yifeng, however, did not undergo transformation, remaining in his dragon form. Seated within the Pangu Hall, Yifeng held the Chaos Pearl in his left hand and the Genesis Heavenly Book in his right, his brow furrowed. Subsequently, he emerged from the hall to find Fenglinger pursuing the 7-colored divine dragon across the mountain. With a wave of his hand, he summoned them both to his side, exclaiming helplessly, Linger, how can you still be so mischievous at your age? After a moment of affectionate ruffling of her hair, Fenglinger stuck out her tongue and said, Master, look at this little gold. It only listens to you and not to me, constantly bullying me. She then clung to Yifeng's arm, complaining. The 7-colored divine dragon, having composed itself, approached Yifeng, saying, Miss, I'm a dignified 7-colored divine dragon. Please do not treat me as a mere steed. Where shall I place my dignity? Upon seeing Yifeng's calm demeanor, it felt reassured. Knowing that it had only this one precious disciple, Yifeng, with a resigned smile, said, I must step out for a while. You two stay here and guard Pangu Mountain. If any issues arise, seek out the Feng clan and consult with the Phoenix and Kong Xian. After a glance at the 7-colored divine dragon, he asked, Do you know why I do not permit you to transform into a human form? The divine dragon was taken aback, not expecting Yifeng to pose such a question. Bowing its head, it replied, Little dragon does not understand. I hope the immortal may enlighten me. Yifeng explained, Although you have benefited from my 5 elements fruits, and your cultivation has seen significant advancement, hastening your growth may hinder your future development. Therefore, I refrain from allowing you to transform, as I wish for you to gradually comprehend your abilities. When the time is right, you may take on your human form. which will greatly aid your future cultivation. With that, he ceased further discussion. Tears welled in the eyes of the seven-colored divine dragon as it wished to bow in gratitude. Thank you, Immortal, for your teachings. When I achieve success in my cultivation, I shall never forget your profound kindness. This seven-colored divine dragon was of a lineage surpassing even the ancestral dragons, a rare being formed through cultivation rather than birth. And it had to be from the golden giant python to evolve into the seven-colored divine dragon. Feng Linger tugged at Yi Feng's arm, pleading, Master, take Linger with you. I have been cooped up in this mountain for so long. I hardly ever get to go out that I'm nearly going stir-crazy. She gazed at Yi Feng with eager eyes, aware that this journey might involve significant matters. Yi Feng felt it inappropriate to bring Feng Linger along. So he firmly said, Linger, do not be reckless. This trip is of great importance. I will leave it here to keep you company. Without waiting for their responses, he vanished before their eyes. Feng Linger pouted, Stingy master. Then, turning to the seven-colored divine dragon, she smiled and exclaimed, Hee hee, let us see where you can run. Now that master is gone, you shall play with me. As she spoke, she tied the ribbon around the dragon's horns. The divine dragon let out a lamenting cry, and thus, the girl and dragon began to frolic wildly within Pangu Mountain. The dragon's roars growing increasingly exasperated as Feng Linger continued her playful antics. Meanwhile, recent days had seen a legend circulating throughout the primordial realm that it was said that in the Eastern Sea, an island named Pangu would appear and vanish intermittently, formed from the chaos left after Pangu's creation of the world. This island was said to be rich in heavenly treasures and abundant in spiritual energy, allowing any deity who cultivated there for a day to gain the equivalent of a year's worth of cultivation on the primordial land. Consequently, many deities had ventured to the Eastern Sea in search of Pangu, yet none had succeeded in finding it. Eventually, as no one had uncovered the truth, the fervor surrounding it gradually waned. However, recently, there were claims that the island had once again appeared, and it was rumored to manifest within the next couple of days before vanishing again. Thus, various deities reactivated their endeavors, eager to claim it for themselves. At present, the Eastern Sea was under the management of Yinglong, who had not regained the strength of old and was gradually recovering. He understood that he could not offend any of the primordial deities, so he chose to remain hidden beneath the waves. Unconcerned with the outer world at this moment, the deities of the Eastern Sea had gathered, led by the second emperor of the demon clan, the demon master Kuanping, along with the 10 great demon saints. The 12 ancestral witches of the witch clan also arrived, led by their respective leaders. The two factions eyed each other with disdain, but under the guidance of Hutu and Xianyuan, conflict was averted. Otherwise, the entire Eastern Sea might have been obliterated in an instant. Among them were the 3 pure ones, Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tongtian, who, as fellow disciples and members of the 3 pure ones, stood together, each leading their disciples. The 2 figures from the west, Zhunti and Jieyin, looked upon the gathered deities with benevolence, still seeking worthy disciples to guide towards the west. Nuwa and Fushi stood alongside the demon clan. It was not that Nuwa sought to claim Pangu Island for herself. Rather, as members of the demon race, they could not resist the invitation extended by Donghuang Tai and Dijuan, compelling them to come forth. The long-absent Mingi and the elusive first mosquito of the primordial land, the mosquito Taoist, were also present. Observing the current situation, it was evident that the demon clan wielded the most formidable power, which delighted Donghuang Tai and Dijuan as they engaged in light banter, reveling in their fortunes. Meanwhile, the shaman clan bore expressions of fury, harboring a desire to devour the demon clan alive. Yet, Donghuang Tai and Dijuan feigned ignorance and continued their discourse. Until the shaman clan could no longer contain themselves, a loud cry startled the deities, announcing the emergence of Pangu Island. All the deities turned their gaze to the sky over the East Sea, where a vaguely visible entity resembling an island intermittently appeared, somewhat ethereal, seemingly beyond the comprehension of even the most powerful beings. At this moment, Yi Feng stealthily appeared at the edge of the East Sea, well aware of the illustrious reputation of Pangu Island. However, he discerned that no matter how remarkable it was, it could not compare to the spiritual essence and treasures of Pangu Mountain. Nevertheless, Yifeng felt an inexplicable pull towards something on Penglai Island. Prompting his visit, with his formidable strength, he easily penetrated the mysteries of Penglai Island, revealing that it was enveloped by an innate grand formation, rich in spiritual energy, aside from the alluring object that drew him. He found little else of worth. Thus, Yifeng stepped onto the island, making his way toward the source of his attraction and on the island's periphery. Upon witnessing the appearance of Penglai Island, it was the demon clan that could no longer contain their excitement. Dongwang Tai, wielding the Eastern Emperor Bell, soared towards the island, only to be intercepted by the fire god Zhurong and the water god Gonggong of the shaman clan. The fire god exclaimed, "Tai, you brat. If you wish to lay claim to Penglai Island, you must first pass through your grandfather, the fire god." With that, he and the water god Gonggong launched an assault against Dongwang Tai, stopped in his tracks. Dongwang Tai faced the two and declared, "You insignificant shaman brats dare to obstruct me. Today marks your demise." With that, he raised the Eastern Emperor Bell and attacked the two. Dongwang Tai shouted to Jieyin, "Brother, let us swiftly seize the island alongside the demon masters, lest we be outmaneuvered by those vile lowlifes." Hearing this, Jieyin left Kunpeng to assist Dongwang Tai in fending off the shaman clan, both of whom were quasi-saints barely holding their ground against the reckless shaman warriors. Meanwhile, the remaining ancestral shamans rushed in to join the fray against the two quasi-saints. Jieyin retained 5 demon saints to accompany Dongwang Tai, while he himself led 5 other demon saints into the island. Nuwa and Fushi had no desire to engage in battle, yet they found themselves entangled with Mingi and the Mosquito Daoist, unable to extricate themselves. Observing the situation, Yuanshi saw an opportunity and remarked, "Eldest brother, we, the 3 pure ones, are united as one. We must not let minor matters jeopardize greater affairs." After speaking, he looked at Laozi, who affirmed, "What my junior brother says is indeed true. The 3 pure ones may dwell apart, but we are not divided." Following this, they turned to Tong Tian, who snorted coldly, but eventually nodded in agreement. The 3 then proceeded towards the island, only to be confronted by Zhunti and Jin, who appeared before them and stated, "Esteemed brothers, we, your junior brothers, come bearing greetings. Penglai Island is fated to belong to our western realm. We have come to relocate this island to our western Hinyo state, as our disciples in the west are impoverished and in need of this celestial isle to serve as our facade. We beseech the 3 esteemed brothers to grant us this favor." Zhunti spoke with a visage full of compassion, while Jane echoed, "We implore the 3 esteemed brothers to consider our request." Yuanshi responded, "Dear junior brothers, your words are misguided. This island resides within the domain of our Eastern Victory Divine Continent. It is an artifact of our Eastern Victory Divine Continent and cannot be transferred to your Western Hinyo state. I advise you to step aside swiftly, lest we harm the bonds of our shared sect." Laozi remained expressionless, saying nothing, yet silently concurred with Yuanshi's words. Tong Tian, too, merely snorted but held his tongue. Zhunti, however, insisted that they engage in a confrontation before reaching a conclusion. With that, Zhunti faced Yuanshi while Jane confronted Laozi, leaving Tong Tian without an opponent. Noting this, Laozi urged, "Junior brother, we must hasten to lead our disciples into the island before circumstances take a turn for the worse." Tong Tian, seeing the merit in this, led their disciples toward the island. Chapter 15. The reappearance of Pangu's primordial spirit. The great battle of the deities ends in vain. Tong Tian guided the disciples collected by the 3 pure ones towards Penglai Island. Meanwhile, Jieyin, accompanied by 5 demon saints, flew towards the island. After traversing several hundred miles, Jieyin sensed something amiss. Although Penglai Island appeared to be within reach, their relentless flight yielded no progress toward the island. It became apparent that the innate grand formation surrounding Penglai Island activated upon anyone's entry. After enduring several thousand miles of flight, Jieyin and the 5 demon saints chose to cease their efforts. Finding the island perpetually close yet forever unattainable, contemplating the seemingly accessible Penglai Island, Jieyin mused, could it be that a grand formation guards this island? It would be improbable for it to be otherwise. After much deliberation, Jieyin resolved to release his primordial spirit to investigate, uncovering the core of the issue. Indeed, a grand formation protected the island, and he realized they had been ensnared in an illusion. Believing they were advancing continuously, the grand formation spanned merely a few dozen miles. Once they traversed it, they could enter Pangu Island, as Jieyin prepared to summon the He2 and Luo Shu. Relying on the strength of the 5 demon saints to breach the barrier, they encountered Tontian and his companions that a discord arose between the two factions, with Jieyin side unable to contend with the 3 pure ones, forcing them to adopt a strategy of retreat. As Jieyin faced off against Tontian, the two sides inadvertently triggered the lethal array within the grand formation. Countless meteors rained down from the heavens, compelling both parties to cease their conflict and focus on averting the onslaught of falling celestial bodies. Upon entering Pangu Island, Yifeng was greeted by a vibrant landscape, teeming with flora and fauna, and the rare million-year spiritual mushrooms and colorful lotuses that were seldom found in the primordial land. Celestial beasts soared through the skies, a veritable paradise. Yet, Yifeng paid little heed to these wonders, resolutely heading towards the source of his inner call. After a brief journey, he encountered a towering mountain, at the base of which lay a colossal cave, deep and seemingly bottomless, with a sweep of his consciousness. Yifeng discerned that the object calling to him resided within this cavern. Manifesting the Genesis Qinglian to shield himself, Yifeng understood that even with his elevated cultivation, he preferred to exercise caution, lest he fall into unforeseen peril. Cloaked in protective energy, he cautiously ventured deeper into the cave, where an unceasing, boundless gale raged, yet it posed no threat to him. The cave's intricate pathways twisted and turned. But with his formidable consciousness, Yifeng navigated without error. After traversing a distance of 1,000 zhang, the cave began to descend, revealing an even deeper expanse. Occasionally, small creatures scuttled across the ground, yet they could not escape Yifeng's perceptive awareness. After delving another 500 zhang, Yifeng finally arrived at the cave's terminus. At the end of the cave, a brighter illumination greeted him, revealing a stone table upon which 2 orbs of golden light hovered. Adorned with a myriad of shimmering stars that was the ever-shifting array of celestial constellations, continuously drawing the essence of the cosmos and channeling it into the 2 golden orbs below. Upon reaching this place, Yifeng was enveloped by a familiar aura, causing his body to tremble, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a quarter of an hour, he finally managed to stammer, "Elder brother, is that you?" A sigh echoed in response, and a towering ethereal figure emerged within the cavern. "Second brother, you have come." It was the same tone, the same cadence, one that Yifeng could never forget. Indeed, this was the primordial spirit of Pangu, whose essence had lingered on. It turned out that prior to the creation of the heavens and the earth, Pangu had left behind 2 traces of his primordial spirit. While many were aware that the 3 pure ones were manifestations of Pangu's spirit, few knew of the existence of his other 2 primordial spirits. Regaining his composure, Yifeng inquired, "Elder brother, why do you possess 2 additional primordial spirits? Is it for the shaman clan?" Pangu, appearing aged, replied, "Indeed, for they are born of my essence. To lack emotion would be disingenuous. The purpose of these 2 primordial spirits is to draw you here for a specific task." That a trace of a smile flickered across Pangu's visage as he added, "Second brother, you remain unchanged." Yifeng, calming his excitement, reassured, "Elder brother, I will always be your second brother. Fear not, I shall watch over the world you have created. As for this primordial spirit, I shall only use one to assist the shaman clan. But rest assured, I have my ways to safeguard them." Pangu replied, "Very well. Let be as you wish. What of the remaining one?" Yifeng managed a faint smile, responding, "Elder brother, have you forgotten? The Chaos Pearl is with me." Pangu paused. Then, as if recalling something, he laughed heartily. "Second brother, you are indeed meticulous. I have awaited this day for so long, yet I do not know when it shall arrive. However, I am indifferent now. Just take care of yourself. When that time comes, we shall drink and celebrate together." With that, the ethereal figure began to wane, on the verge of dissipating. Yifeng urged, "Elder brother, rest assured, I will ensure you see the light of day once more." He gazed intently at the fading apparition. Pangu, expending his final strength, uttered, "Second brother, take care." And with that, the ethereal figure vanished. Yifeng extended his hand to collect Pangu's two primordial spirits, emerging from the cave. With a wave of his hand, the mountain trembled, and in an instant, the cave was filled, disappearing from existence. Yifeng smiled with satisfaction, surveying the vast expanse of Pangu Island, remarking, since the disappearance of elder brother Pangu's primordial spirit, this island has lost its value. At most, it serves merely as a place of abundance. As Yifeng contemplated the situation, he extended his divine consciousness to sweep the surroundings, only to be taken aback by the multitude of deities drawn to the diminutive Pangu Island. Observing that an innate great formation had barred the throngs from entry, Yifeng mused that remaining untranscended rendered one akin to mere ants. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he produced the Chaos Pearl and drew in the entirety of Pangu Island, along with the great formation, into the pearled that moment. The factions embroiled in conflict were stunned to witness the disappearance of the island, especially as Hongjun had seemingly retracted it. However, after a prolonged wait, they beheld Yifeng emerging from the very spot where the island had vanished, prompting a cessation of hostilities as all eyes turned toward him. Clad in black, Yifeng exuded an air of aloofness and indifference, as if resonating a silent chime within the hearts of the deities. With a natural gait, he approached the assembly and remarked, "I merely passed through. Please continue." After casting a significant glance at the Wu clan, the 12 ancestors of the Wu felt an inexplicable pang in their hearts, almost bringing them to tears. From Yifeng's gaze, they discerned an echo of Pangu's own eyes, invoking their innate powers of perception. Unbeknownst to them, Hotu and Xianming were already shedding tears, while others in the group also felt their eyes redden. The fiery deity, with a tempestuous temperament, was the first to voice his confusion. How peculiar. Upon receiving but a glance from that lad, I am seized by an urge to weep. He turned to his fellow clan members, only to realize they shared the same sentiment, leaving him momentarily stunned as he pondered whether the young man had employed some sort of sorcery. Sensing his impulsiveness, Hotu interjected, "Elder fire deity, this one is the 7th disciple of Master Hongjun. Yifeng do not act rashly." It turned out that only Hotu and Xianming had visited the Zixiao Palace while the others had not, rendering their knowledge akin to hearsay. This juncture, Nuwa approached Yifeng and softly remarked, "Disciple, a myriad of years ago, I extended an invitation for you to visit the Nuwa Palace, yet it seems you have not graced us with your presence since." Yifeng had intended to leave unobtrusively, but found himself detained. Responding, "I became preoccupied with matters within the mountains and inadvertently neglected to disturb my elder sister. In the future, I shall make a point to visit." He averted his gaze, feeling somewhat embarrassed, for he had indeed forgotten Nuwa's invitation. Nuwa, well aware of Yifeng's pretense, recognized that his claims of being overwhelmed by mountain affairs were unfounded, as he was merely one person with a single disciple, having never concerned himself with such matters. Besides, who would dare disrupt the tranquility of the northern Julu continent? It would be tantamount to courting death. However, with so many witnesses present, Nuwa refrained from voicing her thoughts, simply stating, "I shall await your visit, dear disciple." After taking a step back to rejoin Fushi, her gaze remained tinged with melancholy. That moment, Zhunti approached Yifeng, clasping his hands in greeting, "Disciple, I bid you well. I wonder if your return from Pangu Island has yielded any discoveries." The anticipation was palpable on his face, and the other deities leaned in, eager to hear Yifeng's response. Yifeng glanced at Zhunti before stating, "I have already mentioned, I was merely passing through. Do you not believe me, brother?" He fixed his gaze intently on Zhunti, who felt a jolt, and, forcing a smile, replied, "Of course not. It was merely a moment of curiosity." "I hope you do not take offense." He adopted a benevolent demeanor. Though he had never encountered this great emperor of the primordial chaos outside of Hongjun's teachings, he now felt no fear of Yifeng. Yet, the lingering shadow of defeat from their last encounter still haunted him, prompting his display of humility. Laozi and the other 3 purities exchanged glances, their expressions revealing skepticism, for they had yet to gauge Yifeng's true strength. Thus, his assertions were met with disbelief, though they could not afford to lose face, leading to a cold snort from Laozi in response to Yi Feng's declaration. Only Tong Tian remained silent, his countenance tense. Meanwhile, the three representatives of the demon clan convened, their gazes filled with disdain for the Wu clan, who glared back defiantly. Yi Feng discerned that the situation had concluded. He looked at the assembly of deities and stepped into the void. Vanishing from sight, the Wu clan members had intended to greet him, but his sudden disappearance extinguished that desire. With the vanishing of Penglai Island, the deities lost their desire for conflict, and, as the Wu and demon clans had yet to fully sever ties, they opted for a prudent retreat to their respective abodes. The three purities likewise departed, each leading their disciples to their own realms. Nuwa and Fushi, under the insistence of Dong Huangtai, Yi, and Dijun, left the Eastern Sea. Meanwhile, the ancestor of the underworld, seeing no benefit to remain, gathered a swirl of crimson clouds and vanished. The mosquito Taoist also disappeared. After the deities had dispersed, a small head emerged from the waters of the Eastern Sea, adorned with a turtle shell. It was the turtle minister, who exhaled a sigh of relief. That truly frightened this old turtle. At last, those fierce deities have departed. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings before slipping beneath the waves. Chapter 16. Hong Jun unites the Tao and distributes treasures. Yi Feng is tricked. Yi Feng departed the Eastern Sea. The deities similarly refrained from lingering and returned to their respective domains. Yi Feng stepped into the tranquil Pangu hall. Taking his seat upon the serene mat, he securely placed the two fragments of Pangu's primordial spirit within the Chaos Pearl and carefully settled Penglai Island inside, before withdrawing his consciousness. He then released his awareness, discovering Feng Ling and the seven-color divine dragon leisurely wandering in the Feng clan territory, and chose not to intervene. Retrieving his consciousness, he held a pearl in his left hand and a tome in his right. Immersing himself in the profound understanding of the saintly path, time swiftly passed, and one day, the vast expanse of the primordial chaos resonated with Hong Jun's calm, yet authoritative voice. All deities of the primordial chaos, gather at the Zixiao Palace, for I have words to impart. With that, he fell silent. Yi Feng calculated the moment and mused, is Hong Jun about to unite the Tao? He then stepped into the Zixiao Palace. Upon reaching the elevated platform, Hong Jun greeted Yi Feng with a faint smile, saying, "Friend, you seem to comprehend my intent. What insights might you share?" Yi Feng replied, "The path you have chosen is one of destiny. To alter it would be exceedingly arduous. Yet, it seems there exists a glimmer of hope beneath the heavenly Tao, and there shall inevitably come a day of liberation." He regarded Hong Jun with a serene expression. Hong Jun chuckled softly. "Now that I have resolved my determination, I shall not waver. As the saying goes, one must govern their position. There will be many matters in this primordial realm where I cannot intervene. I trust you will manage them well." He then took his seat upon the high platform. Lapsing into silence, Yi Feng assured him, "Rest assured, I shall assist in any way within my power at this juncture." The other esteemed deities of the primordial chaos began to arrive in succession, exchanging greetings before awaiting Hong Jun's address. After a while, once all had gathered, Hong Jun addressed the assembly. The great Tao encompasses 50, while the heavenly transformations number 49, that I shall unite the Tao to restore that which has been lost. From this moment forth, the great tide shall remain unchanged, and Hong Jun shall not emerge. Furthermore, should Hong Jun remain absent, saints will inevitably arise. Before long, all saints shall emerge within the primordial realm. That I implore you, once you attain sainthood, to remain mindful of all living beings and to nurture the world. With that, he closed his eyes, reopening them after a brief moment. During my travels across the primordial realm, I have acquired several innate treasures, which I shall now bestow upon you all. The deities were taken aback, astonished by the prospect of Hong Jun uniting the Tao, a notion they had never before encountered. Reactions varied. Some rejoiced, while others were filled with trepidation. For many, Hong Jun's absence would offer advantages, allowing them to act freely as long as they did not overly defy the heavens. Conversely, others feared that if a powerful saint were to emerge, they might find themselves at the mercy of such a being, with no one to advocate on their behalf. Each harbored their own thoughts. Hong Jun first presented a scroll to Laozi, stating, This scroll is known as the Taiji diagram, a creation of the Pangu great deity during the formation of the heavens. It can govern wind, fire, earth, and water, serving as a supreme defensive treasure of the innate nature, capable of stabilizing destiny and acting as the treasure of the great teachings. He handed it to Laozi, who could hardly contain his joy, revealing a smile seldom seen in millennia. After all, it was an innate treasure. Who would not covet it? Hongjun then produced a banner and presented it to Yuan Shi, declaring, "This banner is called the Pangu banner, capable of quelling slaughter and governing destiny. It is also a supreme treasure of the great teachings, transformed from the Pangu axe." Next, Hongjun cast a complex glance at Tong Tian and handed him an item, saying, "Tong Tian, your straightforward disposition and impulsiveness lead me to present you with the extermination sword. This treasure cannot govern the destiny of the great teachings and is primarily for slaying. The four swords can establish the extermination sword array, which only the four saints can breach. You must exercise caution in its use." Initially, Tong Tian had felt discontented that Laozi and Yuan Shi had received innate treasures, but upon hearing Hongjun's words regarding the extermination sword array, he beamed with delight as he accepted the four swords, much to the chagrin of Laozi and Yuan Shi, who gritted their teeth in frustration. In truth, Hongjun was somewhat biased. He had not stated that the extermination sword could not govern destiny, but rather feared Tong Tian might become arrogant and commit grievous acts with it. Having been tricked once before, it was not that the extermination sword could not govern destiny. Rather, it was a matter of balance. A single misstep could lead to disastrous consequences, resulting in irreparable regret. The three purities humbly expressed their gratitude to Hongjun, then turned to Nuwa, presenting her with two treasures. These two items are both innate spiritual treasures and cannot govern destiny. This map is known as the Mountain River Society map, capable of giving birth to myriad things and gathering all creation. This embroidered ball is a red embroidered ball governing the fates of the world. Upon concluding her words, the second treasure was handed over to Nuwa, who graciously offered her thanks with a respectful gesture. Afterward, she cast a glance at Zhunti and Jieyin, both of whom appeared increasingly anxious. At that moment, they beheld the fact that all the treasures had been allocated, leaving them to gaze helplessly at Hongjun. With a sigh, Hongjun produced two items and declared, "This lotus platform is the innate 12-grade lotus platform, primarily for defense, and it cannot suppress fate. It is an innate spiritual treasure. This bowl is the purple gold bowl, a treasure for defense, capable of gathering all things, also an innate spiritual treasure, and it cannot suppress fate." He then handed them to Zhunti and Jieyin. The two were filled with discontent, as the three pure ones possessed treasures of the highest innate grade, alongside the formidable sword formation of the four saints, which could both suppress fate and fend off attacks. Just as they were about to voice their requests, Hongjun interjected, "With these two treasures for your use, you may establish a great teaching in the future." Saying this, he disregarded them entirely. Finally, Hongjun smiled at Yifeng and remarked, "As for you, Yifeng, I am uncertain what you lacked." He wore an amused expression while observing Yifeng, fully aware that, given Yifeng's cultivation level, he could hardly be in want of treasures. Even the Chaos Supreme treasure might already be in his possession. He merely wished to go through the motions. Yifeng, inwardly chuckling yet outwardly composed, replied, "After Pangu opened the heavens, there seemed to have been a supreme merit treasure for opening the heavens, which is now lost to us. I wonder if it has been acquired by the master." He then nonchalantly glanced at Hongjun, who appeared momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a wry smile. "You indeed have a good memory, not forgetting this item. Very well, I shall grant it to you." With that, he produced a treasure tower that emanated a mysterious yellow aura, the very first merit treasure following the opening of the heavens, the heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda. Hongjun, with a pained expression, handed it over to Yifeng, who could not help but find the situation amusing. Was it truly necessary for such dramatics? Hongjun's expression resembled that of someone who had just had a piece of flesh torn from him. Yifeng, feeling a bit bashful, respectfully said, "Thank you, master, for bestowing this treasure." This caused Hongjun's face to twitch in distress. Seeing that Hongjun had ceased to speak, the assembly of deities grew anxious that Dijun, with a respectful gesture, implored, "Please, Master, show your benevolence and provide us with defensive treasures." Dong Huang Tai, he also appeared eager, being rather audacious himself, holding the Chaos Bell, an innate supreme treasure, yet still bemoaning his lack and requesting treasures from Hongjun. The other gods knelt before Hongjun, beseeching, "We implore you, Master, to show us mercy and grant us treasures." After this, they all bowed in gratitude. Hongjun, with no other option, stated, "You may go to the front of the hall and seek treasures from the treasure rock, which I discovered during my travels across the vast wilderness." Before Hongjun could finish, Kunpeng darted out of the hall, prompting the other gods to react and rush outside, abandoning their previous dignified demeanor. Hongjun shook his head at the sight. However, the two members of the witch clan did not join in the search for treasures. Ho Tu, observing the departure of the other gods, respectfully addressed Hongjun, "Master, the witch clan possesses robust physiques, and lacking treasures does not greatly affect us. However, I have previously inquired with you regarding our lack of primordial spirits. If we wish to comprehend the great Tao, we would be grateful for your guidance." After this, Xianming also knelt down, and the two awaited Hongjun's response in this position. Hongjun shook his head, seemingly pondering something, before casting a peculiar smile at Yifeng. "As for your clan's path to enlightenment, I do not know. However, at this moment, Hongjun began to create suspense. Xianming, in a rush, interjected, "However, what?" Realizing he had misspoken, he lowered his head that Yifeng did not pay much attention to Xianming, unaware that she was a beautiful woman, albeit with a somewhat cold demeanor. Hongjun smiled at Xianming and said, "In the future, there will be opportunities, and you may inquire with your seventh senior brother." With that, he closed his eyes and ceased speaking. Yifeng inwardly lamented, realizing that Hongjun had essentially placed the responsibility of revealing the treasures squarely upon him, although he had intended to undertake this task. Hongjun's maneuver made it feel like a calculated scheme against him. Helpless, he allowed his expression to grow colder. Ho Tu glanced at Yifeng, as if wanting to speak, but seeing the look on his face, she refrained. Xianming, while a cold beauty, found herself at a loss when faced with someone even colder than herself. Yifeng, not wishing to maintain a stern countenance in front of the two women, remarked, "In the future, there will be opportunities." After saying this, he fell silent. Ho Tu thought to herself, although this senior brother appears indifferent on the surface, he is indeed considerate at heart. Xianming, however, did not share this sentiment. She thought, this seventh senior brother is truly stingy. Why not simply say it outright? Yifeng remained oblivious to the thoughts of the two women and continued to sit in his position. Before long, the gods who had rushed out to seize treasures returned, some with faces full of excitement, while others bore expressions of dissatisfaction, having failed to acquire any treasures upon seeing the gathered deities. Hongjun stated, "Those with fate shall find their treasures, while those without need not force their desires." He then added, "The Tao of Hongjun concludes today. From henceforth, the Purple Cloud Palace shall no longer appear. The deities must take care of themselves." With that, he cast a significant glance at Yifeng, implying, "Friend, I trust you will assist with the matter I have entrusted to you." He then soared into the void. Merging with the heavenly Tao, the deities all knelt before the void in reverence. The living beings across the vast wilderness also felt the immense grace of Hongjun, bowing towards the void. Subsequently, the deities departed from the Purple Cloud Palace. Yifeng, too, vanished in a flash, leaving Anhua momentarily stunned, for Yifeng had disappeared, prompting her to mutter about his stinginess. Ho Tu and Xianming exchanged glances, sighing in resignation as they descended to the lower realm. Yifeng did not forget to take the treasure rock with him, while Hongjun, who was merging with the heavenly Tao, wore an even more pained expression. Chapter 17. The immortal abode of eternal life and the Taoist of longevity upon returning to Pangu Mountain. Yifeng found Feng Linger once again chasing the seven-colored divine dragon soaring through the skies. He could only smile helplessly. Yifeng's smiles were reserved for moments of solitude or in the presence of close ones. Expressing warmth and sincerity without a hint of distance, Yifeng felt the urge to admonish them. So he summoned the dragon and the girl, saying, "You both seem to know nothing but merriment and leisure. neglecting your cultivation. Especially you, Linger, when your master is away. If you lack the necessary skills, who will look after you? Linger, her cheeks flushed and panting, was caught off guard by Yifeng's sudden reprimand, her eyes filling with tears, while the dragon lowered its head, obediently acknowledging its fault. Seeing this, Yifeng's heart softened, and he added, "As long as you approach your training earnestly, I will not blame you for wanting to have fun from time to time." After saying this, he tossed each of them a 5-elements fruit. Instantly, both the girl and the dragon became exuberant. Linger, having forgotten the earlier scolding, rushed to cling to Yifeng's arm and exclaimed, "Master, I knew you loved Linger the most, but why is it that every time you give me a 5-elements fruit, you also give one to little Jieyin? Next time, could you perhaps give me both?" Upon hearing Linger's words, the 7-color divine dragon quickly bobbed its massive head in a wave-like manner. Not wishing to be threatened by Linger, Yifeng patted Linger on the head and replied, "You." Indeed, he chose not to elaborate further. Linger giggled in response. That moment, Yifeng instructed, "Long Yun, go outside the mountain to welcome our guests." Long Yun was the name Yifeng had given to the 7-color divine dragon. With a long cry, Long Yun soared out of Pangu Mountain, prompting Linger to shout, "Why are you howling, you little rascal? You scared me." Yifeng could only smile wryly. Before long, Long Yun returned with a visitor to Pangu Mountain. It was none other than the ancestor of Earth Immortals, Jieyin and Zhunti. Jieyin and Zhunti entered the mountain with a broad smile, and upon seeing Yifeng, clasped his hands in greeting. Jieyin and Zhunti greets senior brother. Yifeng, not wishing to put on airs, exchanged pleasantries, after which Jieyin and Zhunti remarked, "Senior brother, you have indeed found an excellent place for cultivation. Pangu Mountain is likely the premier location for spiritual training in this vast wilderness." Though it remains unknown to many, he gazed upon the majestic Pangu Mountain with envy. He continued, "Your disciples are indeed remarkable. Not only is the young lady Ling gifted with innate talent, but this young friend Long Yin also possesses formidable powers. Why, Yifeng replied, "Such matters are not worth mentioning. Is not your Wuzhuang temple also a place of great potential, a rare blessing? Why concern yourself with these trivialities? If one possesses a heart to pursue the Tao, it matters little where one is situated." After saying this, he regarded Jieyin and Zhunti with a calm gaze. Jieyin and Zhunti's face flushed as he acknowledged, "Senior brother speaks wisely." He then continued, "I have come this time to express my gratitude for your assistance in rescuing me and Hongyan last time. My Wuzhuang temple has a primordial spiritual root, the Run Sheng fruit, which is ripening these days. I invite you, senior brother, to join us in savoring it. While it may not be a precious item, it serves to convey our heartfelt intentions, and I hope you will honor us with your presence." As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Given Jieyin and Zhunti's words, Yifeng found it difficult to refuse. Moreover, seeing Linger eyeing the fruit eagerly, he responded, "Then I shall trouble you, junior brother Jieyin." With that, he shot a warning glance at Linger, who stuck out her tongue playfully, clutching Yifeng's arm tightly, unwilling to let him leave her behind. Although Yifeng appeared aloof, he found it difficult to be strict with this disciple. It was not that he did not wish to be stern with Linger, but rather that he saw no need for it. Thus, under Jieyin and Zhunti's guidance, they made their way to Wuzhuang Temple, a place Yifeng had yet to visit since his rebirth, having rarely ventured out. Yifeng had been rather insular, leading to stagnation in his progress. It was no wonder he needed Pangu's constant reminders and teachings to enhance his cultivation. Not that it was entirely his fault, for his experiences had been truly extraordinary, and he often viewed them with indifference. The heart is also burdened with unshakable thoughts. Several individuals, accompanied by a dragon, gradually flew towards Wuzhuangwan. Upon their arrival, they witnessed the chaotic state of the primordial land, where the conflict between the witch and demon clans was intensifying. Perhaps due to the events during their last journey to the Eastern Sea, the leaders of various clans tacitly permitted their subordinates to engage in such acts to regain face. The echoes of battle and cries of slaughter reverberated across the land. Yifeng lamented that despite the witch-demon war having lasted only several millennia, the heavenly Tao could not tolerate their existence and had begun to assert its authority. Jieyin and Zhunti, known for his amiable nature, shook his head repeatedly at the carnage unfolding in the primordial realm, his compassionate visage appearing increasingly sorrowful. Observing Zhang Yunzi's expression, Yifeng silently mused. It is no wonder Jieyin and Zhunti has yet to attain the status of a sage. While being kind-hearted has its merits, a lack of decisiveness in matters of life and death, coupled with an absence of personal conviction, renders one incapable of achieving significant accomplishments even through countless tribulations. Half a day later, the group arrived at the southern Jianbu continent, where Wuzhuangwen loomed in the distance. The area surrounding Wuzhuangwen, spanning 100 miles, was filled with spiritual herbs and celestial flora. At the center of the temple stood a towering green fruit tree, emanating a powerful aura of spiritual energy, concealed by Zhang Yuanzi's array. However, for Yifeng, it was easily visible. Although it lacked the grandeur of Pangu Mountain or the awe-inspiring presence of the Pangu Hall, it could still be regarded as a divine abode. Feng Linger gazed at Wuzhuangwen with curiosity, having seldom ventured beyond Pangu Mountain. The novelty of this place captivated her. Long Yun, on the other hand, did not appear as intrigued. Having traveled extensively before arriving at Pangu Mountain, he was already familiar with Wuzhuangwen, having passed by its exterior. Yet, even with 100 times the courage, he would not dare to stir trouble within. For he knew Jieyin and Zhunti, despite his good-natured demeanor, possessed formidable skills. As they approached the entrance of Wuzhuangwen, they noticed a couplet inscribed on the door. The immortal abode of eternal life, a household in harmony with heaven's longevity. The horizontal inscription read, Heaven and earth share longevity, which served as Wuzhuangwen's hallmark. Within the temple stood 2 young acolytes. Upon noticing them, Jieyin and Zhunti said, Qingfeng, Mingwei, why do you not come to greet your 7th senior uncle? Immediately, the 2 acolytes hurried over and bowed to Yifeng, saying, Qingfeng and Mingwei greet 7th senior uncle, wishing him eternal peace and prosperity. Yifeng, not wanting to appear overly formal, waved his hand and said, There is no need for such formality. With a flick of his hands, he produced 2 gleaming pills, which were the creation pills he had crafted during his leisure time. The moment they appeared, a delightful fragrance filled the air, stirring Zhang Yunzi's emotions. These pills could elevate a practitioner below the sage level to a higher realm. Now, Qingfeng and Mingwei, being at the celestial immortal stage, could instantly ascend to the great Luo celestial immortal stage upon consuming one. Zhang Yunzi hurriedly exclaimed, How can my junior disciple accept such a precious gift? Please, senior brother, take it back. He did not even glance at Qingfeng and Mingwei's eager expressions. Yifeng replied, What need is there to fuss over trifles? He then handed the pills to Qingfeng and Mingwei, who expressed their gratitude with haste, while Zhang Yuanzi added, Thank you, senior brother. In truth, Zhang Yuanzi was not a miserly person. Having watched his 2 disciples, who had been loyal for many years, he understood their worth. He feared that the potent spiritual energy of the fruit might be too much for them to bear. Thus he had been hesitant to offer it. Now, with Yifeng's gift of the pills, he felt his thoughts had been realized, leaving him quite pleased. After Qingfeng and Mingwei exchanged pleasantries with Feng Linger and Long Yun, Jieyin and Zhunti instructed, Qingfeng, Mingwei, go to the orchard and pick 10 life fruits. Qingfeng was taken aback, pondering why his master was being so generous, offering 8 fruits at once. That it was known that the life fruit blooms once every 10,000 years, bears fruit every 10,000 years, and takes a total of 30,000 years to mature, yielding only 30 fruits in total. Having never seen their master so lavish before, Qingfeng speculated that the presence of 7th senior uncle weighed heavily in Zhang Yuanzi's heart. The 2 quickly dashed toward the life fruit orchard at this moment. Hung Yun emerged from the temple, bowing to Yifeng and saying, Greetings, 7th senior brother. I apologize for troubling you to travel so far. I hope you do not take offense. Yifeng sighed, accustomed to their formalities, and replied, There is no need for such courtesy. Hung Yun, I have long heard that Wuzhuangwen is one of the rare immortal abodes, and I wish to visit. However, I was hindered by mundane matters. It is fortunate that I now have the opportunity to trouble you 2. And Yuanzi and Hong Yun repeatedly expressed their unworthiness. The 2 then proceeded to greet Feng Linger and Long Yun. Feng Linger was the first to speak, saying, Jieyin and Zhunti, Grandpa, and Hong Yun, Grandpa. You need not call me little friend all the time. Just call me Linger. It sounds much more affectionate. She blushed as she spoke. Jieyin and Hongyun glanced at Yifeng, and upon receiving his nod, they addressed her as Miss Lin. Long Yun then interjected, "There is no need for such formality. Esteemed elders, I am merely a mount, unworthy of the grand gestures bestowed by two venerable immortals. If you do not mind, you may simply refer to me as Little Friend." After saying this, he looked at Yifeng, who regarded Long Yun's humility in front of outsiders with newfound respect. After they exchanged pleasantries, Hongyun said, "We have been so engrossed in conversation. Please, senior brother, Miss Linger, and little friend Long Yun, let us proceed to the inner hall." With that, Jieyin invited Yifeng and the others inside. Once seated in the hall, it wasn't long before Qing Feng and Mingwei entered, carrying a tray laden with 10 gleaming life fruits, each covered with a silk cloth embroidered with landscapes that a rich fragrance wafted through the hall. Zhang Yuanzi instructed Qing Feng to place 2 fruits before Yifeng and the others, while he and Hongyun each took one. Feng Linger lifted the silk cloth, revealing the life fruits, which resembled freshly born infants. With delicate features that made her reluctant to consume them this moment, Zhang Yunzi spoke, "Senior brother, in gratitude for your assistance during our last encounter, we wish to express our thanks with these life fruits. The temple lacks other suitable offerings." Hongyun added, "Indeed, I must thank you, senior brother, lest my life be cut short." Yifeng, seeing the two of them begin another lengthy discussion, interjected, as fellow disciples who listen to the teachings, "It is only natural to assist one another in times of need." He then picked up a life fruit and began to eat slowly. While it offered little assistance to Yifeng, it did quench his thirst. Long Yun, on the other hand, showed no restraint, devouring the fruit without hesitation, which elicited a laugh from Feng Linga. She refrained from eating, for she was, after all, a girl with a tender heart. Zhang Yunzi remarked, "If Miss Linger is unwilling to consume it now, you may take it with you. Eat it whenever you wish." He gazed at Feng Linger with a kind expression. She nodded gently, but then glanced back at Long Yun, who was staring at her life fruit with eager eyes. Hastily, she tucked the fruit away and shot Long Yun a fierce look, while Long Yun merely made a face at her. Previously, upon learning that Zhang Yuanzi and Hongyun were aware of the potential turmoil ahead, they had diligently worked to enhance their own strength. Hongyun had also refined a gourd he had previously obtained from Buzhou Mountain into the 99 Hongyun soul-absorbing gourd, capable of collecting souls, thereby augmenting his own power. After Yifeng and the others savored the life fruits, they prepared to take their leave, despite Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun's repeated insistence to stay. They ultimately returned to Pangu Mountain. Chapter 18. The Blood Sea of the Underworld and the Conspiracy of the Mingi Mosquito Taoist. Meanwhile, the ancestor of the Mingi River, after returning to the vast Blood Sea following the events in the Eastern Sea, found himself troubled by the escalating conflicts between the witch and demon clans, which resulted in a continuous loss of lives. The souls of the deceased were left in turmoil, as the Blood Sea of Mingi was the most tainted place in the world, accumulating countless remnants of death and resentment from the primordial land. Consequently, innumerable ghosts gravitated towards the Blood Sea of the underworld, where some began to harness the power of the sea to gradually cultivate into ghostly forms, ruthlessly slaughtering one another and growing increasingly stronger. One day, while resting in the underworld palace, Mingi was roused by the commotion outside. Upon extending his divine sense to investigate, he quickly grasped the situation. Whether it was an inherent trait of Mingi or a sudden inspiration, he noticed the ever-growing ghost immortals and desired to claim them for himself. Just as he was about to emerge from the Blood Sea, a thought struck him. All the gods are aware of my innate treasures, the Yuan Tu and the Abhij sword. If I confront them later, will they not be on guard against me? Instead, it would be better to use these countless ghosts to forge a magical artifact now, ensuring that I have a means of self-preservation in the future. Having formed this plan, Mingi exited the Blood Sea and observed that many of the ghostly figures had reached the great Luo, celestial, immortal realm. A grin spread across his face. The countless ghosts, upon sensing the presence of a living being, surged toward Mingi in a frenzy. With a wave of his hand, the Blood Sea's grand formation enveloped the horde of ghosts, and Mingi proceeded to employ various refining techniques, compressing the souls while they screamed in agony. Their cries echoed painfully, yet they did not disturb Mingi's resolve. His conviction was that if others must suffer, he would too. Better to endure some hardship now than to worry about future turmoil. 3 days later, all the ghosts had been refined, culminating in a black flag-like artifact. Mingi inscribed the name Soul-Devouring Banner upon it, marking the inception of what would one day become the dreaded innate treasure. However, it was still in its rudimentary form. Seeing the Soul-Devouring Banner was not yet fully formed, Mingi concealed it within the grand formation of the Blood Sea, ensuring that its existence remained a secret from any who might traverse the area. The soul-devouring banner continuously absorbed the souls that flowed in, as it was known that thousands perished daily in the primordial land, ensuring that the supply of souls would never cease. Mingi returned to the underworld palace, his face alight with excitement as he took a seat upon a stone chair. However, gazing upon the vast and desolate hall of the underworld palace, an inexplicable sense of irritation arose within me. It was unclear whether it was a response to the celestial mechanisms or if the river of souls was compelled to act thus. Contemplating the endless stream of wandering spirits, an idea struck me. Within the grand hall, I reached out and seized a terrified spirit by the collar. Observing the spirit's countenance, which was rife with contemplation, I spoke after a moment's deliberation. What brings a second-rate spirit to my underworld blood sea? The spirit, in a state of panic, stammered. In response to the revered ancestor, after our demise, we were inexplicably drawn by a consciousness that guided us here. Proclaiming that the underworld blood sea is a sanctuary, with a thunderous roar, I rebuked, "Do not deceive your esteemed ancestor, for I am not easily swayed." After uttering this, I flung the spirit away, sending it plummeting into the blood pool of the blood sea, where it reached out in vain before being engulfed by the waters. Just as I was about to capture another spirit for inquiry, the waters of the blood sea roiled violently, and the very spirit I had cast in moments prior emerged, transformed entirely, and no longer resembling a mere spirit. It now possessed a body that was neither human, nor ghost, nor celestial, nor demon, nor shaman, but rather an entirely new species. Approaching me, the being knelt and reverently proclaimed, "I pay my respects to the ancestor." This left me momentarily taken aback. Unbeknownst to me, the blood sea had the power to reconstruct the bodies of deceased spirits, erasing their memories entirely, akin to the cycle of reincarnation, albeit lacking its comprehensive features. After the reconstruction, the blood sea acknowledged me as its master. Once I regained my composure, I seized another spirit and hurled it into the blood sea, this time a female spirit. Shortly thereafter, a tall and stunning woman emerged, who, upon seeing me, bowed and said, "I pay my respects to the ancestor." Her demeanor suggested that she would comply with any command I issued, and her cultivation remained intact from her previous life. Overwhelmed with joy, I exclaimed, "Who would have thought that I, Ming-He, would witness such a day? From this moment forth, I shall no longer fear anyone, whether it be Feng or the three pure ones. They can all go to hell." With that, I erupted into laughter, causing the spirits fluttering about to tremble in fear. Immediately, I utilized the mystical stones from the blood sea to forge 2 swords identical to my Yuan Tuobi sword, bestowing them upon the 2 newly transformed beings. Renaming them Yuan Tuobi and instructing them to capture powerful spirits for further transformation. My excitement propelled me outward. The mystical stones are the finest material for forging, surpassing even the famed Nuwa's colorful stones. Departing from a blood sea, I directed my course towards the eastern divine continent. Before long, I arrived at a chasm, so deep that its bottom was obscured from view, with toxic smoke swirling at its mouth, where thousands of mosquitoes fluttered. Frowning at the sight, I called out with authority, "Friend Mosquito, an old companion visits. Why do you not reveal yourself?" As my words fell, a figure appeared at the chasm's edge, a black-faced, sharp-nosed individual, none other than the first mosquito of the primordial earth. "Mosquito Taoist, surprised to see me," Mosquito Taoist exclaimed. "What brings you, friend Ming-He, to this desolate place, abandoning the tranquility of your underworld blood sea?" With a sly grin, he added, "You seem to have taken quite a liking to this humble abode." Seeing the Taoist's smug expression ignited my ire. Ming-He, do not indulge in leisure like you, mosquito Taoist, hiding away in this forsaken corner. Do you think nobody notices? Although both of us were equally matched in power. Our mutual disdain was palpable that I retorted. Today is not a day for idle chatter. I have matters to discuss. This how you welcome guests. Pointing towards the desolate mountain pass, I continued. The Taoist, sensing my seriousness, replied, "Then please, enter and we shall converse." With that, he led the way into the chasm, and I followed closely. Before long, we arrived at a terrifying, shadowy hall, mosquito Taoist dwelling. Once we settled into our respective roles, he ordered someone to serve tea, then inquired, "What brings you here today, friend Ming-He?" I sighed, contemplating the disparity of our circumstances. Since the dawn of the primordial earth, I have existed, yet I find myself less fortunate than you. Mosquito Taoist, while I reside alone in the vast underworld blood sea, you seem to revel in your leisure. Mosquito Taoist, sensing an opportunity, replied with a hint of envy, "You are indeed the fortunate one. Friend, why do others not come to claim a share of the blood sea's bounty? Is it not a source of tranquility for you?" After a moment of reflection, I shook off my melancholy. "Perhaps I have overthought it. I came today to discuss a matter with you." Upon hearing this, Mosquito Taoist perked up, eager to listen. I continued. "Recently, by a stroke of chance, I discovered that my blood sea can reconstruct the souls of spirits into new forms, which are neither human, nor ghost, nor celestial, nor demon, nor shaman, with their memories completely erased. This has significantly enhanced the power of my blood sea." I observed the Taoist expression shift from excitement to apprehension. He understood that the burgeoning power of Ming, he was not a harbinger of goodwill. Yet, driven by the prospect of profit, he awaited my next words. Noting his expression, I continued, "Do you recall the 8 streams of primordial purple qi that our teacher Hongjun once spoke of? All 7 of his disciples received a portion, which he indicated was crucial for attaining sanctity. But have you seen who possesses the 8th stream? Is it not Red Cloud?" He replied innocently, my teeth clenched in frustration at his ignorance. "Have you heard our teacher proclaim that Red Cloud could achieve sanctity?" At this, Mosquito Taoist, despite his usual cunning, recognized the implications of my words. You have confidence in this endeavor. We would not want to end up with nothing to show for our efforts. Though I am not a virtuous man, I must consider my own interests carefully. I anticipated his response and began to negotiate my terms. Thus, within the hall, their conspiratorial laughter echoed as the Mosquito Taoist's underlings fled. Bewildered by the unfolding events, they wondered, what has our ancestor become? Has he lost his mind? If only the Taoist knew their thoughts, he would be infuriated enough to swat them all away. Shortly thereafter, I bid farewell. Friend Mosquito, I must take my leave. There are matters to attend to in the Blood Sea. I shall keep you informed. With a swift motion, I exited the hall. Mosquito Taoist's voice trailed behind me. "I shall await your good news." Thus, our conspiracy concluded, awaiting the opportune moment to set our grand plans into motion. Upon returning to the Blood Sea, I witnessed my 2 new disciples diligently capturing spirits. Recognizing their hard work, I formally accepted them as my apprentices, with Yuan Tu being my eldest disciple and Abi the second. Their newfound favor significantly accelerated the process of transformation, leading to the eventual birth of the Shura clan. Chapter 19. The Ascendancy of Long Yun and Yifeng. The emergence of the creation cauldron and the arrival of the deities let us not dwell on the actions of the venerable ancestor Ming, he upon his return to the underworld Blood Sea. Meanwhile, Pangu Mountain flourished, its grandeur overwhelming, adorned in lush greenery, embodying a harmonious landscape. I could see this moment. Yifeng was in the Pangu Hall, contemplating the path of the sage, feeling an intangible opportunity stirring within him, elusive yet promising. Despite the challenges ahead, it hinted at potential benefits for the primordial earth.by nature. Yifeng was aloof and unmotivated to engage in such pursuits. However, a whisper of fate seemed to connect him to Pangu. Prompting him to abandon his hesitation and step out of the Pangu Hall, he summoned Feng Ling and Long Yun, addressing Long Yun. "Long Yun, since I brought you back, it has been many years. Yet I remain unaware of any grievances you may harbor. Today, feel free to express them." Taken aback, Long Yun rarely encountered Yi Feng in such a candid mood. Since arriving at Pangu Mountain, he had followed Yi Feng wholeheartedly. Hearing such words from him made him anxious. Little dragon knows not where I have erred. I implore the immortal to punish me. Since my arrival at Pangu Mountain, the immortal has treated me with immense kindness. What grievances could I possibly have? He gazed at Yi Feng with earnestness. Why Yi Feng sighed. Do not overthink it. I merely inquired casually. Long Yun exhaled in relief. Why Yi Feng continued. Would you be willing to become my disciple? My second apprentice? He regarded Long Yun with a calm demeanor. Long Yun was momentarily stunned, not expecting such an offer. Yet quickly, he came to his senses and eagerly prostrated. Disciple Long Yun pays respects to master. He bowed 3 times, turning to Feng Linger with a joyful expression. I pay my respects to senior sister. Feng Linger, equally delighted, turned to Yi Feng. Master, I had long wished to request that you accept little Jieyin as a disciple. But I feared it might displease you, so I refrained from speaking. She glanced at Yi Feng with trepidation. Upon hearing Feng Linger's reference to him as little Jieyin, Long Yun's expression soured, irritation bubbling within him. Yi Feng gazed at Feng Linger and said, Linger, I wish to establish a sect, with the noble aim of punishing evil and promoting goodness, to nurture all living beings, and to embrace those destined from all corners of the world, eradicating the sins of slaughter that plague the primordial creatures, thus restoring clarity to the land. After a moment, he looked again at Feng Linger and continued, From this day forth, you shall be my foremost disciple. You must not behave as you did in the past. Remember to embody the grace of a senior sister and uphold the reputation of our sect. Yi Feng spoke earnestly, then turned to Long Yun and declared, Long Yun shall be my second disciple. Long Yun promptly bowed in gratitude. Curious, Feng Linger asked Yi Feng, Master, I fear I may not fulfill the role of the foremost disciple adequately and might bring shame upon you. With her head bowed low, she expressed her concerns that Yi Feng observed her and thought to himself, After all, she is a young girl, and considering her lack of experience in the tumultuous world of Pangu Mountain, she will require gradual nurturing. That he reassured her. What is there to fear? Is it not true that your junior brother Long Yun will assist you? Furthermore, many more will come to join us. And do not forget, I am here as your master. He lovingly ruffled Feng Linger's hair. For reasons she could not understand, every time Yi Feng displayed such heartfelt sincerity, she felt an immense sense of security, dispelling all her fears. Thus, she nodded resolutely. She then inquired, Master, since you intend to establish a grand sect, what name will you bestow upon it? Yi Feng gazed into the distance and replied, The Sect of Creation. Feng Linger, uncertain of the full implications of the name, nonetheless trusted that whatever Yi Feng decided was undoubtedly correct. Seeing the situation unfold, Yi Feng addressed the vast expanse of the primordial world. I am Yi Feng, the 7th disciple of Hongjun. Today, within the Pangu Mountain of the northern Jilu continent, I established the Sect of Creation, dedicated to punishing evil and promoting goodness, nurturing all beings, and welcoming all who are destined to join our ranks. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly across every corner of the primordial realm. In an instant, the land erupted with excitement, reminiscent of the fervor following the 3 Pure Ones' recruitment of disciples. Countless monsters and spirits flocked towards the northern Jilu continent. But it lacked the same vibrancy, for this region was known as a place of great peril. Those who approached were not merely malevolent beings, but also those steeped in bloodshed. Yet, Yi Feng became the first among the saints to establish a grand sect. While the 3 Pure Ones and the 2 from the west had yet to do so, in the celestial domain, Laozi summoned Xuandu and descended on his azure ox from the heavens. While the primordial supreme, Yuan Shi, rode with his disciples towards the northern Jilu continent on a creature known as the 4 Uniquities. From the East Sea's Bio Palace, disciples mounted on the Kuei Nyo also made their way to the northern Jilu continent. Zhunti remarked to Jieyin, the establishment of the Sect of Creation by Yi Feng will be a blessing or a curse for us? Jieyin replied, If it is a curse, we cannot evade it. There is no need for my junior brother to overthink. We shall see what unfolds. Thus, the 2 prepared and departed from the western Hinyo continent towards the northern Jilu continent. arriving empty-handed as they had yet to recruit any disciples in the Nuwa palace. Nuwa rode a blue bird towards the northern Julu continent. All notable deities from the witch and demon clans also made their way there, along with Zhun Yuanzi and Hong Yun from the Five, but a multitude of deities gathered as well. A Se Feng sword from Pangu Mountain, he waved his hands, causing the grand formation surrounding Pangu Mountain to dissipate. All who arrived were welcomed. For Yi Feng feared no disruption. He held the Chaos Pearl in his left hand and the Book of Creation in his right, standing before the Pangu Hall, proclaiming, "Sect of Creation, arise." The Book of Creation emitted a green light that enveloped the Pangu Hall, and after the light faded, the hall vanished, concealed by the mystical radiance. For Yi Feng wished to keep its location a secret from the multitude of gods. With another wave of his hand, a grand hall reappeared within Pangu Mountain, inscribed with the name Hall of Creation, while the mountain itself remained visible. Suddenly, a melodious celestial sound resonated from the celestial domain, accompanied by a fragrant aroma. The entire primordial realm witnessed the appearance of an immense, violet cauldron, radiating profound energy. You could see that moment. A beam of mysterious light shot from the cauldron into Pangu Mountain, causing it to shift and restore itself. The cauldron vanished as well. Yi Feng did not anticipate that the establishment of his sect would summon this cauldron, which was, in fact, the cauldron of creation, formed from the 36 primordial purple energies following Pangu's creation of the heavens. The emergence of the cauldron was a response to Yi Feng's establishment of the sect of creation, aligning with the heavenly will and bestowing blessings upon the primordial realm. Yi Feng observed that Pangu Mountain had taken on an even more enigmatic aura, previously grand and imposing, now infused with a deeper mystery. The approaching deities were equally astonished, pondering the significance of Yi Feng's sect and the appearance of the cauldron of creation. The disciples of Hong Jun displayed varied expressions. The three pure ones and Laozi appeared displeased. Yuan Shi wore a face of jealousy. Tong Tian exuded excitement, while Zhunti was filled with anger and Jieyin displayed sorrow. Nuwa, on the other hand, wore a smile, showcasing the intricacies of their emotions. As Yi Feng descended before the Hall of Creation, he addressed Feng Linger and Long Yun with seriousness. "Feng Linger, as my foremost disciple, you must uphold the principles of our sect and lead the sect of creation to greatness." Feng Linger bowed, replying, "Disciple shall faithfully obey the master's command." Yi Feng then turned to Long Yun, stating, "Long Yun, you are my second disciple. It is essential that you support your senior sister and help elevate our sect. Be virtuous and fear not the wicked." Long Yun bowed and affirmed, "Disciple shall faithfully obey the master's command." Both were filled with joy at their appointments. That moment, the Phoenix clan members gathered around Yi Feng. Kai Feng spoke, "Immortal, we, the Phoenix clan, owe you countless favors spanning millennia. We shall never forget your benevolence. Just now, our ancestor, Feng Yunxia, sent word commanding us to join your sect of creation, but we hope for your approval." Before Yi Feng could respond, the entire Phoenix clan knelt. Yi Feng nodded, saying, "Very well, Linger is a phoenix. Today, I shall grant you this opportunity. You may join the sect of creation. However, should any of you engage in heinous acts in the future, even familial ties shall not shield you from punishment." Kai Feng led the way, along with Kong Xian and the Da Peng, bowing in reverence. "We pay our respects to the sect master. May the former sect master rest in peace," with a wave of his hand. Yi Feng lifted the Phoenix clan from their kneeling position. Kong Xian, astonished, thought to himself, "This immortal possesses remarkable strength, for with a mere flick of his hand, the Phoenix clan could not remain kneeling." Yi Feng declared, "The Phoenix clan shall heed my command. Kai Feng, Kong Xian, Da Peng, you are to serve as protectors of the sect of creation, upholding its doctrines and promoting our teachings." The three promptly bowed in gratitude. He continued, "The remaining disciples of the Phoenix clan shall become the third generation of disciples of the sect of creation. Remember to care for one another and never harm your fellow disciples. Those who violate this rule shall be expelled from the sect, and the severity of punishment may range from the loss of cultivation to utter annihilation." He gazed sternly at everyone. The Phoenix clan bowed, affirming, "We shall diligently obey the sect master's commands and will not harm our fellow disciples." Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction, T this moment. Yifeng furrowed his brow and instructed, Long Yun, Kong Xian, Da Peng, and Kai Feng. You five shall go to the front of the mountain to welcome our guests and bring them back to the Hall of Creation. He then entered the Hall of Creation, disregarding the onlookers. The others, uncertain of whom they were to welcome, followed Yifeng's orders and exited Pangu Mountain to await the arrival of guests, while the remaining members of the Phoenix clan remained within Pangu Mountain to manage affairs. For the newly established sect required dedicated oversight. Though Kong Xian and Da Peng were of considerable cultivation, they held a certain deference towards Feng Linger, envious of her fortunate position with a commendable master. In the years that followed, as Feng Linger matured, she became increasingly ethereal, evoking a sense of protectiveness among those who encountered her. Kong Xian and Da Peng addressed her as Miss Linger, acknowledging her lineage as the daughter of Feng Yunxia and her status as Yifeng's foremost disciple, a position that placed her above all others in the sect of creation. Leaving these matters aside, the five awaited at Pangu Mountain. Chapter 20. The deities and immortals come to pay their respects. Shaking the mountain to deter the gods Feng Linger, Kong Xian, and the others waited at the front of Pangu Mountain for a brief moment when suddenly, vibrant lights illuminated the sky, heralding the arrival of various deities. Seeing so many divine beings, Feng Linger felt a twinge of trepidation. However, recalling that she represented her master, she steadied her nerves. Long Yun, noticing her expression, teased, "Little sister, where has your usual confidence gone?" His laughter only served to redden her cheeks, leaving her frustrated yet unwilling to confront him directly. Nevertheless, his teasing bolstered her courage slightly. As the divine beings approached, Feng Linger stepped forward, clasping her hands in greetings to all esteemed uncles and aunts. And to the revered deities, I am Feng Linger, the foremost disciple of my master. I have been entrusted with the honor of welcoming you alongside my junior brother, the protectors. Please, I invite all esteemed guests to the Grand Hall for rest, and I humbly ask for your understanding for any shortcomings. With a beaming smile, she bowed graciously. Long Yun was taken aback, not expecting Feng Linger to conduct herself so thoughtfully, revealing no trace of fear. He regarded her with newfound respect. Yuan Shi, noticing that Yifeng had not personally come out to greet them, let out a huff, making it evident that he was displeased. Laozi, typically indifferent, revealed a hint of dissatisfaction. While the expressions of the other deities varied, however, it did not manifest as originally intended. Nevertheless, the deities did not pause. They all followed Feng Linger and her companions into Pangu Mountain. Upon their first encounter with Pangu Mountain, the gods were momentarily taken aback, and the members of the demon clan wore expressions of bewilderment. Who could have anticipated that a mountain identical to the one in Dongxing Shenzhou would suddenly appear in Beiju Luzhou? Yet this mountain was not that mountain. Despite their confusion, the gods continued onward into the Hall of Creation. Upon entering the Hall of Creation, they beheld an imposing and grandiose chamber, suffused with an air of profound mystery. At the center of the hall, seated in the position of the master, was Yifeng. Noticing the arrival of the assembly, he rose and clasped his hands in greeting, saying, Yifeng pays his respects to all esteemed senior brothers and sisters, as well as junior brothers, and my humble abode is rather modest. I hope you will not take offense with that. He gestured for the gods to take their seats. The Hall of Creation was spacious. If Yifeng desired, it could be transformed to any size. Despite the multitude of great deities present, the hall still seemed ample. After the assembly was seated, two individuals from the West remarked, Junior brother, your great virtue has allowed you to establish a grand teaching ahead of your senior brothers, which is indeed a boon for the Honghuang. You uphold the essence of creation in this vast land, setting a precedent for all of us in the future. Zhunti's words were met with disdain from the other gods, who secretly derided his shamelessness. Yet, Zhunti possessed a certain charm, for although he occasionally lacked decorum, he was far more endearing compared to those who solely schemed in their hearts. Jieyin gazed at Yifeng with a benevolent expression, clearly sharing a close rapport with Zhunti. At this moment, Tong Tian also spoke. Congratulations, junior brother, on establishing your great teaching and acquiring worthy disciples that in the future, we shall all be disciples under Hong Jun and should support one another closely. He then smiled warmly at Yifeng. Initially, Yifeng had no intention of responding, but upon seeing Tong Tian's earnest gaze, he replied, "As we are all disciples of our teacher, we ought to support one another." Tong Tian nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it should be so." Laozi cast a glance at Yuan Shi before turning to Yifeng, saying, "Congratulations, junior brother, on your establishment of the great teaching. In the future, I hope you will join us, your senior brothers, in resisting external foes." After that, he fell silent, merely nodding lightly at Yifeng without uttering further words. Subsequently, the members of the demon clan, as well as Nuwa, the Wu clan, and other great deities, exchanged greetings with Yifeng. Although the demon clan had previously clashed with Yifeng, they were not the type to hold grudges. Otherwise, they could not achieve great things in the future. Even the River Styx had come, and Yifeng was surprised that the River Styx could set aside past grievances to attend. This was indeed rare. However, since he was present, there would be no difficulties. After all, the gods had exchanged pleasantries. Yifeng said, "Esteemed guests who have traveled from afar, my humble abode lacks proper hospitality, but I shall make do." With a wave of his hand, an array of celestial fruits, unseen by the gods before, appeared before them. However, Yifeng refrained from presenting the more precious items, such as the 5 elements fruit, the Hongming Dao fruit, and the reincarnation fruit, as he deemed it unnecessary. The mere sight of the fruits he did present already astonished the assembly. Yifeng's establishment of the creation sect revealed to the gods that he was indeed a disciple of Hongjun upon arriving at Pangu Mountain. They recognized that Yifeng was not inferior to the other disciples of the Red Army. Although he had fewer disciples than some, it was likely that none could rival Yifeng, which left Yuan Shi, Zhunti, and Jieyin feeling envious. At this point, Ho-Tu, noticing the silence among the gods, stood and clasped her hands, asking, "Senior brother, now that you have established the creation sect, do you know the reason for the emergence of the creation cauldron earlier?" However, Ho-Tu was unaware that the matter of the creation cauldron was related to Yifeng. The Wu clan did not cultivate the primordial spirit, and thus they were not well versed in matters of scheming. Although she speculated, she could not ascertain the truth, and thus posed her inquiry. Yifeng glanced at Ho-Tu, recognizing her as the one who would eventually transform into the 6 paths, and spoke, "Junior sister, you are unaware that the establishment of a teaching is a significant affair. Since our creation sect has resolved to engage in such endeavors, it is in accordance with the will of heaven and earth. The heavenly way felt this intention and thus manifested signs to assist our creation sect in its endeavors." Upon hearing this, Ho-Tu nodded appreciatively, saying, "Thank you, senior brother, for clarifying." She then retook her seat. Meanwhile, Xianming, still irked by Yifeng's previous departure from Zixiao Palace, spoke, "Brother Yifeng, since our last parting at Zixiao Palace, junior sister has missed you dearly. I hope you will not mind my intrusion." With that, she cast a teasing glance at Yifeng, who remained unfazed, fully aware that Xianming's intentions were linked to the Wu clan. At this moment, Nuwa also interjected, "Junior brother, Nuwa too seeks your guidance that I hope to trouble you shortly." Meanwhile, Laozi and Yuan Shi were visibly displeased, as each of their junior brothers and sisters flocked to Yifeng in search of opportunities, seemingly forgetting their own existence. However, Yuan Shi, amidst so many witnesses, could not express his annoyance openly and merely let out a cold snort. Zhunti then spoke up, "Might I inquire about the disciples under your tutelage? Junior brother, please introduce them, so that we may avoid any future misunderstandings among ourselves." Zhunti, having entered Pangu Mountain, had noticed Kong Xian and was aware that he was now a disciple of the creation sect. Thus, he was contemplating his own ambitions concerning Kong Xian and the Great Peng, hoping to secure an opportunity as long as they were not Yifeng's core disciples. The members of the demon clan perked up their ears, eager to hear Yifeng's response. Aware of Zhunti's motives and observing the expressions of the demon clan members, Yifeng replied, "Kong Xian is my sect protector and naturally a disciple of the creation sect. Might I inquire why you seek this information, senior brother? Are you perhaps considering a plan similar to your previous endeavors?" With that, he fixed a penetrating gaze on Zhunti, who had yet to attain the status of a saint. Realizing that he could not compete with Yifeng, and thus awkwardly replied, "Junior brother, you jest. Now that Kong Xian is under your tutelage, he is indeed your disciple. and I shall conduct myself accordingly." With that, he hurriedly took his seat, while the members of the demon clan reassessed their strategies. Yi Feng then introduced Feng Ling and Long Yun to the assembly. The gods, upon realizing that these two were Yi Feng's disciples, were struck by Feng Ling's unparalleled beauty and ethereal grace, sparking admiration among many celestial beings. Unbeknownst to Feng Ling, she graciously accepted their praises with a composed smile. Long Yun's presence further astonished the assembly, as the great deities, being powerful beings, immediately recognized his true form. They were taken aback by Yi Feng's good fortune, knowing that a golden giant python transforming into the seven-color divine dragon was as rare as the fruit of Zhun Yuanzi's life. At this juncture, Yi Feng permitted Long Yun to assume human form, as he was but a step away from reaching the quasi-saint realm. Observing Zhunti and the others still unwilling to relinquish their ambitions, Yi Feng decided to deliver a stern warning to deter their intentions. He declared, "Kong Xian, the great Peng, is a protector of my creation sect. Should anyone harbor malicious thoughts towards him, they shall stand against me." Yi Feng, that I do not hesitate to take lives. With that, crimson tribulation clouds manifested in the sky above Pangu Mountain, flickering with lightning, shocking the assembly. The gods were taken aback, wondering why Yi Feng had suddenly become enraged. Given the current atmosphere, any further provocation could lead to dire consequences. Zhunti, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly interjected, "Junior brother, why such fury? If anyone dares to act against him in the future, I, Zhunti, shall be the first to take action." He spoke with a facade of magnanimity. Whether genuine or not, at least he had made his stance clear to Yi Feng, recognizing the opportunity, chose to accept the situation. He nodded, and the ominous clouds dissipated. The gods, uncertain of the reason behind Yi Feng's anger, moved on, indulging in the feast before them. Feng Ling quietly approached Yi Feng, tugging at his sleeve. "Master, you have given all the good things to the deities. What will I do when I crave delicacies in the future?" Master, she persistently pulled at Yi Feng's clothing. Yi Feng lightly tapped Feng Ling's head, saying, "You silly girl, despite your age, you're still so gluttonous. Worry not, the fruits I presented are not of great value, and I have plenty more." After speaking, he ignored Feng Ling. However, she retorted, "Master, why do you still tap my head? I am all grown up now. If a certain deity sees this, I would be utterly embarrassed." She hid behind Yi Feng. Yi Feng chuckled softly. "Oh, our little Linger knows how to feel shy now. I wonder who it is that chases after Long Yin all day long around Pangu Mountain." Acting like a little electric master, this time, Feng Ling turned even more bashful, gently pinching Yi Feng's arm. "Master, stop saying that." Her cheeks flushed crimson, leaving those who beheld her enchanted. Yi Feng beamed at Feng Ling, who had finally managed to escape his teasing. This scene did not go unnoticed by Ho Tu, who silently mused, "Senior brother truly does not hide his feelings." As the assembly's business concluded, the gods began to rise to take their leave. The gathering had originally been quite large, with even members of the Jieyin and dragon races present, drawing the attention of those still in attendance. Those who needed to depart had already done so, leaving only a few female deities behind. Yi Feng remained seated, contemplating how to explain to his sisters. Given his usual demeanor, he would have left long ago, disregarding the matter. However, it was best to avoid future awkwardness. After much deliberation, Yi Feng finally devised a plan, akin to his previous tactics, to shroud the matter in secrecy, thus cleverly diverting Nuwa, Ho Tu, and Xian Ming. In no time, all who needed to depart had done so. Those remaining at Pangu Mountain were numerous, and Yi Feng instructed Long Yun and Kong Xian to select suitable candidates to take as disciples. He then vanished from the Hall of Creation and made his way to the Pangu Hall. Chapter 21. Nuwa enlightens to attain sainthood. Thousands of mortals descend into the Honghuang. Not to dwell on Yi Feng's establishment of the creation sect, the gods had gathered at Pangu Mountain to offer their congratulations. Yet Hong Jun had not attended. As it stood, Hong Jun was but an equal to Yi Feng in terms of the Tao, and thus did not regard Yi Feng as a senior. Aside from the identity of the seventh disciple, which he had used to deceive the other gods. Although Hong Jun did not personally attend, he had entrusted the young Taoist boy Haotian to convey his congratulations after the departure of the deities. Following the establishment of the creation sect by Yefeng, Nuwa returned alone to her palace, while she spent her leisure time wandering the vast wilderness of Hongwang. There, she observed the relentless slaughter between the witch and demon clans, which painted a bleak picture. One day, while passing through a village, she saw numerous children molding figures out of clay. Curious, Nuwa approached the children and inquired about their activity, but they could not articulate a clear answer. As Nuwa contemplated the clay figures, she recalled her teacher's words about her destined opportunities and decided to seek advice at the Zixiao Palace. Thus, she set off towards the ethereal Zixiao Palace. Before long, she arrived at the palace's entrance, where the young Taoist boy Wu Tian stood guard. Upon seeing Nuwa, Wu Tian greeted her, saying, "Sister, what brings you here?" Wu Tian, having accompanied Hong Jun since his emergence, had not formally become his disciple. Yet it was not inappropriate for him to address Nuwa as sister. Nuwa replied, "I have come to pay my respects to our teacher." Wu Tian, aware of her intentions, merely asked out of formality. He responded, "The teacher is currently in a transcendent state, and I cannot say whether he is available." After speaking, he led Nuwa to the elevated platform that belonged solely to Hong Jun, where she found him seated. His expression inscrutable, he regarded Nuwa and said, "I am already aware of your endeavors. It is simply that the time for your opportunity has not yet arrived." Upon hearing this, Nuwa was taken aback and remarked, "I am but a dull disciple. Today I sensed that my opportunity was approaching, yet I remain utterly perplexed." Hong Jun, still with his eyes closed, replied, "The path lies in the understanding of the Tao. One must not confine themselves to insular thinking, for that would be a lower approach." He continued, "Nuwa, I have previously mentioned that your connection with the witch clan hinges upon Yefeng. This is not mere conjecture. Go forth. When the time is right, you shall attain the sacred position. Without the right moment, all efforts are in vain." Nuwa exited the Zixiao Palace, still shrouded in confusion. However, as she descended from the celestial realm, she could faintly hear Hongjuan's voice. All things possess spirit. With each great battle, new life emerges. After this, a deep sigh echoed from afar. Nuwa paused, then, realizing the significance of the moment, prostrated in the direction of Zixiao Palace, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Master." She now understood that her path to enlightenment was intertwined with the emergence of new beings. Yet she struggled to comprehend the entirety of this concept. With no clear direction, she continued to wander through the wilderness. One day, she unknowingly returned to the village and once again witnessed the children molding clay figures. Perhaps guided by fate, she grasped a crucial insight. She realized that her attainment of sanctity would require the creation of living beings. Thus, she crouched down among the children and fashioned a small figure resembling herself from the clay. However, this ordinary clay lacked sufficient vitality, and though the land of Honghuang was rich in spiritual energy, the clay doll remained lifeless. Recalling Hongjuan's words about her opportunity lying with Yefeng, she took to the skies towards the northern region of Julu Island, where Yefeng resided. Meanwhile, Yefeng, sensing Nuwa's intentions, summoned Feng Ling'er and Kong Xian, briefing them before departing for Julu Island. As Nuwa journeyed, she encountered Yefeng and remarked, "Junior brother, where are you headed?" "I am also on my way to visit Pangu Mountain. Yet I did not expect to meet you again." With curiosity, she inquired further, to which Yefeng replied, "My endeavors align with your own intentions, sister." Hearing this, Nuwa rejoiced and said, "Please enlighten me." Yefeng responded, "Sister, you have already visited the Zixiao Palace. While others may assist in your quest for enlightenment, the ultimate realization must come from within you." After a moment of thought, he added, "Since you aim to create living beings, act according to your vision. When faced with mountains, remove them, and when confronted with water, fill it." With a wave of his hand, he produced a cauldron and presented it to Nuwa, the famed Qian Ding. Then, with a flash of azure light, he conjured a handful of primordial soil, known as the Nine Heaven Shirong. "Sister, you must immerse yourself in this experience, for today is your day of enlightenment," he said, and with that he vanished. In truth, Yefeng did not stray far. He merely concealed himself, reluctant to intrude upon Nuwa's journey to enlightenment. Nuwa, startled by Yefeng's sudden disappearance after receiving the two precious items, understood his intention to allow her to reflect in solitude. She contemplated her next steps, and after some time, she placed the 9 heavens shirong into the Qian Ding for refinement. Once completed, she fashioned a small figure resembling herself in the refined material and placed it upon the ground. However, the figure remained lifeless and soon perished. Frustrated, Nuwa felt compelled to abandon her efforts. Noticing that Nuwa had yet to create a living being, Yefeng could not help but send a message. How could a being exist without blood? Nuwa, startled by the insight, added her own essence to the Qian Ding and re-refined the 9 heaven shirang. In no time, the cauldron radiated brilliance, and as she waved her hand to retrieve the soil, it now pulsated with vitality. Nuwa scattered the soil upon the ground, mixed it with water, and shaped it into a figure resembling herself. Upon casting it into the wilderness, it transformed into a living woman capable of walking and thriving. Elated, Nuwa continued to mold figures, yet soon realized that for every female, a male counterpart must exist. Thus, she fashioned numerous male figures in the likeness of her brother Fuxi, and in a moment of inspiration, she also crafted some resembling Yefeng. However, realizing the process was laborious, she seized a vine nearby, plunged it into the earth to gather soil, and with a swift motion flung it across the land, resulting in the emergence of countless humans. Nuwa continued to wave the vine, and soon hundreds of thousands of people appeared. Satisfied with her creation, she ceased her efforts. The multitude of humans, upon seeing Nuwa, collectively exclaimed, "We bow to you, Lady Nuwa. We thank you for bestowing life upon us." Nuwa raised her hand to silence them, proclaiming, "You need not bow. I am Nuwa, and today, moved by the heavenly essence, I have created a race to inhabit the land, henceforth known as the human clan." As she spoke, a radiant, multicolored light filled the sky, accompanied by ethereal melodies from beyond the heavens. A cascade of colorful light descended, embodying the essence of merit. The heavens, acknowledging Nuwa's grand act of creation, bestowed upon her the recognition of a saint. The colorful rays spiraled above Nuwa, with a portion entering the Qian Ding, while another portion, seemingly responding to Yefeng's gesture, was directed into the cauldron. This was the heaven's way of acknowledging Yefeng's assistance and Nuwa's guidance. And thus, 2 portions were granted to Yefeng, who understood the significance of this merit and accepted it in full. Thus, Nuwa attained the status of a saint, becoming the first individual to achieve such a rank after Pangu. Yefeng and Hongjun, from her being emanated a stream of purple aura, the primordial essence of enlightenment. The primordial aura intertwined with the golden light of merit, producing an even more profound resonance. An overwhelming presence radiated from Nuwa, resonating throughout the vast wilderness, causing all beings to sense her newfound sanctity. Whether intelligent or not, the creatures of the land bowed in reverence, exclaiming, "May the sacred body of Lady Nuwa be everlasting." Soon, deities from all directions rushed to the site of Nuwa's ascension. Nuwa approached Yefeng, returning the Qian Ding to him, and graciously expressed, "Thank you, junior brother, for lending me your treasures. I am uncertain how I can repay you." She glanced at Yefeng with a hint of shyness. Yefeng replied, "No need for formality. We are all comrades." Initially burdened with numerous responsibilities assigned by Hongjun, Yefeng had no choice but to fulfill these tasks. For Nuwa was indeed an ancestral figure from his former world. Sensing that dwelling on this matter was unnecessary, he shifted the topic, asking, "What do you intend to do with these humans?" Nuwa found herself at a loss. While she understood that her connection to earlier opportunities could lead her to become a saint, she had no idea how to manage the beings she had created. She gazed at Yefeng, seeking guidance. Yefeng, unsure himself, suggested, "You may guide them to find a suitable place to reside." With a gesture toward a large tree, he conjured a simple garment made of leaves, saying, "You may fashion similar coverings for yourselves." After draping the leaf garment on one individual, it conveniently covered their vital parts, prompting gratitude from the crowd. Before long, a brilliant light filled the heavens as various deities arrived to congratulate Nuwa on her ascension. Observing the gathering, Yefeng bid farewell to Nuwa and vanished. In an instant, the three Pure Ones and several from the Western realms arrived, with the most enthusiastic being the Demon Clan, as Nuwa was one of their own. The Eastern Emperor Tai exclaimed, "Congratulations, Lady Nuwa, on attaining the status of a saint. The Demon Clan shall no longer fear the Witch Clan." He beamed with joy. The Emperor Jun added, "We hope, Lady, that you will aid us demons in achieving great feats." His face was equally lit with excitement. Nuwa replied, "A saint must not meddle in the wars of the mortal realm. Though the Demon Clan is my kin, I fear my abilities may fall short." With everyone holding their own intentions, the matter was settled. After exchanging pleasantries, the deities congratulated Nuwa, while those without genuine intentions merely sought to establish familiarity for future endeavors. At this juncture, Dong Huang Tai and Jun were increasingly arrogant. Even before Nuwa attained the esteemed title of saint, the two had already exhibited their boorishness. Now, their hubris knew no bounds. However, the Demon Clan was formidable, bolstered by Fu Shi and Nuwa. Presently, the Demon Clan boasted 5 individuals at the quasi-saint realm. Perhaps it was the natural enmity between the two races that led to the absence of any demon representatives, though Nuwa remained silent. She could not shake off her displeasure. After all, she had achieved the status of a saint, and while previously there had been no concern for face, there was now a modicum of it. Chapter 22. Nuwa becomes a saint. The deities celebrate. Life endures. Humanity cultivates. The deities gathered around Nuwa, and upon seeing her, Yuan Shi remarked, "Congratulations, junior sister, on attaining the position of saint. Your fortune has indeed allowed you to surpass several of us." With a beaming smile, he continued, "For Nuwa was his junior sister. Yuan Shi, despite his usual scheming, still held a bond of camaraderie as a disciple of Hong Jieyu, and Nuwa returned the gesture with cupped hands. "Brother, you flatter me that I merely encountered a fortuitous opportunity, and you need not feel disheartened. I believe that the day is not far off when you brothers will also attain enlightenment." Yuan Shi relished her words, his smile widening. Zhunti then stepped forward and cupped his hands, saying, "I appreciate your auspicious words, junior sister." Yuan Shi, noticing Zhunti's approach, could not suppress a disdainful snort. Zhunti, however, chose not to engage him further, and the conversation flowed among the others. Laozi remained silent throughout, pondering why Yifeng had not yet arrived. Despite his musings, he did not dwell on it. A few members of the Demon Clan also approached, with Dijun offering his congratulations. "Congratulations, your majesty, on attaining the sacred position. In the future, our Demon Clan will require your guidance." Dong Huang Tai chimed in, "What are you saying, brother? Our lady is of demon descent. If she does not assist us, would she lend a hand to the Witch Clan instead?" The two harmonized in their flattery. Though Nuwa was displeased, she refrained from expressing her irritation to that moment. Kuanping added, "Your Majesty's ascension is indeed a blessing for our Demon Clan, and I am certain you will lead us to establish a new realm." With a sly grin directed at Nuwa, her displeasure deepened, yet she maintained her composure, aware that thousands were watching and it was not the time for overt displays of emotion. Seeing that all had gathered, Nuwa spoke, "I, Nuwa, have attained the position of saint through fortuitous circumstances. Today, I shall open a venue in the 33 heavens. All fellow brothers and sisters are welcome to observe, and it may aid in your cultivation." The deities, pleased by this announcement, eagerly preceded the Yifeng, hidden in the shadows. Followed suit. Before long, the deities arrived in the 33 heavens. Nuwa summoned the red embroidered ball and the map of mountains and rivers, proclaiming, "Please observe carefully." With that, she unleashed her formidable powers, hurling the red embroidered ball into the chaotic void. As a saint, her strength was beyond the capacity of the gathered deities to withstand, and they were all pushed back 100 miles, including Lian Na, the 3 Pure Ones, and Zhunti, wherever the red embroidered ball passed. The chaotic space shattered, with pure energy rising and turbid energy sinking. Nuwa then cast the map of mountains and rivers into the newly formed realm, witnessing the chaotic elements of earth, water, wind, and fire gradually settling. After half a day, The newly opened realm stabilized, and with a wave of her hand, flowers, trees, and singing celestial cranes appeared, beckoning to the primordial earth. The Nuwa palace soared from the primordial land, and as it settled into the new realm, the name transformed into the Palace of Nuwa. With a mere gesture, a newly sprouted lotus root morphed into a small boy clad in a belly band, whom Nuwa named Ling Zhuzi, destined to be the gatekeeper. Having completed these feats, Nuwa dispersed her surrounding powers, and the deities collectively exhaled, gaining a fresh perspective on the strength of the saint. Nuwa remarked, "Esteemed brothers and sisters, what I have acquired is but this much that I trust that you will achieve great things in the future." The deities, finally regaining their composure, listened intently. The ancestor of the underworld river, emboldened by this revelation, wore a sinister smile. Nuwa continued, "My ascension to the position of saint is but a glimpse of the heavenly mysteries that a saint's essence is rooted in the cosmos. As long as the universe endures, so shall the saint. The saint is impervious to the infinite cycles of calamity, while all beneath the saint are ensnared by the cycle of heavenly law." Nuwa's words, though seemingly innocuous, would later incite a tempest of bloodshed. After hearing Nuwa's pronouncement, the deities took their leave, each lost in their own thoughts. Once the deities departed, Yifeng revealed himself, having observed Nuwa's creation of the heavens in comparison to Pangu's. While Pangu's act was the true genesis of the primordial realm, Nuwa's creation occurred within the domain established by Pangu. Though incomparable, each had its merits. Pangu's realm, while comprehensive, left many areas undeveloped, leading to future inconveniences that, in contrast, Nuwa's realm, albeit smaller, was more stable. However, the downside was that should Pangu's realm be destroyed, so too would Nuwa's. Startled by Yifeng's sudden appearance, Nuwa, now a saint, had not anticipated his silent emergence. Upon closer inspection, she found his cultivation level still inscrutable, sending a wave of alarm through her. Yet, she reassured herself, knowing Yifeng was a disciple of Hongjun and could not surpass him in strength. Furthermore, Yifeng had not engaged in any malevolent deeds, allowing her to relax. "I thank you, junior brother, for your assistance in my ascension. If you have no other matters, do visit the palace," she invited. Why, Yifeng replied, "Thank you for your kind invitation, but I must take my leave as there are matters to attend to." With a flash, he vanished, departing as swiftly as he had arrived. Nuwa exhibited no particular emotion, having grown accustomed to Yifeng's nature. As Nuwa returned to the palace of Nuwa with Ling Zhuzi, Yifeng made his way toward the northern Jiulu continent. On his journey, he observed that many of the newly created human beings, crafted by Nuwa, were perishing in droves, initially numbering in the millions. Their ranks had now dwindled by over half. Unbeknownst to him, the disparity between the celestial realm and the primordial land was vast. A single day in the heavens equated to a year on the ground. Thus, while Yifeng traversed the celestial realm for half a day, 6 months had elapsed in the primordial land. The newly born humans, ignorant of the seasons and lacking the strength to confront the ever-present threats posed by primordial beasts, found themselves in dire straits. The remaining populace had dwindled to less than half. Witnessing this, Yifeng felt a pang of compassion, perhaps due to his own lineage as a descendant of these primordial beings. He turned toward the gathering place of humanity. Upon seeing a figure descending from the sky, the humans rose, regarding Yifeng with trepidation. When they recognized him, they fell to their knees in tears, exclaiming, "We beseech you, immortal, to save us. We are blessed to exist in this realm through the grace of Lady Nuwa, yet we know not how to survive, and now we have suffered great losses." The speaker was an elderly leader of the human clan. Observing the current plight of humanity, Yifeng could hardly envision the flourishing society of the future. Yet he understood that every development required a process. In a moment of inspiration, he declared, "You humans must endure hardships, but remember, it is fate that has brought us together. I shall impart to you a cultivation method, allowing you to strengthen yourselves. Remember, if you wish to survive in this vast primordial land, you must rely on your own strength. No one will come to your aid if you do not grow powerful." With that, Yifeng created a cultivation method titled Endless Cycle, signifying that humanity must strive for self-reliance to stand firm in the primordial realm. This method comprised 7 realms, the most powerful reaching the great Luo golden immortal level. He also imparted basic survival knowledge to the humans before taking his leave. As he phone departed, the human elder inquired about his name. Wishing to commemorate him with a monument, Yi Feng declined to disclose his identity, simply stating, "In time, fate will reveal it. Do not force it." Thanks to Yi Feng's guidance, humanity began to flourish rapidly. Unbeknownst to him, although he had only shared a few fundamental principles, they were invaluable treasures to the fledgling human race. From that moment on, Yi Feng's memory was etched in their hearts. Yi Feng was unaware that his moment of kindness would lead humanity into numerous tribulations in the future. Every endeavor must undergo a phase of development, and as a reborn individual, Yi Feng was oblivious to the implications of his actions, akin to the folly of pulling seedlings to help them grow. The heavenly laws were ever watchful, perceiving all clearly. However, the fleeting nature of Yi Feng's actions would ultimately yield unforeseen outcomes. As Yi Feng departed, the elder honored him with the name Jieyin, also known as Xinyuan Tian, entrusting him with the leadership of humanity's development. That Jieyin would later become the progenitor of the Xinyuan clan. On this day, as Jieyin led the remaining humans forward, a robust young man reported that ahead lay an ideal dwelling place. Upon inspection, Jieyin discovered lush green grass, a crystalline stream flowing from afar, and abundant spiritual energy in the mountains, with rabbits and wild boars frolicking about, which brought him great joy. Thus, Jieyin guided the humans to seek out numerous caves in the area. Settling down and naming the place Wanxiu, also known as Xinyuan Hill, with a stream dubbed Xinyuan Water, Jieyin also shared the endless cycle cultivation method with some of the humans. Through this development, humanity experienced significant growth. Unbeknownst to Yi Feng, although he had not revealed his name, the kind-hearted and simple-natured humans erected a statue in his honor, referring to him as the Emperor of Creation. Positioned alongside the statue of Nuwa, Yi Feng was aware of their actions, but chose not to intervene. He understood that at this moment, these simple folk expressed their heartfelt gratitude in a unique manner. Lacking the substantial wealth prevalent in contemporary society, they instead held a profound respect for him in their hearts, an admiration that cannot be supplanted by future generations. Nuwa sensed this in the palace of Wa, smiled gently, and resumed her cultivation. Upon returning to Pangu Mountain, Yi Feng observed that aside from the Phoenix clan, various other races frequently appeared, including numerous demons and spirits. However, Yi Feng refrained from exterminating them. Since he had established the Tao of creation, it was essential to act in accordance with that principle. Kong Xian and his companions busied themselves with assessing disciples, and Yi Feng informed them that anyone possessing good character and the desire to take on a master could join the Tao of creation. Yi Feng was unwilling to accept disciples who would betray their mentors and ancestors, for that would lead to eternal disgrace. This time, aside from his 2 major disciples, Feng Ling'er and Long Yun, and the 3 guardians, Kong Xian, De Peng, and Kai Feng, dozens of others had already joined the sect. Yi Feng entrusted the creation of heaven and earth technique to Feng Ling'er for her to pass on to others. As for the Chaos Golden Body, it was transmitted to his 2 apprentices. Chapter 23. The Gathering of the Saints. Hongjun emerges, the arrival of all immortals, the Tao of creation, now a newly established sect, attracted many demons and spirits from the North Julu continent, though it did not garner much approval from the others. Nevertheless, Yi Feng remained indifferent to their opinions. Laozi, being the foremost of the 3 purities and the greatest disciple of Hongjun, sensed the heavens' resonance, recognizing that his cultivation level was the highest among them. Thus, he could calculate the heavenly secrets with utmost precision. One day, while lecturing in the Do Shui Palace, Laozi felt a sense of unease. Prompting him to pause his teachings, he instructed Xuandu to lead the green ox towards the vast wilderness. Before long, they arrived at Wanxiu, where he beheld the human race created by Nuwa, perhaps in response to the heavenly resonance. He recognized the path to his own enlightenment. He then directed Xuandu to guide the green ox to the vicinity where the humans resided. This moment, some of the humans had already reported to Jieyin. Upon seeing an elderly man riding a bull approach, Jieyin promptly bowed and inquired, "May I ask why the esteemed immortal has come here?" Laozi replied, "I am Laozi, the greatest disciple of Hongjun, and I have come here due to my connection with the human race." After saying this, he observed the multitude of humans before him, noting their tattered clothing and frail bodies. Following the principle of non-action, he felt a flicker of compassion arise within him. It was this very spark of compassion that enabled Laozi to grasp the key to attaining sainthood in response to the heavenly secrets. He proclaimed to the vast wilderness, "I am Laozi, the greatest disciple of Hongjun. Upon witnessing the poverty and lack of education among the human race, I shall establish a grand sect to teach and enlighten them, using the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram, to stabilize the sect's fortune." After making this declaration, Laozi cast the Taiji diagram into the sky, where it emitted a brilliant golden light, illuminating the entire wilderness. That moment, a surge of seven-colored brilliance descended from the outer heavens, enveloping Laozi's form, as the primordial purple energy guided him. Instantly, Laozi attained sainthood, and a fragrant aroma wafted across the wilderness, healing those afflicted with ailments among the human race. Following this, an overwhelming pressure spread throughout the wilderness, causing all living beings to feel the might of Laozi's sainthood, kneeling in reverence and exclaiming, "The saint is compassionate." That Laozi's attainment of sainthood did not diminish his merits in teaching and enlightening others. Rather, his powers had grown immensely. Matters that had previously eluded his understanding now flowed forth as effortlessly as a river cascading down a mountainside. Soon, countless lights brightened the skies, heralding the arrival of various deities, all of whom were drawn to the event of sainthood. Nuwa, having arrived at Wanshio first, was swift in her approach as a saint. Upon seeing Laozi, she clasped her hands and said, "Congratulations, senior brother, on attaining the saintly position." Laozi, rarely displaying a smile, replied, "I must thank you, junior sister. Without your creation of the human race, how could I have achieved sainthood?" Nuwa, aware of the significance of this exchange, responded, "It is only natural for fellow disciples to assist one another." After this, she fell silent. The human beings present, upon recognizing Nuwa, bowed in reverence and said, "We pay our respects to the Holy Mother." Nuwa, observing the humans, noted that although they were still few in number, they had improved slightly since her initial creation of them. She assumed this development was a natural progression and did not scrutinize it further. Before long, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian approached Laozi. Yuan Shi, wearing a broad smile, said, "Congratulations, senior brother. It is astonishing that so soon after junior sister's attainment of sainthood, you have also found the path to sainthood." With admiration, he gazed at Laozi. Tong Tian stepped forward and clasped his hands, exclaiming, "Congratulations, senior brother, on attaining the saintly position." After this, he fell silent. Laozi, understanding Tong Tian's nature, chose not to speak further. Since the separation of the three purities at Kunlun Mountain, Tong Tian had changed considerably. Soon after, the two from the west arrived, sensing Laozi's attainment of sainthood and approaching him to offer their congratulations. Yi Feng, witnessing Laozi's achievement, felt compelled to approach, for as a fellow disciple, his absence would surely be perceived as a slight. Observing the gathering of everyone, Laozi allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. Yuan Shi, Tong Tian, and the others, inspired by Laozi's attainment, each sat in meditation. Before long, Yuan Shi was the first to speak. "I am Yuan Shi, the second disciple of Hongjun. Today, moved by the heavenly secrets, I shall establish a sect known as the Chan sect, which will elucidate the will of heaven, utilizing the innate treasure, the Pangu flag, as the foundation of this teaching." Upon completion of his words, the Pangu flag soared into the sky, transforming into a colossal size. That moment, a cascade of seven-colored brilliance descended from above, and Yuan Shi absorbed the merit, attaining sainthood. Next, Tong Tian declared, "I am Tong Tian, the third disciple of Hongjun. Today, inspired by the heavenly secrets, I shall establish a sect named the Jie sect, which aims to seize a glimmer of opportunity beneath the heavenly path. Using the four swords of extermination as the treasure of this teaching." As Tong Tian spoke, The four swords of extermination materialized above his head, also expanding to a tremendous size that a flash of seven-colored brilliance illuminated the sky. And Tong Tian ascended to sainthood. The deities stood in astonishment. Was achieving sainthood truly so effortless? The deities remained unaware that the three purities, Nuwa, and the two from the west were all designated by Hongjun as esteemed saints. Moreover, Hongjun acted in accordance with the heavenly will, resulting in their natural attainment. Before the deities could fully grasp the situation, the two from the west revealed their own treasures. One manifested a 12-grade lotus platform, while the other produced a purple gold bowl. Together, they proclaimed, "We are the fourth and fifth disciples of Hongjun. Today, moved by the heavenly secrets, despite the desolate land of the western Hinyo continent, we shall establish a grand sect to cultivate the Buddha's body and create the pure land, thus pledging to enlighten the world. The Mahayana Buddhism is hereby established." As they spoke, the 12-grade lotus platform and the purple gold bowl expanded to colossal sizes, and a wave of seven-colored brilliance surged through the sky, allowing both to attain sainthood. The other deities waited in anticipation, eager for Yifeng's attainment of sainthood. However, after a lengthy pause without any movement, they all approached to congratulate the new saints, understanding the importance of establishing connections for their own safety in the future. With several saints now fully realized, Zhunti felt elated. After attaining sainthood, he could now pursue many endeavors. Previously intimidated by Yifeng, that fear dissipated, for he understood that saints are impervious to death. Casting a glance at Yifeng, he remarked, "Junior brother, why have you yet to attain enlightenment? Perhaps your opportunity has not yet arrived." With a smile, he regarded Yifeng. Yifeng, discerning Zhunti's intentions, responded, "What significance does attaining enlightenment hold? Whether one attains it or not, we are but insignificant ants beneath the heavenly path. Moreover, what our eyes perceive is not necessarily the truth." Yifeng reiterated words he had previously shared with Nuwa. Zhunti chuckled lightly, but chose not to respond further. At that moment, a figure descended from the heavens, revealing himself to be Hongjun. Despite the saints' accomplishments, they still treated Hongjun with the utmost respect, greeting him with, "We pay our respects to our teacher." Hongjun exuded an aura of authority, and the saints were taken aback, realizing that even after attaining sainthood, they had no power to resist him. They assessed Hongjun's strength in silence. Hongjun paid little attention to the other saints, casting a glance at Yifeng and stating, "Now that all the saints are gathered, I shall reappear." After a moment's contemplation, he added, "With all saints present, remember that the great force remains unchanged. Saints must not intervene." The saints were momentarily taken aback, pondering both the meaning of Hongjun's words, and when Yifeng had attained sainthood, a mystery they could not unravel. Indeed, even Hongjun himself was unaware of Yifeng's enlightenment. Hongjun continued, "You all are saints and should understand that as the world endures, so too shall the saints. Remain vigilant to avoid causing imbalance or harm to the world." With these final words, he vanished. Subsequently, the deities departed. Laozi returned to the outer heavens to recreate the world and establish the Do Shui Palace as his domain. Tong Tian chose not to establish a realm in the outer heavens, opting instead to remain at his own Baiyu Palace. Yuanshi also refrained from creating a new domain, returning to Kunlun Mountain, which was already a rare blessed land. The two from the western Hinyo continent established Mahayana Buddhism, returning to transform the Qianfu Mountain and Qianfu Hall into a Buddhist sanctuary. Their attainment of sainthood allowed them to guide numerous souls, marking the beginning of their expansive endeavors. In an instant, the wilderness erupted into chaos as the saints gathered. Many, aside from the Wu and Yao clans, rushed to various sanctuaries to seek apprenticeship. Laozi, in the outer heavens, was inaccessible, prompting many to head towards Kunlun Mountain. Yuanshi, known for his strictness in accepting disciples, made it exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to join the Chan sect. Many deities from the western Hinyo continent remained skeptical, deeming the land barren and the prospect of becoming a monk unappealing. In response, Zhunti and Jieyin announced throughout the wilderness that anyone who genuinely sought the Dharma could join Buddhism, allowing numerous souls to be guided. including Mo, Jieyin, Mithra Buddha, and Dezong, among others. The remaining deities observed that the environment of the North Julu continent was exceedingly poor. Thus, they made their way to the Bo Palace in the Eastern Sea, where Tontian welcomed all without exception, gathering them all in. Consequently, the vast wilderness became renowned for the influx of countless immortals to the Bo Palace. Tontian could often be seen with his mouth agape in delight. Several individuals lectured on their respective doctrines in their own sanctuaries, while Laozi devoted his time to expounding teachings to Xiandu, who benefited immensely from his wisdom. Yuan Shi would periodically hold lectures. But aside from his few treasured disciples, the rest found it impossible to approach, needing to find a spot on the mountain to listen attentively. Tontian established a teaching venue outside the hall, sweetly imparting the great Tao. Despite the varied levels of cultivation among his many disciples, all were treated equally, and even those of lesser skill gained considerable insights from the sage's teachings that Yifeng, although not fond of such practices, recognized that the grand teachings had taken root and, considering the cultivation levels of others, decided to set up a high platform in front of the Zhao Palace, lecturing whenever he felt inclined. Meanwhile, Feng Linger had reached the late stage of the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm, just a step away from becoming a quasi-saint, while Long Yun had already attained the status of a quasi-saint. The two were overjoyed at the thought of having such a powerful backing, ensuring that they would have a teacher to rely upon in times of trouble. Yifeng remained oblivious to their thoughts, and had he known, he would likely be infuriated. The two from the Buddhist sect, however, were quite proactive, understanding their shortcomings, and thus held lectures on the great Tao daily and monthly, leading even the cicadas to attain enlightenment, transforming into golden cicadas. Nuwa, having not taken any disciples, enjoyed a much more leisurely existence. Chapter 24. The three sisters ordered to roam the wilderness. The red-butt monkey plays with the three maidens one day. After Tontian finished his lecture at the Bo Palace, he retained the three sisters, Yun Xiao, Xiong Xiao, and Bi Xiao. Uncertain of Tongtian's intentions, the sisters stood obediently, waiting for him. After a while, Tontian raised his head, seemingly deep in thought, and addressed the three. You are all my beloved disciples. Yet remaining in this Bo Palace day in and day out is not beneficial for your cultivation. IT would be better for you to venture out and gain some experience. Upon hearing Tongtian's words, the sisters' expressions changed dramatically. Bi Xiao, being the youngest and most impulsive, immediately protested, tears streaming down her face. Master, have I done something wrong? Why must you send my sisters away? Unable to contain her sobs, she broke down in tears. Seeing her distress, Tongtian descended from the high platform, approached Bi Xiao, and gently lifted her up, saying, Foolish child, I am concerned that you will grow bored on this island, hindering your progress. Thus, I encourage you three sisters to travel and broaden your horizons, which will also temper your hearts. Bi Xiao looked at Tongtian with skepticism. Master, you aren't deceiving us, are you? She tugged at his sleeve. Tongtian laughed heartily. Do you not know that I, Tongtian, am a revered sage? My words hold weight. He affectionately ruffled Bi Xiao's hair. Yun Xiao, being the eldest and considerably more composed, spoke. Sister, at your age, you still cry so easily. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed? After saying this, she herself couldn't help but chuckle. Bi Xiao quickly wiped her tears and playfully chased after Yun Xiao, the three sisters frolicking in front of Tongtian, who watched over them with a benevolent gaze. After a short while, Yun Xiao, sensing the importance of the matter, halted her younger sisters and approached Tongtian. Master, please guide us on our journey. Since we entered your tutelage, we have not ventured beyond the Bo Palace and are unsure of where to go. Xiong Xiao and Bi Xiao looked on with curiosity. After pondering for a moment, Tongtian replied, You may head to the North Julu continent, which is currently under the domain of your seventh Shishu, as long as you mention his name. You may travel safely. You may also visit Pangu Mountain to pay respects to your seventh Shishu, and do convey my regards. The three sisters, encouraged by Tongtian's words, composed themselves and set out. They exited the grand hall. Tongtian spoke to himself within the palace. My junior brother, you possess many secrets, and your cultivation is so formidable that I doubt any of us can compare. Tongtian, being observant, may not often reveal his insights. But he was keenly aware of the subtleties around him. The three sisters each wielded innate treasures. Yun Xiao with the primordial golden dipper, which would later be known as the toilet. Qiong Xiao wielded a pair of scissors fashioned from two dragon serpents, infused with the essence of heaven and earth. And Bi Xiao held the Lumu pearl, derived from the single eye of a cold-blooded fish, refined through millennia of ice. Shining brilliantly, a mere infusion of celestial energy would cause the pearl to emit a blinding light, capable of blinding adversaries on the following day. The three sisters bid farewell to Tongtian and their fellow disciples before departing from the Eastern Sea toward the North Julu continent. The journey was not far, and as they traveled, they reveled in their experiences while making their way to Pangu Mountain. Upon reaching the edge of the North Julu continent, they encountered a landscape shrouded in toxic smoke and fog, with wild beasts lurking about. Despite their formidable cultivation, the three girls, being of feminine nature, were startled by the sight of the beasts. They summoned their protective shields and ventured into the North Julu continent. But within a quarter of an hour, a dark shadow darted past them and vanished, reappearing intermittently around them. Yun Xiao, being a Deluo golden immortal, could barely catch a glimpse of the creature, which appeared to be monkey-like. The three paused, hesitant to proceed, when suddenly rain began to pour down upon them, drenching them despite their shield's efforts to protect against the deluge. As they struggled with the downpour, a towering red-furred monkey, eyes glowing red and menacing, appeared before them. In the realm of the cosmos, there exist 5 immortals, deities of heaven, earth, humanity, and ghosts, and 5 creatures, which include the serpent's scales, feathers, and insects. This monkey was neither a celestial being nor human, neither a ghost nor a creature of scales or feathers. Among the 4 chaotic monkeys, it did not belong to any known category. This red-furred monkey was the notorious red-butt monkey, renowned for its agility in traversing water, even surpassing Zhu Gonggong in water manipulation. Though still not fully grown, its innate abilities were formidable. Despite the sisters' superior cultivation, they were momentarily outpaced by the monkey's natural swiftness. The red-butt monkey cautiously approached the 3 sisters, observing them drenched in rain, and erupted into laughter. Though unable to speak, its expression clearly conveyed delight at their predicament. In a fit of anger, Qiong Xiao brandished her golden serpent scissors, but sensing the threat, the red-butt monkey swiftly vanished. The downpour ceased abruptly. Yun Xiao probed with her divine sense, but the monkey had left no trace, thinking to herself how fast it had escaped. Bi Xiao, puffing her cheeks, exclaimed, "Next time I see you, I will surely blind you." The fleeing red-butt monkey halted abruptly. The sisters dried their clothes with their powers and continued toward Pangu Mountain. That day, Long Yun transformed into a 2-meter-long 7-colored dragon, patrolling the vicinity of Pangu Mountain. After much effort to escape Feng Linger's grasp, he was now reveling in the freedom of flight. Suddenly, a voice rang out from afar. "Sister, look at that little dragon. It's so beautiful. Let us catch it and play." It was none other than Bi Xiao. Long Yun shivered at the thought of Feng Linger. Turning to face the 3 sisters, seeing their inferior cultivation, he scowled. However, this only incited Bi Xiao to shout that she would catch it. Long Yun transformed back into human form, exclaiming, "You wild little girls, how dare you cause trouble at the Zhao Hua sect?" His face displayed a fierce demeanor. Yun Xiao, sensing that Long Yun had taken human form, though she was a Luo golden immortal, could not discern his cultivation level. She replied, "Greetings, fellow cultivator. We are disciples of the Tongtian sage from the Biyo Palace. Yun Xiao, Qiong Xiao, and Bai Xiao. My sister here was thoughtless and may have offended you. We humbly ask for your forgiveness." She gestured to her sisters to introduce them. "We have come, under the guidance of our master, to pay respects to our 7th Shu at Pangu Mountain, and we kindly request that you inform him." Upon learning they were disciples of Tongtian, Long Yun, though unfamiliar with them, recognized Tongtian as Yi Feng's elder brother. Previously, when Tongtian had come to congratulate Yi Feng on the establishment of the Zhao Hua sect, there had been countless attendees, and he had not met these 3. Thus, he did not dare to be negligent and replied, "Ah, so you are the 3 sisters. If you wish to see my master, please follow me." He then led the way inside, with the three sisters following closely behind. Upon their first sight of Pangu Mountain, they were awestruck by its grandeur, filled with vibrant life and enveloped in celestial energy, evoking envy in the three. Though the Bo Palace was also a blessed land, it paled in comparison to Pangu Mountain. Unbeknownst to them, they were being led deeper into the mountain by Long Yun. Before they could fully process their surroundings, a melodious voice rang out. "Little Jean, where have you run off to? Your elder sister has been looking for you." A tall woman clad in green appeared. It was none other than Feng Linger. Upon the sudden appearance of Feng Linger, she effortlessly captivated the attention of the three individuals present. Although Yun Xiao and her companions were also stunningly beautiful, they paled in comparison to Feng Linger. Upon hearing her voice, Long Yun turned to the trio and said, "Esteemed junior sisters, I must take my leave. My elder sister has arrived to escort you to meet our master." With that, he vanished in an instant. Feng Linger approached the three and greeted them. "Esteemed friends, may I ask what brings you to Pangu Mountain?" After a round of introductions, Feng Linger, beaming with joy, led the trio to meet Yi Feng, calling them sisters as if they were long-lost kin. Such is the nature of this woman. She is easy to get along with, forming bonds that feel like family at first sight. That on their way to the Hall of Creation, Feng Linger inquired if they had encountered Xiao Jin. The three, puzzled, were treated to a humorous account of Long Yun, eliciting light laughter among them. Once the trio departed, Long Yun cautiously peeked out from Pangu Mountain, inwardly exclaiming, "That was close." Though he was now a disciple of Yi Feng, he was still treated by Feng Linger as a pet. Yet, she was not cruel. She merely sought companionship in her moments of boredom. Long Yun held deep admiration for his elder sister in all aspects. Save for the times she would playfully tug at his horns. Reflecting on this, he sighed. It is challenging to cater to such a spirited girl. With that, he resumed his patrol of Pangu Mountain. Meanwhile, the fleeing red-tailed monkey found refuge in a cave, muttering to itself, "I've hit a brick wall again." That it had no ulterior motives. It was simply a bored monkey seeking amusement among the inhabitants of North Jiulu Prefecture. When faced with adversaries, it chose to flee. Fortunate that it had yet to encounter any formidable beings, for even its speed would not guarantee its escape from danger. Chapter 25. They say fairy garments suit beautiful women. By Xiao complains about the mischievous monkey. The trio was led into the Hall of Creation by Feng Linger, who, upon seeing the grandeur of the hall, felt a sense of wonder. Modern individuals often perceive others' possessions as superior to their own, unaware that they guard treasures themselves. That why Yi Feng sat atop a high platform with his eyes closed. Upon their arrival, he remained silent. Feng Linger, noticing this, called out, "Master, our esteemed Uncle Tongtian's three disciples have come to visit. Shouldn't you open your eyes to greet them?" With that, she hurried to Yi Feng's side. Yi Feng, unable to scold the girl he had spoiled, opened his eyes and remarked, "You become quite spoiled, my dear." He then turned to the trio. Having known of Yi Feng since the 21st century, the three women were struck by the unpredictability of fate, marveling at the opportunity to meet their revered elder in person. They hastily bowed. Yun Xiao, Qiong Hao, and Bi Xiao pay their respects to Uncle Master, wishing you peace and prosperity. After they bowed several times, Yi Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment. Having arrived in this ancient land, he found himself being bowed to by those he had once looked up to. There is no need for such formality. He said, In the way of creation, we do not place much emphasis on these rituals. Feel free to be at ease." Although the trio acknowledged his words, they still adhered to their respectful demeanor. Once the formalities were concluded, Yun Xiao spoke. "We, the three sisters, have come to pay our respects to Uncle Master on the orders of our teacher, who instructed us to convey her regards." She looked at Yi Feng with utmost respect. Yi Feng thought to himself, indeed, Yun Xiao is a remarkable disciple of the Jiejiao, not only possessing formidable cultivation, but also displaying great poise in her demeanor. He replied, "With your teacher's concern, you may enjoy your time in North Jiulu Prefecture. It will be beneficial for your cultivation." He smiled warmly at the three sisters. However, Bi Xiao, still flustered from the earlier encounter with the red-tailed monkey, turned to Yi Feng and pleaded, "Uncle Master, I implore you to take action on my behalf." Upon hearing this, Yun Xiao, confused by Bi Xiao's intent, attempted to signal her to refrain from speaking further, but Bi Xiao pretended not to notice, causing Yun Xiao's face to flush with embarrassment. It was not out of disrespect, but rather a concern that Bi Xiao's words might offend Yi Feng, for Yun Xiao was known for her prudence. Yi Feng, observing the interaction, said, "There is no need for such apprehension, Yin Xiao. Let Bi Xiao speak her mind." With Yi Feng's encouragement, Bi Xiao gathered her courage and declared, "Uncle Master, while we were on our way to Pangu Mountain to pay our respects, we were beset by a mischievous red-haired monkey that drenched us with water. I kindly ask for your assistance in addressing this matter." She pouted adorably, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Yi Feng furrowed his brow, then calculated with his fingers before relaxing his expression. So, it is this troublesome monkey," he mused. "Very well. I shall intervene on your behalf." With a swift motion, he reached toward a specific location in North Julu Prefecture and summoned the red-tailed monkey into the Hall of Creation. Unbeknownst to the monkey, as it hid in its cave, it was suddenly whisked away to the hall. Upon arrival, it instinctively turned to flee but found itself unable to move, paralyzed by fear. Realizing its predicament, it surrendered, knowing that among all the creatures in North Julu Prefecture, the inhabitants of Pangu Mountain were not to be trifled with, especially not the leader of the mountain, now reduced to the size of an ordinary monkey. The red-tailed monkey, despite its vibrant red fur, appeared somewhat endearing. Feng Linger gazed at it with wide eyes, seemingly plotting something mischievous. Bi Xiao, upon seeing the red-tailed monkey, fixed it with a fierce glare and declared, "This is the very monkey that tormented my sisters and me. That I beseech you, Uncle Master, to take action against it." She looked at Yi Feng with hopeful anticipation. Yi Feng chuckled lightly and replied, "Then let Bi Xiao decide its fate." The red-tailed monkey, realizing the situation, quickly assumed a pleading demeanor, knowing full well that Yi Feng had summoned it for the sake of these young women. "You bold creature," Yi Feng admonished, "you have tested my patience. If I do not teach you a lesson now, you may never learn." He dismissed the monkey's pitiful expression, signaling for Yun Xiao and her companions to take their course of action. At that moment, the red-tailed monkey, bound by restrictions, looked at Bi Xiao and her sisters with fear, projecting an expression of desperation. Yun Xiao, feeling a pang of sympathy, thought of intervening, recognizing that the monkey had merely drenched them and had not committed any heinous acts. However, before she could voice her concerns, Bi Xiao, without waiting for anyone's reaction, charged forward. Feng Linger and the others closed their eyes, too apprehensive to watch, while Yi Feng found the unfolding scene amusing. The red-tailed monkey squeezed its eyes shut, bracing for the impending punishment. Its surprise, Bi Xiao approached and began to tug playfully at its fur, eliciting laughter from Feng Linger and the others when they finally opened their eyes to witness the scene. Rather than exacting vengeance, Bi Xiao's actions were playful, and the red-tailed monkey, recognizing that as long as it appeased her, it would be safe, feigned exaggerated pain. The other girls joined in, and the monkey's cries of distress grew louder as Bi Xiao, employing her abilities, left her mark on its fur, turning it various shades of purple and blue. After a while, the girls, exhausted from their antics, withdrew, leaving the monkey panting and relieved. The red-tailed monkey, having narrowly escaped a dire fate, bowed before the group. Yi Feng then remarked, "Bi Xiao, have you vented your frustrations?" Bi Xiao respectfully replied, "Thank you, Uncle Master, for your generosity. I no longer feel wronged." She cast a mischievous grin at the red-tailed monkey, which could only shiver in response. Yi Feng added, "Linger, take the others and explore Pangu Mountain, ensuring they are well entertained." With a wave of his hand, he signaled for them to depart. As they left, Feng Linger cast a lingering glance at the red-tailed monkey, leaving it feeling quite unsettled. Once the others had exited, Yi Feng regarded the red-tailed monkey with interest. The monkey, aware it had no choice but to remain, knelt obediently in the hall. Yi Feng spoke. "Red-tailed monkey, as one of the 4 great spirit monkeys of this world, you have squandered a remarkable opportunity. With your potential, had you trained diligently, you would not find yourself in such a pitiful state today." He fixed his gaze upon the monkey, which, startled by Yi Feng's knowledge of its origins, quickly composed itself, realizing that Yi Feng, as a sage, would possess such insights. Yi Feng continued, "Do you wish to cultivate within Pangu Mountain?" He regarded the red-tailed monkey with an expression of calm curiosity. The red-bottomed macaque was momentarily taken aback, suspecting he had misheard. After a brief pause, he cautiously inquired, "Are you saying I can cultivate within Pangu Mountain?" Yifeng, finding the macaque's reaction amusing, replied, "Indeed, from now on, you shall cultivate here in Pangu Mountain. Whenever I impart teachings, you may also come to listen." Having said this, he disregarded the macaque. Upon hearing this, the red-bottomed macaque was filled with joy and expressed his gratitude, bowing 3 times in respect. Henceforth, he became a disciple of Yifeng. Feng Linger spent several days exploring Pangu Mountain with San Shao, and they became quite familiar with one another. Laughter often echoed throughout the mountain. Meanwhile, Long Yun enjoyed a newfound peace, free from Feng Linger's interruptions. With the red-bottomed macaque remaining in Pangu Mountain, Yifeng instructed Long Yun to teach him some fundamental knowledge and techniques. The red-bottomed macaque, being one of the 4 great spirit monkeys of heaven and earth, displayed an astonishing rate of cultivation. Occasionally, Long Yun would tease the macaque in a manner reminiscent of Feng Linger, though he was more restrained. Aware that Yifeng had entrusted the macaque to him, and its future potential was boundless, the red-bottomed macaque was also summoned by Yifeng to observe the entrance to Pangu Mountain. Time flew by, and when San Shao felt she had enjoyed enough of her stay, she bid farewell to Yifeng and prepared to return to Baiyu Palace. That why Yifeng did not attempt to dissuade her from leaving. Instead, he gifted each of the 3 women a piece of innate spiritual treasure that he had discovered during his treasure-seeking adventure with Pangu. Each treasure was a beautiful garment. Yin Shao received the rainbow feather robe, Qiong Shao the rainfall celestial garment, and Bai Shao the ethereal multicolored attire. All young women cherished such items, and even Yin Shao was touched why Yifeng's gifts were meant to prepare them for the impending tribulations. And seeing the rapport between the 3 and his disciple, he was generous. With a humorous remark, he said, "These celestial garments suit beautiful maidens." His words elicited delightful laughter from the women. However, Feng Linger pouted, expressing her discontent that Yifeng always gave away his treasures without providing her with any. Why Yifeng could only chuckle helplessly. He wished for Feng Linger not to overly depend on magical artifacts. Yet, seeing her pitiful demeanor, he gifted her a piece of armor, the 9-colored phoenix garment, and sent her on her way. Upon returning to Baiyu Palace, San Shao recounted the entire sequence of events to Tong Tian. However, Tong Tian appeared visibly troubled. He was concerned about how to reciprocate Yifeng's grand gift, as he had very few treasures to his name. Besides the 4 swords bestowed by Hongjun, he only possessed the Qing Ping sword, leaving him in a quandary regarding how to express his gratitude to Yifeng. Yet, Tong Tian was overthinking the matter. Yifeng's gifts to San Shao were merely expressions of affinity, as Zhunti had stated, and he did not place importance on whether or not he received a return gift. Chapter 26. The peak of Buzhou Mountain reveals a treasure land. The summoning banner attracts numerous demons since the last time Nuwa attained sagehood. Several millennia had passed, and the demon race could no longer endure their grievances. The demon master Kunpeng, a truly cunning individual, noticed the current strength of the demon race and sought to exploit the conflict between the 2 demon emperors and the witch clan for his own gain. The 2 demon emperors were ambitious figures, merely in search of an excuse, and fortuitously encountered Kunpeng, whose ideas aligned with theirs. One day, as Dong Huangtai was surveying the summit of Buzhou Mountain, he discovered that the peak held a realm of its own. Yifeng had previously known of this new territory atop Buzhou Mountain, but chose not to relocate it, hoping the matters between the demon and crane clans would unfold smoothly. However, Dong Huangtai quickly unearthed this secret, observing the abundant celestial energy and auspicious omens in the newfound realm, which seemed to gather the spiritual essence of the 4 great continents. He reported this discovery to Di Jun after deliberation. They devised a plan. On that day, Dong Huangtai and Di Jun were in the Demon Emperor's palace, discussing matters, when Kunpeng arrived. Upon seeing the 2 emperors, Kunpeng joyfully bowed and said, "I pay my respects to the 2 demon emperors." After Di Jun invited Kunpeng to rise, he inquired, "Why is the demon master not cultivating in the Northern Sea? What urgent matter brings you here?" Kunpeng, looking non-committal, glanced between Dong Huangtai and Di Jun before responding, "Esteemed demon emperors, I wonder how suitable is this newly discovered abode for habitation. He smiled broadly at the two. The two emperors were puzzled, knowing Kunpeng was not a benevolent character and that his inquiry likely harbored ulterior motives. Dong Huang Tai Yi, frowning, replied, "Demon Master, we are all comrades here. If you have something to say, simply speak without beating around the bush." His displeasure was evident. Observing Dong Huang Tai Yi's irritation, Kunpeng reassured him, "There is no need for the Demon Emperor to be anxious. Allow me to explain at my own pace." After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "Consider this. Our demon race has existed since the great Pangu's demise, maintaining its status as a significant force in the primordial world. Others dare not show us disrespect. Even the Sanqing, who were transformed from Pangu's essence, treat us with a degree of deference. Moreover, the demon race is rejoicing, as Nuwa has ascended to become a mixed-element sage, further enhancing our might. Nowadays, few dare to challenge our authority in the primordial realm, though there will always be a handful of oblivious individuals, particularly from the Witch Clan." He observed the expressions of Dong Huang Tai Yi and Di Jun, noting their attentiveness, and continued, "By divine providence. Not long ago, Tai Yi, the Demon Emperor, discovered this independent realm. It is the perfect time for our demon race to achieve greatness. Why not establish a heavenly court in this land and command the world, showcasing the might of our demon race?" He looked at the two emperors with great enthusiasm, confident they would heed his counsel, though he understood a process was necessary. Seeing Kunpeng finish his proposal, Dong Huang Tai Yi and Di Jun exchanged knowing smiles. Kunpeng was taken aback, uncertain of their intentions, and lowered his gaze. After a moment, Di Jun remarked, "Demon Master, you have worked tirelessly for our demon race, and my brother and I express our gratitude." They both rose and bowed to Kunpeng, who hurriedly returned their gesture. Di Jun continued, "Your suggestion aligns perfectly with our own thoughts to end this vast demon race. Who else should be the masters of the primordial realm if not us?" With those words, a formidable aura emanated from Di Jun, causing all the demons within Buzhou Mountain to kneel in reverence. At that moment, Dong Huang Tai Yi interjected, "The matters you spoke of can commence shortly, but before that, I must take a journey." Exchanging a smile with Di Jun, Dong Huang Tai Yi vanished from the Demon Emperor's palace. While Kunpeng departed for the Northern Sea, awaiting the summons of the two emperors, as Dong Huang Tai Yi exited the Demon Emperor's palace, he made his way to the celestial realm, soon arriving at a grand hall, Nuwa's palace. In an instant, he appeared at the entrance, where he encountered a small boy clad in a red apron and sporting two pigtails, standing at the doorway. Upon seeing Dong Huang Tai Yi approach, the boy squealed in a childish voice, "Who dares to trespass into Nuwa's palace? Do you not know this is the sacred place of the goddess Nuwa? Depart at once, lest I show you no mercy." He shook his tiny fist, exuding an adorable charm. Dong Huang Tai Yi chuckled. The spirit child would never grow up, still attempting to act tough. However, as a demon emperor, he found it beneath him to engage in a battle of wills with a child and replied, "Please inform the goddess Nuwa that Dong Huang Tai Yi seeks an audience." He smiled warmly at the spirit child. As the child prepared to respond, a gentle voice echoed, "Ling Zhu, do not be rude. Lead the demon emperor inside." Ling Zhu, pouting in annoyance, glared at Dong Huang Tai Yi and said, "Follow me, but don't look around carelessly, or you'll incur the goddess's displeasure." With that, he led the way into the palace, and Dong Huang Tai Yi could only shake his head helplessly at the child's antics as he followed. Before long, they entered the hall, where Ling Zhu took his place behind Nuwa. Unbeknownst to Dong Huang Tai Yi, there was another child behind Nuwa, a celestial being formed from a piece of colorful cloud, created by Nuwa to alleviate Ling Zhu's loneliness. As Dong Huang Tai Yi met Nuwa's gaze, he felt an overwhelming pressure, a stark reminder of the difference between a sage and a quasi-sage, an insurmountable gap. Nuwa sighed as she looked at Dong Huang Tai Yi, saying, "Tai Yi, I am aware of the purpose of your visit. However, I must implore the demon race to refrain from engaging in heinous acts. Otherwise, even with my status as a sage, I cannot assist you." With a wave of her hand, she conjured a golden gourd from which emerged a large black banner, the summoning banner. The golden gourd was obtained by Nuwa alongside Hongjun and others at Buzhou Mountain, and the summoning banner was nurtured within it. Nuwa handed the summoning banner to Dong Huang Tai Yi, after which she fell silent. Dong Huang Tai Yi accepted the banner, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, goddess. If our demon race rises to prominence, we shall never forget your great kindness." With that, he exited Nuwa's palace. It was indeed the distant sound of a sigh emanating from Nuwa. Dong Huang Tai, bearing the summoning banner, returned to the palace of the Demon Emperor to consult with Emperor Jun. After deliberation, they concluded that the establishment of a heavenly court by the demon race was an inevitable trend. Thus, they summoned the demon sage Kunpeng to discuss the matter. The three of them reached a consensus that on this day, with the sky high and the air crisp, a sudden manifestation erupted from the peak of Mount Buzhou, revealing the summoning banner. Following this, Emperor Jun's voice reverberated across the vast wilderness. "I am Emperor Jun, alongside the Demon Emperor Dongwang Tai and the Demon Sage Kunpeng. We hereby declare the demon race as the rightful lineage of the vast wilderness. We will establish a heavenly court at the peak of Mount Buzhou today, and all beings of the demon race must comply with the decree of this summoning banner." The summoning banner radiated a black aura that swiftly enveloped the entire wilderness. The demon race, innately attuned to the banner, began to gather towards Mount Buzhou, and in an instant, the wilderness was adorned with shimmering jewels in the celestial realm of the Doshui Palace. Laozi opened his eyes, glanced at the wilderness, and sighed at the Yushu Palace. The primordial one, reclining upon a cloud bed, cast a curious glance towards Mount Buzhou, but remained silent thereafter. In the Bo Palace, Tong Tian stepped out of the palace and remarked lightly, "A great calamity approaches. I wonder why my sister Nuwa acts in such a manner." Following this, he fell silent. In the western Thousand Buddhas Mountain, Zhunti stated, "Let them fight. Perhaps it will present an opportunity for us in the west." Jieyin wore a sorrowful expression, yet his demeanor suggested agreement with Zhunti's words. Pangu Mountain, in the Hall of Creation, Yefeng ceased his cultivation and summoned Feng Linger and Long Yun, saying, "Long Yun, you too shall convey my command. All members of the creation sect must not leave the mountain from now on. When the time comes to open the mountain, I shall inform you. Should anyone disrespect my command and venture out, the consequences shall not be associated with my creation sect." After speaking, he disregarded the two and resumed his cultivation. With puzzled hearts, the two relayed Yefeng's orders throughout the creation sect, ignoring the confusion of the masses, and sealed off Pangu Mountain. In the ancestral hall of the witch clan, the 12 ancestral witches sat together. Their expressions varied, though most were marked by anger. This moment, Zhu Rong bellowed, "These despicable demons dare to shamelessly claim themselves as the rightful lineage of the vast wilderness. How do they perceive the witch clan? It truly infuriates me." With a face full of rage, he seemed on the verge of erupting. Gong Gong also roared, "Such demons dare to disregard our witch clan. If we do not strike them down, we shall become a laughingstock among our kin." A burly man then stepped forward, saying, "Brothers, do not be hasty. Our witch clan is also a major faction in this wilderness, and we are not afraid of the demon race. However, we must deliberate carefully before taking action." This was Di Jiang, the leader of the ancestral witches, whose words carried weight, causing the others to refrain from further outbursts. At this moment, Hudu interjected, "Brothers, while the demon's establishment of a heavenly court shows disrespect toward our clan, if they do not provoke us, we can choose to turn a blind eye. Why should we lower ourselves to their level?" She gazed calmly at the ancestral witches after speaking. Xiangliang retorted, "Sister Hutu, do not always be so benevolent. The demons are wolves in sheep's clothing, and their actions are clearly directed at us, that we must be cautious lest they come knocking at our door, as that would not reflect our clan style." Hutu's face flushed with indignation at Xiangliang's words. Di Jiang then stated, "Everyone, let us cease this debate for now and observe how the demon race proceeds. We shall wait and see." The ancestral witches fell silent, though some still had words to say. However, with Di Jiang having spoken, they could not easily contradict him. Meanwhile, Mount Buzhou was abuzz with activity, with countless demons gathering, numbering in the millions. The mountain was shrouded in swirling black smoke. Yet, despite their multitude, They were insignificant compared to the vastness of Mount Buzhou, which could not be overshadowed by the demon race. Chapter 27. Dongwang Emperor Jun establishes the heavenly court. All gods gather at Mount Buzhou at this moment. Dongwang Tai and Emperor Jun wore smiles as they listened to the reports from the 10 great demon saints regarding the situation within Mount Buzhou. After a brief pause, Dongwang Tai remarked, "Our demon race now stands united, with morale soaring. Aside from a few saints, I believe no one else poses a threat. However, saints cannot act recklessly. As long as we do not provoke them, they will have no reason to strike us." He smiled broadly at Emperor Jun, who responded, "Indeed, brother, the establishment of our heavenly court is in accordance with the will of heaven. Surely, no one can object, and even those who might be dissatisfied must consider their own capabilities." With that, he burst into hearty laughter, while the other demon gods congratulated him with clasped hands. At this moment, Kunping approached and said, "Your Majesties, now that our demon race is unified, why not extend invitations to all the great gods of the world to come and celebrate? This would showcase our hospitality and demonstrate to the petty individuals that we are not to be trifled with." He looked calmly at Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai, knowing that the demon emperor would agree to his proposal. The two demon monarchs exchanged glances and replied, "The sage's words align with our intentions. We shall have the sage handle this matter and extend invitations to the gods of the world. As for who should be invited, the sage may decide." They subtly gestured towards Kunpeng, who, being astute, bowed and took his leave. Before exiting the palace, Dongwang Tai specifically instructed Kunpeng to include Nuwa's name along with theirs, indicating that Nuwa would be awaiting the arrival of the guests at the Demon Emperor's palace. It was only natural that Nuwa, being a sage, would not be disregarded by the other sages, and they would all come, let alone the other great gods, in the Nuwa palace. Nuwa opened her eyes and sighed helplessly, yet she said nothing, for she too belonged to the demon race and could not escape that bond. Kunpeng, representing Nuwa and the two demon monarchs, traveled far and wide to invite the powerful beings of the wilderness. With their names, Kunpeng found it much easier to secure attendance. No one dared to decline an invitation from him. However, the atmosphere at the abodes of the few sages was not as pleasant. Nevertheless, they all ultimately agreed to attend. Kunpeng was swift, and within a few days, he had invited all the capable beings of the vast wilderness. Except for the witch clan, as he prepared to return, he realized that Yefeng from the northern Julu continent had not responded, which startled him. He hurriedly made his way to the northern Julu continent. At this moment, within Pangu Mountain, Yefeng was aware of Kunpeng's visit. He called upon Feng Linger and instructed, "Linger, a large bird has arrived at the mountain's front. Go and see what it has to say. If it conveys anything, inform it that fate will determine our meeting." Feng Linger looked at Yefeng with curiosity. Yefeng had not spent much time playing with her lately, and she felt somewhat unaccustomed. So she lowered her head and walked towards the mountain's edge. After a short while, Kunpeng arrived at the front of Pangu Mountain, where he found the grand formation surrounding the mountain. Upon closer inspection, the formation was indeed unremarkable, yet Kunpeng felt an oppressive aura. Suddenly, a woman dressed in green emerged from the formation. Although Kunpeng was not a lecherous individual, he was momentarily taken aback upon seeing her, but quickly regained his composure and said, "It is the eldest disciple of my 7 senior brother. I am Kunpeng, military advisor of the demon race, sent by Our Lady Nuwa and the 2 demon monarchs to invite you to the heavenly court. Please inform your master." He gazed at Feng Linger, who, despite having matured considerably over the years, felt uncomfortable under Kunpeng's icy presence. After a moment, she replied, "My master said that if fate allows, we will meet." Realizing that Yefeng was already aware of the matter, Kunpeng returned to the heavenly court. On this day, at the peak of Mount Buzhou, the heavenly court was festooned with lights and decorations, exuding an atmosphere of celebration. It was the day Dongwang Tai and Emperor Jun had invited the gods of the world to the heavenly court. The 2 monarchs first invited Fuxi to the heavenly court and then persuaded him to accompany them to Nuwa's palace to invite her. With no choice but to comply, Nuwa joined them. Upon entering the heavenly court, Dongwang Tai and Emperor Jun renamed the Demon Emperor's Hall to the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, setting up 3 seats, one each for the 2 demon monarchs, and one for Nuwa. Shortly after Nuwa and the others arrived at the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, radiant lights began to flicker in the sky, signaling the arrival of various great gods. They all came to congratulate the demon race. And as eloquent individuals, the atmosphere grew lively. Soon after, several sages also arrived, and the two demon monarchs, along with Nuwa, went to greet them. This garnered the favor of the sages, leading to a joyful discourse. Among them were Zi and Hongyun, who, despite their reluctance to visit the heavenly court, felt compelled to do so due to its rising influence. However, they brought with them all the treasures they had crafted over the years, just in case. Fortunately, they had overthought the situation. Although the demon race had their eyes on Hongyun's Hongmeng purple chi, it was not yet time, and they welcomed the two with smiles and even offered apologies, greatly easing their concerns. Since obtaining the Hongmeng purple chi, Hongyun had been tirelessly refining it, but had yet to grasp its essence, leading him to set it aside gradually. Additionally, the often entangled Mingi and Wenzi also came to offer their congratulations, making the heavenly court a scene of great festivity. This moment. Within the halls of Pangu Mountain and the Palace of Creation, Yifeng summoned Feng Ling'er and Long Yun, instructing them to head to the heavenly court to extend their congratulations. However, Yifeng was deeply engrossed in contemplating the world within the Chaos Pearl, a realm that, despite being a sage, he found himself only slightly more adept than the other sages. The emergence of the Chaos Pearl during the Primordial era left many aspects uncharted for him. Currently, Yifeng was diligently researching and could not afford to abandon his studies, thus delegating the task to his two disciples. In the heavenly court, the deities arrived in succession, presenting gifts, and indeed, the demon race received a considerable bounty. While sages were not obligated to offer tributes to the demon race, the two demon emperors skillfully endeared themselves to the assembly of sages, bestowing a few casual rewards to maintain appearances. The demon race, not one to be stingy, generously provided an abundance of rare spirit fruits for the esteemed guests. Observing that all the expected deities had arrived, Emperor Jun exchanged a glance with Nuwa, signaling that it was time to commence the proceedings. Nuwa furrowed her brow and conveyed, "My seventh junior brother has yet to arrive. Let us wait a moment." After speaking, she turned her attention to the two demon emperors outside the hall, who, now bearing the title of Heavenly Emperor, were visibly displeased with Yifeng's actions. Yet, having learned from past grievances, they restrained their anger. But a moment later, a voice boomed from outside the hall, announcing, from the North Julu continent, Pangu Mountain, the disciples of the creation sect, Feng Ling'er and Long Yun. Upon hearing this, the entire hall fell silent, with some attendees observing with keen interest, secretly noting that although Yifeng was a sage, he had shown considerable disrespect to the demon race, especially given that they now boasted a sage of their own, Nuwa, whose strength was formidable. Feng Ling'er, adorned in her ever-constant green attire, gracefully entered the grand hall. Upon reaching the sides of the Eastern Emperor Tai and Emperor Jun, she simply clasped her hands in greeting, stating, "Feng Ling'er, along with my senior brother Long Yun, comes by the command of our master to offer congratulations. We hope the two demon emperors will not take offense at our tardiness." Although the demon emperors were displeased, they had no choice but to greet her with smiles in front of the gathered assembly. Subsequently, Feng Ling'er and Long Yun bowed respectfully to Nuwa, proclaiming, "Ling'er and Long Yun pay their respects to Lady Nuwa." Their genuine reverence elicited further irritation from the two demon emperors. Nuwa, upon seeing Feng Ling'er and Long Yun arrive, despite not knowing why Yifeng had not come, warmly pulled them to their feet. The two then greeted several other sages and deities before taking their seats. Nevertheless, Feng Ling'er's ethereal presence and exquisite beauty captured the attention of all. Long Yun pondered why, despite Feng Ling'er typically being timid, she exhibited such composure and grace in crucial moments. Unbeknownst to him, Feng Ling'er, being the daughter of the Phoenix royal lineage, possessed an innate pride that allowed her to face everyone with poise, regardless of her lack of worldly experience. With all present, Emperor Jun cleared his throat and proclaimed, "I am grateful to all for coming to celebrate our demon race's joyous relocation. Both Tai and I extend our heartfelt thanks." He and Eastern Emperor Tai then bowed in gratitude, to which the assembly of deities responded with similar gestures, saying, "No need for formality." However, several sages regarded the proceedings with indifferent expressions that hate this moment. Eastern Emperor Tai added, "By chance, I stumbled upon this auspicious land atop Mount Buzhou. While I am not well-versed in geomancy, I can sense that the rise of our demon race is imminent. Thus I, alongside my brother and Lady Nuwa, invite all esteemed deities here to strengthen our bonds of friendship." After expressing gratitude once more, Emperor Jun continued, "Today, in the presence of all esteemed deities, we hereby establish our demon race as the rightful lineage of the heavenly court. Tai and I shall be the heavenly emperors, while Lady Nuwa shall hold the title of Supreme Demon Empress." After speaking, he beamed at the assembly, observing their reactions. The deities, recognizing the prevailing momentum of the demon race, offered their congratulations with bowed heads. However, figures like the river Styx and several sages remained unimpressed, yet, out of respect for Nuwa, refrained from voicing their dissent. Feng Ling'er and Long Yun remained silent, as Yifeng had instructed them to merely participate in the ceremony. Seeing no objections from the assembly, the two demon emperors expected this outcome, especially with Nuwa's presence ensuring few dared to oppose. Thus, amid a flurry of toasts and celebrations, the heavenly court was established upon the vast primordial land. Following 3 days and nights of festivities, the guests departed, unaware of the covetous gazes of the river Styx and others, who eyed the treasures left behind by the demon race. Meanwhile, the sages, regardless of where they roamed, would not suffer losses, for their numerous disciples ensured that any lavish gifts bestowed upon them could be easily recouped through feasting. This left Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai perplexed, noting how the various sects seemed to have abstained from participating in the festivities. Yet the tables were quickly stripped of their treasures. As Feng Ling'er and Long Yun took their leave, they were retained by Nuwa, who welcomed them in her palace for several days before their departure. During this time, Feng Ling'er delighted in playing with the Ling Pearl, while Long Yun enjoyed the company of the colorful cloud youth. Eventually, after a few days filled with reluctance, they departed the palace of Nuwa, claiming that Yifeng had sent them to convey their congratulations on the completion of Mount Buzhou. Chapter 28. The ancient beast devouring humanity in a realm where heaven and earth displayed indifference to all beings. The two demon emperors established their dominion atop Mount Buzhou, and news of this spread swiftly across the primordial land. Yet, the deities harbored their own thoughts. Feng Ling'er and Long Yun, having spent a brief time in the palace of Nuwa, soon took their leave. Meanwhile, the human race, residing in Wanxiu, experienced significant development under the leadership of Jieyin, steadily growing stronger. After nearly a millennium of progress, the human population approached 10 million thanks to Yifeng's teachings on the art of perpetual life. Many powerful figures emerged among the humans, with Jieyin ascending to the realm of Tai, Golden Immortal, albeit among only a few Jieyin established 4 esteemed elders of the human race, all possessing Tai, Golden Immortal cultivation. Beneath them, countless human warriors boasted varied strengths, ranging from Golden Immortal to lesser stages. Although their power had greatly increased compared to before, they were still insignificant when compared to other races across the primordial land. One day, unexpectedly, dense clouds enveloped the skies above Wanxiu, and amidst the mist, the ominous figure of a beast with a dragon's head and a beast's body began to manifest, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Shortly thereafter, 3 grotesque creatures shrouded in dark energy appeared. The first was a creature with a dragon's head and a donkey's body, its entire form a deep purple, known as Yaji. The second bore 8 fearsome snake heads, each adorned with a single horn, identified as the ancient beast Yachi. Finally, a massive black dragon emerged, exuding a toxic mist that corroded the very air, a member of the dragon race, yet born with black scales and a penchant for bloodshed. It had been cast out by the dragon clan. These 3 beasts had existed since the dawn of time, a balance enforced by the heavenly Tao, whereby every celestial bird and auspicious beast must be countered by ferocious and malevolent creatures. Initially, these primordial beasts had committed no grievous acts, consumed only by their training. For reasons unknown, they eventually banded together, embarking on a spree of human slaughter one day, while Yachi was cultivating in its lair. A human inadvertently trespassed, accidentally killing a small snake in the process. This disturbance roused Yachi, known for its merciless nature, and without a moment's hesitation, it devoured the human intruder, disregarding any explanations that it appeared that Yachi derived some benefit from this act. Having reached the realm of the Luo Golden Immortal, it had not made any progress for millennia. Yet after consuming the small human, it experienced a slight enhancement in power, a development that delighted it immensely. Consequently, Yachi shared this news with Yaji and the Black Dragon, and together they began capturing hundreds of humans to experiment upon, which indeed brought them great joy as their powers increased. Realizing this newfound source of strength, they resolved to venture toward the human settlements. The Black Dragon, being of the dragon race, possessed a modicum of self-awareness. Aware that the humans were creations of the demon sage Nuwa, it considered the potential consequences of mass slaughter. Fearing that if Nuwa were to become enraged, the three of them would face instant obliteration. Thus, after some deliberation, they decided to exercise caution, focusing on capturing only small groups of humans, as long as no one intervened. Their operations would expand. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded, with dark clouds swirling ominously overhead. The humans had been forged by Nuwa using the 9 heavens-restoring soil gifted by Yifeng, mixed with her own blood, granting them innate bodies of the Tao, replete with essence that, in the meantime, Jitan, upon receiving reports from his subordinates, furrowed his brow. He was already aware of the recent disappearances among the human populace. However, as the human race expanded, the daily hunting and gathering of food often resulted in casualties, making the recent frequency of such events a cause for concern. Jitan had gradually begun to pay attention to this disturbing trend, unaware that before he could investigate further, the 3 beasts had already begun their onslaught. The 3 ferocious beasts loomed ominously over the skies of Wanxiu, casting a shadow of terror over the populace. As panic spread among the humans, they flocked to Jitian's residence, seeking refuge. Although Jitian felt a surge of anxiety within, as the leader of the human race, he could not allow his inner turmoil to manifest outwardly. At that moment, the Black Dragon, with its insatiable appetite, began to devour the hapless humans, swallowing thousands before they could even react. Following that, the creatures Yazi and Bahu imitated the humans, absorbing tens of thousands in a single gulp. At this moment, the human race was filled with trepidation. Jitian bellowed, "Who dares to wreak havoc in my Wanxiu? For esteemed elders, hasten to engage in battle." With that, he soared into the air, closely followed by 4 elderly figures. Countless human warriors quickly surrounded the vulnerable, aged, and female members of their race. Jitian, realizing that these 3 inscrutable beasts might be the culprits behind the disappearance of countless humans, was consumed by rage, momentarily forgetting the strength of his foes. Nevertheless, even if he acknowledged his inferiority as the leader of the human race, retreat was not an option at this juncture. Bahu let out a boisterous laugh. "Mocking, is this little creature your so-called representative? Humph, with such meager prowess, do you wish to avoid disgrace?" Following his taunt, many humans staggered from the force of his disdain, witnessing the merciless slaughter of his kin. Jitian's fury reached its zenith as he glared at the 3 beasts, declaring, "You 3, since the creation of humanity by our revered mother Nuwa, we have adhered to our principles and have not offended the deities of this primordial land. Yet we find ourselves beset by this unwarranted calamity. Today, even knowing I am no match for you, I shall sacrifice my life to protect my people." Upon hearing Jitian's proclamation, the previously silent Yazi chuckled darkly, saying, "Let me make it clear. Those insignificant ants from your race who disappeared recently were devoured by my brothers and me. Today, we have come to Wanxiu to consume you all. What will you do about it?" With that, he gave a sinister laugh. The human populace, hearing the words of the 3 ferocious beasts, was engulfed in sorrow for their lost loved ones, observing the humans' weakness. The 3 beasts erupted into laughter, perhaps finding pleasure in their power over them. The consumption of humans might augment their strength, but witnessing the humans toyed with brought them even greater satisfaction. The Black Dragon, upon hearing Jitian mention Mother Nuwa, interjected, "Do not harbor illusions that your Nuwa can aid you, that if she could, wouldn't she have appeared by now?" with a disdainful glance at Jieyin. He continued, unfazed by the dragon's derision. Jieyin turned to his fellow humans, stating, "Our kind, gifted with life by Mother Nuwa, has endured countless tribulations. Today, we find ourselves facing mere beasts that threaten our very existence. Yet, we are not cowards that we must express our gratitude to Mother Nuwa for her bestowal of life." With that, he led the assembly in kneeling towards the Nuwa palace in reverence. The entire human race followed suit. Kneeling in homage that Jieyin then added, "When our kind first emerged, the great Emperor Yifeng, moved by our frailty, granted us the teachings to empower ourselves. Today, however, we have failed to meet his expectations that we, his disciples, kneel in gratitude for his imparted wisdom." Even in the face of extinction, the humans did not forget the Emperor's grace. Following this, they all bowed towards the northern region of Julu Prefecture. After completing their homage, Jieyin remarked, "3 bows in honor of Laozi's teachings." Regarding Laozi, Jieyin had little to say, for Laozi had merely utilized the humans to achieve his own sanctification and had not once imparted any teachings upon them. After this, Jieyin turned to face the 3 beasts, who observed the humans as if it were a spectacle to owe them. The humans were merely prey waiting to be devoured. It was only a matter of time. At this moment, within the Nuwa palace, Nuwa sensed the plight of her creation, aware that matters of life and death would reach her. However, just as she prepared to descend, she furrowed her brow and retreated back into the palace. In the Daoshu palace, Laozi also frowned but offered no reaction to the creation hall within Pangu Mountain. Yifeng likewise knitted his brow and summoned Xian and the great Peng. Observing the two, he pondered that Xian would one day be a significant figure in the forthcoming Fengshan War, renowned as the foremost expert beneath the saints. Despite his current arrogance, he was still overshadowed by Feng Ling'er and Long Yan. It was surprising to consider that he would one day be revered by many. Similarly, the great Peng would become a prominent figure beside the future Buddha, yet presently remained an inconspicuous individual. It seemed that truly each generation produces its own talents, provided the saints do not intervene. That Yifeng addressed the two, Xian and great Peng, as protectors of the Tao of creation. "You have both reached the realm of De Luo Jinxian. Now that the human race is in peril, you should venture forth that IT will not only grant you experience, but also convey to those who underestimate us that the human race is not easily trifled with." He continued, "You will face 3 ferocious beasts at the De Luo Jinxian level. Although they are formidable, with caution, you may secure victory." The two were overjoyed, having lingered within Pangu Mountain for so long. They yearned to emerge. Although Yifeng had previously issued a decree restricting them from departing, now that he had personally appointed them, they were elated. They quickly bowed in gratitude and set off towards Wanxiu, the human settlement. Despite joining the Tao of creation, they did not possess the same closeness to Yifeng as Feng Ling'er, resulting in a slower advancement in their cultivation in Kunlun Mountain, the Jade Void Palace. Yuan Shi glanced curiously towards Wanxiu, remarking, "Interesting, the primordial land is becoming lively." With that, he returned to his contemplation of the Dao in the East Sea, the Bo Palace. Tong Tian opened his eyes to glance at Wanxiu, shaking his head in resignation before returning to his meditations. The Qianfu Mountains Qianfu Hall in the west. Zhunti observed Wanxiu with a smile, initially chuckling before shaking his head, saying to Jin, "My 7th junior brother is too hasty. We shall let this pass for now. There will be other opportunities for acquaintance." After which, he looked at Jin, who nodded in agreement that in a certain void. Chaotic energies swirled, and intermittently a figure emerged. It was Hong Jun observing the primordial land. He sighed, "A great calamity approaches. Who will emerge as the victor, and who will be the vanquished?" With that, he vanished from sight. Chapter 29. Xian and Great Peng battle the 3 beasts. The legacy of creation endures. Jieyin, having completed his homage to the saints, turned towards the black dragon, Bahu, and Yazi, his face filled with hatred as he declared, "Those who take lives must ultimately pay the price." With that, he charged at the 3 beasts. The black dragon, known for its fiery temper, was infuriated by Jiyin's audacity, unleashing a torrent of black phlegm. His unique skill, The black dragon spit, capable of transforming all things. Yet, anything stronger than him could not be so easily transformed. Jieyin, lacking a protective treasure, faltered upon contact, and the four elders swiftly caught him. They encircled Jieyin, who, after a moment, regained his composure and declared angrily, "Esteemed brothers, we have reached a critical juncture for our race. Even if we are outmatched, we must fight with all our might." With determination, he turned his gaze back at the three beasts. The elders shared Jieyin's resolve, pledging to protect their kin at all costs. Together, they surged forward once more. The black dragon, now even more enraged, could not tolerate the audacity of these mere humans challenging its authority. With a mighty roar, it grew several times in size, towering thousands of feet tall. Meanwhile, Bahu and Yazi continued their relentless assault, consuming humans with their insatiable hunger. Despite the valiant efforts of countless warriors, they were helpless against the overwhelming might of the beasts. As the human race was mercilessly slaughtered, Bahu's voracious appetite devoured tens of thousands in a single breath, while Yazi followed suit, consuming just as many. The two beasts continued their carnage, while Jieyin and the four elders struggled against the black dragon, who toyed with them as if they were mere playthings, seeing Bahu and Yazi feast upon their kin. The black dragon refused to be outdone. It lashed its tail, sending the five warriors sprawling, and joined the fray. The five were soon left battered and bloodied, unable to rise, with the black dragon's involvement. The very earth of Wanxiu was thrown into chaos. Millions of humans were consumed, and the remaining survivors fled in desperation. Yet, to the beasts it mattered not where the humans fled. They were all mere prey to be hunted down and devoured. Jieyin and the four elders, witnessing the brutal slaughter of their people, could not contain their grief, tears of blood streaming from their eyes. Just then, two streaks of black and white light raced towards them from afar. It was Kong Xian and the great Peng, dispatched by Yi Feng. Upon their arrival, they were taken aback by the horrific scene before them. Remnants of bodies littered the ground, rivers of blood flowing freely. Though they were proud beings, even they were momentarily stunned. Kong Xian let out a thunderous roar. Which beasts dare to invade the human realm and commit such atrocities? Today, I shall ensure your demise. I, Kong Xian, serve as the protector of the Tao of creation. With a fierce cry, he charged forward. I end this moment. Neither Kong Xian nor the great Peng possessed any protective treasures, so they revealed their true forms. Two magnificent phoenixes soaring thousands of feet high. Kong Xian, having received secret teachings from Feng Yunxia, had not been born of the phoenix lineage, but had cultivated a fragment of the innate five-color divine light technique, which he now employed. As the fearsome beasts, the black dragon and its companions, perceived the aggressive approach of the two, they swiftly transformed into two phoenixes. Yet their ire and urgency remained palpable as the black dragon, aware of Kong Xian's superior cultivation, noted that the rock was of similar strength to his OW. It appeared that the two intruders lacked protective artifacts. Otherwise, they would not withstand the onslaught for long. When Kong Xian advanced, the black dragon bellowed. Why do you two little phoenixes abandon your mountain training to meddle in matters that do not concern you? Today, I shall teach you a lesson. With a glance, he signaled to Yaki, who soared forth to join him in confronting Kong Xian, while Yazi darted towards the rock. Kong Xian, possessing mid-level Deluo golden immortal cultivation, faced both the black dragon and Yaki, who were also at mid-level Deluo golden immortal. Fortunately, Kong Xian wielded the five-color divine light, allowing for a temporary equilibrium. The rock and Yazi, both at early stage Deluo golden immortal, also found themselves evenly matched, rendering the outcome uncertain. At that moment, Yaki thundered. Who dares to block the good fortune of Yaki? The mighty, are you seeking death? His eyes glinted with a murderous rage as he regarded Kong Xian. Kong Xian, brimming with pride, responded with a furious roar, his towering form soaring towards Yaki and the black dragon. The five-color divine light surged forth behind him, aiming at Yaki and the black dragon. The two beasts evaded the initial strike, attempting to flank Kong Xian, relentlessly swinging their elongated tails towards his main body. Despite his superior cultivation, Kong Xian found himself in a precarious position, For both Yaki and the Black Dragon possessed formidable physical prowess. In contrast, the Rock and Yazi engaged in a dynamic battle, with Yazi attempting several sneak attacks on the Rock. Yet, despite the Rock's massive size, its speed was not to be underestimated, frequently thwarting Yazi's ambushes. The clash between the two phoenixes and the three fierce beasts was catastrophic, shaking the very foundations of the mountains and rivers, while numerous powerful beings watched intently. The remaining humans were gradually escorted away from the battlefield by valiant warriors, with the four elders and Jieyin also being located and removed from the fray. This was a deliberate choice by Kong Xian to avoid harming the human race, opting to battle in the skies. Yet the collateral damage was still significant. Yaki and the Black Dragon grew increasingly impatient after failing to subdue Kong Xian. Yaki raised his 8 colossal heads, seemingly gathering energy for a more ferocious attack. The Black Dragon, too, poised for action. Kong Xian, perceiving their intentions, understood that the two beasts were preparing for a more violent assault. However, he was not one to retreat. Channeling the brilliance of the 5-color divine light, he struck towards Yaki and the Black Dragon. Having waited in anticipation for this moment, the two beasts unleashed a torrent of black liquid from their 9 heads, a substance capable of transforming all things. Despite Kong Xian's comparable cultivation to Yaki and the Black Dragon, he found himself at a disadvantage now that the 9 streams were unleashed, while he was able to dissipate the 8 streams from Yaki. His 5-color divine light was exhausted, and one of the Black Dragon's formidable streams struck him directly. With no choice left, Kong Xian swiftly evaded, the movement appearing prolonged yet occurring in an instant. Any miscalculation could lead to injury. The Black Dragon laughed heartily. I expected you to possess extraordinary power, yet you are merely a coward who knows only how to evade. His face was twisted in disdain. Oblivious to the fact that they were 2 against 1, Kong Xian, undeterred, retorted with a smirk. What worth is there in boasting for a discarded beast and an unformed creature? He regarded Yaki and the Black Dragon with equal contempt. This provoked the ire of both Yaki and the Black Dragon, who, being inherently petty, were incensed by Kong Xian's words. They furiously declared, "You seek death." With that, their enormous heads lunged towards Kong Xian. Yet he adeptly dodged, occasionally striking back with his phoenix talons. Despite their ironclad forms, Yaki and the Black Dragon found themselves bleeding from Kong Xian's strikes, which surprisingly managed to penetrate their defenses as the battle dragged on. Kong Xian grew increasingly anxious that Yi Feng had gone to great lengths to send them on this mission, and failure was not an option for him. Turning his gaze towards the Rock, he noted the chaotic struggle between it and Yazi. Where neither could gain the upper hand, an idea sparked in his mind. He launched a flurry of attacks on Yaki and the Black Dragon before darting towards the Rock, intending to eliminate Yazi while the two beasts were distracted, thus making it easier to handle Yaki and the Black Dragon afterward. With a swift motion, Kong Xian positioned himself behind Yazi, unleashing the 5-color divine light in a decisive strike. Yazi sensed an anomaly behind him, but as he turned, he found himself ensnared by the ROC in a whirlwind of chaos. Yazi was captured by Kong Xian's 5-color divine light. By the time Yaki and the Black Dragon realized what had transpired, Yazi had already been contained. Enraged, Yaki spat, "Kong Xian, you despicable coward! How dare you resort to such treachery?" His eyes burned with fury as he glared at Kong Xian and the Rock. The Rock interjected, "Should I show mercy to beasts like you? The fact that you are still alive is a testament to your fortune." A knowing glance exchanged between Kong Xian and the Rock, and they surged forward together, with Kong Xian clashing against the Black Dragon and the Rock facing Yaki. While the Rock was at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation, its speed allowed it to hold its ground against Yaki. Seeing the Rock occupy Yaki, Kong Xian unleashed a relentless assault on the Black Dragon, who, already furious, was further incensed by Kong Xian's pursuit. The Black Dragon unleashed torrents of black liquid, wreaking havoc upon the vicinity of Wanqiao. Kong Xian, witnessing the destruction, roared, "Beast, I shall not spare you." He intensified the brilliance of his 5-color divine light. After a protracted struggle, the Rock appeared on the verge of collapse, in a moment of inspiration. Kong Xian directed a powerful shout at the Black Dragon. "Black Dragon, Momentarily taken aback by Kong Xian's sudden call, the black dragon faltered, providing Kong Xian the opening he needed. The five-color divine light surged forth, capturing the black dragon in an instant. Both the black dragon and Yazi were ensnared. Yaki was left in shock. In a fit of desperation, he lashed out with his powerful tail, turning to flee, well aware that preserving his life was paramount. The rock, caught off guard, was knocked back several paces, sustaining minor injuries. Enraged by the sight of the rock's wounds, Kong Xian seized a massive stone from the ground and hurled it towards Yaki. The sheer size of Yaki's heads rendered dodging impossible, resulting in one of them being shattered by the impact, eliciting a heart-rending cry of pain. In an instant, Kong Xian closed the distance, capturing Yaki while it was still reeling from a blow. Afterward, he swiftly joined the rock, and upon seeing that its injuries were minor, they both made their way towards the gathering place of the human race. As they arrived, the devastation was palpable. The human race had suffered immense losses, stirring deep sorrow within them. Both Kong Xian and the rock, reminded of the Phoenix clan's past tribulations, found their emotions overwhelming, tears streaming down their faces. Before long, Kong Xian and the rock reached the human gathering site, where they found the leader Jieyin and the four elders on the brink of collapse. Kong Xian quickly produced 5 creation pills, urging them to be administered to Jieyin and the elders. Moments later, they began to awaken, and upon recognizing Kong Xian and the rock, Jieyin and the others hurriedly expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, celestial beings, for your timely assistance. May I inquire your names? The human race shall erect statues in your honor." Offering daily tributes, Jieyin implored. Witnessing the profound sorrow of the human race, Kong Xian replied, "We are but disciples of the creation sect, sent here to aid you by our master as command. Such grand gestures are unnecessary. Focus on rebuilding your home and fostering growth. We must take our leave." With that, he and the rock took to the skies. In that moment, Jieyin, tears streaming down his face, led the people in a heartfelt supplication towards the north, exclaiming, "Great Emperor of Creation, your kindness will never be forgotten by the human race." With that, the crowd reverently knelt in gratitude. From then on, the legacy of Yi Feng and the teachings of the creation sect began to spread far and wide. Chapter 30. Yi Feng suppresses the 3 fierce beasts. The chaotic sword shatters Laozi's fury. A chilling wind swept across the ravaged land of Wanqiu, where children supported the elderly, young men aided women, and countless others labored to clear the battlefield. The mournful cries of crows perched upon the broken branches only deepened the desolation. Before a crumbling cave stood an elderly man, his frail frame unwavering against the gusts of wind, his white hair dancing in the breeze. Yet he remained steadfast, embodying the weight of the sky itself. Albeit with a tinge of sorrow, Jieyin stood before the cave that housed 1,000 inhabitants, surveying the devastated landscape and the grieving faces of his kin. Unbidden, a tear slipped down his cheek. As the leader of the human race, the rise and fall of his people rested upon his shoulders. Yet now blood flowed like rivers, leaving him powerless to contain his grief. He had contemplated sacrificing himself to atone for this calamity, but he could not abandon the countless souls who relied on him. Though his shoulders were frail, they bore the monumental responsibility of guiding the human race towards prosperity. Steeling himself, Jieyin joined the others in the effort to rebuild their home. Meanwhile, Kong Xian and the rock, having departed from the gathering place of the human race, made their way towards the Pangu mountain in the northern region. They traveled swiftly, reaching their destination within half a day. Upon entering the Hall of Creation, Yi Feng sat regally upon the seat of the leader, prompting Kong Xian and the great Peng to bow in reverence, proclaiming, "We have come to pay our respects to the master, the Yi Feng," who held little affection for such formalities of kneeling, chose to disregard their customs as Kong Xian remained steadfast in his adherence. Once they rose, Kong Xian announced, "Master, in this tribulation faced by the human race, my brother and I have successfully subdued the 3 beasts that threatened humanity, and we now present them before you for your judgment." With that, a flash of multicolored divine light emanated from behind him, revealing the captured beings, the 8-headed serpent, Yazi, and the black dragon. Upon their emergence, the trio immediately adopted a defensive stance, displaying their cunning. Although they had been subdued by Kong Xian, they had sustained little injury and appeared quite spirited. The black dragon, upon seeing Kong Xian, roared, "Kong Xian, you scoundrel, where have you brought us? You, who are steeped in deceit and treachery." His face contorted with rage as he glared at Kong Xian. Yi and Yi mirrored his fury, casting scornful looks in Kong Xian's direction. Unperturbed, Kong Xian regarded the three fierce beasts with a cool demeanor and remarked, "For wretches such as yourselves, there is no need for lofty ideals. The mere fact that I have not obliterated you on the spot is already a stroke of fortune." He then recollected their presence in the Hall of Creation and quickly composed himself, stating, "Now that you have arrived at the creation sect, await the Master's decree." He then bowed respectfully to Yifeng. At this moment, Yi, and the Black Dragon began to survey their surroundings. Upon witnessing Kong Xian's reverence towards Yifeng, they realized they had entered the creation sect of the northern continent. They were well aware that Yifeng was a figure of great sanctity, capable of ending their lives with the same ease as one would crush an ant. However, surrendering without a fight was not something they could easily accept. Yi glanced at Yifeng and said, "We are but ants who have unwittingly offended a saint. Might I inquire as to why you have brought us here?" His expression remained neutral, as he believed that the human race had no connection to the creation sect in his memory. Yifeng, upon witnessing the audacity of Yi, and the Black Dragon, felt a flicker of ire. "It is only human to harbor a measure of indignation," he retorted. "You three arrogant beasts. Even with your impending doom, you remain unrepentant. It is inevitable that you shall be turned to ashes." With a swift motion, he unleashed a stream of azure gas towards the three fiends that in an instant, Yi, and the Black Dragon collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. The Black Dragon emitted a sound akin to an ant's cry, while Yi and Yi could no longer contain their pain, letting out anguished wails that echoed throughout Pangu Mountain, instilling terror in countless beings. Their lamentations were so harrowing that even Feng Linger, Kai Feng, and Long Yun rushed to the scene. However, upon witnessing the three fierce beasts, they remained silent, knowing that the cause of Yifeng's wrath lay with these three creatures. Feng deemed the punishment sufficient. He waved his hand, dissipating the azure energy enveloping the three beasts. This technique, inspired by martial arts from a later era, proved remarkably effective in this primordial realm. Yifeng, as a sage, found that his methods surpassed those of ordinary beings. Yi, and the Black Dragon lay incapacitated within the Hall of Creation, experiencing an unprecedented comfort in their current state, yet lying down had become a luxury in itself. Yifeng disregarded them and stated, "Heaven possesses a benevolent nature. Yet you, instead of striving for progress, resort to cunning schemes, bringing calamity upon humanity. I share a profound connection with the human race, and should I fail to punish you today, who knows how many more tribulations humanity shall endure." As he spoke, he subtly channeled his power, projecting his voice across the vast expanse of the primordial world, drawing the attention of countless powerful beings who were keenly observing how Yifeng would administer justice to Yi, and the Black Dragon. Having achieved the desired effect, Yifeng pondered for a moment before descending from his seat to approach the three beasts. With a swift kick, he sent Yi flying towards the eastern sea, fortuitously landing on the island known as Izhou, which would later become part of Japan. This island, presently beset by a continuously erupting volcano, became Yi's new prison. Turning his gaze to Yi, he delivered another kick, directing him westward, not revealing Yifeng's intentions as he cast Yi into the western bull continent, where he would suffer daily from the torment of drought beneath a vast desert. Yifeng then unleashed two beams of azure light, imprisoning Yi and Yi in their respective locations. Lastly, he glanced at the Black Dragon, who trembled in fear, although the pain in his body was considerable. The terror in his heart overshadowed it, causing him to momentarily forget his suffering as he knelt beside Yifeng, pleading, "Master, spare me. I shall never again harm the human race." He bowed repeatedly, his former arrogance replaced by desperation. Yifeng, feeling a twinge of pity for the once proud dragon, said, "You wretched dragon, having committed such grave offenses, Even if I wish to spare you, your fate will ultimately be death. Before the black dragon could react, Yi Feng delivered a kick that sent him crashing into Pangu Mountain, transforming him into a vast pathway stretching from the Hall of Creation to the mountain's exterior, subjected to the incessant trampling of passers-by. The black dragon awakened to the realization of his predicament, understanding that escape was no longer an option. Thus, the three once mighty ancient beasts were cast aside by Yi Feng, their fates sealed for the ages to come. Awaiting a future release that would take countless years, the multitude of deities, witnessing Yi Feng's decisive actions, drew back their attention, while the saints bore varied expressions. Among them, the two from the west, Zhunti lamented, "What a pity! Had I arrived sooner, we could have increased our ranks with several Buddhas." His face reflected a mixture of regret and sorrow. Laozi, embodying non-action, merely glanced towards the direction of the northern continent before losing interest. However, he remained displeased, as Yi Feng's cold snort after dealing with the three beasts reminded him of his status as Yi Feng's elder, stirring discontent within him. Yuan Shi, puzzled by the unfolding events, furrowed his brow. Meanwhile, in the eastern sea, the palace of Baiyu, Tong Tian, relaxed his previously furrowed brow, contemplating this seventh junior brother, though peculiar, does not undertake endeavors that do not benefit the primordial realm. With that, he resumed his cultivation. In contrast, Nuwa's expression darkened upon hearing Yi Feng's cold snort. Fully aware of the underlying reasons, yet recognizing her own constraints, she could only manage a bitter smile. After resolving this matter, Feng Ling'er and the others promptly vacated the Hall of Creation, awaiting Yi Feng's command. Observing his disciples, Yi Feng, unsure of their thoughts, addressed Feng Ling'er. "Do you have any questions?" Feng Ling'er, sensing Yi Feng's return to his former self, timidly replied, "Master, I have never seen you this angry before." Yi Feng, amused by her demeanor, chuckled and responded, "You silly girl, after all these years, do you still not understand your master's temperament? I am one who does not discriminate based on right or wrong." With a smile, he gazed at Feng Ling'er, causing her cheeks to redden. She quickly reverted to her playful nature, bounding to his side, tugging at his arm, and teasing, "Master, you are so bad," scaring Ling'er with that stern expression. Her eyes brimmed with feigned sorrow as she gazed at Yi Feng. Yi Feng, feeling exasperated yet indulgent towards his beloved disciple, was at a loss. After a moment, Yi Feng addressed Feng Ling'er and the others, saying, "I am not angered by those three beasts, but rather by the fact that the one who calls himself the master, along with Nuwa of the Wahuang Palace, has forsaken the human race, which Nuwa herself created. Instead, she has leveraged their existence to attain the esteemed title of sage, monopolizing their fortunes. Your Grandmaster has proven to be truly ineffective, failing to fulfill his role, merely benefiting from the human race." His face was etched with fury as he spoke, leaving Feng Ling'er and the others rendered speechless in the face of his wrath. At that moment, from the direction of the celestial Doshui Palace, lightning crackled as Laozi, incensed by Yi Feng's reprimand, unleashed his fury. Yi Feng, unperturbed, recognized that although his current cultivation level could not contend with several saints simultaneously, he could certainly confront one. The incessant lightning surged toward Pangu Mountain, igniting a blaze of indignation within Yi Feng. With a flash of the Chaos Sword, he emerged from Pangu Mountain and confronted the oncoming storm, dissipating the lightning with a swift stroke before returning the sword to the Hall of Creation. Laozi, shaken by the encounter, emitted a frustrated grunt, but offered no further response. The events that transpired in that brief moment left the deities of the primordial realm breathless. Cautiously peeking out once the lightning had subsided, Nuwa, feeling increasingly helpless, recognized that she was powerless to intervene. Yi Feng returned to the Hall of Creation, dismissing the stunned disciples and retreating to contemplate the path of the Great Tao. Chapter 31. Dijun's daughter, Wang Shu. The beginning of the conflict between the witches and the demons. After dealing with the three fierce beasts, Yi Feng immersed himself in the understanding of the sage's great Tao. Meanwhile, the demon race thrived. Having established their celestial court, they relentlessly waged wars against any creatures that refused to submit. Yet, they refrained from disturbing the well-known deities of the primordial realm, such as the likes of Zhen Yuanzi of the Five Bamboo Convent. the ancestor of the Ming River and the Mosquito Daoist. However, the Witch clan has yet to allow the Demon clan to extend its tentacles into their territory, though minor skirmishes are not uncommon. On this day, Emperor Jun was on the Moonstar, enjoying a rare reunion with his wife, Xia. Xia was born from the essence of the right eye of the primordial deity Pangu, who opened the heavens. And she emerged from the Moonstar with the Xia sword, a treasure of innate origin. She later married Emperor Jun and bore him 10 sons, who became the 10 Sons, unknown to the other deities. Emperor Jun and Xia also had a daughter named Wang Shu. Upon her birth, the Moonstar resonated with her presence, using its power to forge the Wang Shu sword, another treasure of innate origin. Emperor Jun adored his daughter dearly, fearing that powerful enemies might arise. Thus, he left Wang Shu on the Moonstar, and so the other gods remained unaware of her existence. Now, Wang Shu had grown into a graceful young woman, comparable to Feng Linge. Though Feng Linge possessed a naturally lively disposition, while Wang Shu was reserved and cold, making her difficult to approach. Only Emperor Jun, Xia, and the Eastern Emperor Tai could converse with her. Emperor Jun, preoccupied with governing the heavenly court, seldom visited the Moonstar, resulting in a somewhat strained relationship with his daughter. Nonetheless, despite his regal demeanor, he treated his wife and daughter with great care, lamenting his lack of time, which left him helpless in the face of Wang Shu's isolation. As Emperor Jun cherished the precious moments with Xia, they embraced in silence, unaware that fate had other plans. With a furrowed brow, he hastily bid farewell to Xia, casting a reluctant glance at the seemingly lonely figure of Wang Shu, sighed, and departed for the heavenly court. Upon his swift return to the heavenly court of Mount Buzhou, he found the Eastern Emperor Tai, the demon master Kunpeng, and the 10 great demon saints already assembled, awaiting his arrival. Taking his place beside the Eastern Emperor Tai, Emperor Jun inquired, "My dear brother, what urgent matter brings us together?" As he entered the heavenly court, his imperial aura was palpable, a stark contrast to his gentle demeanor on the Moonstar. The Eastern Emperor Tai smiled and gestured for General Baze to elaborate. Baze, one of the 10 great demon saints, rose and addressed the 2 heavenly emperors. "I humbly greet both your majesties. The demon clan is now under the leadership of the heavenly emperor, and the heavenly court stands firm, attracting the allegiance of many gods. Even those who refuse to submit are swiftly dealt with under your majesty's guidance." After bowing respectfully, he continued, "However, given the vastness and strength of our demon clan, there are still those foolish enough to challenge our authority. The heavenly court has long been established, yet some openly defy us. We seek your majesty's decree to eliminate these non-compliant individuals." After finishing, he stepped back. Everyone present understood the purpose of this gathering. It was merely a formality. At this moment, Emperor Jun turned to Kunpeng, signaling him to speak. Kunpeng stepped forward and respectfully stated, "General Baze's words are indeed reasonable, but we must deliberate carefully." Noticing the lack of response from Emperor Jun and the Eastern Emperor Tai, he added, "The Sanqing are disciples of Hong Jun Laozu, and they are all saints that it would not be wise for us to confront them unless they provoke us first. As for the Western duo, who are also disciples of Hong Jun, they reside far from our territory and are not a concern. Moreover, regions like the Blood Sea of the Underworld and Wuzhuang Temple are formidable adversaries. We should act only when our strength increases." Seeing that the other demons were attentively listening, Kunpeng expressed his satisfaction. "Our concern is primarily with the Witch clan. Since we established the heavenly court, the witches have declared themselves the masters of the land, attacking our people. If we do not make our presence known, they might assume we fear them. Furthermore, the witches have committed grave offenses by not submitting to our heavenly court. We implore both your majesties to issue a decree to eradicate the Witch clan." Upon hearing this, the 10 great demon saints also bowed and requested, "We beseech your majesties to decree the extermination of the Witch clan." Emperor Jun and the Eastern Emperor Tai recognized the sentiments of their followers. They too had been contemplating how to eliminate the Witch clan, but had been waiting for the right opportunity and justification. The demons' proposal aligned perfectly with their thoughts. The Eastern Emperor Tai turned to Emperor Jun and suggested, "Elder brother, you should issue a decree demanding the Witch clan's submission, that we must ensure our actions appear diplomatic to avoid being criticized." Aware that the witch clan would never comply, he made this suggestion. Emperor Jun nodded in agreement, saying, "Your words hold merit." He then drafted a decree for his subordinates to deliver to the witch clan. The gathered demons dispersed to prepare for the impending conflict in the ancestral shrine of the witch clan. The 12 ancestral witches had gathered to discuss the actions of the demon clan. A small demon had delivered the decree from Emperor Jun and the Eastern Emperor Tai, but they encountered the ancestral witch Gong, who without hesitation struck him down with a single blow, then urgently summoned the other ancestral witches for a council. In the ancestral shrine, Emperor Jiang stood at the center of the hall, while the other ancestral witches sat on either side. He addressed his siblings, "Dear brothers and sisters, what are your thoughts on the recent actions of the demon clan?" The fiery Zhurong rose angrily, declaring, "What is there to discuss? The audacity of those demon brats to trample upon us. I say we lead our kin to attack Mount Buzhou and wipe them out entirely." Gong concurred. "Zhurong speaks wisely. If we do not respond now, we will be the laughingstock of the primordial deities." Clenching his massive fists, he added his resolve. Emperor Jiang looked at the other ancestral witches, asking, "What say you? Do you share the same sentiment?" At this moment, the usually reserved Zhu Jieyin stood up and stated, "I also support Zhurong and Gong. The demon clan has repeatedly provoked us, and if we do not retaliate, how can we face our kin?" Ho Tu, though a woman and naturally disinclined towards conflict, was of Pangu's essence, and her innate pride prevented her from bowing to others. She remained silent. Meanwhile, Xianming added, "I too agree with my brothers. Should we show weakness now, we would only embolden the demon clan." With a cold smile, he expressed his disdain. The others echoed their agreement, and they began strategizing, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the demons in a side hall of the ancestral shrine. Ho Tu and Xianming exchanged quiet murmurs. Ho Tu glanced at Xianming. "Sister, I wonder how many lives will be lost if we clash with the demon clan. Those who perish will have nowhere to return." With a heavy heart, she lowered her gaze. Xianming, witnessing her sister's sorrow, approached and took her unblemished hand, offering comfort. "Sister Ho Tu, the demon clan has repeatedly provoked us. It is intolerable. Our actions are for the sake of our clan's future peace. While death is unavoidable, if it secures our safety, is it not worth it?" She tightened her grip on Ho Tu's hand. Ho Tu looked up at Xuanming's red eyes and sighed. "Sister, I am well aware. I simply find it hard to reconcile at this moment. Yet you, little girl, were so spirited in the ancestral shrine. Why this sudden melancholy?" She smiled warmly at Xianming. Embarrassed by Ho Tu's gaze, Xianming playfully pinched her, retorting, "Sister, are you mocking me? I'll show you." Their playful banter continued, a stark contrast to the solemnity expected of the ancestral witches. If any of their kin were to witness this, they would hardly believe that the ancestral witches, long viewed as lofty figures, could exhibit such lightheartedness. After a while, feeling they had played enough, Ho Tu composed herself and said, "The demons possess their primordial spirits. While their physical forms may not match ours in strength, they are still formidable." Coupled with Eastern Emperor Tai wielding the Eastern Emperor Bell, Emperor Jun bearing the innate He Tu and Luo Shu, and Kuanpeng with the Qingshu God Staff, we, the Witch Clan, may find ourselves overmatched. After speaking, she gazed distantly, her expression filled with bitterness. Xianming responded, "Indeed, the Demon Clan boasts Emperor Jun, Eastern Emperor Tai, and the cunning Kuanpeng. We, the Witch Clan, are at a disadvantage." After a moment of contemplation, Ho Tu added, "Master Hongjun once spoke of our clan's fortune residing with our seventh brother, yet we have heard nothing of him." Xianming, frustrated, remarked, "That seventh brother is elusive as a dragon, treating us like a burden, always fleeing at the sight of us." She huffed in annoyance. Upon hearing Xuanming's words, Ho Tu's eyes lit up with a thought. "Sister, do not be disheartened. Master Hongjun assured us that our fortune lies with our seventh brother. It cannot be false, merely that the time has not yet come. The demons may not engage us immediately. Shall we not journey to the northern Julu continent to seek out our brother? Perhaps we can uncover our clan's fortune there. Besides, I hear that our brother's Pangu Mountain is a place of wonder. And the creation sect is the great teaching of all creation. We could treat it as a journey." She glanced at Xianming and added, "Whether we go depends on you." Upon concluding their conversation, the two ladies made their way towards the ancestral witch hall. Xianming, momentarily taken aback, hurriedly followed Ho-Tu, saying, "Why not go? I am quite eager to hear what our seventh senior brother has to say." The presence of two stunning beauties like us at his Taoist school is indeed a tremendous honor for him, and I am curious to see how he responds. With a mischievous grin, she chased after Ho-Tu's day, observing Xuanming's playful demeanor. Ho-Tu chuckled and remarked, "You impudent girl, at this rate, how will you ever find a husband?" Xianming paused, then playfully tickled Ho-Tu, exclaiming, "Who wants to get married? Is that what you're thinking, sister?" After this, she burst into laughter. Thus, the two continued their journey towards the northern Julu continent, filled with laughter and joy. Chapter 32. The two maidens visit Pangu Mountain. The essence of Pangu, divided in half, signifies that in this world there exists something that cannot be retained, regardless of one's formidable powers. Time. Seasons come and go, yet everything on Pangu Mountain remains unchanged. Yifeng, instead of cultivating within the Hall of Creation, strolled leisurely through Pangu Mountain, absorbing the essence of every living being and each subtle vibration. He found himself growing fond of this way of life. While wandering on Pangu Mountain, Yifeng furrowed his brows momentarily before relaxing them and instantly returning to the Hall of Creation. He summoned Feng Linger, saying, "Linger, your two Shu have come to visit Pangu Mountain, and as the eldest disciple of our Taoist school, it is your duty to welcome them." Feng Linger looked at Yifeng in confusion, to which he playfully tapped her on the head and said with a smile, "Why aren't you going?" She rubbed her head and replied, "Oh." After departing from the ancestral witch hall, Ho-Tu and Xianming proceeded towards the northern Julu continent, where they encountered numerous members of the witch and demon clans, witnessing sporadic skirmishes with bloodshed aplenty. The sight spurred them to quicken their pace towards the northern Julu continent. Upon arriving at the majestic Pangu Mountain, the two women were filled with admiration. Noticing the absence of any disciples from the Taoist school outside the mountain, they contemplated sending a message inside. Just then, a woman clad in green appeared before them. It was Feng Linga, who had come out to greet Ho-Tu and Xianming. The two ladies were instantly captivated by Feng Linger's ethereal presence, which elicited silent admiration from the ancestral witches. Feng Linger, puzzled by the sudden appearance of these two beautiful women, was further intrigued by their flowing garments. Upon noticing her, Ho-Tu said with a beaming smile, "Ah, it is the esteemed eldest disciple of our seventh senior brother. We are the ancestral witches, Ho-Tu and Xianming. Here to pay our respects to senior brother, we hope you can announce our arrival." Although Feng Linger seldom ventured outside Pangu Mountain, she was aware of the external circumstances and recognized the two witches. Thus she replied, "Ah, it is indeed my Shishu, and wine master instructed me to welcome you both. So please follow me." After performing a respectful bow, she led them inside. As the two women entered the Hall of Creation, they were once again struck with awe. Moments later, under Feng Linger's guidance, they arrived before Yifeng, who sat regally in the master's seat. Not standing up, he addressed them. "It is a rare occasion to have my two shimmy visit Pangu Mountain. I wonder what brings you here." Yifeng, already aware of their intentions, feigned ignorance, believing that the moment was not yet ripe. Xianming, unable to tolerate Yifeng's aloofness, stepped forward and said, "Seventh senior brother, my sister and I have traveled from afar. Surely you will not deny us even a cup of tea." Her face was flushed with indignation. Observing this, Ho-Tu gently pulled Xianming back and said, "Please do not take offense, senior brother, and wise sister speak her mind without restraint. And if she has offended you, I hope you will forgive her." Yifeng, having no misunderstandings with them, remained unconcerned about their discomfort. He called for Feng Linger to serve tea to the two women, and then said, "Now, my dear Shimmy, you may disclose the purpose of your visit." Ho-Tu, wary of Xuanming's earlier bluntness, took the initiative to speak. "To be candid with you, seventh senior brother, chaos looms over the vast wilderness. Our witch clan is on the brink of war with the demon clan, yet their strength is formidable, far beyond what we can withstand at present, while our clan boasts the mightiest physical forms. The demon clan has Nuwa, who has attained sainthood, whereas we have not." She concluded with a downcast expression. Upon hearing Ho-Tu's words, Yifeng ceased his pretense of ignorance and remarked, I am aware of the opportunities that lie ahead for your clan. But pursuing them too hastily may not bode well for you. Closing his eyes, he maintained an inscrutable demeanor. Xianming, recognizing the gravity of the situation, spoke earnestly. Then we humbly ask for your assistance, senior brother. Should you help us find that opportunity, our witch clan will never forget your great kindness. After a moment of contemplation, Yifeng sighed and said, And you, Ho-Tu, do you share the same sentiment? As he cast a calm gaze upon Ho-Tu, she seemed to resolve a determination within herself and replied, I am uncertain about the future of our witch clan, but as long as I, Ho-Tu, am alive, I shall seek opportunities for our clan survival. I ask for your support. Senior brother, why Yifeng regarded the two with a heavy heart, pondering, if only you two were not part of the witch clan. Perhaps you could live carefree lives. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he conceived an idea to help the two avoid their impending doom. Reluctantly, Yifeng sighed once more. Very well, I shall grant your request. With that, he produced the Chaos Pearl. As it appeared, the two women were taken aback, overwhelmed by the chaotic energy emanating from it, causing them to stagger back. Noticing their distress, Yifeng swiftly waved his hand to dissipate the pearl's power. He did not intend to explain much to the two, but from the Chaos Pearl, a golden orb of light emerged, which was the Pangu primordial spirit he had obtained on Penglai Island. Once the Pangu primordial spirit manifested, both women felt a familiar aura, akin to that of close kin. Startled, Ho-Tu exclaimed, Could this be? Her face was a picture of astonishment as she gazed at Yifeng. He nodded in affirmation. The two women quickly knelt before the floating primordial spirit, excitedly calling out, Father God. Yifeng disregarded their astonished expressions, and, with a gentle pull of his hands, the Pangu primordial spirit descended into his grasp, radiating a soft azure glow. After a moment, the primordial spirit split into two parts, and with another wave of his hand, the two segments flew into the bodies of the two women. Why Yifeng understood that the two would inevitably face peril. Thus he divided the Pangu primordial spirit between them. However, relying solely on this spirit would not suffice for reaching sainthood. It would merely allow them to attain quasi-sainthood, yet with the heavenly Tao having retreated. Should Yifeng support them, their future development would be unimaginable. As the primordial spirit entered their beings, a torrent of information flooded their minds, illuminating countless unknowns, including the truth that the principal assailants were their own witch clan and the demon clan. However, they found no information regarding Yifeng, a precaution he had taken to ensure his secrets remained concealed. Once the two understood the circumstances, they clasped their hands in gratitude towards Yifeng, saying, Thank you, senior brother, for your assistance. Our witch clan will forever remember your kindness. As they began to assimilate the Pangu primordial spirit, Yifeng waved his hand, sending them to the hidden Pangu hall. Inside, two cushions materialized, and Yifeng's voice echoed from afar. Take your time to refine the Pangu primordial spirit. No one will disturb you here. After which, his voice faded into silence. The two women understood that their clan's future depended on this moment. So they settled down to refine the spirit. Years passed in the blink of an eye. One day, Yifeng felt a shift in his spirit and arrived at the Pangu hall, where he found Ho-Tu and Xianming awake, both having elevated their cultivation to the initial stage of quasi-sainthood. Yifeng remarked, Congratulations, my dear Shimmy, on your remarkable advancement in power. Now aware of many matters, especially Xianming, who no longer felt shy in Yifeng's presence, spoke up, Senior brother, I was foolish before and may have offended you. I hope you can forgive me. She blushed, feeling embarrassed. Yifeng, now a revered saint, bore no resemblance to the other saints who maintained an air of superiority. He, too, was unconcerned with such trivial matters and replied, There is no need to dwell on such minor issues. He continued, Now that your business here is concluded, you may return to the witch clan, as tensions with the demon clan are growing. Unbeknownst to them, they had already arrived outside Pangu Mountain. Ho-Tu and Xianming, astonished by Yifeng's subtlety in moving them, marveled at his prowess. Yet Yifeng's voice echoed from afar. Under the heavenly Tao lies a thread of opportunity. Let us see how you grasp it. With that, Pangu Mountain resumed its protective formation. Ho-Tu cast a thoughtful glance at the mountain, while Xianming, despite her many changes, pouted in frustration at Yifeng's treatment. Nevertheless, Both women felt resigned as they made their way from the northern Lu continent back to the ancestral witch hall. Their cultivation now that of quasi-saints, and their speed greatly increased, allowing them to return to the ancestral witch hall in no time. That Yi Feng returned to the concealed Pangu hall, clutching the chaos pearl and gazing intently at it. Within the chaos pearl lingered but a fragment of Pangu's primordial spirit, and Yi Feng looked upon this last remnant with a visage full of nostalgia. Meanwhile, Ho Tu and Xian Ming arrived at the ancestral witch hall, only to find that the members of the witch clan had already entered a state of preparation for battle. They hastily made their way inside, where all the ancestral witches had gathered, save for the two of them. Upon seeing the two women arrive, the other ancestral witches expressed great joy. Gong Gong exclaimed, "Sisters, you have returned. We did not know how arduous your wait was." Following this, he let out a hearty laugh. Observing the attention of the ancestral witches now turned toward her, Ho Tu recounted the entire sequence of events. Upon hearing her words, the ancestral witches rejoiced, for the witch clan held no capacity for envy, especially among the ancestral witches. Only mutual affection flourished among them. The others bore no resentment toward Ho Tu and Xian Ming for acquiring Pangu's primordial spirit and enhancing their cultivation. Instead, they contemplated the strengthening of their clan's power, which in turn fortified them all. Di Jiang, being a meticulous individual, spoke up, "If what you say is true, then we, the witch clan, owe Yi Feng a tremendous debt of gratitude. Has he made any requests?" He gazed at the two women with a countenance full of concern. Since returning, Xian Ming had been silent, but upon seeing Di Jiang's inquiry, she replied, "He did not make any requests. He merely said upon our return, under the heavens, there exists a sliver of hope. It is up to you how to seize it." Di Jiang pondered over this statement, ultimately finding no further insight and refraining from delving deeper. Chapter 33. The Red-Butt Monkey Becomes an Apprentice. The witch and demon war stirs the winds. The two members of the witch clan returned to their people and convened with the ancestral witches. The conflict between the witch and demon clans had reached a boiling point, with war imminent, awaiting merely the right opportunity to ignite this moment. Yi Feng emerged for the Pangu Hall atop Pangu Mountain, broadcasting his voice across the entire mountain. "I will commence the teachings of the Great Tao. Beings within Pangu Mountain may gather outside the Creation Hall to listen." But the fervor swept through Pangu Mountain, for Yi Feng had not delivered a lecture in many years. Those who had previously heard him speak were aware that his teachings pertained to the Tao of creation, and all who listened would benefit greatly. Thus, they flocked toward the Creation Hall. Seated upon a cloud platform, Yi Feng surveyed the multitude of beings assembled, including the disciples of creation, and felt a profound sense of responsibility. Indeed, since his rebirth, Yi Feng had reaped countless opportunities for creation, and with each increase in strength came a greater burden of responsibility. Though he often remained aloof, the unfolding of the heavenly Tao would inevitably draw him into its fold. At that moment, a diminutive figure bounded toward him from afar. Observing that the path ahead was obstructed by the crowd of listeners, it peered forward, pondering how to advance. It was none other than the Red-Butt Monkey, whom Yi Feng had left behind on Pangu Mountain years prior. Upon seeing the monkey's inquisitive demeanor, Yi Feng could not help but chuckle at its antics, finding it quite amusing. Unbeknownst to the monkey, its actions had attracted Yi Feng's attention, thus altering its fate, leading to boundless possibilities. With a swift motion, Yi Feng seized the curious Red-Butt Monkey and brought it before him. The monkey, unsure of what to do, knelt before Yi Feng. Observing that the monkey was still unable to speak, Yi Feng felt a surge of compassion and waved his hand, removing the obstruction from its throat. From that moment forth, the Red-Butt Monkey could articulate words. Grateful for Yi Feng's intervention, and recognizing him as one of the four great spiritual monkeys of heaven and earth, it bowed once more in reverence, still adjusting to its newfound ability to speak. The monkey managed to utter, "Thank you, Master." Yi Feng reciprocated the gesture of respect, and, seeing the monkey struggle with speech, inquired, "Little monkey, would you be willing to become my disciple?" He smiled warmly at the Red-Butt Monkey, which was not so foolish as to miss the opportunity presented before it. Ever since arriving at Pangu Mountain, it had been aware of Yi Feng's formidable prowess. Thus, it resumed its prostration, enthusiastically knocking its head against the ground. Yifeng, pleased with this display, proclaimed, "You shall be my disciple." Sandizi, with a wave of his hand, a golden staff materialized, the very Rui Jingu Bang once wielded by the Dragon Clan's leader. Yifeng had recognized its innate power when he first encountered it, but it had ultimately failed to reach its full potential in the hands of Long Batian. Now, it would serve as a fitting gift for the Red-Butt Monkey. This is the Rui Jingu Bang, a treasure of the innate realm. Accept it as a gift from your master. With that, he tossed it to the Red-Butt Monkey. However, as it was only at the Golden Immortal realm, the monkey struggled to grasp the staff and ended up sitting on the ground, eliciting a laugh from Yifeng. Seeing this, Yifeng infused the staff with a glimmer of light, saying, "I have now rendered the majority of its weight and power manageable. Once you enhance your cultivation, you will be able to wield it with ease." The Red-Butt Monkey promptly bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, Master," though its speech remained somewhat clumsy. Yifeng took on another disciple. The beings below watched with envious eyes. Among them were the Kong-Xian brothers, who, despite their high standing within the creation sect, had yet to be accepted as Yifeng's disciples and felt a twinge of frustration. The Red-Butt Monkey then approached Feng Ling'er and Long Yun, seating itself beside them and grinning broadly, which prompted Feng Ling'er to roll her eyes while Long Yun shot at an exasperated glance. Thus, Yifeng commenced his teachings upon Pangu Mountain, while outside. The winds of change gathered ominously to the peak of Buzhou Mountain. Within the heavenly court, the leaders of the demon clan had all assembled, with Dijun and Dong Huangtai seated upon their thrones. At this juncture, Kunpeng stepped forward, declaring, "Your Majesties, that brash youth in the Witch clan has dared to defy our heavenly court and reject our authority. Such transgressions cannot be forgiven. I implore you, lead our demon warriors against the ancestral Witch Hall and eradicate these treacherous rebels." With that, he bowed and withdrew to this moment. Jiming also stepped forward, requesting, "We beseech your Majesties to allow us to mobilize our forces and ensure no trace remains of them." The assembled demon saints echoed their agreement. Seeking guidance from the two leaders, Dijun exchanged a glance with Dong Huangtai, who was often hesitant, but in light of the current situation, he knew a decisive stance was necessary to avert discontent among the demon ranks. In truth, Dijun harbored other thoughts. He had his own family, particularly a daughter with whom he had a strained relationship. He was aware that should war erupt, their chances of reunion would diminish, and his loved ones could potentially suffer. Nevertheless, he could not afford to hesitate any longer. Steeling himself, he proclaimed, "We have shown great restraint towards the Witch clan, yet their audacity has only grown." With a glance at Dong Huangtai, who nodded in agreement, he declared, "All generals, heed my command. We, the demon clan, are the rightful rulers of this world, destined to enforce the heavenly will. The Witch clan not only refuses to submit, but also dares to position themselves as the masters of the earth, thus insulting the majesty of our heavenly court. The 10 demon saints shall heed my call and lead our army of 3 million against the Witch clan to eradicate the traitorous rebels. My brother Tai, the demon sage Kunpeng, and I will bolster your ranks." With a commanding wave of his hand, he signaled the assembly that a ruler is always a ruler, even in moments of frustration. They can quickly regain their composure. The 10 demon saints received their orders and set about mobilizing troops, while Dijun, Dong Huangtai, and Kunpeng remained within the Lingxiao treasure hall at this juncture. Dijun addressed his brother, "Brother, do you find fault with me for my indecisiveness?" He looked at Dong Huangtai with a resigned expression. The latter, taken aback, had never witnessed such a demeanor from Dijun and replied, "What are you saying, elder brother? I harbor no grievances against you. I merely observe that you have changed in recent times." At Dijun's side, "Do you recall the ancient war among the 3 clans? Who emerged victorious in the end?" Upon hearing this, Dong Huangtai understood Dijun's concerns and sighed in response, "There is no need for such apprehension, brother. Our demon clan is the legitimate authority in this primordial realm. Our actions align with the heavenly Tao. With our strength, we shall not repeat past mistakes." His face was one of pride that Dijun regarded Dong Huangtai, but chose not to contest his words. After all, he too was a sovereign of the demon clan, and it was inappropriate to display such emotions at this juncture. Thus, he conceded, "Very well. Let us remember that we have the sage Nuwa among us. While the witch clan can only gaze in envy, he turned to Kunpeng and inquired, "Do you foresee our chances of victory?" Dong Huang Tai, he also looked at Kunpeng with concern. Yes, the sage of the demon clan. His words held weight, and given his strategic acumen, the two demon sovereigns regarded him with heightened interest. Kunpeng contemplated for a moment before responding, "Barring any unforeseen circumstances, our victory is assured, should unexpected events arise." The situation becomes uncertain. Both Dong Huang Tai and Di Jun regarded Kunpeng with expressions of inquiry, for as the strategist of the demon clan, his insights were invaluable. Kunpeng organized his thoughts and continued. An unforeseen event would entail external interference aiding the witch clan. However, such a possibility is minimal. Hearing this, the two brothers felt reassured, recognizing that the witch clan, lacking in the cultivation of primordial spirits, could not match the strength of the demon clan. After deliberating, they set forth, leading the demon army of nearly 3 million toward the territory of the witch clan, fully aware that the latter was not to be underestimated. Nevertheless, the demon warriors maintained unwavering confidence in their own capabilities. Meanwhile, within the witch clan, a young witch reported to Xing Tian that a large contingent of demons was approaching, signifying an impending invasion. Xing Tian raised an eyebrow. He was not one to shy away from confrontation, but with two armies about to clash, he understood the need for caution and promptly made his way to the ancestral witch hall. As Xing Tian arrived at the ancestral hall of the witch clan, he made no effort to announce his presence, boldly striding INAT that moment. The formidable Qiangli furrowed his brows and remarked, "Xing Tian, what prompts such haste? This is hardly appropriate behavior." Xing Tian, eager to pay his respects to the ancestral witches, replied, "According to reports from our scouts, the demon clan is advancing with their entire army, including the likes of Dong Wang Tai and Di Jun, all heading towards our witch territory." After speaking, he cast a cautious glance at the ancestral witches, mindful not to behave too audaciously in their presence. Seeing this, Daijang decided against consulting the other ancestral witches and addressed Xing Tian, saying, "Xing Tian, summon the 9 phoenixes and Hoi, along with our great witches, to gather our warriors swiftly for battle." Upon hearing this, Xing Tian hurriedly departed to mobilize the forces. Meanwhile, the ancestral witches were eagerly preparing for the confrontation. Although their strength fell short compared to the demon clan, the witch clan would never bow down to AT this juncture. Hutu inquired, "With the demon clan invading, has the Saint Nuwa made her appearance?" Xianming interjected, "It is unlikely that Nuwa would come forth as a saint. She is bound by the words of Hong Jun, who stated that saints must not intervene. I suspect Nuwa would not contravene her master's decree." The other ancestral witches concurred with Xuanming's reasoning, feeling relieved as they composed themselves and exited the ancestral hall to attend to the younger witches in the Nuwa palace. Nuwa's smooth brow furrowed in contemplation. She pondered the reckless actions of the demon clan, fearing that they would ultimately suffer dire consequences, squandering their own fortune. However, she found herself powerless to intervene, as Dong Huang Tai and Di Jun had mobilized their forces without consulting her. Despite her vast powers, she felt constrained, aware that even if she could thwart this invasion, how many more could she prevent in the future? Resigned, she could only observe the approaching confrontation between the witch and demon clans. The demon clan, in a fervent rush, advanced towards the witch territory, casting ominous clouds that frightened the scattered cultivators of the primordial land into hiding within their caves. Chapter 34. Historically, wars begin with insults. Countless treasures display their might wherever the demon clan passed. Dark clouds loomed overhead, causing various deities to retreat into their abodes, unwilling to emerge. The demon clan grew increasingly audacious, their presence unsettling the very fabric of the primordial realm. A day later, the demon clan arrived at the assembly point of the witch clan, only to discover that the witches were fully prepared for battle, awaiting their foes. The 12 ancestral witches of the witch clan stood resolutely at the forefront of their army, exuding an aura that matched the might of the demon clan at that moment. The demon leaders, Di Jun and Dong Wang Tai, also made their appearance before their forces. Seeing this, Kunpeng strode forward, addressing the witches, You witches dare to defy the heavens, foolishly seeking dominion over this primordial land, refusing to submit to the rightful authority of our heavenly court. Such a grave offense deserves your immediate surrender." With his face contorted in anger, he glared at the witches. Although Xianming had tempered much of his arrogance, facing the demon clan reignited his pride, and he stepped forward defiantly, declaring, "What an audacious creature you are, daring to boast while your tongue falters that we, the witch clan, are born of the essence of Pangu, and we shall not be dictated to by your insignificant demon tribe." With a disdainful snort, he dismissed Kunpeng's insult. Kunpeng, unaccustomed to such humiliation, being a strategist of the demon clan, was used to being treated with utmost respect. Today, however, he found himself insulted by this young witch, which ignited his fury. Unable to contain himself, he brandished the Qingshu divine staff and struck towards Xianming, unleashing a torrent of dark energy. Unflustered, Xianming extended a hand and retrieved a silver hairpin. The falling star pin, a treasure of innate origin. With a sweep of the falling star pin, a beam of silver light surged forth to meet Kunpeng's dark attack. The collision of black and silver light tore through the space, creating a massive black hole. Though Kunpeng remained steadfast, he let out a muffled groan as Xianming, albeit possessing Pangu's primordial spirit, was still relatively inexperienced and was sent staggering back 100 miles, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Hutu quickly steadied Xianming, who was experiencing the sting of his first defeat. Unable to bear the blow to his pride, he was about to charge forward again when Daijang intervened. Kunpeng, now alarmed, realized that he had underestimated the witches. He was a peak quasi-saint, and aside from the saints, he believed there were few worthy opponents in the primordial realm. Yet, to his astonishment, the witch clan, whom he had always regarded with disdain, proved to be formidable. He had not anticipated that Xianming possessed quasi-saint level strength. Were the witches not supposed to be incapable of cultivating their primordial spirits? Jieyin and Dongwang Tai shared in Kunpeng's astonishment, taken aback by the emergence of such a powerful witch. Xianming had always kept a low profile within the witch clan, displaying no extraordinary prowess. The other witches' abilities remained a mystery, and the current situation was not the time to delve into such inquiries. Dongwang Tai stepped forward, unleashing a powerful aura that bore down upon the witch clan. He proclaimed, "You witches claim dominion over this land, yet you disregard the dignity of our heavenly court. Our demon clan has established the heavenly court, winning the hearts of the realm. Yet, you witches refuse to submit, foolishly challenging our authority. Today, you shall face the consequences of your defiance." After speaking, he exchanged a knowing glance with Jieyin. Jieyin, perceptive as ever, understood Dongwang Tai's intent from a mere glance and stepped forward, stating, "Demon clan, if the witch clan submits to our heavenly court, I, Jieyin, can guarantee that you will continue to hold your titles as lords of the earth, with no one daring to infringe upon your domain." With Jieyin adopting a softer approach and Dongwang Tai taking a harder stance, they executed their strategy with precision. However, they overlooked the intrinsic nature of the witch clan, who were born warriors, placing honor above life. How could they ever consider bowing to the demon clan? Unable to restrain herself, Zhurong suddenly erupted, her voice echoing for miles. "How dare a few beasts presume to call themselves the sovereigns of this realm? Who dares demand our witch clan's submission? Spare us your meandering words. If you have the courage, let us fight." With her furious expression, she startled the demon soldiers surrounding her, while Jieyin was often indecisive. He now acted with determination. Seeing the witch clan's refusal to yield, his anger surged, and he declared, "Witches, you are overstepping your bounds. If you refuse to heed the warning, witness how our demon clan will obliterate you." With a wave of his hand, the vast horde of demon soldiers surged forward towards the witches. Dongwang Tai summoned the Eastern Emperor Bell, charging towards the ancestral witches, while Jieyin unleashed the innate He Tu and Luo Shu to advance. Kunpeng followed suit, brandishing the Qingshu divine staff and joining the fray, while the 10 great demon saints displayed their skills and surged forward. Meanwhile, the fiery tempered Gonggong grasped the Xianyuan water control staff and bellowed, "Demon brats, prepare to be struck down." The Xianyuan water control staff is Gonggong's innate treasure for water manipulation and offense. Zhurong wielded the heavenly fire mirror, an innate treasure that controls all fires, directing flames towards Jieyin. Qiangli, seeing this, also brandished his Wanlei Tower, an innate treasure primarily for offense, to target Jieyin. The three ancestral witches surrounded Jieyin, who, although possessing quasi-saint strength, could only defend against their fierce onslaught for the moment. Donghuang Tai, recognized as the most powerful among the demons, was formidable not only for his innate treasure, the Eastern Emperor Bell, which possessed unparalleled defenses, but also for its deadly toll upon being struck. Hutu and Xianming charged against him, with Hutu wielding the Earth God Ring, an innate treasure primarily for defense. Both were quasi-gods, yet it was impossible to contend with Donghuang Tai. For now, their aim was merely to hold him at bay. Meanwhile, Kunpeng was engaged with Daijing, who led Jumong and Rushu against him. Daijing wielded the time-space staff, an innate treasure that can create a time-space array to trap enemies, while Jumong wielded a green branch. The reincarnation tree, an innate treasure that can revive the dead but also cause demise. Rushu possessed a golden ruler, the Linglong ruler, capable of altering forms. The three encircled Kunpeng, gradually intensifying their assault, leaving him unable to deal with any other adversaries. Zhujun, Shebi Shi, Tianwu, and Yuezi led Xingtian, the 9 phoenixes, and other great witches against the remaining 10 demon saints and their soldiers. Zhu Juyin wielded the Eternal Tower, an innate treasure capable of trapping individuals within it, where time stands still. Shebi Shi held the 4 Seasons banner, which could alter the climate of the primordial realm, rendering it a formidable tool for confinement. Tianwu brandished a bag, the heavenly wind bag, also an innate treasure. You held a strike weapon, a manifestation of a myriad of lightning, capable of unleashing bolts of electricity, ranking among the primordial treasures. All the aforementioned artifacts accompanied each ancestral shaman from the moment of their emergence into the world. Hence they all belong to the realm of the primordial. The treasures wielded by the great demon saints are likewise primordial artifacts. Philian brandished the long spear of shocking rivers. Jiming wielded the breaking heaven staff. Yingzhao bore the flowing water sword. Juiying held the heaven-covering horn. Shangyang brandished the soul-transforming blade. Bei's wielded the heavenly halberd. Guanmu carried the spirit ghost banner. Zidian held the heavenly thunder sword. Wuling grasped the soul, book, and Tunshin wielded the world-turning rod. The two armies, under the leadership of their respective chieftains, charged towards each other, igniting a surge of corpses that rose like a 1,000-foot wave at the point of their clash. Truly, the wind howled and the waters of the Yi River turned cold. The valiant warriors ventured forth, never to return. The demon clan was resolute in uprooting the shaman tribe, and although 2 quasi-saints obstructed their path, this only fortified the demon clan's conviction to eradicate the shamans, resulting in a fierce battle that darkened the heavens and the earth. Emperor Jun, wielding the primordial He Tu and Luo Shu, remained unharmed despite the assault of 3 ancestral shamans, and occasionally counterattacked, provoking the ire of Zhu Rong, Gong Gong, and Chang Liang. Zhu Rong bellowed, "You crafty firebird," hiding beneath that artifact to launch sneak attacks. "What sort of hero are you? Come forth and receive a punch from your elder Zhu Rong." With that, he charged angrily at Emperor Jun, born from the Sun Star as a 3-legged golden crow, had transformed through millennia of cultivation into a 6-legged golden crow, akin to Donghuang Tai Wai. In response, Emperor Jun roared defiantly, "Those who are not of my kin harbor different intentions. What can your diminutive shaman tribe do to me?" He then erupted into boisterous laughter, leaving Zhu Rong and the others trembling with rage. Meanwhile, the outcome of the confrontation between Donghuang Tai Yi and his opponents was evident. It was merely a matter of time. Donghuang Tai Yi, wielding the Eastern Emperor's bell, relentlessly assaulted Hutu and Xianyin. Though both women had attained the quasi-saint realm, they felt inexperienced in the face of Donghuang Tai. Their attempts to strike him with their artifacts were effortlessly neutralized, while he occasionally rang the Eastern Emperor's bell, leaving them reeling and struggling to withstand the onslaught. Donghuang Tai laughed arrogantly, saying, "Ladies, should you surrender, I shall intercede with my elder brother to spare you both. However, you must agree to become my wives." His boastful words left Hutu and Xianyin blushing with indignation. Yet focused on the battle, Xianyin retorted coldly. Dong Huang Tai Yi, perhaps you should take a look in the mirror to see your true self. You dare to seek to marry us sisters, you arrogant beast. Xuanyin's sharp words struck a nerve with Dong Huang Tai Yi, who, despite being a ruler, was still a member of the demon clan. His true form being a three-legged golden crow. Though he had cultivated to that state, he harbored deep-seated insecurities, and Xuanyin's words hit him where it hurt. With a thunderous roar, Dong Huang Tai Yi intensified his magical power against the Eastern Emperor's bell, relentlessly attacking the two women, who cried out in despair. Nevertheless, their resolve remained unyielding. They would not retreat even a step. Observing from the sidelines, Kunpeng was at ease, unaware that his cunning was being matched by the top-tier beings of the Primordial land. Though formidable in strength, he found himself pursued by Emperor Jiang, Zhu Meng, and Ru Shou, who sought to counter him but were instead being relentlessly beaten back, with the demon clan suffering grievous losses. Chapter 35. Nuwa's protective fury and the severing of opportunities for the demon clan. The battle between the shaman and demon clans raged in the land of the shamans in the southern continent. Meanwhile, the myriad gods of the primordial realm silently observed the conflict, maintaining a respectful distance. For who among the sages was unaware of the ancient three-clan warfare that had vanished into obscurity since the dawn of time? Alas, the unfortunate shaman and demon clans were treading the same path as the ancient three clans. Yet the deities and sages remained aloof, ensconced in their lofty positions, indifferent to the plight below, unbeknownst to the members of the shaman and demon clans. They were ensnared in the machinations of the heavenly path and would soon become the sacrificial victims following the three-clan war. Nuwa, a saint of the demon clan, was well aware of the peril. Though the sage of the Tao took a hands-off approach, regardless of the demon's actions, they were still her kin, and she would strive to save them to the best of her ability. However, the warning against hastily intervening due to Hongjuan's presence hindered her intentions. At this moment, within the Nuwa palace, she gazed with a frown at the battle between the shamans and demons. For the sages, any corner of the primordial land was easily accessible. The spirit pearl, usually mischievous, restrained its playful nature, sensing Nuwa's distress and refraining from speaking. After a while, unable to remain still, Nuwa rose and headed towards the battlefield, startling Ling Zhuzi and the Cloud Child, who were at a loss. In the battlefield of the southern continent, chaos reigned. Limbs of the shaman clan scattered as the demon clan mercilessly slaughtered them, showing no mercy, even devouring their remains. Occasionally, demon soldiers fell to the blades of the shamans, causing terror to grip the hearts of all present. The shaman clan suffered grievously from Kunpeng's ambushes. Seeing Kunpeng's cunning, Zhu Meng transmitted a message to Emperor Jiang and Ru Shou, while he himself targeted the lesser demon soldiers. Aided by Ru Shou with the exquisite ruler, in no time, the demon ranks were decimated, leading to furious roars from their leaders, who found themselves unable to intervene. Dong Huang Tai Yi, with a fierce shout, swung the Eastern Emperor's bell towards Hutu and Xianyin. The two women fought desperately to resist, but ultimately were forced to cough up blood from the devastating blows. The two were on the brink of collapse, while Dong Huang Tai Yi remained unscathed, disregarding them as he advanced towards the shaman clan. Raising the Eastern Emperor's bell, he infused it with magical power, unleashing a wave of yellow light that swept across the shaman ranks, causing them to fall like cut grass. With his strike, Dong Huang Tai decimated nearly 100,000 of the shaman clan. The 12 ancestral shamans witnessed this scene, their furious roars shaking the primordial land. Hutu and Xianyin, taken aback by Dong Huang Tai Yi's ruthless attack, summoned their remaining magical power and charged at him. Yet he, emboldened by the demon clan's rising morale, refrained from further slaughtering the shamans and turned his attention to countering Hutu and Xianyin, engaging in guerrilla tactics while launching ambushes against the shaman warriors, resulting in heavy casualties among them. Gong Gong, known for his fiery temper, along with Zhu Rong and Chang Liang, faced Emperor Jun. Their reckless fighting style momentarily stymied their resistance. Upon witnessing Dong Huang Tai Yi's brutal slaughter of the shaman clan, Gong Gong's anger erupted, and he charged towards the demon soldiers wielding the Xianyuan control water staff, with no regard for his safety. He unleashed his full magical power, the staff glowing ominously as he swung it down upon the demon ranks. The lesser demon soldiers, unaccustomed to such ferocity, could only stare in shock. Gong Gong's strikes claimed the lives of hundreds of thousands. And his fury did not abate as he continued to swing his staff, leaving the demon soldiers in a state of panic. Both Dong Huangtai and Emperor Jun were incensed, unleashing their artifacts in an attempt to repel the ancestral shamans, who fought fiercely, determined not to let the two escape. In that moment, Kunpeng seized the opportunity to attack Emperor Jiang and Zhurong, slipping away as they attempted to pursue him. The cries of despair echoed as he descended upon the shaman ranks. Emperor Jiang and Zhurong, realizing the situation, hastily gave chase, but Kunpeng, renowned for his speed, proved difficult to catch. Thus, the battle raged on for a full day, with both clans suffering significant losses. The demon clan had not anticipated the formidable fighting spirit of the shaman clan, who had originally thought themselves victorious. The unexpected emergence of the two quasi-saints, Hutu and Xianin, had thrown their plans into disarray. Yet, like a traveler crossing a turbulent sea, retreat was no longer an option. They could only press onward. The various deities had not foreseen the gruesome nature of the battle that ensued between the two clans. Each pondered whether their master, Hong Jun, would emerge from his seclusion, but he had once proclaimed that he would not intervene as long as the heavenly path remained unchanged. However, the devastation wrought upon the battlefield was undeniable. Regardless of others' thoughts, the conflict between the shaman and demon clans continued unabated. Just as Gong Gong was caught up in the fray, a voice of fury rang out. What a beast to slaughter my demon kin so ruthlessly! It was Nuwa, who had come to mediate, but was met with the sight of Gong Gong's merciless rampage, igniting her righteous wrath. Upon receiving a furious rebuke from Nuwa, Gong Gong was struck with such force that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he could even comprehend the situation, a massive red embroidered ball came hurtling towards him, an attack he could not evade. With a resounding crash, Gong Gong plummeted from the heavens like a kite severed from its string, crashing into the earth below, leaving him utterly silent. The ancestral shaman clan was taken aback. It was well known that the physical prowess of the shaman race surpassed that of any other beings in the primordial world. Yet to see Gong Gong incapacitated in such a manner was shocking. As the ancestral shamans voiced their outrage, Nuwa gracefully descended to the battlefield where the two factions clashed, and the combatants paused in their struggle. The arrival of a sage signified the end of hostilities. Should Nuwa simply raise her hand towards the shaman clan, they would undoubtedly face complete annihilation. Jieyin and Dong Huangtai, upon witnessing Nuwa's presence, felt a surge of joy. Dong Huangtai exchanged a knowing glance with Jieyin, signaling him to refrain from approaching. Instead, Dong Huangtai stepped forward, lamenting, "I implore you, O Nuwa, to grant justice for our demon clan." In doing so, Dong Huangtai sought to bind Nuwa to their cause while simultaneously instilling fear in the shamans. He continued to plead, "Your Majesty may not be aware, but the shamans are truly despicable. While their refusal to submit to our demon clan is one matter, they persist in slaughtering our kin without a second thought. They regard us with utter disdain, and your esteemed self, as a sage, is of no concern to them." As he finished, he wiped his face, putting on an act that was remarkably convincing that moment. Nuwa, consumed by fury, was momentarily blinded by her anger. Under ordinary circumstances, her keen intellect would have prevented her from being so easily manipulated by Dong Huangtai. Observing the bloodshed among her demon kin, she began to believe his words. It was then that Jieyin approached, bowing deeply. "I beseech you, your Majesty, to render justice for our people." Nuwa, witnessing the sudden change in demeanor of these two individuals who had previously shown her little respect, felt a sense of satisfaction. "As a fellow member of the demon clan, I shall certainly ensure your safety." Meanwhile, Gong Gong had been unearthed by several ancestral shamans. They found him gasping for breath, his face ashen, his bones shattered. This was a fate spared only by Nuwa's restraint. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago. Zhurong, disregarding the notion of sagehood, brandished the heavenly fire mirror and boldly declared, "Nuwa, you overstep your bounds as a sage. Heed the slander of petty men, and strike against our shaman clan. While we may lack foresight, Our master Hongjun has proclaimed that sages must not intervene. Yet you, Nuwa, are driven by rage and cannot contain yourself. At that moment, Hutu also stepped forward, asserting, Nuwa, you are the revered sage of creation. It is unthinkable for you to attack our shaman clan. Should you disregard the consequences imposed by our master and choose to engage us, know that our clan does not fear death and will fight to the bitter end. Hutu, a true ancestral shaman, stood resolute, her spirit unwavering despite her gender. Others among the ancestral shamans glared at Nuwa with expressions of fury. As a sage, she commanded respect, yet her presence in the realm of the shamans had resulted in their disdain for her, which ignited her inner wrath. Not caring for Hongjun's reprimand, she brandished the red embroidered ball, declaring, regardless of your claims, you shall not harm my kin today. The damage inflicted upon my demon clan is far too great. Retribution shall be exacted upon you. When Nuwa acted, the impact was extraordinary. At this moment, in the celestial realm of the Doshui Palace, Laozi opened his eyes and cast a glance at the battlefield, stating with an air of indifference, Nuwa, why must you involve yourself? Do you truly not comprehend that your intervention will irrevocably sever any chance of fortune for the demon clan? With a sigh, he closed his eyes once more. In the Kunlun Mountains Yushu Palace, Yuan Shur observed the unfolding conflict with keen interest, a smile adorning his face. Meanwhile, at the East Sea's Biao Palace, Tong Tian frowned at the scene, eventually letting out a sigh. His reaction subdued. At Tepeng Mountains Zhao Hua Hall, Yifeng glanced at the battle but remained unfazed, aware that Hongjun would soon intervene, and it appeared Nuwa would face punishment. In the west, at the Qianfua Mountain Qianfua Hall, the ever-unchanging Zhunti and Jieyin observed the chaos. Zhunti remarked, our master has decreed that the heavens remain unchanged. Should he not intervene, the shaman clan is doomed. Perhaps we shall discern his intentions through this event. With a scheming smile, he regarded Jieyin, who joined in agreement. Indeed, if we ascertain our master's will, we may proceed accordingly. Unbeknownst to Nuwa, her involvement had already sealed the fate of the demon clan's future fortunes. Chapter 36. Hongjun intervenes to suppress Nuwa. The separation of the shaman and demon clans at this juncture. Zhurong, witnessing the grievous injury inflicted upon Gonggong by Nuwa, could no longer restrain himself, proclaiming, Nuwa, we respect you as a sage, yet you have shown a lack of self-restraint, seeking to oppress the weak. The shaman clan stands united against you. Nuwa, her anger surging, recognized that the dignity of a sage was paramount. Zhurong had unwittingly provoked her ire, and with a furious countenance, she conjured another red embroidered ball, striking Zhurong down once more, leaving him gasping for breath. The onlookers were taken aback by her readiness to engage in battle, while the demon clan rejoiced and the shaman clan seethed with rage, just as the ancestral shamans and their kin prepared to charge. A figure emerged from the celestial realm. Hongjun, the Taoist sage. Hongjun appeared unchanged, yet somehow more inscrutable than before. His unexpected arrival, though abrupt, felt inevitable. Upon Hongjun's manifestation, all the other sages converged instantly. Nuwa, sensing the gravity of her actions, recognized she had crossed a line, provoking her master's presence. Anxiety gripped her. Despite being a sage, she dared not challenge the overwhelming power of her master, who surpassed all others. Nuwa had always held a deep respect for her teacher. Yifeng was the last to arrive. Upon his arrival, Hongjun acknowledged him with a slight nod, resuming his enigmatic demeanor. The sages, familiar with Hongjun, listened as he spoke. Nuwa, as a sage, your interference in the conflict between the shaman and demon clans is ill-advised. With a gaze that obscured his thoughts, he scrutinized Nuwa, realizing she could not evade responsibility. Nuwa admitted, Nuwa acknowledges her transgression and humbly requests your judgment. With regret etched on her face, she lowered her head. At this moment, the demon clan, led by Dijun and Dong Huang Tai Yi, stepped forward to bow before Hongjun. Dijun implored, I beseech you, great master, to spare our demon clan sage. It was merely the shaman's provocations that incited her wrath. Dong Huang Tai Yi echoed his sentiments, for Nuwa was indeed their sage. The members of the demon clan knelt before Hongjun, pleading, We implore you, O Tao ancestor, do not punish our Nuwa. We are willing to bear her punishment in her stead. Nuwa, touched by the willingness of her kin to plead for her, felt a sense of comfort. Despite her usual distance from the demon clan that moment, a golden light surged from the distance. Swiftly approaching the assembly of sages, it was Fushi, Nuwa's brother. Though a member of the demon clan, Fushi, perhaps influenced by Nuwa, abhorred violence and spent most of his time in meditation. Unfortunately, lacking the primordial purple chi necessary to attain sagehood, he remained unrecognized. Fushi, sensing Nuwa's impending punishment, rushed forward without hesitation. I greet all esteemed sages and the master. After acknowledging them, he knelt before Hongjun, saying, I humbly request forgiveness on behalf of my sister. I wish to bear her punishment. Nuwa, moved by her brother's unexpected plea, felt tears welling in her eyes as she called out, Brother. Yet despite her feminine nature, she matched the strength of any man. Witnessing her kin and brother advocate for her, she declared, Nuwa is grateful for your advocacy, yet the consequences of my actions I shall bear alone. I am not one to shy away from responsibility. She turned to face Hongjun, who spoke, Nuwa, the balance of heaven must be maintained. The conflict between the shaman and demon clans is an unavoidable aspect of the heavenly order. However, your interference will sever the future fortunes of the demon clan. The shamans will find their own opportunities. Yet your clan will not. With a heavy sigh, Hongjun continued, Very well, as teacher and disciple, I shall seek a sliver of opportunity for your demon clan. He then turned to Yifeng, understanding Hongjun's intent, realized that Hongjun sought to utilize the heaven and earth Xianhuang Linglong pagoda, which he had obtained from him. Without hesitation, Yifeng relinquished the pagoda to Hongjun. Receiving the pagoda, Hongjun addressed Nuwa. Nuwa, I shall imprison you within this pagoda for 10 millennia. After a millennium has passed, you shall emerge, and it will be a time of opportunity for your demon clan. Should you seize that chance, your clan may yet endure. Upon hearing this, Nuwa, resolute, replied, Thank you, Master, for your intention. Nuwa expresses her gratitude on behalf of the demon clan. Hongjun raised the exquisite treasure tower of the universe, emanating a brilliant golden light that enveloped Nuwa as she was drawn into the tower. She cast a fleeting glance at the assembly of saints. Upon spotting Yifeng, her eyes reddened, and she was subsequently absorbed within. It was only as she entered the tower that Nuwa pondered why her kin and elder brother endeavored to plead for her, while none of the disciples of the saints did the same. Overwhelmed with sorrow, she realized that although saints do not shed tears, her eyes betrayed her grief. Hongjun, having collected Nuwa within the tower, inscribed a profound light upon it, then turned to Yifeng and proclaimed, This tower shall be entrusted to your care. The ban on Nuwa will be lifted on the day of her full tribulation. With that, he tossed the exquisite treasure tower to Yifeng, who promptly secured it. That he assured, Yifeng shall look after it diligently. This juncture, the previously silent Yuan Shi spoke, Master, what shall be done regarding the conflict between the witch and demon clans? Their battle has wrought considerable devastation upon the primordial land. The two from the west nodded in agreement. Yuan Shi, for once aligned with their sentiments, felt a swell of pride at their concurrence. Laozi and Tong Tian remained silent, observing Hongjun's response. Hongjun, however, refrained from speaking directly and instead addressed Laozi. Laozi, as my foremost disciple, do you have any thoughts on this matter? Laozi, recognizing the ball had been passed to him, replied, We shall defer to your guidance. Master, we will act accordingly. His expression was one of indifference. Seeing Laozi's lack of reaction, Hongjun turned to Yifeng, who, understanding Hongjun's intent, averted his gaze to the colorful clouds on the horizon. Feigning ignorance, inciting Hongjun's silent ire, Hongjun inwardly mused that he must play the role of the villain. Noticing the saint's silence, he turned to the severely wounded witch and demon clans and sighed. From this day forth, the demons shall rule the heavens, and the witches shall govern the earth. No further dispute shall arise. He cast a meaningful glance at Yifeng before vanishing. The saints, seeing no further business, began to take their leave. However, Tongtan, feeling somewhat bashful, approached Yefeng to bid farewell, still contemplating the treasures Yefeng had gifted to his 3 disciples. Yefeng, aware of Tongtian's thoughts, reassured him that there was no need for concern. As the duo from the west departed, their 4 eyes darted about, seemingly plotting something. Nonetheless, they gradually made their way to the western hegemony. Fushi, realizing there was no turning back, approached Yefeng and clasped his hands, saying, "Sister, with 7 senior brother watching over, I thank you, brother." Yefeng noted that Fushi had not yet become entangled with the demon clan, suggesting that the time for such matters was not far off. Unbeknownst to Fushi, Dijun, and Donghuang Tai, he had not anticipated the presence of such a formidable deity among the demon clan. His emergence piqued their interest, leading to the eventual calamity that befell Fushi. The Witch clan also carried the injured Gong Gong and Zhu Rong back, fearing that without treatment, even their robust bodies would succumb to the might of the saints. The demon clan faced a grim conclusion. Their initial ambitions now extinguished. Both clans had suffered significant losses and were preoccupied with recuperation. The unexpected outcome of their initial battle had caught them off guard, yet Hongjun's decree of separation between the clans bore its own advantages, averting further catastrophic confrontations for the time being. Nevertheless, Hongjun felt helpless. The Witch and Demon clans were products of the heavenly Tao, indispensable yet bound by its laws. Unable to intervene directly, he could only delay matters, knowing that the next confrontation would be even more catastrophic, potentially leading to utter devastation. Upon returning to Pangu Mountain, Yefeng entered the Pangu Hall, placing the exquisite treasure tower upon the mat crafted by Nuwa. He seemed to sense her silent sorrow within the tower and sighed. Addressing it, "Sister, take care. Know that from destruction will arise a greater existence." With a wave of his hand, a green light shot into the tower, rendering it invisible as Yefeng concealed it. The primordial land fell into a relative quietude. None could fathom that even a saint like Nuwa had been suppressed. Opinions on sanctification began to diverge. Some believed that while a saint may be indestructible, they were not invincible. Others speculated that those who pursued the path of the Tao could one day ascend to the pinnacle of sanctity, surpassing all. Yet, amidst varied thoughts, certain individuals, such as Donghuang Tai, Dijun, and the ancestor of the Dark River, were resolute in their belief that attaining sainthood was paramount, though circumstances had yet to provide them the opportunity to act on their desires. Chapter 37. The disciples of each sect descend to the world. The gods unite against the 4 beasts. With the initial battle between the witches and demons concluded, both sides guarded their territories. However, the cessation of conflict was far from assured, as skirmishes between minor factions were an inevitable point one day. In the Hall of Creation on Pangu Mountain, Yefeng summoned Fengling, and Kong Xian. After a prolonged stay, Fengling felt weary of the mountain and longed to venture outside, but hesitated to voice her wish to Yefeng, leading to her sullen demeanor. Occasionally, she would tease Long Yun and the red-tailed monkey. Yet this could scarcely alleviate her ennui. Noticing her discontent, Yefeng couldn't help but chuckle. Once everyone had gathered, he spoke, "Kong Xian and Depeng, since joining my sect, you have both made notable contributions, as you lack suitable treasures. I shall bestow upon you both today." With a flick of his wrist, 2 radiant artifacts appeared, a white feather sword for Kong Xian and a black feather sword for Depeng. The 2 promptly expressed their gratitude, having long envied Fengling's possessions. These treasures, both of innate origin, were acquired by Yefeng during his travels with Pangu and were now fitting gifts for his disciples. Yefeng continued, "Now that the battle between the witches and demons has concluded, you may explore the primordial land to gain insights and broaden your horizons." Fengling, surprised by Yefeng's intention to allow them to descend, exclaimed in delight and rushed to grasp his arm, saying, "Master, you are truly magnificent. Just as I was feeling bored, you grant us the chance to explore." "Thank you, Master." She shook his arm eagerly. Yefeng, unable to resist her charm, indulged her. He then turned to Long Yun and the wandering red-tailed monkey, instructing, "Long Yun and the red-tailed monkey shall remain on the mountain to manage the affairs of the sect." The dragon and monkey exchanged glances of dismay, provoking laughter from Fengling, and the others. Seeing their expressions, Yefeng teased, "What? Is it a grievance to have you stay behind to support the sect?" The duo quickly prostrated, saying, "Master, Do not blame us. To be here in Pangu Mountain is already a blessing from you. How could we dare to complain? Yifeng merely jested, smiling gently. Do not envy your companions. Opportunities will surely come your way while you remain here. They hastily expressed their thanks. Thus, Fengling, and the others prepared and departed Pangu Mountain. Venturing into the Primordial Land, Yifeng was not alone in sending his disciples forth. Yuan Shi, Tong Tian, and the rest also dispatched their students to explore the world in search of opportunities for advancement in their cultivation. However, Lao Zi's sole disciple, Xuandu, chose to remain with his master, listening to Lao Zi's teachings daily. Meanwhile, Ling Zhuzi and the Cloud Boy of the Nuwa Palace were confined to their realm, awaiting Nuwa's return after millennia of suppression. As for the future Jade Emperor and Queen Mother, they remained hidden within the elusive Purple Cloud Palace. Though the Primordial Land bore the scars of conflict, it was alive with activity. One cannot overlook the remarkable reproductive capacity of the human race. After years of development, their numbers swelled to tens of millions. The land of Wanxiu was insufficient to accommodate them, prompting the human population to gradually expand into the Primordial Land, akin to a flood breaching its banks. Yet one constant remained. Wanxiu remained the heart of humanity. Jieyin did not neglect his responsibilities, tirelessly working to stabilize human development. Now, Jieyin had reached the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. While the elders of humanity had achieved the status of Tai Golden Immortal, a significant improvement, though still incomparable to the witch and demon clans, A.S. Fengling, and her companions journeyed. They witnessed the bonds of love and care among humans, with elders enjoying their twilight years and the young fiercely protecting their homes, cherishing their families deeply. Fengling and her companions were profoundly moved, and unbeknownst to them, their resolve was steadily elevated. Upon witnessing ferocious beasts attacking the human race, they instinctively intervened to rescue those in peril in areas where they observed humans suffering from hunger. They assisted in hunting and imparted a wealth of knowledge to them. Gradually, Fengling and her companions became well known among the human populace. It was common knowledge that all disciples of the Sovereign of Creation had come to aid the human race. Whenever they arrived at a new location, they were greeted with great reverence, which allowed them to appreciate the simplicity and sincerity of the humans. Perhaps what they deemed insignificant turned out to be of great help to the humans, who, lacking the means to repay them with grand gestures, could only offer heartfelt respect to those who bestowed kindness upon them. This was the uncomplicated love and way of life of the human race at that time. Their renown continued to spread among the humans. Disciples from various sects each found their own paths. Some sought opportunities deep within the mountains, while others ventured into human society in search of fortune. From the west came the likes of Methriel Buddha, Ananda, and Kasyapa, along with Jin Shanzi, who had long stagnated in his cultivation. They delved into the profound teachings of the Mahayana Buddhism, specifically the principles of salvation that were meant to guide the world. They traveled across the primordial lands, utilizing their Buddhist practices to rescue a number of individuals. The humans, even in those times, still acknowledged the existence of divine beings, albeit without the means to encounter them. The West pursued the unattached and boundless bliss of spiritual power, while some who had not mastered the life-sustaining techniques passed down by Jieyin followed the bald-headed monks instead, having accompanied Yi Feng for countless years. Fengling and her companions were well acquainted with his character and approach to matters. Why Yi Feng had advised them to always leave a glimmer of hope in every situation, a principle that remained unchanged in the heavenly order. Thus, even as they aided the human race, they exercised restraint, mirroring Yi Feng's own conduct. Meanwhile, within the Hall of Creation, Yi Feng furrowed his brow, perplexed as he sensed an unexpected increase in his cultivation, albeit marginal. However, he was astute enough to notice it soon became clear to Yi Feng that the actions of Fengling and her companions toward the humans had elicited a profound sense of gratitude, which manifested in the form of reverence directed at his statue. The humans' gratitude was pure and untainted, and unbeknownst to them, this collective appreciation gradually coalesced into a force of faith. Their devotion was directed towards Yi Feng, and this faith energy surged into his being, intertwining with the Taoist powers he cultivated, thus enhancing his cultivation. Although the increase was slight, it was significant in the eyes of Yi Feng and his fellow saints. Seeing no detriment to himself, Yi Feng relaxed his brow and resumed his observations. One day, Feng Linger and her companions bid farewell to a human tribe and continued their travels to other regions. Upon reaching a valley, they halted upon hearing the sounds of a fierce battle. Drawn by the commotion, they soared into the valley and soon arrived at the scene of the conflict. There, they beheld 3 women and 1 man engaged in combat with 4 monstrous creatures covered in scales. Despite their agility and the magical artifacts at their disposal, the 4 were sustaining varying degrees of injury, while the 4 beasts were also grievously wounded. Feng Linger gasped in surprise, recognizing the 3 women as Yin Xiao, Bi Xiao, and Xiong Xiao from a Jie sect. While the identity of the man remained unknown to her, to her astonishment, it turned out to be Zhao Gongming from the same sect. Upon hearing Feng Linger's exclamation, the combatants turned to look, only for the beast to seize the opportunity to strike, sending them all sprawling. Kong Xian and his companions immediately rushed forth to catch them. Feng Linger, feeling embarrassed, expressed her apologies, saying, "My apologies, esteemed ones, I momentarily lost focus, causing you to sustain injuries." Upon seeing Feng Linger, Yun Xiao's face brightened, but soon turned anxious as she cautioned, "Sister Linger, be careful. These beasts are formidable." Kong Xian produced several creation pills for the 4 to consume, which swiftly healed most of their wounds. The 4 beasts, enraged by the arrival of 4 more opponents, let out thunderous roars, poised to attack at any moment. At this juncture, Zhao Gongming bowed to Feng Linger and her companions, stating, "I am Zhao Gongming, a disciple of the Jie sect, and I thank you for your timely rescue." Unbeknownst to him, the 3 women had already formed an acquaintance with Feng Linger, and upon their introduction, Zhao Gongming was overjoyed to learn that they were disciples of his esteemed master. Turning their attention to the 4 beasts, they observed that these monsters possessed wings, resembling a hybrid of a cow and a tiger, exhaling scorching flames from their mouths. They were, in fact, for Qiongqi, creatures from the classic of mountains and seas, known for their fierce disposition. Initially, the group had intended to enter the valley, which was suffused with celestial energy and abundant spiritual herbs, to gather some, but they had not anticipated the presence of these malevolent beasts, who attacked upon their entry. To their surprise, the strength of the 4 Qiongqi was on par with their own, resulting in a protracted struggle without a clear advantage. Feng Linger's alarm interrupted their skirmish, and in turn, some of them were injured. Observing the grotesque appearance of the Qiongqi, which paled in comparison to the dragon cloud she had encountered in Pangu Mountain, she exclaimed in frustration, "Why don't we join forces and subdue these 4 beasts?" After glancing at her companions, they readily agreed, as their combined strength was now twice that of the beasts, making victory a foregone conclusion, especially with the swift Kong Xian among them. The outcome was predictable. The 4 Qiongqi were vanquished, and their usable magical artifacts were thoroughly scavenged. In the primordial world, whether male or female, the inhabitants harbored a slight tendency towards violence. Yet it was understandable, for in a realm governed by the law of the jungle, if one did not slay, they would be slain, a common occurrence that they had become desensitized to. The group then resolved to continue their journey across the vast primordial lands. In the 5, the surroundings maintained by the clear winds and bright moons were impeccably tidy, with the fruit trees flourishing abundantly. However, the expression of the master of the abode was far from pleasant. At that moment, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun wore expressions of helplessness. Jin Yuanzi felt for his friend Hong Yun, who was himself in a state of despair. Why was that? Because Hong Yun was a loss as to why he could never find the opportunity to attain sainthood. Despite his relentless efforts to refine the primordial purple energy, he watched others who had obtained the energy ascend to sainthood. Even Yi Feng, who had inexplicably achieved it, his anxiety grew. Moreover, he was concerned that his possession of the primordial purple energy might attract unnecessary trouble. He was well aware that many coveted the energy, and although the demon race appeared to be biding their time, he feared they might strike unexpectedly. The hidden dangers posed by others only compounded his worries. Even he and Jin Yuanzi were no match for them, and he did not wish to implicate his friend at this moment. Jin Yuanzi spoke, "Brother Hong Yun, countless years of cultivation cannot compare to a moment of enlightenment. If it proves unfruitful, I am willing to accompany you to the Purple Cloud Palace to seek counsel from our master. Since obtaining the primordial purple energy granted by Hong Jun, Hong Yun had been striving to cultivate it. Yet the opportunity for ascension remained elusive, causing both him and Zhun Yuanzi great distress. Today, Zhun Yuanzi intended to accompany Hong Yun to the Purple Cloud Palace to consult Hong Jun, however. They were unaware that after Hong Jun achieved unity with the Tao, the palace had become concealed, and finding it would depend on their fortune. The two tidied their minds and departed from the five that initially Hong Yun intended to go alone, but he could not withstand Zhun Yuanzi's insistence. So they set off together. After half a day's journey on their cloud, they arrived at the former site of the Purple Cloud Palace, but it was nowhere to be found. They searched in vain for half a day, using their powers before reluctantly leaving. Yet during their descent to the mortal realm, Hong Yun seemed to hear a faint voice. When a Wu and Yao clash once more, calamity shall befall Hong Yun. The cycle of cause and effect shall manifest. Drawing forth the primordial purple energy, Hong Yun attempted to listen more closely, but could hear nothing further. He paused, contemplating, as if he had gained insight, yet remained perplexed. Seeing Hong Yun's stillness, Zhun Yuanzi inquired with a puzzled expression, "Brother Hong Yun, why do you not proceed?" Hong Yun, equally bewildered, replied, "Brother Zhun Yuan, did you not hear someone speaking just now?" Zhun Yuanzi was even more confused. Hong Yun promptly recounted what he had just heard, leaving Zhun Yuanzi deep in thought. After a moment, he pulled Hong Yun towards the direction of the Purple Cloud Palace and bowed. Hong Yun gazed at him in confusion, prompting Zhun Yuanzi to share the crux of the matter with him. Upon hearing this, Hong Yun was taken aback, not because he remained unable to attain sainthood, but because he realized that he was destined for death. Both were struck with a cold sweat. Hong Jun was ultimately not a heartless being, but his compassion was directed towards the world at large, a sentiment one could not easily perceive on an individual level. The two hastily took to the skies, heading back to the five. However, for some reason, on the way back, Hong Yun suddenly thought to seek out Yifeng. Strangely, he recalled a promise made to Feng Linger to gift her something. Back then, Zhiyuanzi had presented the life fruit. But Hong Yun had nothing of worth to offer, which had been postponed until now. Zhun Yuanzi, sensing that they had nothing pressing to attend to, also felt it was time to visit Yifeng's creation sect. And together, they redirected their course towards the northern continent. Meanwhile, in the Pangu Hall, Yifeng was aware that Zhun Yuanzi and Hong Yun were heading towards Pangu Mountain. He instructed his third disciple, Qi Jiaomaho, to go out and greet them before leaving the Pangu Hall to wait in the Hall of Creation. As Zhun Yuanzi and his companion approached the foot of Pangu Mountain, they caught sight of a monkey busily traversing the area outside the mountain, leaping and bounding with great agility. Upon their arrival, the monkey spoke, "Greetings, esteemed uncles. My master has specifically sent me to welcome you both." The two men exchanged glances, silently marveling. If their observations were correct, this monkey was none other than the red-bottomed horse monkey, unexpectedly taken under Yifeng's wing, promising boundless potential in the future. Without further ado, they followed the red-bottomed horse monkey into the mountain. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the Hall of Creation, where they found Yifeng standing in the center of the grand hall. The two men hurriedly approached him, bowing in greeting, but Yifeng, disliking such formalities, waved his hand to halt them, saying, "Although I am a sage, we are brothers in the same school. There is no need for such formality." The two men refrained from saying more. Once seated, Hong Yun spoke first. "Brother, might I inquire if Miss Linger is in the mountain?" He glanced at Yifeng, who, understanding the purpose behind Hong Yun's visit, replied, "Not long ago, I sent Linger and Kong Xian down the mountain for a journey." "What matter brings you here, Hong Yun?" Seeing that Feng Linger was absent, Hong Yun was not disheartened. He smiled and said, "I recall a promise made to Miss Linger when she was but a child, a gift I pledged to her. Yet it has lingered on until she has grown." As he spoke, he produced a green gourd, which was the product of his own 9-9 dispersing soul gourd, cultivated over countless ages to fruition. This gourd possessed the ability to contain all things, including living beings, and was named the Emerald Spirit Gourd, though its efficacy depended on the wielder's magical prowess. That Yifeng was taken aback that Hong Yun remembered such a detail. Regarding him with newfound respect, He accepted the green gourd and said, "Then I shall express my gratitude to you on behalf of Linga." Hong Yun hurriedly declined the thanks, for he would not accept gratitude from Yifeng. Had it not been for Feng Linger's plea to Yifeng, they might not have been saved at this juncture. Jieyin interjected, "Brother, your disciples are indeed exceptionally gifted. Not only do you have talents like Linger and Long Yun, who are rare prodigies, but you also possess extraordinary beings like the red-bottomed horse monkey." He gazed enviously at Yifeng, who merely smiled faintly and replied, "It is all a matter of chance and opportunity. The quality of disciples matters more than the quantity. As long as you nurture your talented students, they will surely rise to prominence in the future." Why Yifeng chose not to dwell on this topic and shifted the conversation, asking, "I wonder if you two have any pressing matters on this visit?" The two, seeing Yifeng's direct inquiry, felt no need to conceal anything. Hong Yun recounted their recent visit to the Zhixiao Palace and shared the words imparted by Hong Jun. Surprisingly, he revealed everything to Yifeng. After listening, Yifeng remarked, "Hong Yun, are you not concerned about my potential greed? If I desired to seize the primordial purple energy, no matter how well you concealed it, I could obtain it in an instant." He regarded the two with curiosity. Hong Yun then replied, "Though we have not had extensive interactions, I have heard enough about your character. Brother, if you were truly a treacherous individual, would you have intervened to halt the ancient conflict among the three clans? Would you have taken the Phoenix tribe members within Pangu Mountain, as well as Kong Xian, who returned later?" He looked at Yifeng earnestly. Why Yifeng, surprised by Hong Yun's words, chuckled and said, "The deeds you have undertaken will reveal their outcomes in due time. When the moment is right, I shall make arrangements." The two felt reassured by Yifeng's words, believing that with his assistance, they could navigate their impending tribulations. Perhaps misfortune would turn into fortune. They quickly expressed their gratitude to Yifeng. Yifeng then took the two on a tour of the mountain. In truth, Yifeng had his own motives for this visit. Primarily, it was to aid Feng Linger, as she seemed destined to be saved due to her connection with the two. Furthermore, it related to Yifeng's future plans, which he chose not to disclose at this time. Under Yifeng's guidance, they explored Peng Mountain thoroughly before bidding farewell and departing. Little did they know, as they exited the northern region, someone had already taken notice and was stealthily following them until they entered the Wuzhuang Temple. At which point the figure departed with a sinister smile. It was none other than the old ancestor of the River of Darkness, a man of ill repute. Upon seeing Hong Yun and Jieyin enter the Wuzhuang Temple, the old ancestor turned to the mosquito Taoist and said, "Let this Hong Yun live a little longer. Once our grand scheme is realized, we can storm the Wuzhuang Temple, seize treasures, and slay those within." The mosquito Taoist replied with a scheming grin, "Then we shall ensure no trace remains, and no one will suspect it was us. We shall claim everything for ourselves." The two shared a knowing laugh. However, both understood that even if they succeeded in acquiring the treasures, they would still have to contend with two formidable adversaries, necessitating a fierce battle to determine the victor. These two malevolent individuals, though lacking any prior connection, were united by their shared interests. With hearty laughter, they departed. Yifeng instructed Long Yun and the red-bottomed horse monkey to oversee all matters within the mountain before he made his way to the gathering place of humanity, Wanxiu. Since Nuwa created humanity, Yifeng had not had the opportunity to meet these human descendants properly. As he himself was among them, it was easy to understand his motivations for assisting humanity. Unlike Nuwa, who had acted without regard for humanity's plight, Yifeng had grown angry, which led him to wield the chaos sword to shatter the heavens' thunderous wrath. Upon arriving at Wanxiu, he found no traces of the savage beast slaughter. Instead, the area thrived with life. The men ventured out to hunt, while the women tended to their children, though they still lived in communal settings. Observing this, Yifeng approached the entrance of the cave, where a guard intercepted him. A burly man stood before Yifeng, declaring, "Who are you? This is the dwelling place of humanity. Do not trespass recklessly. Leave at once, and I shall not hold it against you, or you will surely regret it." He glared at Yifeng with eyes as large as copper bells. Despite being a sage, Yifeng did not react with anger. Instead, he calmly requested, "Could you summon Jieyin to see me? He will know who I am upon meeting." The burly man, seeing Yi Feng's refusal to leave, advanced to seize him, but before he could reach Yi Feng, he was deterred by a fierce glance, retreating in fear. The others quickly pulled him aside to find Jieyin. Shortly thereafter, Jieyin emerged swiftly, looking at Yi Feng with curiosity. After a moment, he knelt before Yi Feng in excitement, declaring, "I, Jieyin, pay my respects to the great Emperor of Creation." He then turned to the others and scolded, "What are you waiting for? Bow before the great Emperor." In an instant, the crowd fell to their knees, fervently exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the great Emperor of Creation. May the Emperor enjoy eternal peace." Yi Feng was taken aback by the title bestowed upon him by humanity, but he did not dwell on it. Saying, "You all may rise," as the crowd stood, Yi Feng gestured for Jieyin to disperse the others before addressing him. "You have not disappointed me. You have managed the human tribe with great order." Jieyin quickly bowed and replied, "We, the human tribe, are forever grateful for the Emperor's salvation. I, Jieyin, am dedicated to strengthening our people at all times." He looked at Yi Feng with sincere admiration. Seeing this, Yi Feng did not wish to place undue burdens on Jieyin. So he said, "It appears that the human tribe still resides in caves together, which is not ideal. I possess an item that can allow for individual dwellings, so families can live together while alleviating the difficulties of communal living." With that, he pointed to the ground, and instantly, an abundance of trees, bamboo, and other materials appeared. With a wave of his hands, the trees and bamboo danced into the air, constructing a thatched house of considerable size. Yi Feng invited Jieyin inside. Upon entering, Jieyin felt a refreshing coolness and protection from the elements, and in his excitement he rushed to Yi Feng, asking, "Great Emperor, what is this called? With this aid, we need not endure the harshness of the sun and wind any longer." Tears welled in his eyes as he spoke. Yi Feng remained silent until Jieyin calmed down, then said, "This is called a house, suitable for human habitation. You may teach the tribe to construct such dwellings." Before Jieyin could respond, Yi Feng vanished, and the newly built house disappeared as well. Jieyin hurriedly knelt in gratitude. Thus, Jieyin returned to Wan Xiao, imparting all that Yi Feng had taught him to the human tribe. Henceforth, the humans learned the rudiments of construction, adopting the houses as their own, transforming their cave dwellings into thatched homes. Yi Feng, unwilling to hastily foster growth, harbored a unique sentiment towards the human race, and thus hoped for its steady development with a sense of tranquility. Hence, he imparted only the method of constructing thatched cottages. Yi Feng then returned to the depths of Pangu Mountain, spending his days sharing his insights with the beings residing within. Meanwhile, Long Yun progressed steadily, and the red-butt monkey made rapid advancements, now having reached the late stage of Tai, Golden Immortal. The restrictions Yi Feng had placed upon the Rui Jingu Bang had been lifted by 1/3. Chapter 39. The initial manifestation of the demon saint aims to disturb the world. Hong Jun and Yi Feng discussing Red Cloud. Since Yi Feng bestowed the knowledge of building houses upon the human race, their lives have significantly improved, gradually becoming more organized. In the desolate expanse of the primordial earth, one could observe the pervasive darkness of the soil and stones, all of an inky blackness, unmistakably dark yet discernible. At that moment, a great chasm in the depths of this obsidian land continuously exhaled dense green smoke, occasionally accompanied by the mournful wails of spirits. Upon closer inspection, one could distinctly hear the roar of water. "Ha ha! The Sietan Zun have finally emerged. From now on, the primordial earth shall become even more vibrant." With that, he burst into wild laughter, revealing a figure clad in black, wearing a conical hat that obscured his features. Save for his eyes, which glimmered with a ghastly light, exuding an eerie presence. Beside this dark-clad figure lay a lake, its waters a murky green, emitting the same green smoke that spread outward, corroding countless flora and fauna in its wake. The sound of tumultuous waters emanated from this lake, where the black-green waters ebbed and flowed, hinting at the presence of massive beasts lurking beneath the surface, yet restrained by an unseen force. At this moment, the man in the conical hat spoke. "Hong Jun, a saint. Surely, my presence will make this primordial earth all the more intriguing." As he spoke, a disk of black light appeared in his hand, and upon its emergence, The beasts within the lake ceased their roars, trembling and kneeling in submission. This artifact was the demon wheel, a congenital treasure that governed both slaughter and defense. This location, in fact, was formed from the remnants of Pangu's demise. While the world recognized the Ming River as Pangu's navel, they had forgotten this particular aspect. The Jieyin and Zhunti was one of the primordial deities born alongside Hongjun and others. Yet Hongjun was universally acknowledged as the Tao ancestor, while Jieyin and Zhunti was the demon god of deviation, in the balance of the Tao. Where righteousness and malevolence coexist, the emergence of the Jieyin and Zhunti heralded chaos across the primordial earth. He cast the demon wheel into the lake, and a surge of black light enveloped the waters. The various beasts, now in agony, ceased their cries within a quarter of an hour. However, they appeared transformed. Previously fierce and autonomous, their expressions now dulled, indicating they were under the control of Jieyin and Zhunti. With a swift motion, he clawed at the lake, seizing one of the beasts, which boasted a head nearly 100 zhang wide and a body several hundred zhang long. Its tail resembling a colossal pillar. Though its eyes lacked luster, its ferocity intensified. Satisfied, Jieyin and Zhunti nodded and extracted 9 more beasts, each distinct in appearance, some with dual horns, others with wings, and varying in size. Yet none smaller than several dozen zhang. Jieyin and Zhunti cultivated the blood demon classic, the first method derived from Pangu's remnants, requiring the absorption of such beasts to enhance his cultivation. Now he had attained the late stage of the saintly realm. Yet he was acutely aware of the formidable presence of Hongjun and other saints in the outside world. But he understood that to dominate the primordial earth, he needed a strategy, one that involved unleashing these creatures to hunt the denizens of the land to replenish his spiritual energy. In doing so, the entire primordial earth would become his domain. Yet he remained unaware that beneath the heavenly Tao, while all things are balanced, there exist anomalies, such as the existence of individuals like Yifeng. These beasts bore a striking resemblance to the dinosaurs explored by future scientists on Earth, though their sizes were not as large as those in later times, a consequence of future events yet to unfold. For now, we shall refer to them as dinosaurs, and this place shall be known as the Cliff of Dragons. With a wave of his hand, Jieyin and Zhunti cast out 10 assorted dinosaurs and dragon-like creatures from the Cliff of Dragons. Laughing heartily, "I await your good news." He then transformed into a swirl of green light, merging into the lake. Upon their initial entry into the primordial earth, the 10 beasts, though under the control of Jieyin and Zhunti, exhibited a sense of curiosity. Soon, they encountered several spiritual beasts of the land, which provoked the dinosaurs, leading them to unleash their green dragon saliva, swiftly devouring the spiritual creatures. Likely pleased with the flavor, they advanced further, leaving devastation in their wake as they tore through mountains and shattered trees. As the dinosaurs emerged, a dark cloud enveloped the skies above the primordial earth, creating a stifling atmosphere that made it difficult to breathe. A whirlwind swept across the ground, and after a brief moment, the clouds dispersed as if nothing had transpired. Far beyond, in the realm beyond realms, Laozi opened his unexpressive eyes, casting a curious glance at the scene below. After a moment of contemplation, he furrowed his brow, perplexed, and closed his eyes once more. Truly, Laozi adhered to the principle of non-action. As long as his interests remained unaffected, he sat undisturbed while chaos reigned in the world. In Kunlun Mountain's Yushu Palace, Yuan Shi, seated high upon the cloud platform, observed with curiosity the emergence of these new species. Noticing the dinosaurs battling with the local fauna, he felt a sense of relief and returned to his profound contemplation of the Tao. Meanwhile, in the East Sea's Bio Palace, Tong Tian frowned, pondering, is this a blessing or a curse? With that, he closed his eyes, dismissing the matter in the West. The 2 saints were alarmed and hastily flew toward the site of the creature's emergence. The location of the dinosaurs coincided with the boundary between Shiha and Yozhou and Dongsheng Shenzhou. Being inherently cautious, they feared the appearance of these mysterious beasts might jeopardize the fortunes of their Western Buddhist teachings. However, they found solace in the fact that the 10 dinosaurs were heading toward Dongsheng Shenzhou, their expressions filled with scheming thoughts as they returned to Pangu Mountain. Yifeng observed these newly appeared dinosaurs with great attentiveness. Being a traveler from a later era, he was aware of the concept of dinosaurs, having learned about them from Yi and Tian or through books. Yet, Yifeng was puzzled. While the largest dinosaurs of his future were under 100 meters. These creatures before him far exceeded that size. Had his arrival altered the natural trajectory of the heavenly Tao, or had some unforeseen event unfolded? Yifeng pondered this conundrum, yet with his current cultivation. The answers remained elusive, leading him to abandon the inquiry. He thought it best to take things one step at a time, but he would not allow such unknowns to weigh heavily on his mind. Thus, he ventured toward the Purple Cloud Palace in the realm beyond realms. Upon arriving at the Purple Cloud Palace, Yifeng found it concealed, yet his divine sense quickly discerned its location. With a single step, he entered, encountering the towering figure of Hao Yan, who had recently made significant strides in cultivation, now reaching the late stage of the Luo Golden Immortal. Behind Wu Tian stood a woman clad in yellow. Though not as beautiful as Feng Linger, she exuded a subtly regal aura, hinting at her future as the Queen Mother of the West. That Yifeng mused that all was progressing steadily, with the emergence of these two young acolytes imminent. Wu Tian, taken aback by Yifeng's arrival, had not anticipated anyone could locate the Purple Cloud Palace. That he inquired, "Senior brother Yifeng, what brings you here?" "The master is not present." Yifeng smiled gently. "No matter, just lead me inside." Wu Tian, acquiescing to Yifeng's request, guided him in. Within the Purple Cloud Palace, a figure gradually materialized upon the high platform crafted by Hong Jun. It was indeed Hong Jun himself. Hong Jun dismissed Wu Tian and the other acolyte, turning to Yifeng with a serene smile. "I am aware of your intentions, my friend. Allow me to share a tale." Yifeng was astonished by Hong Jun's elevated cultivation. Having previously been nearly equal, yet now, following the merging of the Tao, Hong Jun's powers had surged beyond his OWT this moment. Yifeng also stood at the late stage of the saintly realm. So it was only natural that he would be outstripped by Hong Jun. With a serious demeanor, Hong Jun began. "After Pangu opened the heavens, the great Tao reached its zenith at 50, while the laws of heaven reached 49. It is said that cause and effect are cyclic. The heavenly Tao demands balance. Where there is righteousness, there must also be malevolence. Now, with each disciple transmitting my teachings to enlighten the masses, the saints must emerge in tandem. For there shall undoubtedly arise a corresponding demonic path." After speaking, Hong Jun glanced at Yifeng, who was attentively listening, and continued, "The newly emerged species is indeed a harbinger of the impending appearance of the demon. Besides myself, there will be 8 saints from the Tao sect, all of whom are now about to manifest. The demon will also have 9 demon saints, yet for reasons unknown, the 9 innate demon saints have not yet appeared. Only one demon saint is set to emerge, and this particular demon saint monopolizes the fortune, possessing remarkable strength, now comparable to yours, and is rapidly increasing in power." Upon finishing, Hong Jun ceased to speak further. Yifeng was taken aback, not anticipating that he, having gained a fortuitous connection to the future, was still unaware of certain matters. After pondering, he inquired, "Might I ask when our Tao sect's 8th saint will manifest? And why would you bestow the 8th primordial purple chi upon Hong Yan?" He looked at Hong Jun with a face full of confusion. Seeing Yifeng's inquiry, Hong Jun sighed. "Alas, although Hong Yun possesses little great fortune, he and Zhenyuanzi are among the few virtuous beings on this vast land. I initially intended to assist him, but did not foresee these complications. It appears my considerations were lacking. However, there remains a path, which lies with the soon-to-merge demon saint." Yifeng understood that Hong Jun was employing the strategy of placing one in a desperate situation for the sake of rebirth, thus granting Hong Yun a significant opportunity. Yet, despite both being of the saintly order, circumstances can often deviate from one's expectations. Chapter 40. Nuwa appeals for the demon clan. Xidagarba and Methreya, in despair, Yifeng held great admiration for Hong Jun. In Hong Jun's eyes, Hong Yun seemed as insignificant as an ant, yet he still fought for Hong Yun's chance. Hong Jun continued, "This demon saint wields the demon heavenly wheel, an innate treasure. When he manifests in this vast land, his strength will be on par with mine. However, I must maintain the balance of the heavenly Tao and cannot intervene. Only you may ACT, AS for this newly emerged species, let us temporarily refer to it as dinosaurs. You must refrain from interference. Even with the human race, if they do not endure hardships, how can they become the protagonists of the future? He cast a meaningful glance at Yi Feng. Yi Feng grasped the principle of extreme reactions. If he were to excessively shelter the human race, they would inevitably face even greater challenges in the future. He clasped his hands in gratitude and remarked, "Thank you for your guidance, my friend. Yi Feng will act judiciously." Hong Jun responded, "Then you may depart. All matters will become clear after the upcoming battle between the witches and the demons." With that, he vanished into the void. Yi Feng, in turn, left the Purple Sky Palace and returned to the Tao of Creation sect. Upon returning to the sect, Yi Feng sent a message to Feng Ling and the others, urging them to return swiftly. Feng Ling and her companions had been traversing the vast land for several millennia, frequently appearing in various human tribes, promoting good and punishing evil, thereby instilling the teachings of the Tao of Creation into the hearts of the people. Feng Ling was revered by the human race as the Saint Heart Goddess, Kai Feng as the Queen of Heaven, Kong Xian as the Great Saint of Evil Extermination, and Apeng as the Great Saint of Heavenly Peng. Statues of them were ubiquitous among the human populace, albeit smaller than those of Yi Feng and Nuwa, who were ranked beneath them. Upon receiving Yi Feng's message, the group promptly set off for Pangu Mountain. Upon their return, they found Yi Feng seated in the position of sect leader, with Long Yun and the red-tailed horse monkey present, while the other disciples were absent. Feng Ling and her companions hurriedly bowed to Yi Feng. Observing their maturity after millennia of exploration, Yi Feng felt pleased. Their cultivation had significantly advanced, yet they still required seclusion to break through to the next level. With a smile, Yi Feng remarked, "I summoned you all back urgently to focus on your cultivation and consolidate your gains to enhance your powers. I'm deeply gratified by your deeds during your travels." Feng Ling, now considerably more composed, yet still retaining her innate nature, chuckled, "Master, you should reward us with some gift from time to time." Her playful demeanor was something only she dared to express in the Grand Hall. Although Yi Feng was not overly strict with them, the status of a saint was not easily trifled with, and the depth of Yi Feng's cultivation left them in awe, making them reluctant to act too freely around him. Yi Feng chuckled helplessly. "You have not changed." He then presented each of them with a 5 elements fruit, instructing, "Consume these fruits, and then enter seclusion to cultivate. Upon completion, you will surely ascend a realm." The group excitedly accepted the fruits, with Feng Ling grinning like a mischievous fox. They then bid farewell to Yi Feng and returned to their cultivation in the hall. Only Long Yun and the red-tailed horse monkey remained. After millennia of training, Long Yun had reached the mid-stage of quasi-saint, while the red-tailed horse monkey had attained the initial stage of the great Luo golden immortal. They felt no envy towards Feng Ling and her companions. Having enjoyed the sweet rewards of listening to Yi Feng's teachings while avoiding Feng Ling's mischief, Yi Feng dismissed the two and stepped into the Pangu Hall. The hall remained unchanged, save for the addition of the heavenly and earthly mysterious yellow Linglong Pagoda, which resonated with a celestial voice. "Junior brother, has something significant transpired in the outside world? Recently, I sensed a powerful, malevolent aura. Though it vanished in an instant, I wonder if something major has occurred in the vast land." This was Nuwa, who was suppressed beneath the heavenly and earthly mysterious yellow Linglong Pagoda. Nuwa lamented deeply. With her saintly cultivation and present calmness, how could she not foresee the impending fate of the witch and demon races? Moreover, her intervention had severed the demon clan's opportunities. How could she not feel sorrow? Saints are still human. After all, Nuwa was always concerned about the demon clan's well-being. Hence her inquiry. Yi Feng sighed and replied, "There is no major issue. It is merely the emergence of a malevolent individual. Senior sister need not worry. This matter does not concern your demon clan." He then seated himself on a serene lotus cushion. After a while, the sound of Nuwa's melancholic sigh echoed through the hall. Every action and decision carries the weight of the heavenly Tao cycle, and Nuwa felt helpless. Her voice resonated. "Nuwa does not dare to impose any demands upon you, junior brother, but hopes that should the demon clan face a life-and-death crisis before I am freed, you might extend your assistance, recalling our shared bond as fellow disciples." Nuwa ultimately could not forget the demon clan, just as Yifeng could not forget that he belonged to the future human race. Nuwa, too, could not forget her origins. Why Yifeng understood her sentiments and silently nodded. In the meantime, Mithraea and Xidagarba, having been sent by Zhunti and Jieyin to traverse the vast land, arrived in the Eastern Victory divine state. They marveled at the celestial mountains, rivers, divine herbs, and auspicious beasts, filled with envy, lamenting the lack of such fortune in their own western Hinyo continent. Their best, the Thousand Buddha Mountain, was barely superior to some minor hills in Eastern Victory divine state. However, influenced by Zhunti and Jieyi's teachings of taking advantage, they recalled the advice to gather more followers to strengthen their own power. Thus, they employed their Buddhist methods along the way, successfully converting a considerable number of people. Some questioned, "Isn't joining the West synonymous with becoming a bald monk?" They replied, "Entering the West also leads to the Pure Land, allowing for hair retention and the option of returning to secular life." A wave of persuasion ensued, resulting in many being converted. Ultimately, they achieved some success in the Eastern Victory divine state, much to the delight of Zhunti and Jieyin at Thousand Buddha Mountain Point one day. For reasons unknown, the group received a message from Zhunti, instructing them to hastily return to Thousand Buddha Mountain. They set off westward, approaching the boundary between Western Hinyo continent and Eastern Victory divine state, when suddenly, the ground shook violently, startling them. The group quickly ascended to the sky. After the dust settled, they beheld a monstrous beast nearly 1,000 feet long, bearing its massive maw filled with several meter-long teeth, from which flowed streams of red liquid, blood from animals it had devoured. Upon noticing the figures in the sky, the dinosaur let out a disdainful roar. The group believed the creature was digesting them, and despite being monks, they could not help but feel angered by such a beast's provocation. However, to their surprise, after the dinosaur's roar, a massive bird, resembling the ground beast but smaller and possessing wings, soared into the sky. As the monstrous bird approached, the force of its wings blew the group backward. With a sudden acceleration, it charged towards Xidagarba, who transformed into a beam of golden light to evade, yet still felt the sting of the wind. Mithraea bellowed, "You vile beast! How dare you harm others? Prepare to face my wrath." He removed a string of relics from around his neck, 24 Buddhist relics. While a single relic may not be considered a treasure, a string of 24 was comparable to an innate artifact. Mithraea grasped the string of relics and chanted, a beam of golden light bursting forth from the relics, shooting towards the flying monster. Despite its massive size, the bird was agile, evading the attack, though a few feathers were struck down. Mithraea and the others were astonished. The creature's strength was indeed formidable. The colossal dinosaur, towering nearly 1,000 feet, appeared to be enraged. It opened its mouth toward the sky and unleashed a plume of green smoke, measuring several dozen feet in diameter. As the noxious vapor dispersed, a foul stench assaulted the senses of those nearby, inducing a gag reflex. The revered bodhisattvas promptly summoned the radiant golden light of Buddhism to shield themselves from the repugnant odor, retreating in haste. Observing that its attack had been evaded, the enraged dinosaur let out a thunderous roar, sending forth waves of fury toward the group. Simultaneously, a bizarre bird soaring above also veered in their direction. Mithraea Buddha urgently called out, "Brothers, gather closely. We must unite." Disregarding any semblance of pride, the group skillfully dodged the dinosaur's successive surges and set their sights on the approaching avian menace. The creature, sensing their formidable prowess, attempted to evade them, but to no avail. Seizing the opportunity, the bodhisattvas unleashed a barrage of golden light, ultimately striking the bird down, leaving it a mangled heap upon the ground, lifeless after a few futile twitches. The group exchanged glances, realizing that it had taken all their combined strength to vanquish what appeared to be the weakest of the creatures. While the formidable dinosaur remained unscathed, they chose not to dwell on this thought. Suddenly, the earth trembled once more, and small mountains began to rise. Xidagarba Bodhisattva remarked, "Something is amiss. It seems there are many of these beasts that we should return to our temple and report to our master, lest we lose our lives." Having witnessed the terrifying might of the monsters, The group felt a lingering trepidation and ascended higher into the sky, making their way toward the western land of Shihanyojo. Below, the remaining beasts roared incessantly in their direction, yet they chose not to pursue, fully aware that the barren land behind them offered little sustenance, and some even contemplated heading toward the eastern land of Shenzhou. At that moment, only 5 beasts remained, having encountered equally formidable adversaries along their journey, resulting in significant losses. Yet the few that remained were indeed powerful. Mithriya and his companions had managed to intimidate these unfamiliar monsters. Otherwise, had they calmed their minds, it would have been inconceivable for these creatures to pose any threat. Regrettably, they did not pursue this line of thought further. Upon returning to the Thousand Buddha Mountain, they relayed their experiences over the millennia to the 2 masters. However, they were taken aback when Zhunti instructed them to remain within the mountain and forbade their departure. Without mentioning the monsters, they descended, filled with questions. Unbeknownst to them, each sect's disciples have been summoned back by their respective masters following Mithriya's triumphant return. A strict order was issued to refrain from descending the mountain. Tension enveloped the vast wilderness, while the oblivious human populace continued their lives of hunting and self-sufficiency. Chapter 41. The river diagram and Luo book form the divine formation. The witch clan also possesses divine arrays. The disciples of each sect, unaware of the reasons for their sudden summons, nevertheless gained much from their experiences as ancient immortals. Even the most inept among them had made progress over the millennia, and their abilities had notably increased. As for Laozi's disciple Xuandu, he too had made significant advancements, yet remained stuck in the late stages of the great Luo golden immortal realm, much to Laozi's chagrin. Since the great war between the witch and demon clans, several millennia had passed. Although both factions had suffered grievously, the spiritual energy of the primordial world had surged, allowing for rapid reproduction. After millennia of development, they had regained their former strength, if not surpassed it. After returning, Emperor Jun was far from disheartened. Instead, he intensified his training. One day, while deep within the Unzao mountain, the Eastern Emperor Tai was cultivating when he received a transmission from Emperor Jun. "Brother, come to the Celestial Palace. I have joyous news to share." The excitement in Emperor Jun's voice was palpable. Puzzled, Tai wondered if the witch clan had been vanquished. For what other cause could elicit such enthusiasm? Nevertheless, he did not linger and set forth to the heavenly realm. Upon his arrival at the Celestial Palace, Tai found Emperor Jun seated alone upon the throne, the hall devoid of any other presence. His curiosity piqued, he inquired, "What is it that you wish to discuss, elder brother?" Emperor Jun, still brimming with excitement, replied, "Brother, the demon clan is soon to flourish." A broad smile spread across his face as he looked at Tai. Tai, growing anxious, urged, "Do not keep me in suspense. Speak quickly." At last, Emperor Jun elaborated. "Brother, do you know the purpose of the treasures I wield?" Tai replied, "Are you unwell, brother? The treasures you utilize are, of course, the innate river diagram and Luo book." He regarded Emperor Jun with a look of disbelief. Seeing that he had sufficiently built up the suspense, Emperor Jun continued, "This matter pertains directly to the treasures I wield. In the past, I only understood how to use the river diagram and Luo book to ensnare others. However, after my recent battle with the witch clan, I stumbled upon new insights regarding these treasures. Upon my return, I have been tirelessly researching the river diagram and Luo book, and I have uncovered a significant secret." He gazed at Tai, who listened intently, and then continued, "Within the innate river diagram and Luo book lies a primordial formation known as the Great Formation of the Heavenly Stars, requiring 365 individuals to set it up, along with a master array controller. Only then can the Great Formation of the Heavenly Stars be established. Those who enter the formation will find themselves in a vast void, beset by countless meteors from beyond the heavens. And the seasons within the formation may shift at will, alternating between frigid cold and scorching flames. Moreover, the endless void harbors the risk of disorientation." Tai exclaimed, "Is such a formation truly possible?" His excitement was evident as he regarded Emperor Jun. Emperor Jun nodded, elaborating, "This formation draws upon the power of the celestial bodies. As long as the stars endure, the strength of the formation will not wane, adapting to the magical prowess of those who set it up. He laughed heartily at this moment. Tai was convinced of Emperor Jun's words. He clasped his hands in respect and declared, "Congratulations, brother, on acquiring such a formidable formation. The Witch clan shall find it exceedingly difficult to maintain their arrogance in the future." Both erupted into laughter. "With the great formation of the heavenly stars combined with your Eastern Emperor Bell, even if we grant the Witch clan another 100,000 years, they will not stand a chance against us." Their camaraderie was evident, and they felt justified in their confidence, for they were indeed the demon sovereigns. After their laughter subsided, Tai remarked, "But did not Hong Jun decree that we must not engage in battle within 10,000 years? He spoke of Hong Jun without much deference." Emperor Jun chuckled. "It matters not. I have only just completed my research on this formation. It is yet to be implemented. Once we select the 365 array members, we can slowly practice that in 5,000 years. The Witch clan will meet its demise." He laughed again. The two continued their conversation for half the day before Tai returned to his cultivation. He had grown increasingly adept with the Eastern Emperor Bell, which was said to be primarily defensive. Gradually, he discovered that the treasure possessed unique offensive capabilities as well. Meanwhile, Emperor Jun did not rush to choose the array members. Instead, he set off towards the Moonstar. It had been 5,000 years since his last visit, and while that span was but a fleeting moment for them, he longed to reunite with his wife and children, feeling a deep sense of nostalgia. Upon arriving at the Moonstar, Emperor Jun could not shake the feeling of desolation that enveloped him. Whether it was his mood or the inherent nature of the place, he always felt a sense of melancholy whenever he visited. The palace remained unchanged, the osmanthus trees still stood, and the same figure was present. He entered the palace and saw his wife, Xia, lost in thought, gazing into the distance. She did not notice Emperor Jun's arrival. Gently, he approached her, wrapping his arms around her in a tender embrace. Startled, Xia quickly calmed down, for she recognized the familiar presence of her husband, the warmth of his sturdy frame. She turned to nestle against him, savoring the warmth of their reunion. Her delicate arms clung tightly around Emperor Jun, as if fearing he might slip away. Emperor Jun lovingly stroked her hair and softly inquired, "Xia, have you been well?" A simple question brought tears to Xia's eyes, and without realizing it, she began to weep. She whispered, not saying much more, yet tightening her embrace around him. Sensing Xia's distress, Emperor Jun could only murmur, "I am sorry." After a while, once Xia's mood had improved, Emperor Jun asked, "Where is our daughter?" With a sigh, Xia replied, "She is still beneath the osmanthus tree. It is not good for her to remain cooped up like this. It will only deepen her resentment toward you." Emperor Jun sighed. "What can be done? I am only acting in her best interest. If she wishes to harbor hatred, so be it." He appeared considerably aged by the weight of his words. Xia then suggested, "Husband, why not let her go out for a change of scenery? With our daughter's cultivation, no ordinary person can harm her. Besides, who would recognize her as our daughter? The Witch clan is unaware as well." She gazed at him with anticipation. Emperor Jun contemplated for a moment before agreeing, "Very well. You may speak to her, and I shall have someone protect her from the shadows." Xia's face lit up with joy as she pulled him closer. Saying, "Thank you, husband," she smiled, enchanting Emperor Jun with her beauty. Beneath the osmanthus tree, their daughter stood alone, yet resolutely facing the wind in the Witch clan at the ancestral Witch Palace. The 12 ancestral shaman once again gathered in unison, their faces brimming with excitement. The members of the shaman clan, much like their demonic counterparts, swiftly regained their composure, emerging even stronger than before. Within the ancestral shaman hall, the central ancestral shamans were animatedly engaging in discussion, with Dijiang being the first to speak. "Truly, it is the grace of our Father God that has allowed us to uncover such a miraculous grand formation in the days to come. We shall see how those young demons meet their demise." The other ancestral shamans voiced their agreement. It happened. With the deepening mastery of Ho Tu and Xian Ming, they became acutely aware of the disparities between the shaman and demon clans. Day in and day out, they pondered how to enhance the strength of the shaman clan. Consequently, the 12 ancestral shamans spent a significant amount of time in the ancestral shaman hall, where they stumbled upon an innate grand formation known as the Duhua divine array. This formation required the presence of all 12 shamans to activate and was specifically tailored for the shaman clan, enabling them to unleash its full potential. When employed, this array could summon the 12 true forms of demons that existed before the creation of the world. Though they were indeed true forms, they were merely manifestations of energy resembling the original demons in appearance, yet lacking their formidable power. The efficacy of the formation ultimately depended on the magical prowess of the one who set it up. Thus, the 12 ancestral shamans diligently practiced this grand array, researching it day after day, each making their own advancements. Ho-Tu gradually progressed towards the late stage of quasi-sainthood, while Xianming reached the mid-stage. In contrast, aside from Nuwa, the demon clan boasted 3 quasi-saints, with the future emergence of Fu, she bringing the total to 4. The shaman clan's strength paled in comparison to that of the demon clan. However, with the advent of this array, the shamans believed they could contend with the demons, unaware that the latter also possessed the Zhoutian Stardo array. Neither side knew of the other's recent advancements, leading them to continuously amass their respective strengths. Both the Duhua Divine Array and the Zhoutian Stardo Array were innate formations. Should a confrontation arise, it would indeed be a challenge, as everything hinged upon the array's user. Thus, 2 formidable killing arrays came into being, with the Duhua Divine Array possessing slightly greater destructive power than its counterpart. All the ancestral shamans felt a surge of unspoken joy. Yet at that moment, Ho-Tu interjected, "My esteemed brothers, there is no need for pride. While our shaman clan possesses the Duhua Divine Array, the demon clan will not be without its strengths. Moreover, we remain unaware of the hidden trump cards they may possess. We must proceed with caution, prioritizing the well-being of our K.I.N.IT was a hard-won respite that coiling dragon and Zhu Rong chose not to oppose this time. Originally, after being gravely injured by Nuwa, both had returned to the shaman clan, leaving the other ancestral shamans at a loss. Only Ho-Tu and Xianming, at great personal cost, managed to rescue them. The 2 ancestral shamans, having faced such setbacks, grew considerably more composed, understanding that their role was simply to contribute, leaving the strategizing to their fellow shamans. Seeing that the other ancestral shamans offered no dissent, Ho-Tu smiled with satisfaction, stating, "Yet we shall not fear the demon clan. Should they provoke us, we shall respond with force." The current period of recuperation for both clans was merely a preparation for the impending Great War. In the meantime, minor skirmishes persisted, with small demons and shamans frequently clashing, as if the 2 clans were natural adversaries. Upon closer reflection, it seemed they were merely seeking to benefit their own kin. Yet the workings of the heavenly will allowed them no further contemplation. The ancestral shamans departed the hall, returning to their respective tribes to gradually savor the tranquility before the storm of battle. In truth, the distinctions between the shaman and demon clans were not so clear-cut. Within the demon clan were individuals of shaman descent, and conversely, the shaman clan also contained members of demon lineage, albeit in fewer numbers. Chapter 42. The release of dinosaurs disturbing the primordial chaos. The saints forced to seek strategies the shaman and demon clans, failing to learn from the lessons of their previous conflict, were busily gathering their forces. Meanwhile, the remaining dinosaurs were leisurely drinking water, seemingly responding to some unseen summons. 5 dinosaurs suddenly turned and raced towards the border between Shihenyouzhou and Dongshan Shenzhou, shaking the ground beneath them. Upon reaching their destination, they leaped into the rift, vanishing from sight, leaving behind a trail of dust as evidence of their passage. The 5 dinosaurs, undaunted by the imminent peril, were caught mid-air by a strange force, swiftly propelled towards a lake. Yes, they hovered above the lake. The figure of a man clad in black, wearing a conical hat and possessing piercing green eyes, reappeared, none other than the malevolent Tianzun. Inside Pangu Mountain, Yifeng had been closely monitoring the movements of the dinosaurs since his last departure from the Zixiao Palace, seeking to discern the whereabouts of the demon saint. On this day, noticing the dinosaurs racing towards the border of Shihenyouzhou and Dongshan Shenzhou, he extended his consciousness to follow them. The malevolent Tianzun licked his lips, green liquid oozing from his mouth in a most repulsive manner. He scrutinized the 5 remaining dinosaurs with an intensity as if he sought to see through them. Though the dinosaurs were ensnared in a trance, they still trembled in fear before Tianzun. Kneeling in the air, shivering, a terror that emanated from their very souls. Observing this, Tianzun's expression soured. Inhaling sharply, he caused the dinosaurs to shrink at a visible pace until they transformed into 5 streams of green liquid, which he absorbed with a single gulp. Tianzun gulped down the viscous substance, muttering to himself, "Such a pace is far too slowed. I wonder when I, the great Tianzun, shall emerge into the world." With a newfound resolve, he reached into the lake, summoning forth countless dinosaur-like beasts. These creatures varied in size, with some nearing 2,000 zhang in length. This time, he summoned 100 dinosaurs, all trembling and kneeling before Tianzun, who smiled with satisfaction and commanded, "You shall venture forth and consume any living beings you encounter." Utilizing his magical powers, Tianzun stripped the 100 dinosaurs of their will, leaving them with but a singular thought, to go forth and devour living creatures. With a wave of his hand, he cast the massive dinosaurs out from the dragon's cliff. Then, with a chilling smile, he gazed into the void, his eyes radiating an even more sinister light, emanating a formidable aura that collided with the emptiness around him, only to detect Yi Feng's encroaching consciousness. Yi Feng, taken aback by the formidable strength of Tianzun, was determined not to show weakness. He confronted the threat head-on. Unwilling to meet his downfall in a moment of carelessness, a deep thud reverberated through the void. Though the sound was not loud, it carried a weighty resonance that shook the primordial expanse. Both individuals emitted muffled grunts, and Yi Feng, recognizing the gravity of the situation, withdrew his consciousness, having sustained his first injury since his reincarnation. He understood the significance of this wound, as even a minor injury to one's consciousness could lead to such a state. That moment, Nuwa's voice rang out in alarm. "Junior brother, how could you sustain such severe injuries?" Nuwa was well aware that saints were not so easily harmed, and in her eyes, Yi Feng stood as the mightiest among them. The occurrence of this injury could only imply 2 possibilities: the combined might of the saints or the intervention of Hongjun. However, such scenarios were rare and would usually be sensed by her. Why Yi Feng managed a wry smile, responding, "It's nothing. It was merely that Tianzun. I did not anticipate his power to be so great that I would be injured. Yet he has not fared well either and is similarly wounded." With that, he resumed the restoration of his consciousness. Nuwa, though silent, felt an increasing sense of concern. The 100 dinosaurs, cast by Tianzun into various locales across the primordial expanse, were meant to test which area would yield the best outcome. Yet he refrained from releasing any into the North Julu continent, now fully aware of Yi Feng's prowess, thus avoiding such folly. However, he did not spare any other continent, including the territories of the shaman and demon clans. Yet the dinosaurs that descended upon the lands of the shaman and demon clans committed relatively few misdeeds before being annihilated by the forces of both clans. One must consider that if these 2 clans could not eliminate such creatures, they would have no right to exist in the primordial realm. Numerous dinosaurs fell in Shihenyouzhou, yet they still managed to claim several lives, only to be thoroughly eradicated under the onslaught of the disciples of Zhunti and Jin. However, the expressions of Zhunti and Jieyin were devoid of joy. As saints, they had previously been unaware of the gravity of the situation. Now, having perceived the echoes of the chaos instigated by Yi Feng, they grasped the unfolding events. With many lives yet to be saved, the emergence of a powerful demon saint was hardly a cause for celebration. The benevolence that once adorned Zhunti's face was now replaced by caution, and after a long silence, he turned to Jieyin and said, "It seems we must pay a visit to several of our fellow brothers." After hearing the lamentations of Jieyin, his face was etched with sorrow as he remarked, "It must be done this way." The 2 of them then summoned several bodhisattvas and buddhas, conveyed a few instructions, and proceeded towards the Doshui Palace in the heavens. In a short while, they arrived at the palace, where they found the honest and sincere Xuandu already waiting. Upon seeing them, he stepped forward and said, "Xuandu pays his respects to the 2 esteemed uncles. Master has instructed that upon your arrival, I am to guide you inside." After bowing respectfully, he welcomed them. The 2, pleased by Xuandu's courtesy, expressed their gratitude. "Your efforts are much appreciated, dear nephew." Thus, the 3 of them entered the inner sanctum of the Doshui Palace, Upon entering, they beheld Jieyin and Zhunti seated within, seemingly waiting for their arrival. The two refrained from expressing any dissatisfaction in front of them, and instead performed the customary greeting reserved for younger disciples. After the mutual salutations, Yuanshi took the initiative to speak. "I presume you two have come regarding the matter of the demon sage. I wonder if you have any thoughts to share that we might consider together." Following this, he regarded them with an expression devoid of color. Although there was a simmering anger within Zhunti, he refrained from causing a scene in Laozi's Doshui palace, and thus replied, "We have no notable suggestions. We merely seek to learn of any brilliant strategies from the three esteemed brothers, so we may act accordingly." Zhunti, being a master of verbal duels, was well equipped for such exchanges. Zhunti, unable to tolerate the atmosphere, let his displeasure show as he retorted, "Are you all plotting rebellion? The enemy has yet to arrive, yet you are turning against one another." He cast a scornful glance at the group. Yuanshi, enraged by Zhunti's lack of support and mockery, was about to retaliate when Laozi interjected, "There is no need for such discord among us. The demon sage is but one individual. Do we, as so many saints, truly fear him?" Upon hearing this, the others fell silent. As the eldest brother, Laozi's words carried weight. While the saints gathered, Yifeng was absent, attending to his injuries. Noting the lack of consensus among the saints, Jieyin spoke up, "Might I inquire if the elder brother possesses any ingenious methods? We could prepare ourselves in advance to this moment." Jieyin played the role of the good-natured mediator, the two from the west playing their parts in this unfolding drama, one as the antagonist and the other as the protagonist. Enjoying the performance thoroughly, Yuanshi regarded him with quiet disdain but chose to remain silent. Seeing Jieyin suggestion, Laozi responded, "The emergence of the demon sage has gone unnoticed by our teacher, which suggests that we are free to act as we see fit. As long as we oppose the demon sage, we stand with our teacher. Even if we err in our actions, we can attribute it to the demon sage." With that, he closed his eyes, and the others pondered his words. Laozi's statement, though cryptic, implied that the appearance of the demon sage posed a threat to all saints, and the absence of the saints would, in turn, jeopardize the entirety of the Honghuang realm, thus granting them the freedom to act. At this juncture, Yuanshi queried, "What of Yifeng? What stance does he take?" He looked towards Laozi, who opened his eyes and gazed at Yuanshi, as if discerning his thoughts. Laozi replied, "There is but one path ahead. Yifeng will ultimately choose this course that we, as saints, are all part of the heavenly order. We rise and fall together." With no further words to exchange, each departed to their respective domains. Thus, 100 dinosaurs met their demise at the hands of the Wu and Yao factions, while those that sought refuge within various sects were exterminated by the disciples of each sect. Only a mere dozen remained, fleeing to the gathering place of the human race, the dinosaurs. The humans appeared slow yet delectable, making them easy prey, and thus they began their slaughter among the human settlements. That moment, Jieyin was instructing his followers in basic survival skills when he was unexpectedly interrupted by a frantic human warrior. Sensing the urgency in the warrior's demeanor, Jieyin raised a hand to calm him. After a moment, the warrior reported, "Chief, a dozen mysterious beasts have appeared 1,000 miles away, each exceeding 1,000 feet in length, and they are slaughtering our kin." His face was etched with anxiety as he looked at Jieyin. Furious, Jieyin struck a stone, reducing it to powder with a single blow. "Where are the elders of our people?" he demanded. 4 tall elders appeared before him. Bowing respectfully, "We await your command, Chief," Jieyin instructed. "Elders, immediately select 1,000 warriors to accompany me in exterminating these beasts." The elders promptly set off to gather the warriors, while Jieyin strode purposefully towards the thatched hut. Chapter 43. Raising fists against dinosaurs and taking on a new disciple. Once the 4 elders had assembled 1,000 human warriors, Jieyin, accompanied by the elders, soared into the sky, with the warriors following suit as they sped towards the location where the dinosaurs had appeared. In less than a quarter of an hour, Jieyin spotted the colossal beasts in the distance, resembling mountains. The humans, being new to such encounters, were both awed and terrified as they witnessed the beasts devouring their defenseless kin. Enraged, Jieyin bellowed, "Warriors of the human race, charge!" He led the charge himself. The dinosaurs, angered by the sight of these diminutive figures rushing towards them from the sky, retaliated by spitting forth torrents of green liquid, which rained down upon Jieyin and his warriors. Upon seeing the devastation wrought by the liquid, which turned everything it touched to nothingness, Jieyin shouted, "Scatter!" The warriors, taken aback by the ferocity of these beasts, quickly dispersed, though a few were caught unawares and transformed into vapor. Fuming, Jieyin commanded, "Elders, each of you target a beast. The rest of us will engage in guerrilla tactics against the remaining creatures." With that, he charged forward, selecting the largest dinosaur to attack. Jieyin, seasoned and valiant, leaped onto the beast's back, unleashing a flurry of powerful punches upon it. The dinosaur, unable to adequately protect its back due to its immense size, bucked and thrashed in an attempt to dislodge him. Yet Jieyin clung tenaciously to the gaping wounds he had inflicted, only releasing his grip once the dinosaur lay lifeless. Next, Jieyin soared towards another beast, while the four elders, exhibiting equal valor, followed suit and targeted the dinosaurs' backs with their assaults. One by one, the dinosaurs fell. Eventually, only two remained, but at that moment, the two were summoned by the evil celestial lord, who took flight towards the boundary between the western Hinyo continent and the eastern Shungshan continent. Despite their massive size, they moved with surprising speed and quickly vanished from sight. Jieyin ordered the warriors to secure the battlefield while he pursued the direction in which the beasts had fled. Yet, after flying less than a mile, he seemed to receive some form of communication, stopping abruptly and bowing towards the distance before returning to the battlefield to assist in managing the aftermath. The loss for the humans was minimal. Only the tribes had been ravaged, with over 3,000 casualties. However, for the vast human race, this was but a small toll, though the mourning for lost kin echoed throughout the land. Meanwhile, the remaining two dinosaurs raced back to Dragon Cliff, leaping into the air and disappearing from sight, only to reappear above a lake, where the figure of the evil celestial lord in black attire awaited. This time, the evil celestial lord did not observe, but instead transformed the two remaining dinosaurs into green liquid. Inhaling deeply, his expression shifted dramatically, finally settling into a smile that was more grotesque than tears. As he mused, "I had not anticipated that these mere humans could so swiftly enhance my powers. Yet, it seems that this saint has a significant connection to the humans, making it unwise to act just yet." With a grin, he declared, "So be it." Thus, the evil celestial lord's schemes began to unfold. From that point on, the Hongwang realm would occasionally witness a few dinosaurs, all within human territories, leading to sporadic devastation before vanishing without a trace, inflicting notable casualties amongst the humans, yet failing to strike at their very roots. Jieyin and others were left infuriated, their beards bristling in indignation. For a time, the threat of the dinosaurs diminished, and the saints felt a modicum of relief, particularly the two from Buddhism, who were ever fearful that their own disciples might be devoured in the chaos. Another millennium passed, and Yi Feng's injuries had healed 500 years prior. He was now delivering teachings at his dojo, with the interior of Pangu Mountain teeming with people. Feng Linger and others had emerged from their seclusion. Although the great Peng and Kai Feng had not quite reached Yi Feng's anticipated level, Feng Linger and Kong Xian had both entered the early stages of quasi-sainthood. Presently, aside from Yi Feng himself, the Zhao Hua sect boasted 3 quasi-saints among its disciples, making it the most powerful sect among the various teachings. Why Yi Feng dedicated his time to imparting profound truths, hoping that his disciples would eventually carve their own paths without relying on him. Currently, the Zhao Hua sect had 36 protectors under the leadership of the Law Enforcers, a structure determined by Yi Feng based on the ranks of the Primordial Green Lotus. Beneath the enforcers were countless followers. However, the situation was manageable, as even those with nefarious intentions among the saints' ranks were identified and sent away by Kong Xian and others. The protectors now only lacked 4 members, with Long Yin appointed as the chief elder, the sole elder at present. The remaining protectors included Kong Xian, Feng Linger, De Peng, and Kai Feng. Yet for future endeavors, Yi Feng also designated the Qi Qiu Ma Ho as a protector, leaving only 3 positions unfilled. Long Yun, now basking in glory, had risen to prominence for reasons unknown. However, Feng Linger, despite having attained the status of a quasi-saint, seemed to have tempered her demeanor during her recent journey, refraining from riding him as she had in the past. Moreover, now that he had been appointed an elder by Yifeng, he would occasionally strut around her, much to her annoyance, causing her to grit her teeth in frustration. One day, while Yifeng was delivering a sermon, he suddenly furrowed his brows. Sensing something amiss, he paused his discourse and began to calculate with his hand. Before long, a faint smile graced his lips as he addressed the gathered crowd, saying, "Today's lecture concludes here. You may disperse." Without waiting for their bowing, he vanished from the spot. When Yifeng reappeared, he found himself in a secluded mountain, surrounded by dense trees, flowing streams, and the occasional appearance of various spiritual beasts. This was the famed Qingqiu Mountain, the sanctuary of the Jieyin clan, with 2/3 of it situated in the southern land of Zhanbu and 1/3 in the northern realm of Julu. Indeed, it was a wonder that Yifeng chose not to disturb the Jieyin tribe and strolled forward. After a while, he heard the sounds of combat. No shouts, just the chattering and hissing of creatures, concealing himself. Yifeng approached the source of the commotion and beheld a massive black python, extending dozens of zhang, its body thicker than a meter. Opposing it was a large monkey, covered in green fur, wielding a wolf-toothed club as it engaged the python in a fierce struggle. Though not as colossal as the python, the monkey maneuvered with precision, landing several strikes upon its scaly adversary. This was the legendary Tongbi Yuanhou, known for its immense strength, one of the 4 great spiritual monkeys of heaven and earth, yet lacking the fortune of the Chiqiu Mahu, who had already bowed to a sage. Yifeng had come specifically for this monkey. As the Tongbi Yuanhou grew impatient, it discarded its club and deftly evaded the python's attack, seizing the creature's tail. The python attempted to retaliate, but the monkey, with a surge of strength, swung the python around before flinging it dozens of li away. The Tongbi Yuanhou quickly retrieved its club and rushed towards the disoriented python, which was now dazed and unable to discern its surroundings. Seizing the moment, the monkey prepared to strike the python's head with its weapon. However, at that instant, a powerful force pulled the python away, transforming it into a small snake of merely 50 centimeters in length, now held captive by Yifeng. The once mighty python, sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from Yifeng, ceased its struggles, realizing it was no match for him. Meanwhile, the Tongbi Yuanhou leaped up, eager to claim the python for itself. That Yifeng pointed at the monkey, and a beam of azure light surged into its body. Instantly, the Tongbi Yuanhou collapsed to the ground, writhing in a frenzy, a result of Yifeng's unique technique. Addressing the prostrate monkey, Yifeng remarked, "You wretched creature, must you pursue annihilation? Are you not aware that the heavens favor the preservation of life?" It then dawned on Yifeng that the Tongbi Yuanhou, at present, was merely a beast, devoid of understanding regarding his words. The now diminutive python looked up at Yifeng with eyes full of supplication. While the monkey mirrored its gaze, its pride diminished in the face of Yifeng's presence. Seeing the monkey relent, Yifeng lifted its punishment. However, the Tongbi Yuanhou remained unable to rise, kneeling before Yifeng. Observing this, Yifeng released the black python, stating, "You may depart." Without a glance back, the python promptly bowed 3 times in gratitude before slithering away. Yet Yifeng soon detected an unpleasant odor. It emanated from the Tongbi Yuanhou, which, after its punishment, had become rather foul-smelling. Frowning, Yifeng waved his hand, conjuring a curtain of water that enveloped the monkey, cleansing it thoroughly. As the water receded, the Tongbi Yuanhou appeared much relieved, regaining much of its strength, yet hesitated to rise. Yifeng, fully aware of its thoughts, chose to remain silent. Unable to endure Yifeng's silence any longer, the Tongbi Yuanhou knelt and gestured insistently. Yifeng chuckled to himself, realizing the monkey was merely expressing its hunger and desire to return for a meal. Amused, Yifeng said, "I wish to take you as my disciple. Are you willing? I am Yifeng, the youngest disciple of Hongjun." After stating this, he regarded the monkey with a calm demeanor. The Tongbi Yuanhou, seemingly recognizing Yifeng's identity, quickly prostrated itself on the ground. With a wave of his hand, Yifeng dispelled the monkey's vocal limitations and taught it to speak. In no time, the Tongbi Yuanhou was able to articulate words. addressing Yifeng as master and inquiring about his well-being. However, just as Yifeng was about to leave with his new disciple, the monkey voiced a concern. "Master, what will happen to my monkey wives and children if I depart?" It gazed at Yifeng with eager anticipation. Sighing in resignation, Yifeng used his powers to transport the monkey's family back to Pangu Mountain. Upon arriving at Pangu Mountain, the first thing the Tongbi Yuanhou exclaimed was, "Master, I am hungry," which left Yifeng grinding his teeth in frustration. He had not anticipated that his first disciple would come with a whole family to care for. Irritated, Yifeng tapped the Tongbi Yuanhou lightly and instructed, "There is food within the mountain. Go and find it yourself." With that, he vanished from sight. From that moment on, the Tongbi Yuanhou resided in Pangu Mountain, becoming Yifeng's fourth disciple and joining the ranks of his protectors alongside Kai Feng and others. With the addition of the Tongbi Yuanhou, Pangu Mountain buzzed with life. Though much of the time, the monkey found itself bullied by Long Yun and Chi Chiumahu, who sought to repay the grievances they had suffered at Feng Linger's hands in the past. Chapter 44. Fushi invited to be a bodyguard. Wang Shu descends to the flooded wilderness with the arrival of the Tongbi Yuanhou at Pangu Mountain. It began to accompany Long Yun and the others in listening to Yifeng's teachings, gradually enhancing its cultivation. Pangu Mountain was no longer the quiet place it had been when Yifeng first arrived. It was now filled with joy and merriment that why Yifeng had shed his former anonymity. No longer indifferent to the world, he found himself increasingly immersed in the vastness of the flooded wilderness. As for Dijun and Shihi's daughter, Wang Shu, having spent her time on the Taiyin Star and lacking the warmth of family due to Dijun's infrequent affection, she felt the absence of familial bonds. After a discussion between Dijun and Shihi, they decided to send Wang Shu down to the mortal realm. Dijun realized he could not provide the affection his daughter craved, so he resolved to fulfill her wishes. However, he was reminded of Fushi from years past and devised another plan. One day, Dijun and Shi rode on clouds to the Fire Cloud Cave in the outer heavens, seeking out Fushi. This cave was a serendipitous discovery made by the siblings Nuwa and Fushi during their travels, which Fushi had since claimed as his own. The Fire Cloud Cave is a naturally formed dwelling in the outer heavens, shrouded in fiery red clouds. Within the cave, colorful phoenixes chirp, verdant grass flourishes, and water sparkle like pearls, reminiscent of a fairy maiden with a pure vessel, scattering jewels. Upon their arrival at the Fire Cloud Cave, Fushi awaited them outside. Upon seeing Dijun and Shihi, he clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Fushi pays respects to His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor and the Empress." Despite being a great deity of the flooded wilderness, Fushi understood the significance of honoring the Heavenly Emperor of the Demon Clan. Thus he bowed respectfully. Dijun, beaming with a smile, hurried forward to assist Fushi, saying, "What merit have I, Dijun, to receive a bow from the great Fushi? If you do not mind, let us address each other as brothers from now on." Fushi, not one to hold grudges, readily agreed. Dijun and she then bowed to Fushi, stating, "Today, we have come to seek your assistance. Dear brother Fushi, we hope you will lend us a hand out of regard for our relationship." Uncertain of their intentions, Fushi welcomed them into the cave. Once seated, Fushi began, "Your Majesty, as the Heavenly Emperor of the Demon Clan, if there is any task you require, please do not hesitate to command that I, Fushi, will certainly not shy away from my duties. I see this." Dijun exchanged a glance with Shihi, who understood the cue and rose to speak. "To be frank, Brother Fushi, the world knows that my husband and I have 10 sons, the 10 three-legged golden crows. Yet, few know that I am also with child, a daughter named Wang Shu. Only our brother Tai is aware of this. Even the demon masters are in the dark." Upon hearing this, Fushi silently gasped in surprise, but maintained an impassive demeanor. Rising to offer his congratulations, "I congratulate your Majesty and the Empress on the arrival of your daughter." Although Fushi was astonished, he understood that such matters were neither trivial nor monumental. It all depended on how one approached them. That Dijun, pleased by Fushi's composed reaction, thought to himself, "Indeed, a primordial deity. My journey was not in vain." Dijun then spoke, "As Wang Shu grows, I find myself unable to spend time with her, leading to an increasing rift between father and daughter. If this continues, I fear my daughter may one day bear arms against me. His expression was heavy with sorrow, and Shihi's eyes glistened with tears. Observing their distress, Fushi said, "Your Majesty, if there is anything you wish to discuss, please speak freely, as long as it is within my capabilities. I will surely assist." Jieyin then added, "Our demon clan is currently in a period of development. I cannot afford to neglect it. She alone cannot provide Wang Shu with the warmth of a family." With a sigh, he uttered, "Now that I see Wang Shu alone on the Tying Star, I fear she may become unwell from solitude. Thus, I consent to her journeying across the vast wilderness. However, Fushi, you are aware of the delicate relationship between the witch and demon clans. I worry that, due to her youth, she may not be able to protect herself. Hence, my wife and I have come to beseech you to safeguard our daughter in secret. I hope you will grant this request." Upon finishing, his face was clouded with sorrow. Fushi, not being a malicious person, felt no embarrassment in this matter and replied, "Your Majesty, the Empress's love for her daughter is profound. I shall certainly assist." Afterward, Jieyin and Shihi expressed their heartfelt gratitude, and, once seated, Shihi added, "There is one thing I implore you to remember. Fushi, our daughter must never know that someone is protecting her. She is quite headstrong, and should she discover our arrangement, it may lead to unforeseen troubles." With a hopeful gaze directed at Fushi, she awaited his assurance. Fushi, finding no issue with this, agreed to Jieyin, and Shihi then spent a leisurely afternoon at the Fire Cloud Cave before taking their leave. Unbeknownst to Fushi, Jieyin had unwittingly dragged him into future conflicts under the guise of his daughter. Although Jieyin had not intended to exploit his own child, the circumstances appeared otherwise. From this point onward, Fushi bid farewell to his tranquil existence. On this day, Wang Shu, clad in white, descended from the Tying Star. Her delicate skin, kissed by the gentle breeze, seemed to glisten with moisture. Frowning, she pondered her direction. Aware of the strife between the witch and demon clans, she wished to avoid the territory of the witch tribe, leaving her with no certain destination. Thus, she aimlessly soared through the skies. Soon, she found herself beneath a great mountain when suddenly, the heavens roared with thunder and lightning, followed by a downpour. A commotion of hurried footsteps interrupted her thoughts. She observed a man clad in animal hides, dragging a young woman past her, as the rain began to fall. Their pace quickened, but the young woman stumbled, falling to the ground. The man hurriedly helped her up. Noticing her face was flushed from the fall, tears welling in her eyes from the pain, the man was at a loss. Moved by compassion, Wang Shu, having never encountered such beings or lived such a life, descended from the clouds to join them. Spotting a pool of water by the roadside adorned with lush lotus flowers, she extended her hand, summoning a large lotus leaf to her grasp. Approaching the pair, she offered the leaf to them. The man, puzzled by its purpose, looked at Wang Shu with confusion. She then conjured another leaf, skillfully holding it to shield her body from the rain. The man, quick to understand, mirrored her actions, placing the leaf above himself and the young woman, effectively keeping them dry. He ensured the majority of the leaf sheltered her, igniting a flicker of envy within Wang Shu. After expressing their gratitude, the young couple slowly retreated to their tribe, glancing back to find the white-clad figure vanished into the rain. From that moment, the world saw the emergence of lotus leaves and other rain-shielding tools, which gradually evolved into the umbrellas we use today. The connection between the young couple blossomed under the rain, giving rise to countless romantic tales. Unbeknownst to Wang Shu, her fleeting thought had paved the way for innumerable romances in the future. Thus, Wang Shu continued to wander through the vast wilderness day by day, facing fierce beasts and monstrous insects along the way. Yet with her sword, she repelled wave after wave of attackers, while some creatures inexplicably appeared only to vanish without a trace. Years of exploration matured Wang Shu significantly. Before she realized it, she arrived at a small tribe that had once been ravaged by dinosaurs. Upon seeing her, the inhabitants were struck by her beauty. However, the simplicity of the human tribe was beyond the imagination of modern folk. Both young and old greeted her warmly, with some inviting her repeatedly to their homes. Observing the families, though modest, their contentment radiated a sense of harmony with nature. Witnessing humans consuming their own kin, Wangshu no longer felt the impulsiveness she once did, for she understood that sometimes humans were compelled to devour their own kind. One day, while assisting the tribe in hunting, the villagers initially hesitated to allow such a striking beauty to participate. Yet, Wangshu insisted. Despite knowing her prowess, the chieftain stationed over a dozen brave warriors around her. Wangshu felt deeply moved. Venturing into the plains, preparing to ascend the mountains, the ground trembled violently. Dust billowed into the air, causing many villagers to tumble to the ground in confusion. As panic ensued, Wangshu soared into the sky, urging everyone seek refuge in the mountains. The crowd, momentarily stunned by her abilities, quickly dashed into the forest. Wangshu took flight. Heading towards the source of the tremors, her astonishment, she had never witnessed such a colossal creature. The massive beast, 1,000 feet long, thundered across the ground, flattening nearby hills with each step. It was a dinosaur unleashed by the evil heavenly sovereign. Although the sovereign seldom allowed dinosaurs to roam the earth, a few still appeared occasionally. Now, one such creature charged towards the human territory. Wangshu flew ahead, brandishing her sword, which emanated a blue glow and an overwhelming aura. Halting the rampaging dinosaur, the beast, perceiving this tiny figure as a challenge to its might, unleashed a stream of green liquid towards Wangshu. However, she possessed a calmness unlike others, and with a swift motion of her sword, she effortlessly dispelled the liquid. Nonetheless, she was secretly astonished by the creature's strength. Thus, a battle ensued between the girl and the beast, alternating between offense and defense. After a time, Wangshu discerned the creature's attack patterns. With agility, she evaded its strikes, harnessed her magical energy, and with a single sword strike, she pierced the creature's body, vanquishing it. The villagers rejoiced at the demise of the monster, heralding Wangshu as their heroine. Gradually, her demeanor lightened, shedding the gloom of her days on the Taiyin star. Fushi, who had been watching over her, felt immense satisfaction, for witnessing a person's growth was a source of joy, even if he had no stake in the matter. Jieyin and Zhunti remained vigilant over their daughter, fearing for her safety, as time flowed on. Chapter 45. The cycle of all things and the restoration of heaven's path in this period. The witch and demon clans mutually restrained their members, preventing conflicts and allowing for a rare tranquility that fostered growth across the wilderness. Small skirmishes, however, remained inevitable. After receiving the teachings of Pangu's primordial spirit from Yifeng, the witch Hutu's cultivation had significantly advanced. One day, she traveled the vast wilderness and witnessed minor skirmishes between the witch and demon clans. The corpses of the fallen slowly began to decay. Yet, Hutu noticed a peculiar detail. From the bodies of the deceased, a transparent, smoky substance drifted away, seemingly seeking a distant destination. Curious, she waved her hand to capture the smoky essence, which gazed at her in surprise before exclaiming, "I pay my respects to Ancestor Hutu." It turned out to be the remnant of a witch who had perished. Hutu, puzzled, inquired, "What has befallen you?" The young witch, sorrow etched on her face, replied, to speak truthfully, "Ancestor, we have transformed into souls, our true forms now gone. For reasons unknown, our spirits have separated from our bodies, feeling drawn towards what we believe to be our final resting place." With a mournful gaze, she looked at Hutu. Realizing her own cultivation had stagnated, Hutu felt an unfulfilled purpose within herself. The young witch's words resonated with her, revealing a glimpse of insight into her own path, though it remained unclear. Yet, she sensed her destiny lay intertwined with the realm of spirits. Releasing the witch's soul, it floated away, with Hutu following in pursuit. Soon, they arrived at the blood sea of the Nether River. The soul vanished upon entering the crimson waters, revealing not only the blood-soaked sea, but also countless swirling black mists. Within the fog, anguished cries echoed, sending chills down one's spine. This was the result of the Nether River's soul-devouring banners, where spirits were consumed or devoured by one another. Hutu, with a profound cultivation, carefully observed, uncovering hints of the situation. Yet, she remained unaware of the true nature of the banners. Seeing the deceased souls suffering in such a way filled her heart with sorrow. In a moment of realization, countless spirits surged towards her, pleading, "Madam, save us." Huda suppressed her emotions, lost in thought as she returned to the Ancestor Witch Hall. Little did she know, as she remained indoors, destiny was already knocking at her door. Upon returning to the Ancestor Witch Hall, Hutu sat in quiet contemplation, yet her understanding eluded her, and her cultivation showed no signs of improvement. One day, she ventured outside again, arriving at a human settlement. There, she witnessed the humans mourning as they buried one of their own, their wails echoing through the in a fleeting moment. The soul of the buried individual soared from the earth, seeking the embrace of his loved ones. Yet, despite his fervent attempts, his efforts proved futile. He called out incessantly, but none could hear him. He passed through the bodies of his kin and friends as if drawn by an invisible force. The souls of his kindred spirits also began to drift away into the distance. Following closely behind, Hutu pursued the wandering soul until it reached the depths of the abyssal blood sea, where it vanished into the crimson waters. Observing this, Hutu hesitated momentarily before plunging into the blood sea herself. Her gaze met with the sight of fleeing souls amidst the tumultuous waves of blood. The wailing of the spirits sent shivers down Hutu's spine. In the distance, a towering specter roamed, capturing the fleeing souls and devouring them whole. Hutu gasped in alarm, realizing that this imposing spirit had already attained the cultivation of a golden immortal. Before she could fully comprehend the gravity of the situation, the great spirit seemed to be summoned towards the blood sea, prompting Hutu to hastily follow. She witnessed the specter plunge into the blood sea. A young and handsome man emerged, bowing respectfully to two figures beside him. "I pay my respects to the senior brother and senior sister." It was none other than the two disciples of the river of the underworld, Jieyin and Zhunti. With unwavering dedication, they tirelessly created countless Azura beings, now numbering in the millions. The river of the underworld, known for its caution, had managed to keep its operations shrouded in secrecy. Upon seeing this, Hutu flew forward, demanding, "Which fiend dares to harm the souls of the deceased?" Jieyin and Zhunti were taken aback, not expecting anyone to breach the protective barrier of the blood sea, just as they were about to retort. A voice commanded their withdrawal. It was none other than the revered ancestor of the river of the underworld, who welcomed Hutu to the blood sea, apologizing for any shortcomings in hospitality. Upon recognizing the presence of the river of the underworld, Hutu confronted him. "Why do you treat the souls of the departed in such a manner? They were slaughtered in life, and now they must endure further torment." Her face flushed with anger. The river of the underworld, unperturbed by her ferocity, retorted, "Humph. The abyssal blood sea is my domain. I shall conduct myself as I please, and I need not heed your counsel." Hutu, dismissing her with a wave of his hand. Hutu warned, "If you do not cease these actions, do not blame me for being ungracious." With that, she produced the divine earth ring. This provoked a furious response from the river of the underworld, who laughed derisively. "Let me see what your witch clan is capable of." With a flourish, he activated the blood sea formation, attempting to ensnare Hutu, who promptly manifested a protective shield to fend off the encroaching blood energy. However, a silent crimson sword materialized behind her, catching her off guard. She fortified her defenses, yet was still knocked back a considerable distance, though unharmed. The river of the underworld, however, overlooked a crucial detail. While the witch clan did not cultivate the primordial spirit, both Hutu and Xianming possessed unique opportunities at that moment. The river of the underworld lurked in a corner of the blood sea formation, watching Hutu with a sinister grin. Hutu, calming her mind, summoned her divine consciousness to scan the blood sea formation. Quickly discerning the river's location, pretending to be unaware, she drifted toward him. Just as the river of the underworld was reveling in his cunning, a beam of earthy yellow light shot forth from the divine earth ring. Caught off guard, he was propelled back several dozen miles, disoriented. Regaining his footing, he seethed, "Hutu, for the sake of Pangu, I had no intention of quarreling with you. However, you have gravely underestimated my authority. Today, you shall witness the might of the river of the underworld." With that, he summoned the Zhunti sword and hurled it at Hutu. Blinded by overconfidence, he had failed to fully activate the blood sea formation. Otherwise, Hutu would not have easily located his hiding place. Unbeknownst to him, Hutu had reached the quasi-saint level of cultivation, which would have been an insurmountable advantage. The river of the underworld remarked, "I never imagined you would reach the quasi-saint realm. Impressive indeed, but against me. You remain insufficient." With that, the Yuan-Toabi sword radiated a blinding light as it hurtled toward Hutu. Under the mounting pressure, Hutu realized the disparity in their strengths, rendering her unable to fully counter his assault. After several exchanges, she found herself gradually retreating. At this juncture, a sense of retreat stirred within her, not from fear of death, but from a desire to unravel the mystery surrounding the souls. Engaging in a life-or-death struggle with the river of the underworld seemed increasingly futile. Resolute, Hutu harnessed the power of the river's strike and withdrew from the Blood Sea. Observing her retreat, the river of the underworld chose not to pursue her, returning to the ancestral witch hall. Hutu found herself restless, prompting thoughts of Yifeng. She set off toward the North Julu continent, arriving at Pangu Mountain after some time, where Feng Linger awaited her arrival. Though not intimately acquainted, Feng Linger found Hutu to be strikingly beautiful. The two traveled in silence to the creation hall, where Yifeng sat upon the master's seat. Upon her arrival, he remarked, "I am aware of your intentions, junior sister, but destiny lies within the realm of the souls, though I find it difficult to articulate." Hutu urged, "Elder brother, please speak freely. I am prepared to listen." Yifeng, unsure of how to proceed, explained, "After Pangu separated the heavens and the earth, the navel became the abyssal Blood Sea, a gathering place for the filth of the entire primordial land. One of the most perilous locations. The souls congregate in the Blood Sea, drawn by the tainted energy. If they had a place to find peace, they would be spared the river of the underworld's cruelty." With that, he fell silent, disregarding Hutu's presence. Hutu contemplated Yifeng's words. His clarity made it impossible for her to remain oblivious. After a moment of reflection, her eyes reddened as she faced Yifeng, saying, "Thank you, elder brother, for your assistance. I now understand my path." Through Yifeng's guidance and her own intuitive sense, Hutu had discerned her future direction. Unable to contain her tears, she wept. This marked the first time Yifeng had witnessed Hutu in tears since his rebirth, stirring a sense of reluctance within him. Did the fate of the virtuous ultimately lead to demise? Having observed Pangu's sacrifice, he felt compelled to save Hutu, motivated solely by her selfless dedication. With a newfound determination, Yifeng declared, "Since you have made your decision, then go forth. I can offer you no further assistance." With that, he closed his eyes. Hutu, feeling helpless, departed. Meanwhile, the ancestral witch hall erupted in heated debate. "That I oppose this," exclaimed Zhu Rong. "Why should the fate of others concern our witch clan, if they are destined to perish? So be it. What is there to mourn?" His anger was palpable. Xianming, in tears, pleaded, "Sister Hutu, I cannot condone this course of action. Do you intend to abandon me?" She clung to Hutu's hand, unwilling to let go. Di Jiang interjected, "Sister Hutu, you must think this through. If you go, there will be no turning back." The other ancestral witches voiced their objections. Who among them could agree, setting aside the formidable great array of the heavenly gods? Hutu could not activate it, and the bonds of sibling affection forged over countless years were not easily severed. Hutu replied, "I am reluctant to part from all of you, my dear brothers and sisters. Yet, since our Father God opened the heavens, he has lacked that one aspect, the resting place for souls that we, born of his essence, must fulfill this void." After casting a reluctant glance at her kin, Hutu soared from the ancestral witch hall. Heading toward the abyssal Blood Sea, a quasi-saint, she swiftly outpaced her ancestral siblings. With tears streaming down her face, Hutu journeyed onward. Wherever her tears fell, flowers and trees sprang to life, filling the primordial earth with fragrant blooms. Chapter 46. The Birth of Creation, the Six Paths Manifest. The colorful virtues transform into Mengpa. Hutu, undeterred by the opposition of her ancestral kin, resolutely advanced toward the abyssal Blood Sea. Upon her arrival, the river of the underworld awaited her outside the Blood Sea, declaring, "Hutu, you have repeatedly disturbed my abyssal Blood Sea. If I do not eliminate you today, how shall I establish my presence in the primordial realm? His face contorted with rage. He raised the divine with staff, preparing to strike. Hutu raised her hand, saying, "Hold on, river of the underworld, I am not here to fight today. Your misdeeds shall attract the attention of those destined to deal with you." Turning away, she gazed sorrowfully upon the primordial land. Taken aback, the river of the underworld had not anticipated her response. Yet he retorted, "Humph! You think this blood sea is a place you can enter and exit at will?" Hutu paid him no mind. After a moment of resolve, she turned back, startling the river of the underworld, who feared a sudden ambush. Hutu raised her head toward the heavens and declared, "I am Hutu of the Witch Clan, willing to sacrifice myself to complete the missing aspect of the heavenly way for our Father God. In exchange for the peace of souls, let my death ensure the eternal legacy of the Witch Clan." In that instant, Hutu ascended above the blood sea, radiating a golden light. Her voice echoed, "I, Hutu, sacrifice myself for the cycle of reincarnation." Before long, her form transformed into a circular disk resembling the yin-yang symbol. Divided into 6 gates, each gate bore ancient inscriptions, 1 for heaven, 1 for humanity, 3 for Azura, 1 for beasts, 1 for hungry ghosts, and 1 for hell, representing the 6 paths of reincarnation, divided into 2 virtuous paths and 4 malevolent paths. The way of heaven is accessible to those deities who have passed on, or to virtuous individuals who have brought blessings to the primordial world. They may enter this path and henceforth enjoy the carefree existence of immortals. The way of humanity pertains to the human race created by Nuwa, who upon death is judged and assigned to this path according to the magnitude of their earthly transgressions. The Azura path is designated for the Azura clan, birthed from the river of oblivion, allowing them to enter this realm after death. The animal path is reserved for creatures lacking sentience. Upon their demise, they are cast into this path. The path of malevolent spirits is for those beings who have committed heinous acts of slaughter. The hell path is the domain of those burdened by unforgivable sins, condemned to eternal torment. The cycle of reincarnation separates the seas of blood. Should a living soul contemplate hell, they must traverse that blood-stained ocean. Yet few possess the strength to do so. Thus, the underworld is manifested. As the ancestral shamans pursued, they chanced upon Hutu transforming into the 6 paths, causing great distress among them. Xianming, overwhelmed with emotion, cried out, "Sister, why must you do this?" Zhurong, in a fit of urgency, struck the blood sea with a mighty blow, eliciting a roll of the eyes from the river of oblivion. The ancestral shamans were engulfed in sorrow. Their bond, forged from the essence of Pangu, was not something outsiders could fathom. That moment, the heavens suddenly radiated with a resplendent golden light of merit, which, after a dazzling display, descended. The light split into 3, with a small portion soaring into Pangu Mountain, collected by Yefeng using the Qiankuan cauldron. Another portion merging into the underworld, transforming into a woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to Hutu, albeit aged and frail. This was to become Meng Pe of the underworld, who would henceforth be tasked with boiling water day after day. The majority of the merit's golden light cascaded into the 6 paths of reincarnation and the underworld. Before the crowd could react, a tome descended from the heavens, one of the 3 great celestial tomes known as the Book of Oblivion, which divided into 2, the Life and Death Register and the Reincarnation Brush. The Life and Death Register hovered above the blood sea, emanating golden light, imprinting the souls of all beings across the primordial land, thereby ensuring that no future life could escape the cycle of reincarnation. Subsequently, it vanished from sight within the underworld. All beings across the primordial expanse felt the grace of Hutu and bowed in reverence towards the blood sea. Occasionally, golden light filled the sky, accompanied by fragrant aromas. Following the golden light, 3 figures emerged, none other than the 3 pure ones, who had arrived in no time. The Western realm was also aglow with golden light and resonant with sacred sounds as Zhunti and Jieyin made their entrance. Yefeng quietly appeared beside them. This moment, Xianming, usually proud, found himself with red-rimmed eyes as he bowed to Yefeng, pleading, "Senior brother, please save my sister. We dare not forget your great kindness." His tear-streaked face was filled with desperation. The other ancestral shamans, though lacking close ties to Yefeng, exhibited expressions of hope. Yefeng, perplexed, wondered why Xianming reacted this way before him, considering it might embarrass the saints. Could not the other saints offer assistance? It seemed to validate Yefeng's thoughts as he heard disdainful snorts from a few saints at this juncture. Yuan Shi spoke up. Hutu's transformation into the cycle of reincarnation is preordained by heaven. Even the teacher cannot save her. His countenance indicated displeasure, revealing his annoyance at Yefeng's tendency to overshadow him. Zhunti added, Sister Hutu possesses great virtue. We cannot act against the will of heaven. Laozi and the others remained silent, maintaining their unperturbed demeanor. Xianming appeared oblivious to the saint's discourse, continuing to gaze at Yefeng. Feeling helpless, Yefeng transmitted a message. Sister, do not despair. I shall devise a plan. Pretending that nothing was amiss, Xianming was taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at Yefeng before regaining composure to observe the saint's proceedings. Yefeng then addressed the blood sea. Ming He, why do you hide within? Are you afraid to face us? Yefeng harbored resentment towards Ming He for devouring souls and wished to reprimand him. Ming He, caught off guard while observing the scene, quickly emerged, laughing heartily. Ah, esteemed brothers have arrived at my blood sea. I apologize for not coming forth to greet you. What brings you here? He feigned ignorance while looking at Yefeng. Yefeng recognized Ming He's act and chose not to expose him, instead stating, You have concealed yourself well. Ming He, your Azura clan has aided you significantly. Soon, none shall be able to challenge your might. Upon saying this, Yefeng's expression turned cold. Ming He, confronted with the truth, boldly declared, I, Ming He, am merely following the will of heaven, benefiting the living. Otherwise, how would the souls find their place? A classic case of a stubborn pig unafraid of boiling water. Observing Ming He's obstinacy, Yefeng continued, Do you believe no one is aware of your deeds? With this, he cast a meaningful glance toward the blood sea. Startling Ming, he thought if Ming He were solely associated with the Azura clan, he could find excuses even if the saints confronted him. However, should Yefeng delve into the matter of the soul-devouring banner, Ming He would find himself in a precarious position, leading him to fall silent in frustration. Seeing this, Yefeng spoke, This underworld holds no ties to you. Ming He. I advise against defying the heavens. Ming He, pricked at a sensitive spot, begrudgingly acquiesced. The saints, unaware of Ming He's attempts to forge a nefarious artifact, paid no heed to him as they focused on scrutinizing the underworld. At this juncture, Zhunti remarked, My western realm is barren. This 6 paths of reincarnation is fated to align with the west, and thus we may cultivate the primordial land. His face lit up with excitement as he gazed at the underworld. Jieyin concurred, Indeed, this underworld ought to belong to the west. Suddenly, 2 disdainful snorts echoed. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian had united against this proposition. Laozi remained neutral, yet the 3 pure ones, while appearing to diverge, could not simply sever ties, especially when it came to matters of such significance, lest they allow the West to benefit. Thus, a quarrel erupted between the 2 factions, disregarding the presence of the saints as they engaged in conflict. Seizing the moment when their attention waned, Yefeng casually grasped the 6 paths of reincarnation, extracting a beam of yellow light, swiftly securing it within the Chaos Pearl. This was the primordial spirit of Hutu. The saints were oblivious to his actions, yet Xianming, ever watchful, noticed, fearing Xianming might inadvertently jeopardize the plan. Yefeng transmitted, Feign ignorance. I shall take care of Hutu and ensure her eventual return to you in her entirety. Upon hearing this, Xianming was on the verge of exultation but tempered his enthusiasm, recalling Yefeng's request for discretion, and thus restrained his elation, casting a grateful glance at Yifeng. Yefeng contemplated returning to Pangu Mountain. The saints shifted their focus toward him. Yefeng, momentarily taken aback, quickly grasped the situation and proclaimed, The underworld lies within my eastern domain. When has it ever been fated to align with the West? It is too early to debate this matter. Let us wait until circumstances unfold before devising our strategies. The saints recognized the wisdom in Yefeng's words, acknowledging the rationale behind his statement, and ceased their contention. Although the underworld remained without a ruler, the six paths of reincarnation autonomously functioned, continuously drawing in the souls from the primordial expanse and guiding them according to their fates, thus marking the formal commencement of the reincarnation cycle, albeit without a governing entity. As the saints departed, only the shaman clan remained, each member bearing a countenance of despair. Hutu, being the ancestral shaman and inherently benevolent, had often faced criticism from the other shamans for her excessive kindness, which they believed undermined their ancestral dignity. Yet in this moment of crisis, they were all engulfed in grief. Yefeng instructed Xianming not to disclose this matter, even to the ancestral shamans. Although puzzled, Xianming complied with Yefeng's directive. The shaman clan was profoundly affected by Hutu's absence. Without her, the great heavenly divine array could not function, leading to an atmosphere of dejection that permeated the entire clan. In stark contrast, the demon clan reveled in exuberance. For the loss of one ancestral shaman signified the reduction of a formidable adversary. The demons yearned for the complete annihilation of the shaman clan. The two factions stood in stark contrast to one another. Upon returning to Pangu Mountain, Yefeng extended his consciousness into the Chaos Pearl, revealing a boundless primordial realm. Within this realm existed two luminous orbs. One was the primordial spirit of Pangu, devoid of thought, while the other was Hutu's, remarkably lucid. Upon perceiving Yefeng's presence, Hutu's expression turned melancholic as she lamented, "Why did you save me, senior brother?" Her demeanor was steeped in despondency, for in her final moments before embodying the six paths, she had glimpsed the heavenly machinations, realizing that both her clan and the demon clan were mere pawns under heaven's design, destined for sacrifice. Thus, she had wished to transform into the six paths to secure a sliver of hope for her clan. Yefeng replied, "I saved you not for any ulterior motive, but solely because you possess a heart capable of saving others." He gazed at her with a calm demeanor, continuing, "If there is a chance for survival, embrace it and cultivate diligently. Do not let Xuanming's intentions go in vain." With that, he withdrew from the Chaos Pearl. Yefeng's demeanor has transformed from a once indifferent character to one who readily intervenes to aid those he wishes to save. Showing little regard for the few saints, however, he is genuinely curious about the extent of his own power and naturally desires to engage in discourse with the saints when the opportunity arises. In Chapter 47, the demon saint emerges, leading to chaos across the land as dinosaurs roam freely, wreaking havoc upon living beings. The Earth Mother has transformed into the cycle of reincarnation, yet her primordial spirit remains tethered to Yifeng. The river of Hades, frightened by Yifeng's presence, refrains from causing further disturbances. As millennia pass, various sects cease to send disciples down the mountains, though occasionally Western monks venture east to enlighten souls, their efforts amounting to little more than minor skirmishes that go largely unattended. Meanwhile, the Earth Mother, having been revitalized by Yifeng's divine light, regains her former strength, now surpassing even her previous primordial form. The other ancestral witches rejoice upon hearing the news of her revival, but her combative nature remains unchanged. With the Earth Mother's resurrection, the heavenly divine slaughter array can once again operate, bringing her even greater joy. However, the Earth Mother does not return to the ancestral witch palace. Instead, she instructs the other ancestral witches to feign ignorance of her revival, intending to catch the demon race off guard. Yifeng observes the unyielding martial spirit of the witch clan with a mix of resignation and amusement. Yet the presence of the Earth Mother at Pangu Mountain complicates matters for Yifeng, as Nuwa is also confined there, unbeknownst to the Earth Mother. Consequently, Yifeng refrains from revealing the existence of the Pangu Palace to her. On the day of the Earth Mother's revival, trouble brews as the heavenly Tao reacts, deeming her existence an anomaly. In defiance of this celestial decree, Yifeng confronts the chaotic tribulation lightning that seeks to disrupt him, effortlessly subduing it. The enigmatic Xianming frequently visits Pangu Mountain, eliciting a bemused smile from Yifeng, who feels as if his domain has become a gathering place for idle chatter. Whenever Yifeng contemplates speaking, Xianming seems to anticipate his thoughts, declaring, "Among all beings on this vast land, aside from my sister, you are the one I trust most." Brother Yifeng can only respond with a sense of helplessness. At the intersection of Shihan Yo Zhou and Dongsheng Shenzhou, beneath a deep abyss, lies the lair of the demon saint. After millennia of consuming remnants, the demon saint has significantly enhanced his power, now capable of facing Hongjun with an undefeated record. However, Hongjun is unable to intervene, leaving the demon saint restless, yearning to consume the human race and surpass Hongjun, thereby becoming invincible on this vast land. With a sinister grin, the evil celestial lord emerges from a lake teeming with monstrous creatures, exclaiming, "I, the evil celestial lord, have truly arrived in the primordial land." His laughter echoes through the air, and soon after, he gestures toward the lake, causing numerous dinosaurs of various sizes to be flung into the outside world. Resolute in his intent to escape this place, the evil celestial lord disregards the consequences, unleashing all the dinosaurs. The seemingly small lake inexplicably houses millions of dinosaurs, ranging from the size of a water buffalo to birds the size of swallows, all possessing razor-sharp teeth. Having completed this task, the evil celestial lord ascends Dragon Cliff, aware that the saints are soon to seek him out. The emergence of the dinosaurs plunges the entire primordial land into chaos, affecting even the lofty demon race and the human race, though the witch and demon races are better equipped to withstand the onslaught. Once again, the human race faces dire straits, for their journey of growth is fraught with challenges as they scatter across the primordial land. They frequently fall prey to attacks from other beasts, suffering significant losses as the dinosaurs touch down. Yifeng furrows his brow in concern, unable to remain idle while the lives of the primordial beings are obliterated. He strides forth to Xianyozhou. Zhunti and Jieyin arrive early, exchanging greetings with Yifeng as they seem to await something. Soon, the three purities saints join them, and upon seeing the gathering of saints, the evil celestial lord reveals himself, unleashing a foul odor that permeates the land. The saints wrinkle their noses in disgust at the stench. The evil celestial lord laughs heartily. "Greetings, esteemed saints. I have long envied your elevated status and have come to witness it firsthand. To my surprise, my presence has drawn you here so swiftly." The enigmatic figure before them remains inscrutable, as the saints struggle to discern the origins and power of this black-clad individual. Zhunti speaks up first. "Amitabha, may I inquire why you unleash such a multitude of beasts upon our primordial land, harming its inhabitants? As saints, we cannot ignore this matter." The evil celestial lord laughs again. "Ah, you are Zhunti, are you not? A mere sapling dares to shout at me." He snorts dismissively. But Zhunti, being a formidable saint, is not so easily intimidated. He merely shifts slightly, absorbing the evil celestial lord's disdainful snort, which, though intended as a mere test of strength, carries considerable force. Surprised that he could withstand it, the evil celestial lord is taken aback. Seeing his disciple attacked, Jiejing's fury ignites. After all, the two have shared a bond of brotherhood for countless eons. Observing Zhunti's plight, he exclaims, "How dare you harm my brother? You vile fiend! Witness my treasure." He produces his purple gold bowl, directing its radiant light toward the evil celestial lord. However, the brilliance simply vanishes upon entering the evil celestial lord's body, leaving Jiejing in shock. Realizing that his powerful strike has been effortlessly absorbed, Jiejing is filled with astonishment. The saints, being beings whose primordial spirits are anchored in the void, can manipulate the energies of space, making Jiejing's formidable attack capable of devastating half of the primordial realm. Seeing that neither of them has gained the upper hand, Yuanshi glances at Laozi, who gestures for him to speak. Clearing his throat, Yuanshi asserts, "What audacity! This primordial land is not something you can taint. Are you truly stronger than all of us present?" The evil celestial lord scoffs at Yuanshi's words, replying with a dismissive smirk, "If you don't believe it, feel free to test me. However, I harbor some concern for Yifeng, as I am unaware of his progress in cultivation." Tong Tian, having endured in silence for long, finally declares, "Evil cannot triumph over righteousness. Let us settle this in earnest." At this moment, Laozi, who has remained silent, speaks up. This evil celestial lord possesses formidable powers. Regardless of past grievances, we must unite today. That he glances at Yifeng, acknowledging their previous conflicts, yet he expresses his willingness to set aside differences. Why Yifeng? impressed by Laozi's magnanimity, acknowledges his capacity for both conflict and reconciliation, and he responds, "Very well, we must stand united against external threats." Thus, the saints coalesce, preparing to confront the evil celestial lord together. Faced with a gathering of saints, the evil celestial lord cannot afford to be reckless. He brandishes the demon heavenly wheel, yet he focuses much of his energy on Yifeng. Tong Tian is the first to act, using the sword array of the extermination of immortals to contain the evil celestial lord. He recalls Hong Jun's words when he bestowed the extermination of immortals. The four saints are indestructible. The other saints rejoice at Tong Tian's decision to deploy the extermination of immortals, swiftly surrounding the evil celestial lord. Laozi unveils the Taiji diagram. Yuan Shi brandishes the Pangu banner. Zhunti presents the seven treasures mysterious tree. And Jieyin still holds his purple gold bowl. Yifeng, while not revealing any treasures, remains vigilant, ready to intervene should the need arise. Meanwhile, in the realm of humanity, Tian leads the human populace in a desperate defense against the dinosaur invasion. However, despite Tian's formidable cultivation, a single person's strength is limited. Even with the assistance of the four great elders and countless skilled human warriors, their efforts amount to little against the dinosaurs' overwhelming destructive power. The sheer size of these beasts poses a challenge for those who have not cultivated, while even those who have cultivated find it daunting to confront such sudden threats without the strength of a golden immortal. With nearly 1 billion humans against an unclear number of dinosaurs, the situation spells disaster. The human race lacks the elite warriors and powerful artifacts possessed by the witch and demon races, rendering them vulnerable. Many humans kneel, pleading toward the direction of North Jilu Zhou, calling out, "We beseech the great Emperor of Creation to grant us mercy and save our people." Others direct their prayers toward the celestial palace of Nuwa, unaware that she has long been sealed away. Yifeng, foreseeing the inevitable destruction awaiting the human race, had previously instructed the sect to lead the disciples in rescue efforts. He ordered the Earth Mother and Fenglinger to remain at Zhao Huajiao, guarding the place, even though the Earth Mother is not a member of the sect. The Witch Clan, alongside numerous ancestral witches, battles fiercely against the dinosaurs, who find the mighty ancestral witches a trivial challenge, yet still manage to pose a threat to the lesser witches. Nevertheless, it is fortunate that the Wu clan is composed of valiant warriors. Although there have been casualties, the losses are not extensive. Within the confines of Pangu Mountain, the deity of the earth appears anxious, pacing back and forth, yet she restrains herself from the impulse to leave the mountain. Instead, she collaborates with the disciples of the Tao of creation to gradually expand their efforts outward, which entails the annihilation of the dinosaurs and the demonic beings of the Buzhou Mountain. With the presence of 3 quasi-saints, Dongwang Tai, Emperor Jun, and the Demon Master Kunping, there is no limit to the slaughter. The Dongwang bell wielded by Dongwang Tai proves to be the bane of these dinosaurs. Although the dinosaurs have lost their capacity for rational thought, their senses of hearing and sight remain intact. Dongwang Tai continuously strikes the bell, causing the dinosaurs to bleed and perish in droves. Meanwhile, Emperor Jun is filled with mounting anxiety as he has yet to receive any news of his daughter, Wang Shu, nor has he been able to reach Fushi. Observing this, Dongwang Tai reassures him, saying, "Brother, do not fret. I believe that our niece Wang Shu possesses formidable powers and is unlikely to be harmed by these beasts. Moreover, is Fushi not there to protect her?" After patting Emperor Jun on the shoulder, the latter realizes that his anxiousness is of no use, resigning himself to the situation. Chapter 48. The sword formation to exterminate the immortals battles the demon, saint, as the sinister Tianzhuan witnesses Tong Tian brandishing the 4 swords of extermination against him. He makes no attempt to intervene, eager to witness the true power of the legendary, indestructible sword formation. Thus, the sinister Tianzhuan casts the magic wheel above his head, enveloping himself in protection while quietly observing Tong Tian's spellcasting. Seeing that Tianzhuan remains still, Tong Tian feels a surge of joy, believing that he has bypassed a considerable challenge. With the sword of extermination in hand, Tong Tian boldly proclaims, "Watch as I capture this demon with the sword formation." He releases 4 beams of golden light from the swords, and the formation is complete. Yet the sinister Tianzuan remains unmoved within the formation. In a fit of rage, Tong Tian exclaims, "How dare this demon underestimate my sword formation? Witness how I shall capture you." With that, he channels his magical power, causing the four swords to move in tandem with his gestures. The sinister Tianzuan, within the formation, perceives icy landscapes and fiery infernos alternating around him, alongside meteors plummeting from the heavens and colossal beams of sword light hurtling toward him. Still, he remains unmoved, not because the apparitions are mere illusions, but because he uses his own power to render everything near him into nothingness. Frustrated at his inability to subdue the sinister Tianzuan, Tong Tian's face flushes with anger, prompting him to intensify his assault. Seemingly resolute, Tong Tian raises both hands skyward, summoning a multitude of heavenly lightning bolts. He draws them into the formation. The lightning strikes near the sinister Tianzuan, only to vanish without a trace, leaving Tong Tian glaring in frustration. However, he is yet to unleash his ultimate move, when it becomes evident that he cannot prevail against the sinister Tianzuan. Tong Tian grits his teeth and declares, "Sword formation to exterminate the immortals. Unite the four swords, the extermination sword, the slaughter sword, the trap sword, and the absolute sword each radiate immense light, colliding together to forge a massive sword of unprecedented size." Exuding a potent aura of death, the other saints involuntarily shudder. Yet Yifeng remains unfazed, possessing a sword that surpasses the four swords of extermination and a cultivation level exceeding that of Tong Tian. He feels no fear as the united sword rushes toward the sinister Tianzuan. He grins maliciously and says, "Come forth." With a flourish, the sinister Tianzuan releases a surge of black energy, which upon contact with the massive sword, generates a jolt of electricity. He then toys with the giant sword as one would with a child's plaything. Ultimately, he directs the sword back toward Tong Tian, who is caught off guard by the realization that his own artifact is now turning against him. With little time to react, Tong Tian hastily channels his power to seize the sword, only to be sent flying a considerable distance. Witnessing Tong Tian's misfortune, the other saints are alarmed. The sword formation to exterminate the immortals cannot contain this demon. They realize that they must unite against him. Otherwise, their futures will be grim. Without concern for pride or reputation, Zhunti and Jieyin shout in unison, "Everyone, attack together! Let us see how he responds." With that, they lead the charge. Laozi, too, does not lag behind and raises his treasure to join the fray. Yifeng, however, does not immediately engage, instead darting around the others, which is precisely what the sinister Tianzuan fears. He worries that Yifeng may attempt a surprise attack. Although such an assault may not be fatal, it would still be unpleasant. Laozi's Taiji diagram sends forth a golden bridge aimed at the sinister Tianzuan, intending to immobilize him. Yet, inexplicably, the golden bridge vanishes upon nearing the space surrounding the sinister Tianzuan. With a mocking laughter, he proclaims, "Laozi, do you truly believe that your trivial Taiji diagram can bind me? Allow me to enlighten you. Had I not extensively studied your treasures and cultivation levels, would I be so reckless?" He laughs triumphantly and adds, "Moreover, I am merely toying with you at present. If I were to truly engage you, you would not survive 3 exchanges in my presence." Laozi, infuriated by the sinister Tianzuan's words, glares in exasperation. Yet the sinister Tianzuan remains unfazed, intensifying his assault. Yuanshi persistently attacks with his innate treasures, but finds that, like Laozi, the energy emitted by the Pangu flag dissipates before reaching the sinister Tianzuan. Noticing that Yifeng has yet to join the fray, Yuanshi shouts, "Junior brother, what are you waiting for? Now is the time to act." With that, he also escalates his offensive. Yifeng searches for a flaw in the sinister Tianzuan's defenses. But despite his formidable cultivation, he cannot find even the slightest opening to that moment. The magic wheel above the sinister Tianzuan radiates a layer of black light, shooting toward the group, despite their best efforts to resist. They find themselves in disarray, realizing that the sinister Tianzuan was merely warming up. Alarmed, they take extra precautions. Yifeng, in a moment of desperation, reflects, given the sinister Tianzuan's current demeanor, it is evident that these saints cannot contend with him. Should he emerge victorious, the land of Hongwang will surely descend into chaos. Thus, he no longer conceals his power and summons the long-unused Chaos Sword. The moment the Chaos Sword appears, the atmosphere shifts dramatically. Lightning dances across the sky, and the sinister Tianzuan is taken aback. In his mind, the only treasure that could rival the chaos was the creation jade plate of Hongjun. Who would have thought that Yifeng possessed such a treasure? The other saints are equally astonished, realizing that Yifeng has hidden such an artifact. Although they may not comprehend its nature, the aura emitted by the Chaos Sword causes them great discomfort. Laozi recalls their previous confrontation, during which Yifeng briefly wielded the Chaos Sword, and even he, powerful as he is, was left bewildered. All present silently acknowledge. No wonder Yifeng has ventured to the North Julu continent to develop his own power and establish a grand sect. Frequently opposing them. At this moment, the sinister Tianzuan remarks, well, you have hidden your abilities quite deeply. However, if you wish to defeat me, I wonder if you possess the necessary skill. With that, the black light emitted by the magic wheel intensifies. Yifeng, undeterred, charges into the fray, thrusting the Chaos Sword repeatedly at the sinister Tianzuan. The latter's attention becomes split between Yifeng and the other saints, rendering him momentarily overwhelmed. While the saints may not be able to vanquish the sinister Tianzuan, it is equally impossible for him to eliminate them effortlessly. After all, they're saints. At this juncture, the sinister Tianzuan reveals his full strength, wielding the magic wheel with finesse, sometimes crashing it down, at other times spinning it to strike, demonstrating its capabilities to the fullest. Yet, the display lacks a sense of elegance. Despite his frustrations, the sinister Tianzuan realizes he has underestimated the combined might of the saints, who display remarkable solidarity in the face of an external threat. Even the most petty among them, Yuan Shi, swoops in to catch Zhunti when he is knocked back, while Laozi rushes to assist Han Tian. This moment truly showcases the bonds of camaraderie among them, while Yifeng continues to battle alone. However, they are unable to assist him. His struggle is his own. The sinister Tianzuan gradually finds himself at a disadvantage, sweat beading upon his gaunt, grotesque face. Meanwhile, Yifeng is not without his own discomfort. Much of the sinister Tianzuan's focus is directed at him, and he feels the strain in his arms from wielding the sword in the land of the demon race, at Buzhou Mountain. The chaos unfolds as great and small demons engage in relentless combat with a multitude of dinosaurs sprawled across the ground. Although the demon race enjoys a tactical advantage, they inflict devastating losses upon the dinosaurs. The unfortunate dinosaurs, stripped of their capacity for thought by the sinister Tianzuan, know only the instinct to fight. Dongwang Tai, too, has not experienced such a large-scale slaughter in quite some time. With each strike of the Dongwang bell, countless dinosaurs are reduced to ash. Meanwhile, the swift Kunping wreaks havoc upon the pterosaurs soaring through the sky, dispatching them as effortlessly as scattering flowers. Although the dinosaurs have lost their cognitive abilities, a deep-seated fear stirs within them. Suddenly, a dinosaur of towering stature, measuring 2,000 zhang, lets out a thunderous roar, seemingly summoning its kin, before turning to flee. The remaining dinosaurs, whether running on the ground or flying in the air, follow suit, creating a ripple of panic across the vast expanse of Honghuang. The demon race, caught off guard by this unexpected turn, finds themselves momentarily stunned, only to be met with the sight of fallen comrades, who curse the dinosaurs for their cowardice as the demons prepare to pursue. They are halted by Emperor Jun, who declares they are but uncivilized beasts. There is no need to chase them, but we must tend to the battlefield, for our losses have been considerable. The demons then proceed to manage the aftermath of the conflict. Only those dinosaurs, either intentionally or unintentionally, rush towards the land of the human race, that in the realm of the witch tribe. The ancestral witches were indifferent to the presence of these dinosaurs, yet they could not allow the dinosaurs to endanger their kin. Thus, they continuously clashed with the dinosaurs. However, when those formidable dinosaurs from the human realm arrived in the lands of the witch and the vampire tribes, most were brutally slaughtered. The ground of the witch tribe was littered with the carcasses of dinosaurs, and the 11 ancestral witches exuded an imposing aura. Whether it was Xianming or Zhu Rong, A mere flick of their hands resulted in numerous dinosaurs meeting their demise in the witch territory. The great witch Xingtian wielded a massive axe and shield, reminiscent of the shattered Pangu axe and the divine shield, reveling in the carnage. The witch tribe, known for their bloodlust, witnessed Xingtian bulldoze through the battlefield, leaving a trail of chaos and bloodshed. Despite being a woman, Xianming was not outdone by anyone. She moved with an ethereal grace, akin to a flower fairy, her movements resembling a dance, intoxicating to behold. Yet not a single drop of dinosaur blood marred her attire that moment. An innate fear took root in the dinosaurs, prompting them to turn and flee, fortuitously heading towards the land of the human race. Much like the dinosaurs from the realm of the demons, the ancestral witches chose not to pursue, conserving their strength for greater advantage. Outside the azure palace of the Eastern Sea, the esteemed disciple of Tong Tian, Daobao Daoist, led his fellow disciples into a fierce battle against the dinosaurs. With the spiritual treasures gifted by Yi Feng and their own, they soared through the air, continuously reaping the lives of the dinosaurs. Zhao Gongming and several holy mothers relentlessly struck down the dinosaurs, igniting an all-out war across the vast wilderness. The dinosaurs, unleashed by the malevolent Tianzuan, wreaked havoc across the land, regardless of the individual strength of the dinosaurs. Their sheer numbers proved overwhelming. From the depths of the Nether River to the domain of the Mosquito Daoist, swarms of dinosaurs rampaged, mercilessly slaughtering any living beings they encountered. Those formidable dinosaurs attacked in groups, while the weaker ones were simply devoured. The sheer quantity of these creatures was an undeniable advantage, and from the mysterious lake of Dragon Cliff, even more monstrous beings emerged, despite facing such a multitude of beasts. The disciples of various sects maintained a semblance of order as they engaged the dinosaurs in battle. However, the human race, lacking in strength, found themselves relentlessly pursued by the dinosaurs, and their slow speed led to many being consumed. The likes of Guang Chengzi from Kunlun Mountain also found themselves embroiled in combat against the dinosaurs. Although the deities were powerful, the dinosaurs' numerical superiority rendered the battle inconclusive. The Doshui Palace and the Nuwa Palace in the outer heaven remained untouched. Had the dinosaurs ventured there, the witch and vampire tribes would have faced an insurmountable challenge. Chapter 49. Despite their weakness, the human race fights with determination. The treasure rock transforms into the demon-suppressing tower. In the land of the human race, Ji Tian led his kin in a relentless struggle against the dinosaurs. The cries of despair echoed among the people as they pondered their plight. Why, they wondered, had the human race faced such incessant calamities since their inception? Why was their strength so feeble, rendering them vulnerable to slaughter? As some pondered deeper, their sorrow intensified, igniting a fierce determination among others. Many sought to vent their fury through acts of defiance, charging towards the dinosaurs, regardless of age or gender, joining the fray. Yet, ultimately, their strength proved insufficient against the overwhelming might of the dinosaurs, who were akin to colossal behemoths devoid of reason, leading to further losses among the human ranks that in this moment. The resilience of the human race shone through, revealing their indomitable spirit. As one batch fell, another emerged, undeterred. But it must be acknowledged that although the humans lacked formidable magical prowess and robust physiques, they possessed an unwavering spirit, charging forth with valor, unafraid of death. Meanwhile, within Pangu Mountain, Nuwa was consumed by anxiety. The fates of both the demon and human races were intricately linked to her. She knew that even without her intervention, the demon race could manage, but the human race was far too feeble. The creator of humanity, her connection to them was inescapable. Yet, the heavenly yellow Linglong Tower had been sealed by Hong Jun himself, making it beyond Nuwa's capacity to unravel. Previously, when the dinosaurs plagued the human race, Nuwa had intended to intervene, but Hong Jun had thwarted her, resulting in Yi Feng's misunderstanding. Now, she could only fret helplessly, for the heavenly yellow Linglong Tower even resisted her attempts at communication, leaving Nuwa to silently pray for the safety of humanity. In the outer heaven, Yi Feng and his companions were embroiled in a fierce battle against the malevolent Tianzuan. At this moment, Yi Feng bore injuries. The dark wheel of Tianzuan had pierced his right chest, While the recovery capabilities of a sage were formidable, the nature of Tianzuan's dark will prevented any signs of healing, though Yifeng had managed to stem the worsening of his wound. Meanwhile, Laozi and his companions were similarly battered, their appearances far from dignified. Zhu Ti's face was charred, and he had no time to remedy it, while Jieyin bore the marks of a scorched mountain. Laozi's once pristine white beard had turned black, and his body was stained with blood. Yuan Shi fared even worse, limping from a blow dealt by Tianzuan, unable to stand tall in combat. Tong Tian displayed a gaping wound at his abdomen, gasping for breath. Conversely, Tianzuan was also severely wounded, having lost a significant portion of his blackened form, with various injuries marring his legs and body. Yet his face was contorted with rage. He had never anticipated that he would sustain injuries. Having underestimated the strength of the sages, particularly Yifeng, the entire wilderness trembled under their fierce clash. After a moment of intense combat, all seven paused, panting heavily. Yifeng, filled with righteous fury, coldly declared, "Tianzuan, I know it is impossible to kill you. But today, even at the cost of my life, I shall seal you." As he spoke, he took deep breaths to steady himself. Tianzuan, nursing his wounds, replied, "I underestimated your strength. However, to seal me is beyond your capabilities. Be cautious lest you speak too boldly." He chuckled derisively. Yuan Shi, incensed, could hardly bear such humiliation. Though sages were not omnipotent, after countless years, his dignity was not to be trampled. He retorted, "You fiend, even if I perish today, I shall drag you down with me." Yet, in his fury, he succumbed to a fit of coughing. Tianzuan seized the opportunity to mock, "With your current state, be careful not to perish before I do. That would be unfortunate." His words twisted Yuan Shi's face with rage. Zhunti and Jieyin remained silent, gathering their powers, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. It was then that Laozi, who had been quiet, spoke up. "Brothers, we must exert all our strength, and if we do not eliminate this demon today, the wilderness may cease to exist." He cast a meaningful glance at Yifeng, who understood Laozi's intent, fearing that Yifeng might not give his all. Yifeng scoffed lightly, acknowledging, "Master Brother's words hold wisdom. We must all fight with our utmost." He then conveyed to Laozi and the others, "In a moment, let us flank him. You four attack around Tianzuan, and when the opportunity arises, strike decisively." The others nodded in agreement. Tianzuan, however, merely scoffed at the prospect of fearing them. His true concern lay with the yet-to-make an appearance Hongjun. Should Hongjun arrive, his fate would be all but sealed. As if fortune favored him, a figure emerged from the chaos, an elderly man with flowing white hair and a benevolent visage. The reactions varied among the crowd. The sages were filled with excitement, while Tianzuan's expression twisted with fury and fear. "Hongjun, did you not merge with the heavenly Tao and cease to intervene? Should you not adhere to the natural order?" Hongjun approached slowly, devoid of any imposing aura. Yet none dared to underestimate him, for he was Hongjun. With an expression of indifference, Hongjun regarded Tianzuan, who felt the pressure mounting. Finally, Hongjun spoke, "I did not say I would intervene. I merely came to observe." He stepped back slightly, indicating that they should continue their battle while he watched. This infuriated Tianzuan, who longed to strike Hongjun, but he was acutely aware of the sages watching closely at this moment. Hongjun turned to Yifeng. "Yifeng, do you remember the treasure rock?" Yifeng was momentarily taken aback. Why did Hongjun bring this up now? Feeling slightly embarrassed, he replied, "What about it? It was the very rock that Yifeng had inadvertently taken after Hongjun had divided the treasures." Noticing Yifeng's expression, Hongjun smiled. "You may hand it over to me. I have great use for it." Reluctantly, Yifeng produced the treasure rock and offered it to Hongjun. As Hongjun held it, a nostalgic glimmer crossed his eyes. In an instant, the rock transformed into a 9-tiered black tower, emanating chaotic energy. Yifeng was taken aback, realizing he had unknowingly stumbled upon something extraordinary, filled with regret. Hongjun spoke. "This is the demon-suppressing tower, a treasure of chaos. Initially, I disguised it as the treasure rock to see who would have the fortune to claim it. I never anticipated that it would fall into your hands, only to be underutilized." He fondly stroked the demon-suppressing tower, causing Yifeng to feel a twinge of embarrassment. After saying this, Hong Jun looked at the few individuals with interest and remarked, "You may commence the battle." The group was momentarily taken aback, yet they disregarded Hong Jun and launched an attack on Xie Tianzun. In truth, Hong Jun found himself in a predicament. It was not that he was incapable of intervening, but rather that he could not guarantee victory against Xie Tianzun. Thus, he chose to wait until the others had sustained injuries before making his appearance, a moment that would allow him to apply pressure on Xie Tianzun. The demon suppression tower was perfectly suited to restrain Xie Tianzun, and although Hong Jun appeared calm and composed, he was inwardly anxious, keenly aware that he needed to seize the right moment to subdue Xie Tianzun. As Xie Tianzun remained vigilant of Hong Jun, the others engaged in combat once more at that moment. Under Hong Jun's influence, Xie Tianzun found himself in an exceedingly passive position, overwhelmed by the collective assault. Nevertheless, he was a formidable being and gradually began to turn the tide of battle. Yi Feng, undeterred, wielded the Chaos Sword, unleashing a relentless barrage of chaotic sword energy upon Xie Tianzun, inciting his hidden ire. The presence of Hong Jun instilled confidence in the other saints, who, though less fierce than before, fought with renewed strength, bolstered by the recovery of their magical energy during the brief respite at Yi Feng. However, refrained from revealing his creation Heavenly Book and creation Green Lotus, understanding that preserving some of his strength was essential for his survival. Xie Tianzun, growing increasingly enraged by the relentless attacks, paid little heed to Hong Jun, focusing instead on battling the group, though he remained acutely aware of Hong Jun's presence. The pressure on the group intensified, yet they fought valiantly. In a fit of rage, Xie Tianzun swung the demon wheel, launching a flurry of chaotic strikes that left the group scrambling at Yi Feng. Realizing Hong Jun's intent, recklessly provoked Xie Tianzun, hoping to create an opportunity for Hong Jun to act amidst the chaos. Xie Tianzun, infuriated by Yi Feng's relentless pursuit, pondered the reason behind such animosity, feeling as though he were the target of a personal vendetta. The other saints gradually grasped Hong Jun's strategy, having mentioned the demon suppression tower. They connected the dots and escalated their attacks. Consequently, Xie Tianzun, driven to desperation, unleashed a barrage against the group, inflicting further injuries upon them. Seizing an opportunity, he channeled all his magical energy towards Yi Feng. Taken aback by Xie Tianzun's audacity in the face of so many saints, Yi Feng was struck by the demon wheel, sent flying for hundreds of miles, spitting blood as he struggled to rise and rejoin the fray. Xie Tianzun grew increasingly agitated, fully aware of the dire situation facing his dinosaur army, which had suffered heavy losses. He was also acutely aware of the lurking threat posed by Hong Jun and the relentless assaults from saints. Never had he endured such humiliation. His initial intention had merely been to stretch his legs, yet he found himself besieged by the saints. Fearing for his position, in a moment of oversight, he was struck by Yi Feng's chaotic sword, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. Casting a resentful glare at Yi Feng, he momentarily lost focus, allowing Hong Jun, who had remained passive until then, to make his move that in an instant, the demon suppression tower soared above Xie Tianzun, expanding to an enormous size, radiating golden light from within, and forcefully drawing Xie Tianzun closer. Furious, Xie Tianzun exclaimed, "Hong Jun, you despicable coward!" Yet, Hong Jun remained silent, intensifying the absorption of Xie Tianzun's power. Xie Tianzun, unwilling to submit, retaliated by kicking the demon wheel, unleashing a similar-sized black beam towards the demon suppression tower. The two beams collided, causing the tower to tremble violently, nearly toppling over, while Xie Tianzun also suffered, as both he and Hong Jun, being of equal caliber, let out simultaneous groans of discomfort. The saints understood the gravity of the situation and simultaneously attacked Xie Tianzun, preventing him from countering the demon suppression tower. Enraged, Xie Tianzun shouted, "You saints are disgraceful." Resorting to such underhanded tactics, to which Hong Jun, still channeling his power into the tower, replied, "We may be despicable, but we do so to protect countless lives. And no matter how you protest, today marks both your rise and your fall." With that, he intensified the absorption of magical energy. Faced with the combined forces of Hong Jun and the saints, Xie Tianzun realized he was outmatched. A fierce strike from Yi Feng forced him back. Though he remained uninjured, Nonetheless, he was drawn even closer to the tower. That moment, a formation took shape. Hong Jun was above the tower, channeling energy to capture Xie Tianzuan, while the saints below relentlessly attacked Xie Tianzuan in a coordinated effort. It must be said that Xie Tianzuan was indeed formidable. At this juncture, the saints halted simultaneously, as if in silent agreement, and channeled their remaining magical energy towards Xie Tianzuan. Even he could not easily withstand the combined might of 6 saints, and he was propelled towards the demon suppression tower. Realizing he was on the verge of being absorbed into the tower, Xie Tianzuan understood the dire consequences. A fate of eternal darkness awaited him. Regret washed over him as he acknowledged that he should not have acted so recklessly. Nevertheless, he summoned all his power to strike the tower's wall, but the tower, though shaken, remained steadied in a fit of defiance. Xie Tianzuan roared, "I will return," and with that, he was drawn inside. The saints exhaled a collective sigh of relief, while Hong Jun hurriedly descended, reinforcing the tower's formation and restrictions. The 6 saints joined him in this effort, collectively imposing seals upon the demon suppression tower. Chapter 50. Yifeng's determination to capture the dinosaurs as the sun descended, casting a melancholic glow upon the land. The vast wilderness bore witness to the aftermath of the conflict. Though the witch and demon clans had succeeded in repelling the dinosaur threat, the landscape was now littered with the corpses of both dinosaurs and various races alike. Meanwhile, the human territories lay in a state of grim despair. As humanity, spurred by the dinosaurs, engaged in a bloodbath of unprecedented scale. Unbeknownst to them, their fates were dire. The dinosaurs, having been driven back by the witch and demon clans, now surged towards the human lands. The devastation they left in their wake was akin to a shattered world, with countless monstrous beasts converging upon a single point, and the outcome was all too predictable. The human expression is the most intricate, capable of conveying rage, sorrow, or joy with vivid clarity. Yet when all expressions fade, it signifies either a natural state or a heart that has succumbed to despair. At this moment, Jieyin exemplified this, his face devoid of color, merely going through the motions of battle against the dinosaurs. Despite his frail, aging body appearing ready to collapse amidst the rain and wind, he clung stubbornly to life, lacking the strength of the witch and demon clans. And without powerful disciples or protective formations, the humans could only rely on themselves. Yet one by one, they fell prey to the merciless onslaught, as even the strongest among them could be overwhelmed, especially an elder like Jieyin. As Jieyin fought in a daze, a deafening roar broke through the air, jolting his frozen heart back to life that he gazed into the distance, witnessing countless dinosaurs charging towards the human lands, leaving devastation in their wake. "Our clan is doomed," he cried in despair, recognizing the advancing dinosaur army that had been repelled by the witch and demon clans. The humans, scattered across the wilderness, found themselves converging at Wanqiao. Yet this time, the dinosaur threat was not localized. It engulfed the entirety of the vast land. The relentless onslaught showed no signs of abating, and just as the dinosaurs were about to reach Wanqiao, they abruptly halted, their once vacant eyes gradually sharpened, revealing their inherent bloodlust. It turned out that the control Xie Tianzuan had exerted over them had been severed, yet the dinosaurs, born for carnage, wasted no time in targeting the humans. A cacophony of battle cries erupted as they charged forward. Under the combined efforts of Feng Ling'er and various demons and spirits from the northern region, they managed to drive the dinosaurs out of Beiju Lu. However, the direction in which the dinosaurs retreated was still toward the human territories that Wei Feng had previously instructed them to assist the vulnerable humans, and without hesitation, Feng Ling'er led the disciples of the creation sect towards the human lands, leaving a trail of blood in their wake, as the human corpses had all been devoured by the dinosaurs. Upon arriving at Wanqiao, Feng Ling'er and her companions were taken aback by the gruesome scene before them. Though they had witnessed large-scale devastation before, this sight was too harrowing to bear. The land was strewn with dismembered limbs and entrails, a horrific spectacle that overwhelmed their senses. Astonishingly, although the dinosaurs had broken free from Xie Tianzuan's control, they had not consumed the humans, having been subdued and buried under Xie Tianzuan's influence. Now, with their primal instincts restored, they unleashed their full ferocity, devouring the humans with their colossal jaws, their teeth crushing bodies with merciless efficiency. Long Yun leapt into action, roaring, "These beasts are worse than animals." In response, Kong Xian, filled with rage, declared, "As disciples of the creation sect, we are bound by destiny to protect the people, that if we fail to act now, we would be betraying our master." With that, he charged forward. Feng Linger, though accustomed to managing affairs within the creation sect, found herself overwhelmed by the scene before her. Yet, seeing Kong Xian fly into action, she shouted, "Follow him," and immediately pursued. After flying tens of thousands of miles, the group finally arrived above Wanqiao. Yet the scene before them was utterly chilling. Kong Xian had already charged down to confront the army of dinosaurs. And without hesitation, Feng Linger led the others to engage the ferocious forces. They soon discovered that countless dinosaurs had encircled the human race, mercilessly slaughtering them. Now, only a few million of the Wanqiao human populace remained, and their numbers continued to dwindle. Jieyin, covered in blood, flew around with several elders, desperately attempting to rescue as many as they could. Within the human ranks, a circle formed, revealing the old, weak, women, and children kneeling in despair, fervently pleading for divine assistance. Some called upon Nuwa, others sought the favor of Yifeng, and still others implored Laozi, while the brave warriors on the periphery fought valiantly against the dinosaurs. The arrival of Feng Linger and her companions invigorated the human race, urging them to fight back fiercely. However, the dinosaurs were no longer the mindless beasts they once were. They had regained their intelligence and were now cunning adversaries. How could the laughing humans possibly stand against such foes? Their numbers dwindled further as Feng Linger and her companions were taken aback by the dinosaurs' newfound strategic prowess. Had they encountered these creatures during their time in the northern Jilu continent, they would have found it exceedingly difficult to repel them. Nonetheless, there was no time for hesitation. The disciples of the Tao of creation continued to battle the dinosaurs relentlessly. Meanwhile, beneath the Xianhuang pagoda, Nuwa was already in tears. The human race revered her as their mother, and with her nurturing nature, she had come to regard them as her own children, though she was unable to intervene. Being a sage, she was acutely aware of the tribulations facing humanity. She lamented her inability to assist while feeling the cold indifference of the Taoist sages. At that moment, Nuwa bore little resemblance to a dignified sage. After capturing the evil heavenly sovereign, Hong Jun vanished, leaving behind a cryptic message. Someone must address the calamity of the dinosaurs. With a meaningful glance, he disappeared. Laozi, the leader of the human teachings and their elder brother, felt compelled to act. Casting a glance at Yifeng, too, intended to journey to the primal land. Yifeng exchanged glances with the other sages, who, despite their intentions, were preoccupied with their own concerns and departed to check on their respective realms. Yuan Shi headed towards Kunlun Mountain, fearing for the safety of his disciples. In truth, no sage wished for their disciples to come to harm. When Yifeng and Laozi arrived at Wanqiao, they were both taken aback by the devastation wrought by the evil heavenly sovereign. Laozi silently thanked his good fortune that his own realm lay beyond the celestial sphere. Yifeng's aura grew increasingly colder, startling even Laozi. With a sweep of his consciousness, Yifeng grasped the situation in the primal land and, without further ado, summoned the Qian Kuan Ding, tossing it into the sky. The ding expanded to an immense size, enveloping much of the primal land in its golden light. Wherever the golden rays shone, dinosaurs were drawn into the ding, unable to escape their fated capture. In his wrath, Yifeng ensured that no dinosaur survived the onslaught. Seeing Yifeng's prowess, Laozi produced the Taiji diagram, which also ascended to the sky, expanding to a colossal size and drawing in countless dinosaurs with its golden light. Though both were sages, they had suffered injuries earlier, and their exertion took a toll on them. Their expressions grew grim as they continued their relentless collection of the dinosaurs. After a quarter of an hour, only a few dinosaurs remained on the vast primal land, but they too were swiftly eradicated. Yifeng reduced the Qian Kuan Ding to a palm-sized object and peered inside, observing countless miniature dinosaurs desperately colliding against the walls of the ding, striving to escape. However, the ding, being a treasure of primordial origin, was impervious to their attempts. Frustration welled within Yi Feng as cold light flickered in his eyes. With a slight exertion of strength, he caused the dinosaurs within to vanish into nothingness. Laozi, witnessing this, shivered, but was not one to show mercy either. He reduced the Taiji diagram, gripping it tightly, and with a forceful motion, caused the remaining dinosaurs to disintegrate into nothingness as well. That moment, Yi Feng turned to Laozi, bowing respectfully. "Thank you, elder brother, for aiding the human race. Regardless of our past grievances, today I owe you my gratitude." After bowing, he straightened up. Laozi was taken aback by Yi Feng's humility, yet maintained his composure, replying, "As the leader of the human teachings, this is my duty." With that, he ventured toward the celestial realm. Yi Feng descended to the human realm, where he beheld the few remaining humans, some weeping profusely, others expressing mixed emotions of joy and sorrow, all displaying a myriad of expressions and sentiments. This sight stirred his own sadness. Feng Linger and the others gathered around Yi Feng. Bowing in respect, we pay our respects to our master, leader. Yet, Feng Linger's eyes were red-rimmed. How could she endure such a sight? After all, she was a young woman. The expressions of the disciples of the Tao of creation were filled with profound sorrow. Observing the mournful assembly, Yi Feng addressed them. "You have all performed admirably. Regardless of the outcome, you have fought valiantly." That moment, the gathered humans knelt before Yi Feng, crying and expressing their gratitude. Witnessing this deepened Yi Feng's sorrow. Jieyin, bloodied and battered, approached him, saying, "Great Emperor, I feel I have let you down. The human race now." His voice faltered, overwhelmed by grief. Indeed, who could remain unscathed in such dire circumstances? Their kin had been slaughtered to the brink of extinction. Yi Feng stepped forward to lift Jieyin, understanding his anguish. Yet the events had transpired, and Yi Feng felt helpless, sharing his own inner turmoil. He constantly questioned himself. Having come to the primal land, why could he not alter fate? Why must his ancestors continue to suffer such a tragic end? As Yi Feng helped Jieyin to his feet, Jieyin felt a flicker of gratitude. But his heart was already battered by the loss of his kin, rendering him indifferent to the gesture. With a long sigh, Yi Feng proclaimed, "Let those who have perished find peace. The living must muster the strength to carry on." Unbeknownst to others, he retrieved the Qiancoin ding once more, casting it skyward. The ding expanded to a staggering size, encompassing the entirety of the primal land. Yi Feng pointed to the ding, for which a radiant spectrum of light burst forth. Spreading across the primal land, the light traversed, shattered mountains and rivers restored themselves, and the fallen bodies merged with the earth. Everything returned to its former state, yet the people who had once inhabited it were irrevocably gone. After a while, Yi Feng completed his task, only to cough lightly, a drop of blood staining his garments. The strain of casting continuous spells had worsened his injuries, but he concealed this from the others. Despite the absence of golden light descending from the heavens, white snowflakes began to fall softly, blanketing everything in white, as if nothing had ever transpired. "Oh, the tribulations of humanity," Yi Feng sighed, turning to the remaining humans. "Those who survive must live well. Not let the sacrifices of the departed be in vain." With that, he made his way toward Pangu Mountain, his silhouette appearing desolate and forlorn. The disciples hurried to follow him, leaving behind a sea of humans. Although the white snow seemed to cover all traces of sorrow, the pain in their hearts would never fade, nor could they erase the memory of that solitary figure. Even in Wanqiao, one could still faintly discern the silhouette of an elder, so lonely and so resolute. The western sun descended slowly on this snowy day. Chapter 51. Calamity strikes all teachings at Qifeng Mountain after Chang'e was imprisoned. He emerged. Yi Feng returned to Pangu Mountain, ignoring the disciples and heading straight to the Pang Hall. As he entered, Nuwa's voice echoed. "Junior brother, you are injured?" Yi Feng forced a pale smile, replying, "Just a minor injury. Nothing to worry about." Nuwa, however, could not be deceived. Although trapped beneath the Xianhuang pagoda, her sage-level cultivation allowed her to discern the severity of Yi Feng's wounds. Yet, since he chose not to divulge, she remained silent. Over time, Nuwa found that the image of Yi Feng lingered in her heart, refusing to fade. Yet Yi Feng remained exceptionally distant toward her. Though a sage, Nuwa was still a woman, possessing a need for protection and a tender side. Upon first encountering Yifeng, she was instinctively drawn to him, but her modesty kept her curiosity in check. Yifeng, being from a later era, held great respect for Nuwa. Growing up in a small mountain village, he was still somewhat naive about emotions. Despite being 18 years old, he could hardly fathom such matters. Arriving in this primal world, amid a series of events, Yifeng had little time to dwell on personal feelings. Viewing the union of the human race as entirely natural, never considering his own role in IT that moment, Nuwa let out a long, melancholic sigh and said, "Junior brother, why do you deceive me? Though Nuwa is trapped within this tower, my powers remain intact. You, my dear junior brother, have always contributed selflessly, never seeking recompense from others, yet you often end up wounded." Upon hearing Nuwa's voice, Yifeng felt a tremor deep within his soul. However, he remained composed and replied, "Sister, there is no need for concern. These minor injuries are of little consequence to me." As he spoke, a faint trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth. Though Nuwa could not see it, she sensed it and quickly urged, "Junior brother, tend to your wounds at once. For the time being, let us put aside the matters of the vast wilderness. You need not worry." After speaking, she gazed at Yifeng with an expression of urgency to why Yifeng understood and chose not to speak further, closing his eyes and sitting quietly upon the tranquil mat that had accompanied him. Nuwa silently sensed Yifeng's presence, reflecting on her ever-humble junior brother, who consistently stepped forward in times of peril, far surpassing those sages who merely spoke of righteousness and virtue, captivated by his steadfastness. Although Yifeng bore grave injuries, he had not realized that the power of faith from the human race acted as a divine balm, gradually healing his wounds. Before entering seclusion, he had informed Feng Ling and the others to remain within the mountain and not venture out. The disciples of various sects, though somewhat injured, suffered no lasting harm. The sages understood that they had narrowly escaped disaster. Had Hongjun not intervened, the outcome could have been dire. Thus, they decreed the sealing of islands and mountains, forbidding any from venturing forth. The sages were keenly aware that the tribulations of the Wu and Yao clans were not far off, and to protect their disciples from harm, they dared not permit them to leave the mountain. Yet, Zhunti and Jieyin wore troubled expressions, for the recent calamity had inflicted significant losses upon their Buddhist disciples, leaving them in deep sorrow. The numerous Buddha children and grandchildren they had painstakingly nurtured had been lost. How could they not feel grief? Nevertheless, in a fleeting moment, the two regained their composure, contemplating how to proceed and guiding others in the East, demonstrating their undeniable wisdom in the realm of humanity. Although Yifeng had restored the architecture and other structures through his supreme powers, the population had significantly dwindled. Jieyin, with his aging body, shouldered the responsibility of rebuilding the human race, but he persevered time and again, yet his heart underwent a transformation with each trial. One experiences more. The heart grows weary. The once ambitious aspirations have faded, and now he merely desires to preserve the remaining members of his tribe, seeking only to live in peace as his goal. For an elder, enduring such hardships is no easy feat yet. The future development of humanity was beyond his foresight. Time gradually slipped away, and countless years passed in the blink of an eye. Many had forgotten the once ferocious beast wars. However, the population began to flourish once more as the vast wilderness expanded. Joy and harmony reigned among families of all ages. Ho-Tu was returned to the Wu clan by Yifeng. The people of the Wu clan rejoiced, save for Xian Ming, who remained solemn. Nevertheless, the ancestral witches resolved not to present Ho-Tu before the public, lest it deliver a devastating blow to the Yao clan. Yifeng thus pursued his desires, doing what he believed to be right, even as the heavenly Tao occasionally sought to trouble him. He managed to resolve such matters with ease, following the great battle with the dinosaurs. The Wu and Yao clans, having suffered minimal losses, resumed their skirmishes, albeit on a smaller scale. Beneath a majestic mountain range, over 100 households resided, with smoke curling from their chimneys. The elders gathered to reminisce, while the women engaged in casual conversation, and a group of young maidens, dressed like butterflies, washed their clothes by the lakeside, their laughter echoing across the water. Among them was an exceptionally beautiful maiden. Her skin fairer than snow, her brows resembling spring hills, her face akin to a peach blossom, her hands like unblemished jade, and her almond-shaped eyes brimming with emotion. Clad in white, she reflected in the water like a celestial being. Perhaps even surpassing the ethereal, she was none other than Chang'e. The villagers were well aware of Chang'e, yet she was an orphan, taken in by the elders of the village during her childhood. With their help, she had thrived to this day. Chang'e was known for her filial piety and kindness, always ready to assist those in need, earning her great affection within the village. Now, at the age of 18, she stood at the brink of marriage, her every smile and frown capable of captivating hearts, prompting many young men in the village to aspire to win her hand out on this day. As usual, Chang'e went to the lakeside with the village maidens to wash clothes. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted from the lake, startling the girls into screams as they fled. A monstrous figure emerged from the towering waves, a fearsome man with a grotesque visage. Chang'e, frozen in shock, failed to hear her companion's cries. The creature let out a chilling screech and lunged at Chang'e, whisking her away into the depths of the water. This creature was a floral dragon, and upon its appearance, the villagers could only perceive it as a monster. Recently, it had inadvertently caught a glimpse of Chang'e's exquisite beauty, igniting a wicked desire within it. Today, as Chang'e and the maidens arrived by the lake, it seized the opportunity to snatch her away. As Chang'e fell into the water, the villagers rushed to the lakeside, armed with sticks and stones, but when they arrived, there was naught but a ripple where she had vanished. The crowd gasped in horror, some maidens weeping openly, while the young men who admired Chang'e were consumed with rage, hurling stones into the lake, but to no avail. Ho-E, the great shaman of the Wu clan, was a master archer, wielding the legendary bow known as the Qian Falling Sun Bow. The perpetual conflict between the Wu and Yao clans had left Ho-E in a state of frustration. Witnessing his kin perish one by one, and resenting his entanglement in this strife one day, while wandering outside the tribe, he heard a cacophony of voices and furrowed his brow, making his way towards the commotion. As he approached, he saw a throng of over 100 humans encircling a lake, their faces contorted with anger as they shouted at the water, incessantly hurling stones. Perplexed, Ho-E seized an elderly man by the arm and inquired, "Old man, what has transpired?" The elder, upon seeing the honest demeanor of Ho-E, believed him to be a fellow tribesman and replied, "Alas, a tragic fate has befallen us. An innocent life has been lost." With that, he wiped away the tears that streamed down his face. Ho-E, puzzled, pressed further, "Pray, elaborate." "Good sir," he approached without the airs of a great shaman, speaking kindly to the elder. After gathering his emotions, the elder explained, "In our village dwells a maiden of unparalleled beauty, named Chang'e, recognized as the fairest among us. She is kind-hearted, peaceful, and dutiful to the elders. Alas, today, a water monster emerged from the lake and swept her away." As he finished, tears once more welled in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Ho-E was filled with rage. As an upright and honest man, he could not stand idly by. He bellowed, "Fear not, elder. Wait here while I confront that monster and rescue Chang'e." His thunderous voice startled the crowd, yet they sensed his sincerity and felt a glimmer of hope. Ho-E declared, "Step back." The villagers complied, retreating as Ho-E retrieved his Qian Falling Sun Bow. Knocking an arrow that shimmered with a yellow light, a manifestation of his magical prowess, with a mighty shout, he released the arrow, which soared towards the lake, causing the water to erupt like a boiling pot, sending the villagers scattering in panic. The effect was immediate. A colossal floral dragon, several hundred feet long, burst forth from the lake, roaring with a voice that reverberated for miles. The villagers were knocked to the ground by the sheer force of the dragon's roar. Ascending into the clouds, the dragon surveyed the humans below, its gaze landing on the resolute figure of Ho-E. Seizing the moment, Ho-E drew another arrow and released it with precision. The dragon, sensing the imminent threat, attempted to evade, but the arrow struck true, tearing away several scales and eliciting a pained roar from the beast. Realizing it was no match for Ho-E, the dragon transformed into a young man clad in yellow. Yet his eyes retained a sinister glint. He glared at Ho-E and said, "You, who have no grievance against me. Why do you seek to harm me and disrupt my tranquility? Ho-E, taken aback by the dragon's audacity, replied firmly, Release Chang'e, and I shall spare your life. His words were resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. The dragon, realizing Ho-Yi's intentions, scoffed, Ah, so you are merely a man entranced by beauty. Once she is in my grasp, you shall have no chance. With that, he morphed back into his dragon form and charged at Ho-E. Filled with excitement, Ho-E abandoned his bow, charging at the floral dragon with his bare hands. The strength of the Wu clan was now evident. Though the floral dragon was formidable, it was destined to fail against Ho. Unbeknownst to Ho-E, the dragon had drawn a gleaming steel trident, which, while not divine in origin, created a fearsome wind in his grip. The villagers had long gathered around, cheering Ho-E on as he faced the dragon, inciting fury within the beast. Although Ho-E appeared to be honest and straightforward, he was anything but timid in battle, displaying a bold and decisive fighting style. The flower dragon was no match for him, merely exploiting its agility. Observing the unfolding conflict, Ho-E realized that if it continued this way, there would be no one left to save, and Chang'e would perish. Unfazed by the opinions of others, he seized a moment when the flower dragon was sent flying and knocked an arrow with the Qianquan setting sun bow. The flower dragon, taken aback by the sudden use of a bow, hurriedly attempted to evade, but still suffered a shallow wound to its abdomen from the arrow. Grimacing in pain, the flower dragon cursed angrily. You black giant, wait for me. One day, I shall return. With that, the flower dragon fled. Little did Ho-E know that this escape would herald the series of calamities that would befall him and Chang'e in the future. Upon witnessing the flower dragon's retreat, the crowd erupted in joyous celebration, only to be reminded of their urgency to rescue Chang'e. Just then, a figure emerged from the center of the lake. It was none other than Chang'e, who had been captured by the flower dragon. The villagers and Ho-E quickly helped her ashore. Chang'e had merely fainted from lack of air, and with the villagers' assistance, she soon opened her eyes. Overcome with emotion upon realizing she had been saved, tears flowed freely down her cheeks, rendering her speechless. The villagers eagerly recounted the events to her, and as she followed their gestures, she indeed recognized Ho-E, the black giant, who smiled sheepishly and extended his hands, indicating it was a trivial matter. It was at this moment that Ho-E truly appreciated Chang'e's exceptional beauty. Among all the women he had encountered, only Ho-Tu and Xianming could rival her allure. Embarrassed, he averted his gaze. Meanwhile, Chang'e felt a flutter in her heart, realizing that her hero had indeed appeared, albeit somewhat clumsily. Thus, their first encounter unfolded in this manner, and the villagers joyfully escorted Chang'e back home. Chapter 52. The 10 golden crows appear in the wilderness, causing chaos as Kwafu emerges. As the saying goes, heroes are matched with beauties, and beauties are drawn to heroes. From that day forth, Ho-E frequently visited the village of the human race, and as time passed, he and Chang'e naturally fell in love and became husband and wife. The young men in the village grew envious. Yet none could rival Ho-Yi's strength, so they could only admire from a distance. Following this, many began to emulate Ho-E, heroically rescuing maidens and winning the hearts of numerous young women. Unaware that Ho-E had unwittingly paved the way for future generations, the couple enjoyed a blissful life together, but Ho-E often sighed deeply, pondering the impending conflict between the Wu and Yao clans. As the chief of the Wu clan, how could he evade the responsibilities of war? Though he loathed violence, he could not abandon his kin. Whenever Chang'e inquired, Ho-E would hesitate and remain silent. To this day, Chang'e remains unaware that Ho-E is the great shaman of the Wu clan. Years passed, and Chang'e had yet to visit Ho-Yi's tribe. Despite being a great shaman, Ho-E possessed no airs of superiority, and he got along splendidly with the village's elders and children that he willingly assisted anyone in need. And gradually, the young men accepted him, realizing that no matter how beautiful a woman might be, they could not hang their hopes on a single tree. However, the people of the Wu clan remained oblivious to the fact that their leader had married a woman from the human race. Meanwhile, Dijun and he had 10 sons, known as the 10 Golden Crows. Although the 10 Golden Crows were all 3-legged and offspring of Dijun and Donghuangtai, Their powers were rather limited to prevent his sons from inciting disaster in the wilderness. Dijun placed them at the farthest eastern edge of the heavens, where a towering wudong tree stood. And there the 10 sons resided. Without Dijun's command, the princes dared not venture far from the wudong tree. One day, as the 10 princes rested, the third prince spoke up, "Brothers, we have been commanded by Father to dwell atop this wudong tree. Yet, countless years have passed, and he has yet to summon us back. This not exceedingly dull." He gazed intently at his brothers. The third prince was clever and, feeling restless, voiced his thoughts, knowing that if he stirred the others, they would share his sentiments, thus absolving him of blame should Dijun be displeased. The fourth prince chimed in, "You are right, brother. We have spent countless days idling here, and we did not even participate in the last battle against the beasts. Are we not wasting our potential?" He gazed contemplatively into the distance. The eldest prince, being the most stable of the 10, shook his head at his brother's restlessness. "Father has instructed us to remain here to prevent any mishaps. It would be unwise to venture out. Should anything occur, how would we explain it?" The youngest prince, though having lived for countless years, was still quite naive, piped up, "Elder brother speaks wisely. We should stay put. Otherwise, father may become displeased." With that, he lowered his head and fell asleep. The third prince shot him an irritated glance, but the youngest remained oblivious. Thus, the third prince remained silent, though his desire to escape grew stronger each day. Perhaps it was fate or the will of the heavens, but on this day, a figure emerged not far from the wutong tree. It was the flower dragon, the aquatic creature that Ho-E had driven off. This was not a member of the dragon clan, but rather one that Ho-E could easily repel. As the flower dragon approached the wutong tree, it was compelled to use its magical powers to counteract the scorching heat emitted by the golden crows. The eldest prince, noticing the arrival of the creature, instructed his brothers to temper their flames. However, seeing the flower dragon struggle against the heat, who could blame it? Water and fire are inherently adversarial. The flower dragon, upon seeing the princes, bowed respectfully, greeting them. "I, a humble beast, pay my respects to the esteemed princes." Its demeanor exuded profound reverence. In this world, such a display could only signify two things. Either one harbored ulterior motives, or one was simply inferior in strength. The hot-tempered fifth prince, upon witnessing the flower dragon's demeanor, snorted disdainfully, "You little beast, who gave you the audacity to approach us? Do you not fear the wrath of our father?" He glared at the flower dragon with fierce eyes. However, the flower dragon was well prepared and would not be easily intimidated. Raising its head, it smiled at the 10 princes, saying, "Dear princes, I come not of my own accord, but with grave news to share with you." Observing the expressions of the princes, the eldest maintained a neutral demeanor, while the youngest was filled with curiosity, eagerly urging, "What news do you bear? Speak swiftly." The others had varying reactions, and the flower dragon sighed inwardly, recognizing that as royal offspring of the demon clan, they would not be easily deceived. Thus, it decided to deliver a more substantial piece of information. With a serious expression, it began, "Esteemed princes, I have been diligently cultivating in a lake within the realm of the human race, when one day, a member of the Wu clan intruded upon my sanctuary, attacking me without provocation. After I was injured, he revealed his intention to make me his mount." The flower dragon feigned sorrow. Almost shedding tears, the princes were filled with indignation, sensing that its ploy was working. The flower dragon continued, "This individual claimed to be the great shaman of the Wu clan. Given the deep animosity between our clans, I would rather perish than serve as a mount to a Wu clan member." The youngest prince, being the most impetuous, eagerly inquired, "And what happened next?" The flower dragon glanced at him, remaining silent, while inwardly reveling in its success. Wiping away an imaginary tear, it recounted, "The Wu clan member, seeing my refusal, attacked me fiercely. In desperation, I invoked the names of the 10 princes, yet he dismissed us as cowards hiding in this wutong tree, declaring that he would slay us one by one with arrows until the sky was devoid of suns." With a sorrowful expression, the flower dragon delivered its tale. Although the eldest prince was composed, he knew that he could not contend with the flower dragon. Believing only half of its words, the third prince sensing an opportunity, spoke to the eldest, "Brother, as royal heirs of the demon clan, how can we allow a mere Wu clan member to belittle us? If we do not avenge this slight, how shall we ever face our father?" He looked around at his brothers. The fiery fifth prince added with a fierce roar, "This infuriates me. The Wu clan scoundrel has gone too far. If we do not vanquish him, how shall we face our father?" His expression was one of rage. At this moment, the second prince, who had been silent until now, stepped forward and asked the flower dragon, "Do you know the name of this Wu clan individual?" Although he felt it was unwise to question, he could not ignore the fervor of his brothers. The flower dragon, secretly delighted, replied respectfully. In truth, he did not reveal his name, but he wielded a bow and arrow, suggesting he is no ordinary foe. The eldest prince pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "It must be Ho-E. He is the only one among the Wu clan known for his exceptional archery skills." The third prince, emboldened by this revelation, declared, "Regardless of his identity, anyone who dares to underestimate us, even if he is the ancestral shaman of the Wu clan, shall face our wrath." The remaining princes also voiced their agreement. At that moment, the youngest prince, with a delicate voice, said, "Dear brothers, it would be wise not to venture out. If Master Wong of the demon clan were to blame us, it would not bode well." He finished speaking, gazing innocently at the others. The third prince, perceiving that the situation was approaching a critical juncture, was taken aback by the youngest prince's words, seeing that everyone was inclined to agree with him. He shot a fierce glance at the youngest prince, causing the 10th prince to flinch and promptly close his mouth. The third prince continued, "We are striving to restore honor to our demon clan. Regardless of what Father may think, as long as we execute our tasks successfully, he may not only refrain from reproaching us, but could even commend our efforts." With that, he looked at the others with a sense of calm confidence. The others, finding his reasoning sound, concurred with the third prince's viewpoint. Thus, guided by the floral dragon, they gradually flew towards the location of Ho-E and Chang'e. The flames emitted by the golden crows were the genuine fires of the sun, far beyond what this primordial land could withstand, especially with 10 of them at once. The mountains and rivers, restored by Yi Feng's divine light, shattered. The earth cracked open, and rivers ran dry, wherever the 10 golden crows flew. The human race was scorched to death. Even the lesser witches met the same fate under the searing sun. Unbeknownst to the 10 princes, they were unleashing devastation upon the primordial land, and they laughed merrily at the sight of the parched earth. In the primordial land existed a witch tribe known as the Quafu tribe, where every member was exceptionally tall. The mightiest among them was Quafu himself, towering at 5 zhong, with eyes like bronze bells and unparalleled strength, serving as the tribe's chieftain, which led to the tribe being named after him. Quafu and Ho-E were close friends, often engaging in friendly competitions and heart-to-heart conversations during their leisure. Influenced by Ho-E, Quafu also developed a dislike for warfare, believing that safeguarding their homeland sufficed. However, nothing is absolute. Under the heavens, all beings are but ants, unable to escape the control of fate. Quafu wished to avoid trouble. Yet trouble would find him nonetheless. Under the guidance of the floral dragon, the 10 golden crows swiftly approached the tribe of Ho-E and Chang'e, passing through numerous tribes along the way, many of which had perished under the relentless heat of the golden crows, their inhabitants reduced to dust in the absence of powerful magic. On this day, Quafu was hunting in the nearby mountains, and given his stature, hunting was a trivial matter. While pondering how Ho-E spent all his time with Chang'e and lamenting his lack of companions, he suddenly heard cries of distress and felt a wave of scorching heat engulfing him. It was the 10 golden crows arriving. Quafu, known for his fiery temperament, could not endure the sight. Although he recognized that these 10 golden crows were the offspring of the demon clan's Emperor June, witnessing the slaughter of his tribesmen ignited his fury. He ascended a high mountain and bellowed, "Who dares to invade the land of my witch tribe?" With that, he brandished his innate treasure, the peachwood staff. Chapter 53. Quafu chasing the sun, his life cut short. The peachwood staff transforms into a peachwood forest. The princes of the demon clan were the most respected figures in their realm, second only to the 2 demon emperors and the demon master. They had never been subjected to such indignity. The golden crows, the most esteemed beings, were unprepared to be insulted as mere crows by Quafu. Even the youngest golden crow was incensed and began to leap about in anger. The fifth prince, the most hot-tempered, roared, "Who is this hulking figure? I'll slay you without hesitation." He charged at Quafu. However, as a great witch of the witch tribe, Quafu was in the mid-stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm and had no reason to fear these mere Tai golden immortals, especially since they had already slaughtered his kin. Quafu swung his peachwood staff, sending the fifth prince crashing back, though his brothers caught him, albeit he still spat out a mouthful of blood. The little demon, the floral dragon, rushed to the side of the princes and cautioned, "My lords, do not act recklessly. That dark giant is the great witch Quafu, with cultivation reaching the great Luo golden immortal stage. And his peachwood staff is an innate treasure of great power. The floral dragon feared that if the princes were to fall here, he would have no place to stand among the demon clan. Although the princes were impetuous, they were not without sense. The eldest prince, seeing that the fifth prince was not gravely harmed, shouted, "Everyone, let us unite and deal with this dark giant." With a glance, he signaled to the others. Having been together since birth, the princes understood the eldest prince's intention and surrounded Quafu, roaring in unison as they charged. Quafu, too, was not without his struggles. The 10 golden crows were indeed formidable, and the sun's true fire was not something easily withstood by the witch tribe. Despite his superior cultivation, he had to raise a protective barrier to shield himself from the scorching flames. As the eldest prince led the charge, the others followed suit, and Quafu found himself in a defensive stance. For 10 massive golden crows were not something an ordinary being could withstand. However, Quafu grew bolder with each passing moment. Soon he adapted to the fight, managing to counter with a few strikes, causing the princes considerable distress. Yet the stalemate persisted. Meanwhile, the floral dragon had already fled, knowing that if anything were to befall the princes, he would be finished. Thus, as the princes sought to attack Quafu, he quietly withdrew. Seeing that their assault was yielding no results and fearing the witch tribe might send reinforcements, the 10th prince shouted, "Everyone, intensify your attacks before it's too late." Heeding his words, they pressed on. Quafu, emboldened, disregarded his injuries, his voice resonating for miles as he roared, the peachwood staff growing to an enormous size, creating a whirlwind around him. At this moment, the second prince noticed that they could not overpower Quafu. So he transmitted a message to the eldest prince, saying, "Brother, this fellow is formidable. Let us retreat while we attack," leading him to our resting place. After sharing a knowing smile, the eldest prince signaled to their brothers, and they began to retreat while continuing their assault, heading towards the Wutong tree. Thus, a scene unfolded across the primordial land. A giant wielding a massive staff chased after the sun in the sky, repeatedly swinging, but the 10 suns always evaded his grasp at the last moment. This was the origin of the tale of Quafu chasing the sun. Quafu was not a fool, yet he could not afford to ponder too deeply at this moment. He pursued relentlessly. However, his strength began to wane. Meanwhile, Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai were deeply engrossed in their cultivation, one studying the great array of the heavenly stars, the other researching the Eastern Emperor Bell, unaware of the turmoil unfolding in the primordial land, let alone that the 10 princes of the demon clan had become embroiled in it. But when they eventually learned of it, it would be a matter for another time. On this day, Ho-E returned from hunting, and upon entering the village, he spotted his wife, Chunga, waiting eagerly at the door. The sense of fulfillment washed over him. With a wife like hers, what more could one desire? As a rough man of the witch tribe, to have married such a woman brought him quiet joy, and he often found himself smiling to himself. Yet others in the witch tribe did not share his sentiment. Some held a deep-seated disdain for the human race. For a great witch like Ho-E to think this way was a rarity. Upon entering his courtyard, he found Chang'e had already come out to greet him. Noticing the sweat on his brow, she offered him a handkerchief to wipe his face. Ho-E, with a simple and honest smile, looked at Chang'e, who teased, "Why are you grinning like that? Do I have flowers on my face?" Ho-E laughed heartily and replied, "My dear, your face is indeed adorned with flowers, but only the beauty of flower." He broke into a silly grin once more. Chang'e was taken aback. She had not expected this seemingly simple man to utter such words. Blushing, She lightly laughed, "You flatterer," before heading off to fetch water for him to wash his face. However, before she could draw any water, the sky suddenly turned unbearably hot, and steam began to rise from the basin, quickly evaporating it. When Chang'e looked again, it had already dried up, and she was taken aback, dropping the basin in shock. Meanwhile, Ho Yi wore a cautious expression, his brows furrowed. Chang'e rushed to Ho Yi's side, asking, "What's wrong?" Ho Yi, already aware of the situation due to his prowess as a great witch, wished to keep Chang'e from worrying and said, "It's nothing, my dear. You should stay at home. I will step out for a moment and return soon." Without waiting for Chang'e to respond, he dashed away. As Chang'e watched him depart, she felt an inexplicable sense of loss, and silent tears began to fall. Within Pangu Mountain, Yi Feng sat in the Pangu Hall, conversing with Nuwa, when suddenly he furrowed his brow and sighed. "What must come has indeed arrived." Nuwa, her voice tinged with sorrow, replied, "It is all my fault for being too impulsive at the time. Otherwise, upon hearing this." Yi Feng reassured her, "Sister, there is no need for concern. Did not our master provide a sliver of hope for your demon clan?" Nuwa sighed, and said no more. In the celestial Doshu palace, Laozi was lecturing in the Xuandu, when he suddenly halted, glancing at the primordial land, and said, "Rain is on the way." His words left the disciples of Xuandu in stunned silence. In the Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain, Yuan Shi sat upon the cloud platform, casting a light laugh at the primordial land, but saying nothing further. The Bo Palace in the Eastern Sea, Tong Tian also observed the primordial land, though his brow was furrowed, and he remained silent for a long while. In Xianyozhou, the Thousand Buddha Mountains, Thousand Buddha Hall, Zhunti and Jieyin exchanged glances. Zhunti said, "Brother, we must plan for this. We cannot let this opportunity slip by." With that, he looked at Jieyin with a beaming smile. Jieyin, whose face was usually somber, managed a rare smile and replied, "Your words hold merit, but we must deliberate further." The two individuals began to devise their plans. Meanwhile, Kuo-fu relentlessly pursued the 10 golden crows, attacking them incessantly, yet each time he fell just short of success. At this juncture, Kuo-fu was utterly exhausted, panting like a bull, despite being a formidable sorcerer. He found it arduous to both chase his quarry and withstand the scorching flames of the sun. The 10 golden crows, noticing Kuo-fu's momentary halt, swiftly returned to his vicinity to launch their own assaults, inciting Kuo-fu's ire. Thus, the relentless game of chase ensued, covering vast distances of nearly 100,000 miles, drawing near to the phoenix tree where the golden crows resided. Several of the crows were equally fatigued. While they could outfly anyone, the constant need to attack left them breathless. As the majestic tree came into view, the eldest prince let out a piercing cry, prompting all the crows to soar towards the tree. Kuo-fu, unwilling to relent, followed closely behind, oblivious to the fact that his steps had grown increasingly unsteady. The 10 golden crows alighted upon the phoenix tree, gasping for breath, just as Kuo-fu was about to reach them. The second prince declared, "Brothers, encircle Kuo-fu. Do not attack. Simply release the true fire within us to incinerate him." Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Kuo-fu, leaning on his peachwood staff, gazed at the golden crows and remarked, "How is it that you little crows possess only the ability to flee? Were you not taught this skill by the young Dijun?" He then cast a disdainful glance at the resting place of the princes and added, "You squawking crows waste such a prime location. Although it may serve as your burial ground, it is still a pity." Kuo-fu's words, intended to belittle, provoked the 5th prince to roar in anger and charge forth, only to be restrained by the eldest prince. The princes exchanged glances and simultaneously dispersed around Kuo-fu. Noticing this, Kuo-fu made no attempt to stop them, provided they did not flee. The 10 golden crow princes surrounded Kuo-fu, with the 3rd prince taunting, "You, great black beast, dare to boast even as death approaches. Let us see if we cannot play with your life." Following this, all 10 crows unleashed their flames upon Kuo-fu. In response, Kuo-fu raised his peachwood staff in defense. However, after so many miles of relentless pursuit, he was already worn to the bone, proving no match for the crows in a matter of moments. He found himself evading their flames, occasionally striking out with his staff, but the crows were quick to dodge. As time passed, Kwa Fu's strength waned, and his movements grew sluggish. Observing this, the crows intensified their assaults, leaving Kwa Fu's body battered and bruised. Eventually, Kwa Fu realized he had fallen into their trap and that he could not escape the fate of death. Yet, he felt a deep sense of injustice. His kin had perished in flames, and he felt he had let down his ancestral sorcerers. In his final moments, he regretted not being able to see Ho-Yi, determined to do something for his people. Kwa Fu summoned what remained of his strength, forcing the 10 golden crows back. With a powerful throw, he sent his peachwood staff flying toward the direction of his tribe. Upon landing, it instantly transformed into a vast peach orchard, protecting all living beings within from the crow's wrath. Thus, the others rushed toward the orchard in a frenzy. Kwa Fu smiled with satisfaction at this sight, but the 10 golden crows were not so foolish. Realizing Kwa Fu had lost his magical weapon, they turned their flames upon him once more. In an instant, Kwa Fu's body was engulfed by the inferno. From that day forth, the vast wilderness was deprived of a great sorcerer. Yet the indelible tale of Kwa Fu chasing the sun was etched into history. In time, a statue of Kwa Fu was erected outside the peach orchard for people to pay homage. At that moment, a great warrior was charging forward across the wilderness when he suddenly halted, tears streaming down his face. Kneeling on the ground, he uttered, "Brother Kwa Fu, Ho-Yi arrives too late." Indeed, it was Ho-Yi, a fellow great sorcerer, who had pursued Kwa Fu in hopes of assisting him. Yet he had arrived just a moment too late. Chapter 54. Chang'e's plea at the Palace of Immortality. Ho-Yi did not immediately rush towards the 10 golden crows. He understood their formidable nature. While he could easily vanquish one, or even a handful, he was uncertain if he could contend with all 10 at once. Returning to the small mountain village of humankind, he found Chang'e eagerly awaiting his return. He silently rejoiced at his prudent decision to refrain from impulsive actions, for had he been reckless, what would have become of Chang'e? Ho-Yi resolved to reveal his true identity to Chang'e and sought vengeance for Kwa Fu's demise. Yet he hesitated, yearning for her support. Upon arriving home, Chang'e seemed to sense Ho-Yi's intent. Gently, she placed a finger over his lips, saying, "My dear husband, I know you are no ordinary man. Should you wish to embark on any endeavor, you may do so, as long as you do not forget me." Tears began to fall from her eyes. Ho-Yi looked at her and embraced her, saying, "Wife, with you by my side, my life is already fulfilled." They held each other tightly, but Ho-Yi still felt compelled to disclose his identity. Chang'e was taken aback by the magnitude of Ho-Yi's status, but felt both joy and trepidation about the future. As a great sorcerer of the Witch Clan, he possessed the ability to attain immortality, yet she feared for herself. Decades hence, when she aged and faded, would Ho-Yi still desire her? Thus, Chang'e became increasingly melancholic. Among the human populace, all were aware of their matron, Nuwa, and the great deity, Yifeng, though few knew his name. While Ho-Yi sensed Chang'e's worries, he felt powerless. The Witch Clan did not cultivate their primordial spirits. So what could he do to grant her eternal life? Unbeknownst to him, both Ho-Tu and Xianming had long since cultivated their primordial spirits. Yet, even if he had known, he might not have sought their assistance. Many within the Witch Clan looked down upon humanity, and the ancestral sorcerers were far removed from mortal concerns. Chang'e heard from the village elders that visiting the great deity for a plea could yield miraculous results. With her heart heavy, she knelt before the statue of the great deity in the village and prayed, "I, Chang'e, am wed to Ho-Yi of the Witch Clan, yet I belong to humanity and have not mastered the art of immortality. Decades hence, I will turn to dust, yet I cannot bear to part from my husband. I beseech the great deity to grant me assistance." As she spoke, the thought of her future fate overwhelmed her, and she began to weep. Unbeknownst to her, a single tear fell upon the statue of the great deity, shimmering momentarily before vanishing. Meanwhile, within the depths of Pangu Mountain, Yifeng furrowed his brow, only to relax and smile. The story progresses swiftly. We have arrived at this juncture. After a moment of contemplation, he closed his eyes and tea that moment. As Chang'e continued her supplication, a voice echoed within her heart. "Chang'e, you may rise." Startled, Chang'e already timid by nature, felt her heart race at the unexpected voice. She looked around but saw nothing, and then gazed up at the statue of the great deity, which now emanated a faint azure glow. Not one to be foolish, Chang'e promptly knelt and said, Chang'e pays her respects to the great deity. She bowed deeply, reverently striking her forehead against the ground. It was Yi Feng, a future figure of humanity, who had come to hear her plea. Sympathizing with the experiences of Chang'e and Ho Yi, he felt compelled to offer his assistance. Chang'e, seeing your sincerity, I can help you fulfill your wish, but you must never speak of this matter in the future. With that, a beam of golden light appeared from the heavens, enveloping a shimmering fruit. The 5 elements fruit. Chang'e hurriedly caught the fruit, overwhelmed with joy, and after a moment, she bowed deeply to the statue, exclaiming, Chang'e thanks the great deity for the gift. She continued to bow fervently. When she finally looked up, the statue of the great deity had vanished. In her eagerness, she did not hesitate to consume the radiant fruit. Moments later, a gentle golden glow radiated from Chang'e's body, and she transformed, achieving an ethereal form. Though her beauty was perhaps even more pronounced than before, it was difficult to ascertain whether she was truly more beautiful or simply more otherworldly. Upon learning of this event, Ho Yi was overjoyed, relieved that the long-standing anxiety had been resolved. As for the 10 golden crows of the demon clan, since they had slain Kwa Fu, they felt a sense of superiority over the witch clan, reveling in their victory. Just then, the flower dragon, who had recently vanished, reappeared beneath the phoenix tree. The victory of the Golden Crow princes had led them to forget their earlier transgressions, and they did not hold the flower dragon accountable. The flower dragon, pleased with this turn of events, flattered the 10 princes until they entirely forgot his identity. Sensing the time was right, the flower dragon finally spoke, Your Highnesses, while your prowess is undeniable, there exists a fearless young sorcerer from the witch clan. I have gathered intelligence on the vengeful great sorcerer named Ho Yi, who is currently embroiled in conflict with the young witch. He aims to launch a surprise attack against you. After making this remark, he cast a meaningful glance at the princes, who, emboldened by their recent triumph, dismissed any concern regarding Ho Yi in a state of great fury. The youngest prince of the Golden Crows, though reluctant to proceed, found himself unable to voice any dissent in the face of his brother's unanimous resolve. Thus, amidst the sinister laughter of the middle Golden Crow prince and the flower dragon, the group made their way towards the tribe of Ho. A mournful wail echoed across the primordial land as Ho Yi was hunting within the mountains, unaware of the overwhelming heat and the distant cries of anguish. After a time, he learned that many had perished, and alarmed, he soared into the sky, only to be startled by the sight of the 10 princely members of the demon clan. Enraged, Ho Yi intended to confront them, but they approached him directly. With a thunderous roar, he declared, Demon spawn, return the lives of my brothers. Raising his massive fist, he launched an attack. In his fury, Ho Yi's strike was so formidable that it instilled fear in the hearts of the Golden Crows. At that moment, the flower dragon interjected, Esteemed princes, behold this wretched child of the Wu clan who dares to slander us. With that, he began to retreat slowly. Ho Yi recognized him as the demon dragon who had previously caught the attention of Chang'e. Ignoring the princes, he expanded his form to thousands of zhang, his colossal hands overshadowing the sky, and delivered a punch aimed at the demon dragon. The dragon, already frightened of Ho Yi, attempted to flee. But the determined Ho Yi accelerated his blow, engulfing the demon dragon in a mighty strike, scattering its soul. The princes were taken aback by Ho Yi's extraordinary might, witnessing him slay the dragon before their eyes. They felt their pride deeply wounded. The third prince exclaimed, Ho Yi, you dare to kill one of my kin. Prepare to face the consequences. With that, he charged at Ho Yi, and the others joined in the assault. While Ho Yi and Kwa Fu were evenly matched, facing all 10 Golden Crows proved challenging. Fortunately, the Wu clan's cultivation offered him some reprieve. The second prince, with a cunning smile, whispered to the eldest, Brother, let us act as we did last time and eliminate this Ho Yi. The eldest prince, seeing the merit in this plan, exchanged glances with the other princes, and they all prepared to strike Ho Yi in unison before making their escape. However, they underestimated Ho Yi. He was not Kwafu, but a master archer. As the golden crows fled, Ho-E, in a panic, reached out, summoning the Qian falling sun bow. With a grin, he proclaimed, "Where do you think you're going?" He then summoned another object, a shimmering blue arrow, the North Sea ice arrow, forged from millennia-old ice crystals, perfectly suited to his divine bow and ideal for slaying the golden crows, beings of fire countered by the essence of water. With a seamless motion, Ho-E drew the bowstring and aimed at the fleeing ninth prince. Upon feeling the aim directed at him, the prince was momentarily dazed and, in a panic, surged forward. Ho-E gave no quarter. With a thunderous shout, he released the arrow. The plump ninth prince, suddenly feeling an overwhelming weakness, looked down only to discover an arrow had pierced his chest. With a wretched cry, he plummeted to the ground. The eldest prince, filled with grief and fury, questioned how he would report this to Jieyin originally. They had ventured out quietly, but now, in his rage, the eldest prince charged at Ho-E, and the other Golden Crow princes halted their flight to join the fray. Though Ho-E and Kwafu were of similar cultivation, Ho-E's mastery of archery gave him the upper hand, effectively countering the prince's attacks. Seeing the eldest prince approach, Ho-E stifled a laugh and drew the Qian falling sun bow. Aiming at him, the eldest prince, feeling the weight of Ho-Ye's gaze, trembled inwardly, but he was not one to be trifled with. As Ho-E released the arrow, the eldest prince deftly maneuvered to the side, narrowly avoiding the North Sea ice arrow, which grazed past him, leaving him in a cold sweat. However, the fourth prince, unaware of the incoming arrow, met a tragic fate, his anguished scream echoing as he fell. This incident incited wrath among the Golden Crows, particularly the eldest prince, who, enraged at the loss of his brother, bellowed, "Brothers, our kin have fallen. We cannot let this Wu child escape." With that, the Golden Crows charged towards Ho-E. Chapter 55. The Tragedy of the Golden Crows. Only one remains. Jieyi's heartbreak. Instant white hair leading the charge. The furious eldest prince and his brethren advanced upon Ho-E. Perhaps it was their misfortune. Or perhaps Ho-E's very existence served to intimidate them. With a surge of power, Ho-E's muscles tensed as 3 North Sea ice arrows materialized on the Qian falling sun bow. With a mighty roar, he launched the arrows at the 3 Golden Crows. The eldest prince, noticing Ho-Ye's movements, shouted urgently, "Brothers, make haste to avoid them." But it seemed too late. Without any suspense, the arrows pierced the 8th, 5th, and 7th princes, unleashing 3 heart-wrenching cries as they fell. Just moments ago, these once mighty Golden Crows suffered the loss of 5 of their own, sending the eldest prince into a state of panic. Suppressing his rage, he turned and shouted, "Retreat!" The remaining Golden Crows, paralyzed by fear of Ho-E's arrows, fled desperately towards Mount Buzhou, realizing that only their father could save them, exhausted from shooting down 5 Golden Crows. Ho-E gasped for breath, aware that they were only one realm above him in cultivation. As he pursued them, the death of Kwafu ignited the ferocity of his Wu clan bloodline. Meanwhile, within the celestial realm of Mount Buzhou, Jieyin, deep in meditation, felt a sudden disturbance. Startled, he opened his eyes and calculated the situation, alarmed by the urgency that compelled him to fly outside at the same time. Dong Huang Tai noticed Jieyi's frantic departure and hastened to intercept him, asking, "Brother, what has caused such distress?" Without pausing, Jieyin implored, "Second brother, come with me. My 10 sons are in peril." With that, he vanished into the distance. Dong Huang Tai, initially perplexed, was soon consumed by anger, roaring, "Demon spawn, you infuriate me." He then sped off in pursuit of Jieyin. The remaining 5 Golden Crows fled desperately towards Mount Buzhou. Ho-E took a moment to catch his breath, realizing that the Golden Crows were faltering under his pursuit. "You wish to escape? Not so easily," he bellowed, charging after them. The Golden Crows, typically masters of flight, seemed unnaturally hindered by fear. Their speed diminished. As Ho-E closed in, he released another series of arrows from the Qian falling sun bow. The 6th prince, lagging behind, was struck down with a chilling wail, his cries resonating in the hearts of the remaining Golden Crows, who trembled in fear. The eldest prince, enraged, spat blood in frustration. Yi, too, felt the strain of battle. The golden crow's bodies radiated the true fire of the sun, overwhelming his defenses. After racing alongside them for countless miles, he was severely injured, yet the memory of Kwa Fu's noble sacrifice spurred him onward, despite the blood trickling from his lips. Ignoring his wounds, Yi summoned his remaining strength, drawing the Qian Kuan falling sun bow once more for 3 arrows. The leading golden crows trembled in fear. Realizing the dire situation, the eldest prince swiftly grabbed the weeping young prince, exclaiming, "Little brother, do not look back. Flee to our father for help." With a mighty heave, he hurled the young prince several hundred miles away. As the young prince turned to gaze at his brother, he could only witness 3 golden crows plummeting to the earth, struck down. Overwhelmed by grief, he could no longer contain his tears. For one who had lived for countless millennia, yet had never faced death, merely staying conscious felt like a stroke of luck. Yet he resolved to heed his brother's dying words and pressed on towards Mount Buzhou. Meanwhile, Yi spat out another mouthful of blood, feeling his strength waning. With only 1 arrow left, he stood, disoriented but determined. As the young prince began to fade from view, Yi, burning with rage, gathered all his remaining power, drawing the Qian Kun falling sun bow with all his might. Releasing the North Sea Ice arrow towards the young prince, the arrow shimmered with golden light, a dazzling sight that belied the lethal intent it carried. Just as the final arrow was about to strike the young prince, a thunderous voice cried out, "Demon spawn, do not harm my son." Suddenly, a towering figure appeared beside the young prince, grasping the incoming arrow in midair and shattering it into dust with a single forceful grip. It was none other than Jieyin, who had arrived just in time to save his son. The young prince, his face streaked with tears, looked up to see his father, and overwhelmed by a mix of joy and sorrow. Lost consciousness that Jieyin swiftly caught him in his arms, a countenance etched with sorrow. The realization of losing his own son weighed heavily upon him. Indeed, 9 out of 10 had perished. Jieyin gazed upon the young prince he had caught, his hair transforming into a stark white in an instant, resembling a deity of despair, while unfamiliar wrinkles appeared, as if time had hastily aged him. In that moment, Jieyin felt the weight of years upon his shoulders. Just then, Dong Huang Tai arrived. Upon witnessing the brutal fate of his nephew, fury ignited within him. He seized the long-in-use Dong Huang bell and hurled it toward Yi, already grievously wounded. Yi could scarcely withstand the might of the Dong Huang bell. Even in scathe, he would have faltered against such power. In an instant, he was sent flying hundreds of miles away. Yet fortuitously, the resilient Wu clan spared him from immediate demise. However, it was evident he could not endure much longer. It was Dong Huang Tai's restraint that had spared Yi's life. He understood that their elder brother could not bear the loss of Yi, thus allowing him to live. Dong Huang Tai lifted Yi as one would a mere chick, bringing him beside Jieyin, his face a mask of grief as he inquired, "Brother, how shall we deal with this young Wu?" His sorrow swiftly morphed into wrath. Jieyin, however, donned an inscrutable expression, though the sorrow beneath his white hair was palpable. After a prolonged silence, he addressed Yi, "Second brother, let him go." Dong Huang Tai, incredulous, still brimming with rage, retorted, "Brother, why should we spare him? I cannot quell my hatred unless this Wu is utterly obliterated." With that, he disregarded Jieyi's plea and prepared to strike Yi with the Dong Huang bell. Jieyin intervened, stepping protectively in front of Dong Huang Tai. "Do you think I do not yearn for vengeance? Yet to slay him so easily would be too merciful." After uttering words that only he and Yi understood, Dong Huang Tai, seething with anger, diverted his gaze from Yi and followed Jieyin away. Before departing, Jieyin nearly healed all of Yi's wounds. Believing his demise was imminent, Yi was bewildered when both Jieyin and Dong Huang Tai chose to spare him. Without pondering the reasons, he made his way back to the village where Chang'e resided, seeking solace in her presence. Unbeknownst to him, a treacherous plot awaited him. Meanwhile, Jieyin and Dong Huang Tai carried the unconscious little Jieyin Wu back. And after ensuring the child's safety, they set forth from the unyielding mountains toward the village where Chang'e dwelled. They concealed their auras, though the palpable aura of wrath could not be masked. On that day, Chang'e stood at her doorstep, her eyes red with tears as she gazed into the distance. Not a fool, she sensed that Hou Yi's journey might lead to peril. Thus, she awaited his return with tear-streaked cheeks. Day after day, yet the familiar figure remained absent. From afar, Jieyin and Zhunti beheld Chang'e's beauty. Even amidst their hatred for Hou Yi, they could not help but admire her grace. This, they thought, would serve to torment Hou Yi further. Jieyin did not wish for swift retribution. Rather, he sought to prolong Hou Yi's suffering. With 9 sons lost, how could his own cultivation not be shaken to the core? Both Jieyin and Zhunti, adept in their powers, quickly deduced that Hou Yi's wife was Chang'e, leading to the decision to spare Hou Yi's life, allowing him to experience the anguish of losing a loved one. They descended from the clouds, approaching Chang'e, who possessed little in terms of magical prowess aside from the longevity bestowed by Yi Feng. Instinctively, upon seeing the two, terror gripped her, and she trembled. "What do you want?" Jieyin brandished the primordial He-Tu and Luo Shu. Enveloping Chang'e within its confines, in an instant, she found herself immobilized, her beautiful eyes wide with fear as she gazed at them. Zhunti, either addressing Jieyin or perhaps speaking to himself, murmured, "Hou Yi, today you shall understand the pain of losing a loved one." With a cruel glance at Chang'e, he continued. Though the He-Tu and Luo Shu ensnared Chang'e, they did not mute her hearing. She trembled as she inquired, "What have you done to my husband?" Zhunti, casting a malevolent look at her, replied, "Hou Yi, is it? He has turned to ashes, and you shall soon join him." With that, he averted his gaze from Chang'e. Stunned, tears cascaded down her cheeks, for her intuition had proven correct. When Hou Yi was struck by the Donghuang bell, it felt as though her heart had been pierced. She feared for Hou Yi's safety, yet dared not believe it, stubbornly waiting at her doorstep. She could never have imagined that Jieyin would heal Hou Yi. Jiyin's white hair flowed without wind, his expression inscrutable beneath it. He outstretched his arms, swiftly moving toward the sky. Each celestial body he pointed to radiated a beam of light, converging upon his location. In an instant, 365 beams descended. Jieyin directed this gathered luminescence toward the He-Tu and Luo Shu, drawing Chang'e, ensnared beneath it, slowly off the ground. Helplessly, she drifted upward, unable to resist the force of the light in her heart. She cried out, Hou Yi, are you still alive? If you are, rescue me as you did before. Can you hear me? I am your wife Chang'e." Her tears fell like rain, unceasingly. Chapter 56. This grievance endures without end. A smile cast back will remain eternal. Jieyin intended to trap Chang'e within the primordial great formation of the heavenly bodies, ensuring Hou Yi's unending torment. With Jiyin's formidable powers, the array established by the He-Tu and Luo Shu was insurmountable for Hou Yi. It was no wonder Jieyin had not permitted Zhunti to kill Hou Yi outright. It was not that he did not wish for Hou Yi's demise. Rather, he sought to render Hou Yi's existence a living hell. Thus, he had saved him that moment. Chang'e was drawn upward by the 365 beams toward the moon, her sincerity perhaps having moved the heavens, seeing that Jieyin and Zhunti had released him. Hou Yi thought little of it as he hurried back to the village, eager to reunite with the one he cherished. As he approached, he noticed the villagers gathered, gazing anxiously at the sky and crying out. Following their gaze, he was struck with horror. Chang'e was trapped in the sky. Jieyin and Zhunti appeared. Jiyin's previously emotionless visage morphed into one of resentment as he glared at Hou Yi, exclaiming, "Hou Yi, I shall make you regret this for eternity. You now understand the meaning of helplessness." Finally comprehending Jiyin's motive for sparing him and healing him, Hou Yi raced toward the skies. Desperate to save Chang'e, Jieyin aimed to ensure Hou Yi witnessed Chang'e's suffering while remaining powerless to intervene at that moment. Chang'e hung 200 meters above the ground. Hou Yi heard her cries for help and, in a fit of rage, shouted at Jieyin and Zhunti, "You are esteemed figures of the primordial realm. How can you resort to such despicable acts? Furthermore, your son, a beast among men, has turned the land into a graveyard." Should he not be punished? With that, he charged recklessly toward Chengda Dijun, incensed by Hou Yi's words, nearly exploded with fury as he bellowed, "Bold fool! The affairs of my demon kin are not for you to meddle in." With that, he directed the He Tu and Luo Shu toward the beams of light, propelling Chang'e higher into the sky. Hou Yi reached out desperately, yearning to grasp Chang'e, yet was thwarted by Dijun's barriers. Forced to watch her weep from afar, aware of his disadvantage, Hou Yi summoned the Qian Kun falling sun bow, aiming it at Dijun. Yet how could he, a mere three-legged golden crow, compare to Dijun, who had attained the realm of the six-legged golden crow? The arrow of magical energy was rendered void before it could reach him. Dong Huang Tai, witnessing the audacity of this mere Wu clansman, wielded the Dong Huang bell once more, sending Hou Yi crashing away. Rising, he spat blood yet continued to rush toward Chang'e, battered by the bell time and again. However, under Dijun's deliberate machinations, each time Hou Yi neared Chang'e, she would inexplicably ascend further into the sky. This relentless chase continued, and after countless attempts, Chang'e ceased her tears, gesturing to Hou Yi, "You must stop pursuing me. I am content just to see you one last time." Yet, Hou Yi seemed deaf to her words, persisting in his frantic pursuit. Ultimately, Chang'e was confined upon the moon, which would be known as the moon in later times. The sun goddess had already been taken to the unyielding mountains, leaving no life upon the moon save for the eternally unchanged laurel tree. The 365 beams converged upon the moon, forming the great formation of the demon clan, and Dijun was profoundly pained. Unable to act lightly in this matter, at this juncture, Hou Yi was drained of all strength, collapsing beneath the laurel tree, gasping for breath, having expended his final reserves of energy. Chang'e, her previously halted tears, now overflowed once more. Unbeknownst to Dijun, he approached Hou Yi and declared, "Hou Yi, the grudge of the scattered sons must be avenged. Today, I shall slay Chang'e before your very eyes." With that, he prepared to strike down Chang'e. Hou Yi, unwilling to let Dijun proceed, shouted, "Stop!" Dijun paused, turning to Hou Yi with a face full of questions. With a gaze of pity cast upon Chang'e, Hou Yi continued, "As long as you spare Chang'e, I will not resist, regardless of what you do to me." Upon uttering these words, tears fell from Hou Yi's eyes. Bitter and sorrowful did Dijun, having already formulated his plan, grinned cruelly. "Excellent. It is precisely this declaration I awaited." He then signaled to Dong Huang Tai Yi, who stepped beside Hou Yi and raised the Dong Huang bell, striking it fiercely towards Hou Yi. Chang'e screamed, unable to bear to witness the scene. Yet, after a moment of silence, when she dared to open her eyes, she beheld a burly man standing where Hou Yi once was, wielding a broad axe with a vacant stare fixed upon the laurel tree. He stepped forward, swinging the axe at the tree, but wherever he struck, the tree swiftly regrew, returning to its former glory. Hou Yi continued to chop away with a vacant expression, seemingly oblivious to Chang'e's cries. His gaze solely fixated on the laurel tree. Dijun had ensnared Chang'e within the vast celestial formation, yet he could not approach Hou Yi, who had been transformed into the incessantly chopping man by Dong Huang Tai Yi. The greatest anguish in the world is to stand beside someone while they remain unaware of your identity. The troublemaker, the flower dragon, had already turned to ashes. Had he lived, he would have marveled at the weight of his own words. Hou Yi had been transformed into Wu Gang, with all memories erased by Dong Huang Tai, leaving only Wu Gang in this world, devoid of Hou. The lovely Chang'e was no longer present on earth. Only the lonely figure within the Guanghan Palace, weeping endlessly. When Hou Yi transformed into Wu Gang, he left behind a single lament. This hatred knows no end. The Wu clan did not come to aid Hou Yi, as they were blinded by the collusion of Dijun and Dong Huang Tai Yi. Even the reincarnated Hou Tu remained oblivious, a truly lamentable fate. Thus, when they eventually learned of the truth, they could only vent their grievances in the midst of the Wu Yao War. In the depths of Pangu Mountain, Yi Feng stood within the Pangu Hall, sighing. This calamity has indeed arrived. After saying this, he shook his head helplessly. Nuwa's voice echoed, "Junior brother, why do you not intervene? Though I belong to the demon race, I am moved by their emotions. Even if you act, elder sister will not blame you." With a sigh, She too expressed her sorrow. Yi glanced at the exquisite heavenly yellow Linglong Tower and replied, "Though I am a sage, I cannot defy the heavens in every matter, nor can I govern the world." A long sigh escaped him, and the sky seemed to darken. The primordial land, traversed by the 10 golden crows, lay barren, and it was unknown when the sky began to rain daily, nourishing the devastated earth. The rejuvenated land soon sprouted numerous trees, all laurel trees, not as towering as those on the moon, yet lush and verdant. In later years, people remarked that these were the tears shed by Chang'e, as she wept daily upon witnessing Hui chop at the laurel tree. Unaware of her own sorrow, in a nameless village on the primordial land resided an extraordinarily beautiful woman, exuding an aura of icy coldness. No one knew her origin or name. Long ago, this woman appeared in the village. Although no one spoke of it, they all understood that she was a celestial being, for how else could she have lived so long? This was Wang Shu, the daughter of Di Jun years prior. During the chaos of the dinosaurs, Wang Shu aided humanity in slaying numerous dinosaurs, yet she preferred to remain unnoticed, quietly contributing her efforts, protected by Fushi from the shadows. No harm befell her during those tumultuous times. Wang Shu grew up on the Taiyin Star, aware that she had 10 elder brothers, yet she had never met them, due to the circumstances of life. The youngest of the 10 princes had never encountered the mature Wang Shu. Recently, upon hearing of the deaths of her 9 brothers, Wang Shu felt a sharp pain in her heart, startled, as she feared something had befallen her mother. The demon race had its own methods, and soon she learned the details of the events. Knowing her brothers had committed heinous acts, her heart ached, for they were still her kin. Thus, when Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai imprisoned Chang'e, she quietly followed, witnessing the tragic outcome of Chang'e and Ho Yi, though her heart ached in silence, for they were her brothers. Now, for reasons unknown, Wang Shu felt that the primordial land held little worth clinging to. Stepping out of her small courtyard, she cast a glance at the village before resolutely soaring towards Mount Buzhou. Perhaps the only thing worthy of her affection now was her mother. As Wang Shu ascended into the sky, a small boy appeared on the distant ground. Though he was small, he belonged to the Wu clan, his innocent eyes gleaming with purity upon seeing Wang Shu in her flowing white garments soaring towards the heavens. The boy called out, "Celestial sister, celestial sister." He chased after her, stumbling over the vines that appeared beneath his feet, yet he stubbornly rose again and again. From afar, Wang Shu observed the boy's clumsy yet resilient figure. Unintentionally, she offered him a gentle smile, causing the boy to freeze in awe. Though he was too young to understand beauty, that smile would forever be etched in his heart, leading to an abundance of heart-wrenching tales in the future, something Wang Shu could never have anticipated. A smile cast over the shoulder can birth a myriad of charms. While Wang Shu lacked a seductive demeanor, in the boy's mind, that fleeting moment of brilliance lingered eternally. Chapter 57. The primordial purple chi leads to calamity as the seasons turned. The verdant hills and flowing waters experienced their cycles of decay and revival, altering the face of the earth, yet the memories of the past remained etched in the hearts of the people. Red Cloud, having obtained the final strand of primordial purple chi, was not only concerned about being ambushed, but also feared it might be snatched away. He tirelessly endeavored to refine it, yet struggled to grasp its essence. Consequently, Jieyin and Zhunti found himself plagued with headaches. Perhaps it was the clarity of the observer that eluded the one embroiled in the situation. These days, Red Cloud continued to seclude himself, refining the primordial purple chi, while Jieyin and Zhunti felt a restless unease, sensing that a significant event was imminent. With his powers, discerning the truth should have been simple, yet the mysterious forces obscured the heavenly secrets, leaving him bewildered and frustrated. It was not that people had forgotten about Red Cloud's primordial purple chi. Many still remembered, including the old ancestor of the underworld river, who had not let the matter slip from their minds. Within the blood sea of the underworld, 2 figures conspired in secrecy regarding this issue, and upon closer inspection, one was indeed the old ancestor of the underworld river. The mosquito Taoist stood, bowing to the old ancestor. "Old ancestor, our plans are now set. I shall return to prepare." The old ancestor smiled. "Good, my friend, await my news. They exchanged knowing smiles before the mosquito Taoist departed the blood sea of the underworld. In the heavenly court of Mount Buzhou, Jieyin and Zhunti sat atop the Ling Xiao treasure hall, with the demon master Kunpeng beneath them. The three were engaged in a clandestine discussion. Elder brother, Zhunti began, "We cannot afford to wait any longer. The primordial purple chi falling into Red Cloud's hands is a source of shame for us. We, the demon race, are the rightful heirs of the primordial land. How can we allow this to happen?" Jun glanced at the sullen Kunpeng and asked, "What are your thoughts, demon master?" Kunpeng, seemingly uncertain of his intentions, turned to Jun and replied, "Treasures of the world rightfully belong to the virtuous. What merits does Red Cloud possess? Donghuang's words ring true. We need not endure any longer." Ever since Jun's son was slain by Ho-E of the Wu clan, his hair had turned white, and he exuded an air of both authority and weariness. After a long moment of contemplation, he suddenly opened his eyes and declared, "Then let it be so." With that, the three of them began to deliberate further. Within Pangu Mountain, Yifeng opened his eyes and sighed. What is destined to come will indeed arrive. After uttering this, he vanished from the Pangu Hall and reappeared in the land of the Wu clan. Observing the robust figures of the Wu clan members training vigorously, Yifeng sighed inwardly, realizing why the primordial land would eventually be shattered. Such valiant warriors were hard to come by. Slowly, he made his way to the Grand Ancestor Hall, where the aura of Pangu was easily perceived. Gazing at the grand and imposing Grand Ancestor Hall, Yifeng felt a pang of nostalgia for the days spent with Pangu. At the entrance of the Grand Ancestor Hall, Wu clan members stood guard, and a burly man with a dark face approached Yifeng, saying, "You shouldn't be here, kid. Retreat quickly, lest I take action." With that, he extended a strong arm, the sound of his palm cracking like thunder. Yifeng regarded the Wu clan member with interest. Given his status, he would not stoop to quarreling with him, yet he felt a sense of warmth at being among them. How long had it been since he had heard such words? He understood all too well why Yifeng gazed at the shaman of the Wu tribe and said, "Please enter and inform Jiang that Yifeng has come to pay a visit." The shaman, upon hearing the name Yifeng, felt an odd familiarity, yet could not recall why. After all, while the common folk knew of the great emperor of creation, few were aware of Yifeng's true identity. Angered by Yifeng's refusal to leave and his audacity in directly addressing Jiang, the shaman pointed at him, speechless in his fury. Unable to contain his wrath any longer, he raised his massive fist to strike Yifeng. But his seemingly powerful hand could not descend. The shaman's face turned crimson with suppressed anger that why Yifeng's state of mind had long since transformed, unlike in the past when he was indifferent. Had it been otherwise, the shaman would have perished multiple times by now. That moment, a resounding voice erupted from within the grand hall of the ancestral shaman, questioning what the commotion was about. Subsequently, the long-sealed doors of the hall slowly creaked open, revealing a tall figure with a mane of red hair. It was Zhu Rong. Upon seeing the ancestral shaman, the giant approached Zhu Rong with reverence, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to the ancestral shaman. This wild brat has come to stir trouble in our Wu tribe." Zhu Rong regarded Yifeng with a contemplative expression, although he was impulsive. He was not like the lesser shamans, instead greeting him with a respectful bow. "May I ask who you are?" Surprised by Zhu Rong's politeness, Yifeng thought to himself, "Isn't Zhu Rong depicted as a brutal figure in later texts? How is it that the real Zhu Rong is so different?" He couldn't help but regard Zhu Rong with a higher level of esteem. With an impassive demeanor, Yifeng replied, "Yifeng." Zhu Rong tapped his large head, repeating, "Yifeng, Yifeng." Instantly, the name resonated in the hall, eliciting expressions of astonishment. He then turned to the shaman, striking the giant's head lightly, and scolded, "You fool," quickly apologized to the sage. Afterward, he glared at the shaman with a fierce look, causing the shaman, though confused, to realize Zhu Rong was indeed furious. He hurriedly bowed in apology to Yifeng, who merely smiled in response. Following Zhu Rong's invitation, Yifeng entered the ancestral shaman hall, leaving the giant in a state of bewilderment. Later, he would discover that Yifeng was a disciple of Hongjun, revered as a sage. As Yifeng accompanied Zhu Rong into the hall, he noticed a grand statue enshrined within. The material unknown, yet it emanated a potent aura reminiscent of Pangu. Upon Yifeng's entrance, the other ancestral shamans were taken aback, some recognizing him while others did not. However, both Ho-Tu and Xianming displayed expressions of joy. Yifeng wasted no time in articulating his purpose, but soon the atmosphere turned somber. It was revealed that the demon clan had acquired the primordial purple qi. Leaving the Wu tribe without hope of resurgence, Gong Gong rose to address Yifeng, first bowing respectfully before turning to the assembled shamans. We cannot allow the demon clan's antics to continue unchecked. Their intentions are evident to us all, and we must not stand idly by. His face was filled with righteous fury as he regarded the other shamans, Di Jiang, the leader of the ancestral shamans. Then spoke appropriately. Gong Gong speaks wisely. Should the demon clan gain the primordial purple qi, we would be left awaiting our annihilation. After seeking the consensus of the gathered shamans, they unanimously agreed with the views of the two. Yifeng's presence among the Wu tribe was a necessity, as the sages were unwilling to intervene directly. Thus he sought the assistance of the Wu tribe, having once promised Hong Yun. The Wu tribe, not being fools, recognized that Yifeng had ulterior motives for his visit, though their enmity with the demon clan was inherent. Having concluded the discussions, Yifeng prepared to take his leave, with Ho-Tu and Xianming rising to escort him. As they exited the ancestral hall, Ho-Tu remarked, "Brother, though I am unaware of your true purpose, I am nonetheless grateful." She bowed deeply to Yifeng. Each time Yifeng encountered Ho-Tu and Xianming, a peculiar melancholy washed over him. Sighing, he said, "Let us return," and with that, he vanished. Xianming had intended to speak further, but with Yifeng's departure, she bit her lip and suppressed her thoughts. The two women silently gazed at the spot where Yifeng had disappeared. And after a moment, Ho-Tu said, "Brother, why do you always consider others while neglecting your own needs?" She then took Xianming's hand, and they returned together. Inside the ancestral hall, Ho-Tu extended her delicate fingers, casting a divination, only to be met with a grave expression. Noticing her distress, Xianming anxiously inquired, "Sister, what troubles you?" The beauty of Ho-Tu's face was now marred by a rare ferocity as she hissed, "Kwa Fu has met a dreadful end, and Ho-Yi has been imprisoned." The other shamans were perplexed, waiting for Ho-Tu to elaborate. Containing her anger, she recounted the events that it turned out that the heavenly secrets had been obscured by Dong Huang, Tai, Yi, and Dijun. Despite their considerable powers, the shamans had not foreseen Kwa Fu's demise or Ho-Yi's plight. Now, with Yifeng's arrival in the Wu tribe, the heavenly secrets had resonated, allowing Ho-Tu to uncover the truth. No wonder her countenance was filled with fury that Di Jiang could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "How despicable of Dong Huang, Tai, Yi, and Dijun to perpetrate such vile acts! The Wu tribe shall not rest until we seek vengeance." Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, though equally enraged, were momentarily rendered speechless. After a time, Zhu Rong managed to utter a single word, a huff, yet the murderous intent behind it was unmistakable. Ho-Tu, calming herself, remarked, "Brothers, there is no need for haste. While we must seek revenge, our foremost task is to address the matter of the primordial purple qi. Otherwise, how shall we contend with the demon clan in the future?" The ancestral shamans were not fools. Despite their anger, they recognized the urgency of the situation. On a tranquil day, with clear skies and no hint of silver, in the Wuzhuang temple, Qing Feng and Ming Yu were busily sweeping the fallen leaves. Their laughter echoing through the air, prompting a rare smile from Zhen Yuanzi within the hall. The path of cultivation is long and winding. Some cherish the destination, while others revel in the journey. Feeling fatigued, Qing Feng paused to gaze at the azure sky, his face alight with excitement as he admired the blue expanse and white clouds, a gentle breeze sweeping away his weariness. However, in an instant, the sky darkened ominously. Suddenly, Qing Feng heard Ming Yu's frantic cry, "There are monsters! There are monsters!" Grabbing Qing Feng, who was bewildered, she dashed toward Zhen Yuanzi's location. Looking back, Qing Feng noticed the horizon stained a deep crimson, as countless figures rushed toward Wuzhuang Temple, instilling fear that left them unable to glance back. Zhen Yuanzi, having realized the gravity of the situation, was preparing to emerge when the long-absent Hong Yun appeared, carrying the soul-dispersing gourd. Brother Zhen Yuan, ill intentions approach. It is highly likely they come for the primordial purple chi. I believe it best if I quietly evade, lest I bring trouble upon you," he stated, attempting to depart. Zhen Yuanzi urgently interjected, "Brother Hongyun, we have been comrades for countless millennia, as close as brothers. How could I allow you to walk into danger?" He stepped forward to detain Hongyun, who bore a pained expression. "But," he began, yet Zhen Yuanzi cut him off. "There is no need for further discussion. We shall face this together." Zhen Yuanzi's resolve left Hongyun with little room to argue. Without hesitation, Zhen Yuanzi unleashed the Earth Book, enveloping Wuzhuang Temple in a protective green light emitted from the tome. Simultaneously, a tree identical to the life fruit tree emerged from Zhen Yuanzi's essence, landing within the temple, where it radiated a verdant glow that fortified the protective barrier. Hongyun, gripping the gourd, unleashed its contents, which shimmered with a crimson light, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. Qing Feng and Ming Yu were ushered into the hall by Zhen Yuanzi for their safety. The unfolding events quickly captured the attention of many powerful beings across the vast wilderness, all silently pondering the impending chaos. Among the sages, only the two from the west spoke. "Brother, I think it wise for me to venture forth. Our sect is in need of several positions," proposed Zhunti, a hint of mischief behind his benevolent facade. Jieyin maintained a sorrowful expression, replying, "It would be unwise for us sages to intervene." Zhunti reassured him, "Fear not, brother, I have my plans," with a nod to Jieyin. He vanished from the Thousand Buddhas Hall. Within Pangu Mountain, Yifeng merely smiled softly before continuing on his way. Chapter 58. The Awakening of the Underworld River. Masters surround Wuzhuang Temple. The blood-red clouds, overwhelming in their vastness, finally loomed above Wuzhuang Temple. Chilling voice echoed from the blood sea, sending shivers down the spines of those who heard it. As the blood sea dissipated, the figures that emerged numbered in the hundreds of thousands, with each man strikingly handsome and each woman breathtakingly beautiful. They were none other than the Shura clan, led by the old ancestor of the Underworld River. Years ago, the old ancestor of the Underworld River had carefully nurtured the Shura clan, which had grown to several 100,000 over the years. However, he chose not to bring them all forth, as he wisely feared that unforeseen circumstances might leave him with nothing, thus leaving half behind in the depths of the Blood Sea. His foresight proved prudent in the days to come, leading to the collaboration with the Mosquito Daoists for this very moment. The Shura clan wielded swords, all bearing the distinctive design of the old ancestors' Yuan Tu-Ubi sword. "Brother Zhen Yuan, it has been a while since we last met. I hope all is well," greeted Hong Yu as the river of Hades opened its eyes and spoke falsehoods. It initially intended to seize something, but now feigned politeness. Zhen Yunzi and Hong Yun were equally astonished, realizing the profound cunning of the true ancestor of Hades. Not only was his strength unfathomable, but it also amassed a formidable entourage. Zhen Yuanzi remarked, "Our Wuzhuang Temple only welcomes friends. May I inquire the reason for your actions, Daoist Hades?" Although the opposing side was numerous and formidable, Zhen Yuanzi, as a great deity of the primordial era, was not easily intimidated. Hades feigned a sigh and said, "My apologies, esteemed ones, that I have recently encountered an opportunity. There exists an item within your Wuzhuang Temple that is fated to be mine," with a smile plastered on his face. He continued, "Having traveled thousands of miles to reach Wuzhuang Temple, do you intend to treat me as merely a guest?" His demeanor shifted to one of sorrow, as though Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun had wronged him in some manner. Hong Yun and Zhen Yuanzi, well aware of Hades' intentions, were resolute in denying him entry. Hong Yun retorted, "Hades, if you have business to discuss, do so plainly. There is no need for theatrics." Having been coveted for millennia, Hong Yun was no longer fearful. Observing their expressions and the protective barrier surrounding Wuzhuang Temple, Hades realized they understood his purpose for coming in the blink of an eye. His previously cheerful and mournful countenance transformed into one that was predatory. "Since you are all aware, I will not prolong the conversation. Hong Yun, you are unworthy of the primordial purple chi. Surrender it, and I, Hades, may spare you." Otherwise, though unspoken, the implication was clear. While Hades was powerful, Jieyin and Zhunti were not to be underestimated. Should a confrontation arise, the outcome was uncertain. Their concern lay in the possibility of others lurking in the shadows. Just as they contemplated this, a sinister cackle echoed from afar, revealing a towering figure approaching Wuzhuang Temple. Accompanied by a throng of individuals and several enormous mosquitoes, the mosquito Taoist had arrived. Upon seeing Hades, the mosquito Taoist greeted him with a smile, saying, "Good morning, Taoist Hades. I have arrived a bit late." The two exchanged pleasantries, much to the astonishment of Jieyin and Zhunti. Though the mosquito Taoist lacked Hades' formidable prowess, he was still a quasi-saint, complicating matters further. Both Hades and the mosquito Taoist harbored grand ambitions, each commanding legions of disciples numbering in the hundreds of thousands, exhibiting a dismissive attitude towards the two ancient clans of witch and demon. Without further ado, Hades turned to Zhunti and Jieyin, saying, "Have you reconsidered? You have witnessed our strength. It is beyond your capacity to resist. Surrender the primordial purple chi and enjoy your carefree existence. O great deity of the primordial era, would tolerate such indignities." Zhunti replied, "There is no need for further discussion. If you wish to claim the primordial purple chi, it will only be over my dead body." Her face was resolute. The mosquito Taoist, enraged, interjected, "You are overstepping your bounds. Cease this idle chatter." With a wave of his hand, countless mosquitoes surged toward Wuzhuang Temple, a sight that was truly terrifying. However, as they charged towards the protective barrier, they were repelled, suffering heavy casualties, which infuriated the mosquito Taoist. Witnessing this, Hades commanded his Shura clan to attack, yet they too were rebuffed by the barrier, incurring significant losses. Both were incensed. How could a mere Wuzhuang Temple inflict such losses upon them? Hades bellowed, "Retreat." The crowd withdrew, and Hades unsheathed the two swords, Yuan and Abi, channeling his power to launch them at the protective array. The array trembled, but remained steadfast. Jieyin and Zhunti steadied themselves. Relieved, Hades had faced little resistance throughout his journey, yet here he was thwarted in this modest temple, his rage boiling over. The twin swords radiated crimson light, exuding an aura of murderous intent. Jieyin hastily fortified the protective barrier with his magic. As the swords cleaved through the surrounding space, they struck the protective array with a resounding crash, causing it to tremble further, but still failing to breach. Hades shouted angrily, "Mosquito Taoist, are you not going to intervene?" The mosquito Taoist suddenly recalled his purpose for coming and drew forth a massive scythe, gleaming ominously, intent on claiming what he sought. This scythe was the heaven-piercing divine scythe, a primordial treasure forged from the essence of a primordial mosquito slain by Pangu during the creation of the world. Its blade resembling a mosquito's proboscis, capable of piercing flesh. Just as the mosquito Taoist prepared to join Hades in assaulting the protective array, a resounding bell tolled across the primordial lands, striking fear into Hades and the mosquito Taoist. They halted their attacks, turning to see three figures soaring towards them: Dijun, Donghuang-Tai, and Peng of the Demon Clan. Hades, seething with anger, demanded, "Donghuang-Tai, what is your intent in interrupting us?" He glared fiercely at Donghuang-Tai. The mosquito Taoist, however, felt an inexplicable trepidation towards the demon trio, perhaps due to their shared lineage as demons and the fact that Donghuang-Tai and Dijun were the demon emperors. Instilling a sense of dread, with a cold smirk, Donghuang-Tai replied, "Hades, instead of lurking in your blood-soaked realm, you dare to emerge and covet the primordial purple chi. Be wary of losing your life." He cast a disdainful glance at Hades, inciting the latter's fury. Aware he could not contend with them, Hades refrained from acting impulsively. While he might escape unscathed, his subordinates would not be so fortunate. At that moment, the silver-haired Dijun stepped forward, stating, "Hades, mosquito Taoist, you may depart." He did not even glance at them, nearly causing Hades to spit blood in frustration. Fortunately, the mosquito Taoist restrained him. Otherwise, he might have risked everything for his subordinates. Before Hades could unleash his wrath, another thunderous roar echoed from the distance, as a towering figure with blue hair and a face full of muscle approached. Gong Gong of the Witch Clan. Before he even arrived, his curses reached them. Dijun, Dong Huang Tai, you old scoundrels, dare to slay my clan's great shaman. If I do not bring you down today, I am unworthy of being a patriarch. The faces of Dijun and the others paled in shock. How could the witch clan know of their presence? This was indeed a troublesome situation. However, as members of the demon royal family, they were not easily intimidated. Yet from afar, a multitude of figures soared into view. Upon closer inspection, they were the 12 ancestors of the witch clan. Others were equally astonished, while the arrival of the ancestors was not surprising. How could Hutu, who had merged with the cycle of reincarnation, still be alive? The 3 demons were now visibly shaken. The 12 ancestors of the witch clan, each wearing expressions of fury, seemed ready to devour the demon trio alive. If gazes could kill, Dijun and the others would have perished countless times over. The land of the primordial era erupted into chaos, with many eyes fixed upon the unfolding drama. Initially intending to assault Buzhou Mountain, the 12 ancestors, after much deliberation, decided to resolve the matter concerning Wuzhuang Temple first. Gong Gong stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Dijun, shouting, Dijun, today you shall pay with your life for the debts incurred by Quafu and Ho-E. Dong Huang Tai snorted dismissively, replying, your witch clan's Quafu was a fool who did not heed the times. Daring to covet the life of a demon prince is a folly most deserving of death. As for Ho-E, who dared to slay a demon prince, we demons do not seek to kill indiscriminately. So we have confined him to the Moonstar. His eyes glimmered with murderous intent. Evident to all, everyone understood that being confined to the Moonstar meant being trapped there, with their memories erased, reduced to the endless toil of felling trees as Wu Gang. Xianming, being a woman, was incensed by Ho-Yi's infatuation and retorted, you shameless, 3-legged bird. Your wretched spawn has turned the primordial lands into a river of blood. I shall not rest until I see them dismembered. She glared coldly at the 3 demons. Kuan Peng then interjected, who is this yellow-haired girl, daring to utter such insults against our demon emperor? He glared at Xianming, who merely dismissed his gaze. The anger of Dong Huang Tai and Dijun was palpable, nearly causing them to vomit blood. Xuanming's tongue was indeed venomous. I could see this moment. Hutu stepped forward, declaring, the primordial purple chi is up for grabs for all. It is not for your demon clan to claim. She disregarded the fiery glares of the demon trio. Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Who would have thought such brigands would arrive? Fortunately, the witch clan's intervention provided them with some respite. Meanwhile, the ancestor of Hades felt exhilarated, secretly thinking, let them fight. When both clans are worn down, I, Hades, shall seize the opportunity to end that moment. He envisioned his future glories, a smile inadvertently creeping onto his face, and one anticipated the situation would evolve in such a manner. But what they did not foresee was yet to unfold. Chapter 59. The Green Gore delivers to Ling Air. The mountains and rivers press down on Dong Huang. After much difficulty, Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun finally found a moment of peace, only for the witch and demon clans to set their sights on them. Before they could even process the news, the cunning laughter of the ancestor of Hades jolted them awake. In the conflict between the 2 clans of the Wraith. The river of the underworld seizes the opportunity to confront Hong Yun and his companion. Upon seeing the Wu clan members advancing to obstruct him, Emperor Jun is filled with rage, recalling the death of his son. However, he is not a fool. Should he and his allies engage in battle with the Crane clan, the outcome would remain uncertain for some time, ultimately benefiting the 2 from the river of the underworld. Kuanpeng, with a somber expression, appears lost in thought, while the primordial wilderness unfolds around them.